Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Super Saiyan Bloodline. Boom, boom, boom. Chumo was jolted awake by a violent tremor, bewildered by the circumstances. What was happening? An earthquake? Damn it, Ron. In an instant, Chumo thought of an earthquake and hastily grabbed his clothes to flee outside. However, when he stepped into the open air, he was taken aback by the scene before him. What on earth is this? Ruins of collapsed skyscrapers surrounded him, and desolation permeated the atmosphere. Is this the apocalypse? Chumo was astounded, wondering if he had awakened to find himself in a post-apocalyptic world. Cough, cough, I see there are still survivors in the city, but alas, I have failed to save more lives. A feeble voice reached his ears, startling Chumo, then filling him with joy. There are still living souls. He followed the sound and discovered its source. A blue-haired youth stood before him, a long sword at his back, yet a gaping wound in his chest bled profusely. This boy was not long for this world. Chumo quickly made a judgment, but upon seeing the youth's face, he was astonished. Trunks. The moment he recognized the figure, the name surged into his mind. Cough, cough, how do you know my name? Trunks managed to utter, his voice hoarse. No way, it's really Trunks. Have I crossed over into the Dragon Ball universe? Or rather, the dystopian future of the Dragon Ball world. What is going on? Chumo was filled with confusion, but rushed over, eager to ask many questions. Didn't you go back to find Goku? How did this happen? Trunks' voice was raspy. He knew his time was short. Regrettably, the deity is dead and the Dragon Balls are gone. Otherwise, so many wouldn't have perished. Those damn androids, I'm powerless now, I'm going to die. Trunks felt deep remorse, having not anticipated that even after eliminating androids 17 and 18, others still existed. Caught off guard, he was ambushed by one of those monstrous androids, and even the time machine had been stolen. Looking at Trunks, Chumo felt speechless. Why couldn't I have crossed into Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball GT instead? This world is nothing but death. Chumo felt a wave of frustration, but as he approached Trunks, a miraculous event occurred. Ding! Dragon Ball Warrior Trunks detected the host can sign in. Would you like to sign in and receive a novice gift package? What? What is happening? A golden opportunity? Hey, system. Chumo was elated and hurriedly called out to the system. Yet, there was no response whatsoever. Disappointed, he turned back to Trunks. The voice echoed once more, ding. Dragon Ball Warrior Trunks detected, would you like to sign in and receive a novice gift package? This time, Chumo was certain he hadn't misheard. I'm done for I hope you can live on well. Don't worry, I will live well. Just as he finished speaking, Trunks' head tilted, and he passed away. Commence sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Would you like to open the novice gift package immediately? Of course, open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Super Saiyan bloodline and Trunks battle power. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skills. Instant transmission, flight, key sensing, afterimage technique, Kamehameha. The system's voice rang out, and Chumo felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, beginning fusion of the Super Saiyan bloodline. In the next moment, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. What the hell? Didn't they say that system rewards would not involve pain? I can't believe I was deceived by some author. Chumo cursed inwardly, feeling that only by venting could he alleviate some discomfort. After enduring an hour of relentless agony, Chumo finally emerged from the depths of suffering. That was excruciating, but should have worked, right? Initially dazed from the transition, Chumo felt rejuvenated after the pain, his body brimming with strength, and newfound knowledge of transforming into a Super Saiyan filled his mind. Let's test this strength. Chumo unleashed a powerful punch towards the remnants of a wall ahead. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the debris, spanning dozens of meters, was obliterated into a cloud of dust by his punch. The ground was left with a deep crater, extending hundreds of meters and stretching several kilometers away. Wow, this is incredible. Is this the power I possess now? Chumo felt fortunate he hadn't used his full strength, otherwise the earth would have been obliterated. Though he remained relatively weak compared to the later stages of power capable of annihilating entire star systems, Chumo was nonetheless quite satisfied. With newfound power, Chumo rejoiced, only to notice a character interface materialize before him. Chumo male. Age, years. Battle power, 10,000 base battle power, 1 billion Super Saiyan Stage 1. Bloodline, Super Saiyan. Skills, key sensing, flight, afterimage technique, Kamehameha, instant transmission. After reviewing his attributes, Chumo felt uncertain whether to celebrate or lament. A base battle power of 10,000 was commendable, yet in the later stages, he would merely be a background character. Moreover, he was only at the first stage of Super Saiyan, just beginning his journey. Ding! The next sign-in task is announced. Host, please sign in within 1 month in the Dragon Ball Z world to receive corresponding rewards. 1 month? Returning to the past. Damn it. Will I still have time to enjoy myself? Now that Trunks is dead and the time machine is stolen, what should I do? Without the time machine, how could he return to the Dragon Ball Z timeline? Wishing upon the dragon would be futile. Unless it was the eternal dragon, even the Namekian dragon wouldn't be able to breach time. Currently, he had no idea where to find those Namekians, let alone the dragon. The only solution was to seek Bulma and have her construct another time machine. After considerable effort, Chumo finally located Bulma. Though she had aged, Bulma remained stunningly beautiful, exuding a more mature charm. Chumo did not conceal anything from Bulma and directly informed her of Trunks' demise. Bulma, I hope to fulfill Trunks' unfinished mission. Please create another time machine. I must return to the past to alter the tragic future. Chumo expressed his intent, framing it as Trunks' dying wish. As expected, upon hearing this, Bulma's sorrowful expression softened somewhat. That's manageable now that the androids are no longer in this timeline. It will be much easier to construct one. However, you must assist me in return. Bulma's voice was cold. Her only hope had vanished. Chapter 2. Super Saiyan 2. Alright, no problem. He'll return in 2 days. I have a few matters to attend to first. With time on his side, Chumo decided to enhance his strength before traversing time. The only place capable of significantly boosting his battle power in such a short span was one. Karen Tower, the birthplace of countless miracles. Karen Tower birthed the Guardian and the Turtle Hermit. It gave rise to the legend of Goku and the tales of the Dragon Ball warriors. In essence, Karen Tower is the wellspring of Earth's miracles. Though all the Dragon Ball warriors had perished, Chumo believed there was still something left behind. What he needed was to utilize one of its miraculous locations. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Karen Tower was not difficult to find. After flying for a few minutes, Chumo arrived at the Guardian's palace. However, it had been reduced to ruins. The palatial structure lay in shambles, with only a few passageways remaining. Alas, it seems the androids have been here as well. I hope the Hyperbolic Time Chamber still exists. Chumo was uncertain of the chamber's location, so he had to search room by room. After an hour of searching, he finally stood before the last intact room. I wonder if this is my last glimmer of hope. Chumo opened the door, and a desolate aura enveloped him, revealing an expanse of white. An endless void of whiteness. The entire world was devoid of color. I've finally found it, and, thankfully, it remains unscathed. Chumo exclaimed with joy. Upon entering the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Chumo found it identical to the depiction in the anime, featuring a small resting area inside, surrounded by the vast, white expanse outside. Tenfold gravity. As Chumo entered, he felt an overwhelming discomfort that left him quite unaccustomed. Never mind, I shall soon acclimate. It's time to begin my training. I have but 6 months left. Chumo steadied his mind and embarked on his journey of cultivation in this new realm. Fortunately, accustomed to a solitary lifestyle in his previous life, being alone was not particularly daunting for him. Bring me a cup of forgetfulness. Alas, in a moment of adaptation, Chumo found himself singing. As Chumo roared, a golden aura began to manifest around his body. He transformed into the state of a Super Saiyan, reminiscent of how Son Goku initiated his training in the anime, maintaining that form continuously. Truly, a Super Saiyan, this power is astonishing. Feeling the surge of strength coursing through him, Chumo could not help but rejoice. However, the energy expenditure of the Super Saiyan form was substantial. Merely a few minutes had passed, and he sensed his vitality waning significantly. The road ahead is long and arduous. Let us commence training. 6 months later, within the hyperbolic time chamber. With the final roar echoing through the chamber, Chumo ceased his explosive energy release, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. At this moment, Chumo had undergone a remarkable transformation. His physique appeared to have doubled in size, exuding an aura of immense strength. His golden hair stood wildly on end, while his eyes were entirely white, with pupils seemingly vanished. The aura began to exhibit signs of an upward surge, accompanied by flickers of lightning enveloping it. This must be the third form of the first stage of Super Saiyan. Though powerful, it is ultimately ineffective. Observing his own body, Chumo could distinctly sense the formidable power surging within him. Compared to before, his strength had increased nearly tenfold. Yet, he was acutely aware that while this transformation granted him immense power, it significantly hampered his speed. This third form of the Super Saiyan had previously been employed by Trunks in his battle against the fully realized Cell in Dragon Ball. However, the sluggishness rendered him incapable of keeping pace with Cell. This form was indeed powerful, but lacked agility. Taking a deep breath, Chumo gradually released his energy, allowing his aura to stabilize. During his transformation into the third form, he had an epiphany regarding the full power state of the Super Saiyan. As his energy gradually receded, Chumo's body began to revert to the prior Super Saiyan form. The furious golden aura dissipated bit by bit, ultimately being absorbed back into his body. Now, Chumo retained his golden hair, yet the golden aura surrounding him had completely vanished. Aside from that, there was no discernible change compared to his previous Super Saiyan form. I have finally mastered the full power state of the Super Saiyan. Chumo released a sigh of relief throughout these 6 months. He had diligently practiced the Super Saiyan form and had finally grasped the full power state. Next, he would embark on the transformation into the second stage of the Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan is twice as powerful, with enhanced speed and strength, but to transcend beyond this form, one must master the full power state of the Super Saiyan. Having achieved full power, the subsequent transformation would become significantly easier. Another 6 months passed. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, a formidable energy began to surge. The entire world seemed to tremble in response. Chumo ignited his energy to its peak, unleashing it with fervor. The debris within the chamber floated in midair, affected by an invisible force. Subsequently, the golden aura around Chumo transformed into a raging whirlwind. The tempest ascended skyward, sending dust and rocks flying. Within that terrifying whirlwind, a blue lightning bolt suddenly flickered. Crackle! Another bolt of blue lightning followed, and soon an increasing number of lightning strikes danced like serpents within the tempest. The air was filled with crisp crackles. It was the blue lightning swirling around Chumo's body. At this moment, Chumo's visage had undergone a significant alteration. His facial features were sharper, his eyes elongated, and within his light green irises lay a hint of aloofness. Moreover, his golden hair stood tall, with only a tuft of bangs dancing upon his brow. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The golden aura transformed into a jet-like form, while blue lightning crackled incessantly around him. The Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan, the Super Saiyan. This power is truly exhilarating. Chumo clenched his fist, feeling an infinite power within him akin to the vastness of the universe. Chapter 3. The Cosmic Overlord strikes as he gazed at the swirling blue lightning enveloping him. Chumo felt an immense satisfaction with his current form of Super Saiyan 2 after dedicating a year to honing his skills. He had finally attained the Super Saiyan state, a progress that filled him with pride that he was certainly much faster than Son Goku from the anime. And over the course of the year, his base combat power had surged to an astonishing 100 million. Chumo, male age, years combat power, 100 million, base combat power, Super Saiyan, 1 billion bloodline, Super Saiyan weapon, so are the hero skills, key perception. Flight technique, after-image fist Kamehameha, magic flash upon returning to Bulma's residence. Chumo began assisting in the search for various materials needed for construction. After a fortnight, Bulma finally completed the new time machine with a nonchalant tone. She remarked, "The time machine is ready. I wish you good fortune. Once you return, do not come back here. There is nothing left worth longing for." At a loss for words, Chumo found himself momentarily speechless. The fuel for this time machine is somewhat lacking. Whether it can send you back before the year ends depends on your luck, she added. Hearing this, Chumo's heart sank. Damn it, my luck has always been quite favorable. In the cosmos, a colossal spaceship sped through space, its trajectory unmistakably directed towards Earth. On board, leading the charge were the Frost Demon clan members, Cooler, along with the father-son duo of Frieza and his progeny. "That is Earth, Father. This time, I will annihilate every last one of those Saiyan monkeys," Frieza declared, his lips curled in malevolent anticipation, his tone laced with murderous intent. This moment, Frieza had regained his ultimate form, albeit adorned with an array of mechanical enhancements that made him look particularly striking. "Will those Saiyan monkeys be on Earth? They nearly killed you. How amusing," Cooler remarked, his disdain palpable. Had it not been for family loyalty, he would have shown little interest in visiting Earth. My dear brother, soon you shall witness just how detestable those Saiyan monkeys truly are." Frieza seethed, his desire for vengeance against son Goku palpable, as he yearned to consume his flesh and drink his blood. With an air of superiority, Cooler surveyed the distant azure planet, slowly swirling a glass of red wine, a smirk gracing his lips. "The emergence of a Super Saiyan is an occurrence we must eliminate. Indeed, Father, though destroying this planet would be trivial, it would not quench our thirst for revenge, now that our powers have been amplified. There is no one in this universe who can rival us," Frieza stated ominously, his tail thrashing behind him, "that I must personally eradicate every single Earthling before that wild monkey, making him suffer in endless torment." Cooler's expression turned cruel as he relished the thought of others' suffering, which brought him the utmost joy. Perhaps history had deviated from its course. Originally, only Frieza and King Cold were meant to journey to Earth. But now they were accompanied by Cooler. Boom! The spaceship landed with a violent gust of wind, while Gohan and the others appeared near Frieza's spacecraft. Alongside Gohan, Krillin and Tien were present, along with Yamcha, Piccolo, and the prideful Vegeta who had stubbornly followed them. "I can't believe you fought such monsters on Namek," Yamcha exclaimed, his body trembling violently as he sensed the three overwhelming auras. He could hardly fathom how Goku and Gohan could contend with such fiends. Furthermore, Goku had actually managed to kill Frieza. These three auras were so powerful they left him breathless, rendering him unable to muster the courage to fight. Tien's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. Equally incredulous, the proximity to these formidable and malevolent energies filled him with despair. That monster could probably dispose of us with a mere finger. How could Goku have defeated such a creature? Just how strong has he become? Piccolo's face turned a shade of green with anger as he muttered, "I thought I had grown formidable through relentless training this past year. Yet here I am, gripped by fear. And those fiends were slain by Goku just a year ago," Krillin exclaimed, his body shaking uncontrollably. "Gohan, it seems that Frieza has become even stronger." The overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza sent shivers down Krillin's spine. If this is the situation, even Goku's arrival may not suffice. With a grave expression, Gohan spoke, "Yes, Frieza's power is indeed tremendous, but the two beside him are even more formidable. Individually, we cannot contend with Frieza, especially not with the additional two stronger foes." Vegeta commanded, "Everyone, suppress your power levels and do not fly. We shall stealthily approach on foot. If Frieza and his companions discovered their location, it would spell disaster." Heeding Vegeta's order, the others quickly suppressed their combat power, crouching low as they ascended the nearby mountain peak. Upon reaching the summit, they were astonished to find dozens of individuals standing before the spacecraft hatch, with Frieza and his progeny prominently among them. Those two looked just like Frieza. "This is utterly hopeless." Krillin felt his resolve crumbling as fear engulfed him, just as Krillin and the others felt their courage waning. An unexpected arrival manifested. With a whoosh, a black hole opened in the sky, and a peculiar craft descended. Not yet finished, Another identical craft appeared almost simultaneously above the heads of Frieza and his family. What is happening? Hey, people down there, get out of the way. The machine is out of fuel. A frantic voice echoed from the sky, followed by the craft hurtling down like a shooting star, crashing directly into Frieza's spaceship. Chapter 4. Taunting Frieza and his progeny having just arrived on Earth, Frieza was taken aback by the sudden commotion from above. What is the meaning of this? Someone is descending from the heavens. In disbelief, Frieza's eyes widened as he shouted, "Quickly, shoot that craft down!" Before he could finish his command, Cooler swiftly extended his hand, unleashing a powerful energy wave. Damn these fools, it's too late. He squinted, preparing to relish the cries of the craft's occupants, for they were the most exquisite sounds in the universe. However, his anticipation was dashed when a counter-energy wave was launched from the craft. Zing! Within moments, Cooler's energy wave was utterly overwhelmed. Who dares to ambush me? Are you courting death? Kamehameha! An enraged voice thundered from the sky. A blinding flash of light followed, leaving Cooler pale-faced. Boom! The impact obliterated Frieza's ship into mere fragments. Nanny? Who has the audacity to destroy my spacecraft? King Cold exclaimed, bewildered, as he barely grasped the situation before the explosion occurred. Amidst the chaos, a massive crater formed in the ground, and one of the crafts landed smoothly, while the other crashed into a nearby hill. The trio of Cold and Frieza fixed their gazes on the downed vessel, recognizing the formidable energy that had struck them. From the intact craft emerged a young man, sword slung across his back, his blue hair giving him an air of cool confidence as he eyed Frieza and his family. It was none other than Trunk from the future. What a pitiful situation, Bulma failed to clarify adequately. And now we find ourselves lacking the necessary materials. The discrepancy in the quality of this time machine is astounding. Naturally, the time machine that has emerged is Chumo's, but due to insufficient energy, it has barely managed to arrive in this timeline. As Chumo's voice resonated, Trunks turned his gaze towards him and beheld the familiar time machine. What is happening? How can there be another time machine? Trunks was exceedingly curious. Ahem, have I finally arrived in the realm of Dragon Ball Z? Upon seeing Frieza and his companions outside the craft, Chumo felt a surge of joy. He had lost track of time in the time corridor and was utterly bored. The presence of so many individuals confirmed that he had successfully arrived in the past of Dragon Ball. Ding! The host has successfully arrived in the Dragon Ball Z era. Please sign in atop Frieza's head to receive the corresponding task rewards. Chumo, what the heck? Why must I sign in on top of Frieza's head this time? Reflecting on the first time he had signed in atop the near-death Trunks, Chumo thought that this sign-in system seemed rather peculiar. Oh well, a sign-in is a sign-in, after all. It's merely 3 scattered eggs. How dare they attempt to destroy Earth with such meager power? Even a single android could frighten them to death. Truly, they're uncultured cosmic overlords. However, it was evident that Frieza would not allow anyone to touch his head so easily. Hello. You must be Frieza. A pleasure to finally meet you in person. Quite adorable. I must say, that shiny little bald head of yours is simply dazzling. Chumo jestingly patted Frieza's head, wearing a smirk and displaying no hint of nervousness. Wow, you're cooler. Quite impressive. And those muscles look splendid. Chumo casually squeezed Coola's biceps. Quite solid. You could participate in a beauty pageant. Oh, isn't that Gula? Among the 3 of you, you are certainly the most handsome. Amidst the astonished expressions of Frieza and his sons, this newly appeared mysterious figure enthusiastically shook their hands. His demeanor and expression made it seem as though he were a fan of theirs. However, it was clear that this so-called fan's remarks displeased them greatly. Nanny, did you just call me adorable? Frieza's face darkened with murderous intent. He loathed being called cute. Cooler also bore an angry expression, as he detested being referred to for his muscular physique, as it implied he had a simple mind despite his robust physique. Gula, on the other hand, wore a smug grin. Clearly, this individual had discerning taste. Chumo, however, paid little mind to their reactions. Upon laying eyes on this trio of villains, he felt exhilarated. Truly, they embody the archetype of a formidable antagonist. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in and receiving the sign-in gift pack. Would you like to open the sign-in gift pack immediately? Open it now. Chumo acted swiftly completing the sign-in in an instant. What a delight! Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the Dragon Ball Z sign-in gift pack, granting the survival ability of the Frost Demon race in the universe. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving Frieza's battle power doubled. Ding! You have acquired Frieza's ability to manipulate objects telekinetically. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the skill Death Beam. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill Death Ball. What a thrill! Sign-ins are truly enjoyable. As the system's voice echoed. A powerful surge of energy coursed through Chumo's being, along with an understanding of how to wield his newfound superpowers and skills. His baseline combat power surged by 400 million, and now, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power was immeasurable. Not far away, Gohan and the others were utterly bewildered. Who is this individual daring enough to mock Frieza and these cosmic overlords? How audacious to even touch Frieza's head and tease his height. They must truly have a death wish. Moreover, at that very moment, the mysterious figure's strength intensified. An invisible pressure rapidly expanded. The Frieza's trio was furious, yet they did not dare to retaliate. Aside from Chumo's rapid movements, they sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. This newcomer's strength was unfathomable. The cool-headed Trunks was equally perplexed. Who was this person? Why did he possess a time machine as well? He appeared to be from Frieza's faction, yet he seemed distinctly different. Additionally, Trunks could sense a terrifying power radiating from Chumo, making him feel like an ant in comparison. What are you, to dare touch my head? Frieza was particularly sensitive about his height. And Chumo had just struck a nerve. He was filled with rage, and the consequences would be dire. Death. Ouch! Who struck me? Before he could finish his sentence, Frieza clutched his head and shouted that I despise being pointed at. If there is a next time, I will annihilate you. Chumo's indifferent tone left Trunks utterly dumbfounded. It was merely a head pat and a sign-in. Was there truly a need to be so petty? With the sign-in concluded and rewards claimed, Chumo intended to take his leave. He had no desire to interfere in Frieza's affairs. As the rules of Dragon Ball's update state, I hope everyone will offer their support. With the launch of this new book, the author shall strive for frequent updates. During the initial phase, the daily minimum will be 4 updates. Should the daily flower count exceed a certain number, an additional update will be granted. If the daily tips surpass a certain number of individuals, another update will be added. If the daily comment count exceeds a certain number, yet another update will follow. The author will do their utmost to ensure the speed and quality of updates, and I hope that fans will lend their support. By the way, for those who enjoy this book, feel free to express your thoughts in the review section. It would greatly motivate the author. Thank you all. Chapter 5. Frieza, you are pathetically weak. With Trunks present, there should be no issues here. What the heck? I'm not here as a guest. I have come to destroy Earth. Frieza was incensed, and the repercussions would be severe. Just as Frieza was about to strike, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and then he was sent flying. In that fleeting moment of being hurled away, Frieza was taken aback. He couldn't even discern his opponent's movements. Why must you force me to resort to violence? Chumo shook his head. Kamehameha. Frieza, still trying to comprehend the situation, was startled by the familiar sound. Not again, not this technique. He recalled the unpleasant moment when he had faced off against Goku on planet Namek. Am I to die once more? Frieza lamented, contemplating resistance, but the strength of his opponent was overwhelming, leaving him unable to react in time. Quick, save Frieza. Kula and Gula were equally astonished. They never anticipated that this seemingly affable individual would initiate an attack. Moreover, they hadn't even seen their opponent's actions and were now forced to respond. Super Kamehameha! Super Kamehameha! With those shouts, Kula and Gula swiftly positioned themselves in front of Frieza. Unleashing their utmost energy, 0.3 waves of energy collided, producing a radiant light that left Krillin and the others squinting from a distance. How foolish! Chumo scoffed, suddenly amplifying his power. With a baseline combat power of 600 million, Chumo had no intention of transforming. Resort to transformation against these 3 weaklings would be utterly humiliating. Sizzle! As if hot steel met cold water, the 3 energy beams clashed violently, causing the surrounding rocks to disintegrate into dust. Gula, don't hold back. Gula was releasing his energy with reckless abandon, his teeth nearly drawing blood. Kula was even more frantic, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out of his head. He was clearly fighting for his life. The intense shock waves caused the earth to tremble, with countless mountains crumbling and oceans roaring. What terrifying energy! How can he even wield the Kamehameha? Krillin was quaking in fear. He had never encountered such overwhelming energy before. This power is astonishing. Just a fraction of it could obliterate us into dust. Yamcha's face drained of color. Are we to face death once again? Piccolo and Vegeta wore expressions of indignation, gazing at the colossal energy radiating from the clash. Why? Why are there others with such immense strength? Why are there so many who surpass us? Piccolo felt as if the faith he had held for so many years had completely collapsed in that moment. The notion of ruling the earth was nothing more than a farce. No, I refuse to accept this. I must grow stronger. Yes, I must become stronger. Clenching his fists, Piccolo resolved to continue his training. Vegeta, filled with rage, gritted his teeth, vowing to surpass Super Saiyan and crush them all. For he was the strongest Saiyan. He swore to intensify his gravity training and transform in a Super Saiyan faster than ever. Trunks, hailing from the future, was utterly bewildered, unsure of what to do, initially planning to eliminate Frieza and his cohorts. He realized others were quicker to act, including someone who had also traveled through time and wielded the hero's sword. What was going on? Could he also be from the future? This is too easy. Can you all take this seriously? I shouldn't be feeling this little pressure against Buu. With one hand, Chumo unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Upon hearing Chumo's sarcastic remarks, Kurta was consumed with fury, yearning for revenge. But as he opened his mouth, a wave of bloodlust washed over him. Ugh! Damn it! I'm putting my life on the line here, and I'm bleeding. How do you see me as not serious? A dignified emperor of the universe, reduced to spitting blood with no retort, was truly a tragic sight. Gula, too, felt his face flush, refraining from speaking for fear of also spewing blood. Damn, I shall slay you. You wretched fiend. Frieza finally ceased his backward retreat, furious at Chumo's mockery. Death Beam. Frieza unleashed several powerful red beams from his fingertips, fast and penetrating. However, Chumo merely glanced over, too lazy to even evade. Pathetic. Is this all you can muster? Uffed. A barrage of death beams struck Chumo's body, and Frieza rejoiced. Yet, in less than a second, his expression turned pale. The red beams that struck Chumo had not even pierced his skin, leaving no trace whatsoever. No, this cannot be. Frieza suddenly recalled Goku, who had similarly allowed his death beams to hit him without sustaining any marks. Could it be that you're also a Super Saiyan? No, wait, you don't have golden hair. Your eyes aren't tea green. You cannot possibly be a Super Saiyan. Frieza was on the brink of madness. The concept of Super Saiyan haunted him like a nightmare, leaving him incoherent, weak, utterly weak. Chumo shook his head, reveling in the exquisite sensation of dominance. Gula, if you do not give it your all, that old man beside you may very well lose his life, still unleashing the Kamehameha with one hand. Chumo appeared remarkably at ease, pinning Gula and Kurta in place. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. Indeed, Kurta's face was flushed crimson, as if he were on the verge of suffocation. Damn it, this cannot continue. I must transform into my fourth form. Otherwise, I will surely perish at his hands. Gula's eyes darted as he prepared to fight with all his might. No, I refuse to believe it. I will kill you. Frieza, clad in tattered armor, bellowed. When had he ever been so disdained? He charged at Chumo, enveloped in a powerful aura. Nova Strike, foolish, thinking you can contend with me like this. Chumo retaliated with a single punch. Bang! The collision of fists and skulls sent shockwaves through the ground, fracturing it like spider webs spreading outwards, a sight most terrifying. Frieza was once again sent flying, a red imprint of a fist appearing on his forehead. This blow was devastating. He felt as if the very stars were spinning around him. P.S. Perhaps none of you have experienced the agony of waiting in front of the television after school for the airing of Dragon Ball. It was truly a torment. How fortunate we are now, able to watch the entirety of Dragon Ball on various platforms, or Bilibili with a mere click. I hope everyone can share in the fervor of Dragon Ball. Thank you all. please shower us with flowers. Chapter 6. The Universe Emperor faces utter despair. This is simply unbelievable. Frieza appeared like a child before this mysterious individual, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Krillin stared in shock, witnessing the once formidable Frieza being sent flying as if he were a mere punching bag. We must leave this place. The energy here is too terrifying, Tien shouted, swiftly retreating. Such overwhelming energy is beyond our capacity to withstand. Run. Incredible. We must flee. Krillin and Yamcha hurriedly took to the skies, abandoning all pretense of concealment. Tien, wait for me. This is terrifying. Kaioshin was nearly in tears, overwhelmed by the sheer force of energy. Piccolo glanced at the horrific clash of energy and followed suit, retreating. Damn it, I will not cower before such energy. Yet Vegeta refused to back down. He was the proud prince of the Saiyans, the most formidable genius among them. He would undoubtedly be the strongest in the future. Vegeta stubbornly remained, disdainfully observing Tien and the others fleeing in panic. Teasish, lowly beings. Bang! Before he could finish his thought, a powerful wave of energy surged toward him, sending the defiant Vegeta hurtling away. Damn it! How could this happen? Watching Vegeta being blown away, Trunks longed to assist him. But he understood that Vegeta did not require his pity, for he was his most proud father, never willing to fall behind. Only Trunks remained still, standing not far from Chumo and Frieza, facing the torrential outpouring of energy. Filled with profound questions. Who is this person? Enough. Tormenting you all is pointless. Let us end this, Chumo coldly declared, exerting force with his right hand. As a powerful Kamehameha wave engulfed Kurter, as for Gula, he erupted with tremendous energy. Seizing the opportunity to escape the Kamehameha's range. Wait. Kurter attempted to plead for mercy, but before he could utter a word, the overwhelming Kamehameha consumed him. This individual is formidable. He is at least stronger than I am. Who exactly is he? Why does he possess a time machine? Trunks pondered this scene, his curiosity piqued. Though Chumo was also intent on eliminating Frieza and his allies, Trunks had never heard of Chumo. If Chumo had existed in the history he knew, the future androids could not have inflicted such devastation upon Earth. Father! Damn it, who are you? Frieza seethed with rage, unable to fathom how he and his companions had provoked this terrifying figure. After escaping, Gula immediately began to transform. Ugh! With each furious roar, Gula's body underwent a tremendous change. A powerful wave of energy emanated, the ferocious aura causing Trunks' expression to shift dramatically. Such immense power. How has history changed so drastically? First, there was that strange man, and now Gula has entered the fray. Could my time travel have altered history? Trunks mused, perplexed. This was entirely different from the history he knew. Damn it, I cannot allow that man to complete his transformation. Sensing Gula's formidable energy, Trunks drew the hero's sword, ready to interrupt Gula's metamorphosis. Being from the future, everything felt so unfamiliar. Patience. Let him transform at his own pace. Stay here quietly. I will strike you down as well. Chumo interrupted Trunks' actions that if the villain cannot act, then what is the point of him taking action? The most exhilarating moment is when the protagonist personally delivers a slap in the face. Just when the villain believes victory is assured. There is no feeling quite as satisfying as this. If anyone is to act, it should be me. Do not be so arrogant. If you do not seize this opportunity to eliminate him, you will be the one regretting it later. Trunks, having endured countless battles for survival in the future, learned to take advantage of an enemy's weakness, swift and decisive. Are they truly worthy of such consideration? Chumo sneered, his figure darting forward to stand directly before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Wow! Frieza's body contorted into an arc as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he felt a grip around his neck, lifting him off the ground. Damn it, who are you? Enough with the pointless chatter. Perish. Chumo grew weary of words, a radiant white light illuminating his palm. Boom! After a cloud of smoke cleared, Frieza was utterly obliterated, not even a trace remaining this moment. Gula's transformation was finally complete. After the transformation, Gula's physique expanded considerably, becoming more robust. From the top of his head, for horns extended backward, his mouth concealed by a mask. And his eyes turned red. His shoulders jutted out like armor, and a horn sprouted from his back. His arms morphed into blade-like protrusions, and his power surged further. The fourth form is hideous. Chumo appraised Gula's new form. Such formidable energy. He has likely surpassed me. Trunks observed Gula, quickly reaching a conclusion. Unfortunately, this individual does not heed my commands, and it seems we must join forces. With this thought, Trunks turned his gaze toward Chumo. A battle power of 400 million. Indeed, you are the strongest of the frozen demon clan. This could be quite entertaining. Come on, Chumo beckoned Gula with a gesture. Damn it, I will kill you, Gula roared in fury. Instantly left alone with the dude, he charged toward Chumo, poised for battle. However, the next scene was amusing. Gula suddenly soared into the sky above Earth. He's fleeing for his life. What the hell? He actually ran away. Not only was Chumo dumbfounded, but Trunks was also taken aback by this ridiculous maneuver. Die. Chumo smirked, his right hand flipping upward as a massive black energy ball condensed instantaneously. The death energy ball, stop! As Chumo's command echoed, Gula, on the verge of escaping into space, abruptly halted. This is telekinesis. How is this possible? This is Frieza's superpower. How can you? Gula panicked. What is happening? He was rendered completely immobile. Please do not kill me. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. Gula's face was filled with terror. Enough with the excessive talk. It is unnecessary. Chumo sneered, then with a flick of his wrist. A colossal death energy ball, measuring several meters in size, hurtled toward Gula. Chapter 7. The Challenge of Son Goku. Boom. It was as if a massive firework exploded in the sky above Earth. Gula was instantly reduced to nothingness. From a distance, Krillin and the others watched in astonishment as Frieza and his companions were effortlessly dispatched by Chumo. Their jaws agape. It was far too easy. Not merely easy. He is extraordinarily powerful, Piccolo remarked coldly before departing to continue his training. I will surpass him eventually, Vegeta also said coldly, flying toward Bulma's home to utilize the gravity training room there. Rude individuals. At least go and greet her, Krillin pondered, finding both of them to be quite prideful. Who are you? Trunks turned to Chumo, feeling a significant pressure from him. Chumo, a Saiyan, like you from the future. However, in your future, you are dead. Chumo replied directly. Nanny, I am dead? What is going on? Trunks looked utterly bewildered. He was clearly from the future. Just follow your own inclinations. Our timelines are separate, and we do not interfere with one another. Chumo explained, regardless of whether Trunks could comprehend it. Hello? May I ask who you are? Tin and the others approached, curious about Chumo and Trunks. Not an enemy, Chumo simply stated, then glanced at Trunks. Trunks was unsure how to explain the situation to Tien and the others, ultimately saying he was waiting for Son Goku's return. What? Goku is coming back. Wonderful. Krillin, true to being Goku's close friend, cheered immediately. Dad is finally coming back. Son Gohan's face lit up with excitement. Yes, Mr. Son Goku is returning, but Trunks expressed respect for Son Gohan, who had taught him everything in the future, just as Chumo intended to head to the Heavenly Temple. He suddenly heard a notification from the system. Ding, a new sign-in task has been issued. Sign in at Son Goku's location to receive the corresponding sign-in gift. Another sign-in task. Chumo decided to stay and wait. After more than an hour, Chumo suddenly looked up at the sky, sensing a powerful aura approaching from beyond Earth. This aura felt tranquil. It seemed that Son Goku had returned. What is it? Why is he looking toward the sky? Krillin and the others, seeing Chumo gazing upward, were filled with curiosity. Son Goku can conceal his energy. Tien and the others could not perceive it from such a distance. As they all looked up for a moment, a sound of a spaceship echoed from above. It's here. It's here. This must be Goku's ship. It's Dad. I can sense Dad's energy. Krillin and Son Gohan shouted excitedly, relieved that Goku was back. In their hearts, Son Goku was the strongest. No matter the enemy, he would surely defeat them. He is coming. I truly look forward to it. The main character of Dragon Ball. Chumo squinted his eyes, watching the descending spacecraft, not bothering to conceal his own aura. If sensing Chumo's formidable gaze, Son Goku, inside the ship, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety, as though a terrifying powerhouse was locking onto him. This sensation was 100 times more terrifying than when he faced Frieza. Another enemy is approaching. What a fearsome aura. Who could it be? Son Goku grew serious, though excitement coursed through him at the prospect of facing a powerful opponent. The spaceship finally landed, and Son Goku immediately flew out. Gazing at Chumo, he could distinctly feel the terrifying energy emanating from the man before him. Trunks, initially filled with delight at seeing Son Goku, quickly sensed the overwhelming aura radiating from Chumo, leaving him breathless. So strong. What does he intend to do with such an immense power? Surely even the androids would not stand a chance against him. Trunks realized that Chumo's energy had increased several fold since their initial encounter. "Who are you?" Son Goku inquired, gazing intently at Chumo. Chumo remained silent. It was evident that Son Goku had made little progress, and it seemed he needed to take action. "Chumo, you will never win against me." After a moment of eye contact, Chumo finally spoke. "Then let us stop the idle chatter. We will know the outcome through battle." Son Goku exclaimed excitedly. "Hey, wait a moment, I still have." Trunks attempted to intervene and prevent the impending battle between Chumo and Son Goku, deeming it crucial. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was thrust into the fray. In that moment, Trunks finally experienced the same sensation he felt when facing Frieza. "Damn it, I just wanted to discuss matters. Why are you attacking me?" Before he could finish his thoughts, Trunks collided with a small mountain, instantly reducing it to countless fragments. "Mind your own business. When I am engaged in my work, you should stand aside. You'll have your turn soon." Chumo shot a glance at Trunks. Chumo, Son Wukong silently repeated the name, committing it to memory. "Your strength is formidable. At this moment, I am not your match." Upon hearing Wukong's words, Krillin and the others were taken aback. "What? Even Wukong isn't a match for him? How terrifying! Nonetheless, I still wish to test my skills against you. The blood within me is boiling with anticipation." Chumo merely smiled faintly at Wukong's declaration. He was not surprised at all. This fellow was a Saiyan, inherently combative, driven by the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins to constantly seek battles with the strong. "Come on, Son Wukong, let me witness your prowess." Chumo beckoned Wukong to take the initiative. "All right, here I come." Son Wukong assumed a fighting stance and swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Boom! A golden aura erupted skyward, shaking the ground beneath them. Incredible. Mr. Son Wukong can indeed transform into a Super Saiyan at will. However, that guy is even stronger. Sensing Wukong's energy, Trunks initially felt a surge of excitement, but soon his concerns set in. Though he felt brave enough to face Wukong, he lacked the courage to confront Chumo. Fully aware that he would not withstand even a single blow, "It seems you are quite serious. You transformed into a Super Saiyan right away." Chumo remarked nonchalantly. "It's because you're too powerful. Without this transformation, I wouldn't even have the courage to fight." Son Wukong stated earnestly, highlighting the distinction between himself and Trunks. Despite knowing he could not win, he would still rise to the challenge. Chapter 8. Tenfold Kaioshin. "Come on." Chumo did not transform into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, Son Wukong was not yet worthy of that. As the words fell, both Chumo and Wukong sprang into action simultaneously. They both planted their feet on the ground, their bodies soaring forth in an instant. Bang! 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 The sky erupted with sonic shockwaves, yet their figures remained unseen. The surrounding mountains crumbled under their energy, and the ground fractured beneath them. However, both Chumo and Wukong managed to control most of their energy. Otherwise, the earth would not have withstood such force. Chumo reveled in the battle while Wukong, with his vast experience, seized the opportunity to learn from Wukong's techniques and expertise. Bang, bang, bang. The two relentlessly exchanged blows, their silhouettes darting across the skies, leaving Krillin and the others unable to keep up. Even Tien, who had activated his third eye, could not catch sight of them and could only follow the ripples of the sonic booms. Their speed and power are so overwhelming that we can hardly see anything. Indeed, this individual is extraordinarily powerful. No, Mr. Sun Wukong can still hold his ground for now, but Chumo has yet to unleash his full strength. Trunks observed seriously, managing to keep pace with their speed. Yet he knew he had no right to join in. Even Wukong's combat prowess surpassed his own by a significant margin. Goodness, are you learning my combat techniques? Sun Wukong, a prodigy in battle, quickly discerned Chumo's intent after just a few minutes. Chumo absorbed knowledge swiftly, and before long, he had mastered a significant portion of Wukong's combat skills. Bang! Another fierce collision sent Wukong hurtling backward for hundreds of meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. After a final kick that shattered a small mountain behind him, he finally came to a stop. What immense power! My hands are numb. Your strength is truly overwhelming. After being knocked back by Chumo's punch, Wukong appeared even more exhilarated. Aside from his earlier battle with Frieza, he hadn't experienced such a thrilling fight in quite some time. It seems I have no choice but to resort to the Kaioshin. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, using Kaioshin will strain my body, but without it, I am no match for you. With a mighty roar, Wukong unleashed the Kaioshin. His golden hair stood upright, enveloped in a layer of red energy. Kaioshin times 2, Kaioshin times 4, Kaioshin times 10. This is my limit. In this state, I can only maintain it for a few minutes. What I just did was merely warm up, but now the real contest begins. Kaioshin, you say? It seems I must also exert some strength. Chumo smiled as he observed Wukong. In the anime, Wukong had never utilized Kaioshin while in his Super Saiyan form until Dragon Ball Super. When he first employed it during a battle against Hit from Universe 6, however, the strain on the body is immense. Wukong's use of it now indicated the considerable pressure Chumo exerted upon him. The next few minutes will be my limit. I hope I won't disappoint you, Wukong declared with a subtle smile. Very well, the true battle commences now, a serious expression mirrored on Chumo's face. With the combination of Super Saiyan and Kaioshin, Wukong's power was undoubtedly far beyond that of Frieza. Prepare to accept my might for the next minute. Wukong roared, then vanished in an instant, his speed astonishingly swift. Appearing right before Chumo, he launched a punch at Chumo. Come on. Chumo had no intention of evading. He aimed to confront Wukong head-on and gauge his current strength. He met Wukong's punch with one of his own. Bang! The moment their fists collided, Chumo felt an overwhelming force surge through him, causing his body to be propelled backward. Zizi! Chumo's feet dug into the ground, carving out 2 deep trails dozens of meters long. His last kick shattered a small mountain behind him, finally bringing him to a halt. Such tremendous power. The Kaioshin truly is extraordinary. Chumo shook his arm, excitement evident on his face. This is perfect. It won't make the gap seem too vast. Chumo let out a roar, a towering aura erupting around him, his black pupils instantaneously shifting to green. The ground beneath him cracked like a spider web, fracturing in all directions. Super Saiyan. This power feels marvelous. With a combat power of 1 billion, Chumo was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of strength. What is happening? Are you also a Saiyan? Wukong exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Chumo, but didn't Vegeta mention that only a few Saiyans remain in the entire universe? Indeed, I am also a Saiyan at that moment. Chumo's aura radiated like the vast cosmos, making it impossible to perceive its limits. Standing before him left others hesitant to strike. Super Saiyan, Gohan, Krillin, and the others looked at Chumo, bewildered. Such an overwhelming presence caused Yamcha and Chaozu, whose wills were somewhat weaker, to collapse to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Even the turtle hermit, basking in the sun on Turtle Island thousands of miles away, felt a shiver run down his spine. Whose terrifying aura is this? The turtle hermit murmured. Glancing toward Chumo's direction, though sensing no malevolence, he assumed he was not an evil person and resumed sunbathing. Meanwhile, Piccolo in the Heavenly Temple and Vegeta at Bulma's home wore grim expressions. The terrifying aura compelled them to intensify their training. Sun Wukong strode toward Chumo, a smile on his face. Regardless of who you are, come forth in battle. Looking at Chumo, Wukong declared with palpable excitement. Thank you for your combat techniques. I will give it my all. Chumo smiled back at Wukong. Observing Chumo's confident demeanor, Wukong sprang into action, his toes barely touching the ground before it cracked under his weight. And he vanished from sight. Chumo smiled faintly. No matter how fast Wukong was, it meant little in his eyes. Is he truly this formidable? Sun Wukong was utterly astonished. His full-force punch had been unexpectedly thwarted by the aura surrounding Chumo. Am I unable to even breach his defenses? Bang! 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 Sun Wukong's figure moved with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible, unleashing a torrent of powerful punches that shattered the nearby rocks into dust. Yet, Chumo remained unyieldingly stationary. In Chapter 9, Sun Wukong found himself severely battered. Then, he felt an abrupt surge of power that propelled him into the air. Such formidable strength. Subsequently, Sun Wukong perceived himself as a mere punching bag, as countless blows rained down upon him, so swift, so powerful, so painful. He could hardly discern Chumo's movements. His face, chest, and abdomen bore the marks of relentless strikes. Tio Sun Gohan and the others. The spectacle was bewildering. It appeared as though Sun Wukong was under the influence of an invisible force, slowly retreating in midair. Meanwhile, Chumo advanced step by step, maintaining a constant distance from Sun Wukong, yet the latter's body seemed to be continuously assaulted by some unseen force. A flurry of red and purple welts appeared, evidence of his injuries. What is happening? Why isn't Wukong fighting back? Krillin was filled with frustration, feeling as if Wukong were under someone else's control. Hold on, it's not that Wukong is being controlled. Rather, Chumo's speed is astonishingly fast, beyond our sight. Tien Shinhan intervened, preventing Krillin from rushing in to assist. Their fighting prowess would be utterly insignificant. And at present, Sun Wukong was not in any mortal danger. He was merely being beaten. Should they intervene and provoke this enigmatic Chumo, the consequences could be dire. Trunks was also drenched in sweat, having exerted himself to observe, yet he could still perceive none of Chumo's movements. Were it not for Sun Wukong's body being relentlessly pounded and the surrounding rocks being pulverized by the force of the blows, he would have suspected that Chumo had not moved at all. Just a minute had passed. All right, it's over. As those words fell, Sun Wukong's body seemed to lose all control and crash to the ground. Cough, cough, you scoundrel. You could have easily defeated me with a single punch. Sun Wukong was so thoroughly beaten that he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form, feeling as though every bone in his body had been shattered, devoid of any strength. This is my way of expressing gratitude for your combat techniques. Although you are gravely injured now, I know you won't perish, Chumo stated nonchalantly. Every time a Saiyan nears death, their fighting power increases significantly. This will benefit you, inflicting such severe injuries upon you, yet still prompting your gratitude. That is simply how Chumo operates. Let us begin the sign-in. Standing beside Sun Wukong, Chumo initiated the sign-in process. Ding! Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have received the sign-in gift pack. Would you like to open it immediately? Open. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the sign-in gift pack and received the skill Instant Transmission. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Kaioshin. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill Spirit Bomb. Son Gohan, you must have some sins of beans, right? Please give one to your father. All his bones have been broken by me. Chumo's tone was casual, yet his words sent chills down Krillin and the other spines. Good grief, to break someone's bones during a fight. This guy is truly ruthless. Yes, we brought several, Son Gohan quickly replied, then flew over. After consuming a senzu bean, Sun Wukong swiftly recovered. Even the aftereffects of forcibly using Kaioshin vanished, and his strength surged immensely, yet he refrained from challenging Chumo again. You will be staying on Earth, correct? Sun Wukong suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Chumo turned to look at him and smiled. What's this? Do you wish to continue your challenge? Truly a battle fanatic. Even when outmatched, he yearns for combat. It is only with such a disposition that he achieved in decades what others spent millennia to attain. Perhaps, though I cannot say for certain where I will go. However, I do wish to train at the sacred world of the Kais for a time. You are welcome to challenge me at any moment. After 3 sign-ins, the system had yet to issue new tasks. Thus, Chumo resolved to temporarily head to the sacred world of the Kais. Although he currently possessed immense combat power, the extent to which he could truly harness it remained uncertain. Much like Vegeta, whose battle power reached astonishing heights, yet after training on Yarrat, although his power level did not elevate significantly, the effectiveness of his techniques multiplied several times over, astonishing even himself. Therefore, Chumo fully understood the principle that a towering edifice must be built upon solid ground. A practical foundation is the true path to mastery. The sacred world of the Kais was his optimal choice, a place of mystery where he could receive guidance to better harness his own strength. Moreover, the sacred world offered sustenance, refreshment, and even a room of spirit and time for training. An exquisite destination indeed. The sacred world? That place is indeed suitable for you. Splendid. I shall make a point to visit you frequently. Sun Wukong appeared quite exhilarated. With a rival like Chumo, he could fully unleash his potential. However, before that, Sun Wukong resolved to train even harder. In the next battle, he could not afford to be so utterly defenseless. All right, I shall take my leave for now. That young man over there seems to have something to say to you. Chumo gestured toward Trunks, uninterested in Cell, knowing that with Sun Wukong present, there was no need for him to intervene. Hey Trunks, be cautious of the androids. Aside from those two, there are others as well. Don't let yourself get ambushed and killed. And don't try to persuade me. The matter of the androids is something you must handle yourself. One must rely on oneself. Seeing that Trunks seemed eager to speak, Chumo directly interrupted him. Then, pressing his index and middle fingers together on his forehead, he began to sense Piccolo's energy. Fortunately, he had previously noted their signatures. Piccolo was primarily training in the sacred world, saving him the time of flying there. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Chumo vanished from Trunks and the other's sight. Trunks found himself at a loss for words. He hadn't even spoken yet before being dismissed. Nanny, he can also use instant transmission. I thought I was the only one capable of that. I learned it from the Yardratians. Sun Wukong was well acquainted with instant transmission and held even greater admiration for Chumo. What a talent! Such a formidable individual. I hope he does not become our enemy. Yes, they watched the spot where Chumo had vanished. Tien Shinhan wore a look of concern. Rest assured, Tien Shinhan. Although Chumo is quite mysterious, his energy exudes no trace of malevolence that I trust he will not pose a threat to Earth. Sun Wukong wore a confident smile. Yet after a moment, he added, of course, this is under the condition that we do not provoke him. Seemingly recalling the agony of having his bones broken by Chumo, Sun Wukong adjusted his tone. Chapter 10. Piccolo's bewilderment. Next came Trunks' turn. He privately informed Sun Wukong of the situation in the future, urging him to remain vigilant against the androids that would appear in 3 years, as well as the viral heart disease. After handing Sun Wukong the miraculous medicine to treat the viral heart condition, Trunks boarded the time machine and returned. From here on, history was bound to change at the sacred world. Whoosh! Chumo's sudden appearance startled both Piccolo and the Supreme Kai. You, what brings you here? Piccolo exclaimed, his expression tense, fully aware of Chumo's terrifying power. Relax. I am merely here for training, not to engage you. You are not yet worthy of my ire. Chumo replied coldly. At this moment, Piccolo had not yet fully transformed. His primary ambition remained the domination of Earth. Thus, Chumo saw no need to be courteous. You fiend! One day, I shall challenge you. Piccolo seethed, though he restrained his anger, knowing that a single energy blast from Chumo could obliterate him. Mr. Chumo, may I inquire what business you have here? Events unfolding on Earth are clearly observed by the celestial deities. Thus, he holds a profound respect for Chumo, recognizing him as a formidable individual who can effortlessly take lives. Having even shattered Sun Wukong's bones, a being of such caliber can obliterate the Earth in an instant. Warranting utmost deference, divine being, there is no need for such trepidation. I merely seek to reside in this celestial temple for a time, while simultaneously honing my skills, Chumo reassured, striving to maintain a composed demeanor in the face of the deity's evident fear. He is not a ravenous beast, and does not wish to transform into such a being simply because he possesses strength If you provide me with convenience, I shall reciprocate in kind. Chumo continued, framing the interaction as a mutual exchange, the celestial temple aiding in his cultivation while he ensures the sanctuary and Earth's safety. Very well, this is indeed a more comprehensible arrangement. The deity acknowledged, seasoned as he is by experience, finding satisfaction in such mutually beneficial terms. Beside them, Piccolo remained bewildered. Why? If Chumo is already so powerful, would he still choose to train in the celestial temple? Although he professed disinterest, his body betrayed him, as he occasionally observed Chumo's training, hoping to glean rapid enhancements for his own combat prowess. Yet, disappointment soon followed, as he questioned whether Chumo was merely feigning simplicity by starting from such rudimentary fundamentals. This is unnecessary. All these movements are superfluous. Mr. Chumo, your strikes lack decisiveness. One must harness energy with a tranquil mind, remain grounded in body, and allow the flow of energy to be unimpeded. Observing Chumo's actions, he offered intermittent guidance. In response, Chumo grasped the essence of the advice, continuously refining his movements in pursuit of a state where he could lift burdens with ease while maintaining a placid heart. This perplexing scenario left Piccolo utterly confused. Could it be that this extraordinary individual truly lacked even the basics? How could such a formidable warrior possibly be devoid of foundational skills? His combat techniques were undeniably impressive, rivaling those of Sun Wukong. This left Piccolo in a state of exasperation, feeling like a fool in comparison, unable to comprehend the situation. As time passed swiftly, each day saw Chumo's rapid growth. And soon a year had elapsed. Donning his vibrant orange-red weighted attire, he sat cross-legged, levitating in the air, emanating concentric circles of transparent energy. Like a mirage, the atmosphere around him began to exhibit subtle distortions. Suddenly, a powerful surge of white energy erupted, a chilling wind sweeping up the surrounding dust and spiraling into a tempestuous whirlwind. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, and even though Chumo consciously reined in his energy, a noticeable amount still escaped. Not far off, the celestial deity and Piccolo stood, their expressions indicating a mix of astonishment and acceptance of Chumo's extraordinary prowess. After a prolonged moment, Chumo exhaled, embracing his newfound strength with satisfaction before retracting his aura. Yes, he did. The pervasive energy that filled the celestial temple began to dissipate. Chumo then accessed his attribute interface. Chumo, male age, years combat power, billion base combat power, billion Super Saiyan bloodline, Super Saiyan abilities, telekinesis skills, energy sensitivity, flight technique, afterimage fist, Kamehameha wave, magic flash, instant transmission, death ray, death energy bomb, King Kai fist, spirit bomb. Though I have yet to transcend into a Super Saiyan, I can finally harness its power. This is indeed a positive development. Chumo mused inwardly. At last, we've been spared. That individual nearly obliterated the celestial temple. The deity wiped the cold sweat from his brow, fearfully relieved. Thank goodness you managed to rein it in. Otherwise, this sanctuary would have been lost. The celestial being remarked half-jokingly, I shall be more cautious in the future, Chumo replied, feeling embarrassed for having momentarily lost control, almost forgetting that he was not in the hyperbolic time chamber. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly to contain most of his power. Piccolo, still shaken, turned pale. The potential for devastation was too great. The deity continued to wipe his brow, praying that such tumultuous events would not recur, as he wished to live for many more years. Following the rigorous training under the system, Chumo felt his combat power, while not drastically increased, had effectively multiplied by 2 or 3 times. Has Sun Wukong emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber? Chumo inquired. Since being soundly defeated by Chumo, Sun Wukong had become far more diligent in his training, yet still felt it insufficient. Thus, he had opted to train within the celestial temple, even agreeing to challenge Chumo upon his emergence. Considering the time, it should be close, the deity remarked, confident in Sun Wukong's potential to prevail against Chumo. Reflecting on this, Chumo said, I shall retrieve some senza beans, and he soared toward the temple's apex. Senza beans, revered for their healing properties, could restore even the depleted strength of Sun Wukong and Vegeta in their later stages. This demonstrated their formidable efficacy. Previously preoccupied with training, Chumo had not sought out the cat sage for senzu beans, yet they had become an essential goal for his current endeavor. Chapter 11. A quest for senzu beans, the bloodline of a Super Saiyan. Combined with the restorative effects of senzu beans, created an unparalleled synergy at this moment. The cat sage lounged leisurely on a bench, enjoying a respite when it sensed a powerful aura approaching. Opening its eyes, it was startled to find Chumo standing before it. Why you are Chumo? What brings you here instead of training above? The cat sage stammered, having never interacted with a formidable being and harboring a natural fear of such overwhelming strength. Chumo wasted no time and directly inquired, Cat sage, how many senzu beans do you have left? Senzu beans. The cat sage squinted, its eyes widening slightly. Over the years, the beans had been largely consumed by Yachirobe, leaving only one remaining. It gestured toward Yachirobe, who was dozing nearby. Yes, nearly forgot about that. That cursed Yachirobe. Chumo's gaze shifted toward him, causing Yachirobe to startle awake. In his slumber, he sensed an ominous presence, prompting him to awaken with alarm. Who are you? Upon meeting Chumo's fearsome gaze, Yachirobe's instinctive response was to flee. Hold on, Yachirobe. This is Mr. Chumo. The cat sage intervened, fearing Yachirobe's reaction might provoke Chumo's ire. Having spent considerable time with the cat sage, Yachirobe was aware of the stories surrounding the mysterious powerhouse training in the Celestial Temple. However, he never anticipated that this harbinger of doom would grace the area. And by the looks of it, his demeanor seemed far from pleasant. Mr. Chumo, what brings you down here today? Yachirobe asked cautiously, attempting to muster courage. Chumo regarded Yachirobe with a piercing gaze, feeling an overwhelming urge to eliminate him. Yet, out of respect for Sun Wukong and the cat sage, he deemed it unnecessary to engage with this lazy individual. From this day forth, should you fail to adhere to these 3 conditions, I shall annihilate you on the spot. Chumo's gaze sent shivers down Yachirobe's spine. Upon hearing this, Yachirobe hastily declared, Mr. Chumo, please state your conditions. I shall fulfill them. Desperate to preserve his life, he was willing to agree to any terms. First, if I catch you consuming senzu beans, I will obliterate you. Second, you must supply the Celestial Temple with no less than 10,000 pounds of food each month, 1 pound short, and your life is forfeit. Third, you are to assist the cat sage in cultivating senzu beans. The expectation is no less than 100 beans annually. You understand? Chumo felt compelled to assign this slothful individual some responsibilities. Otherwise, he feared he might succumb to the temptation of ending Yachirobe's life. No problem. I will surely comply. Yachirobe responded, desperate to appease. Yachirobe, please respond promptly. Here is something for you. Cat sage quickly tossed the remaining magic beans to Chumo. Chumo joyfully accepted them and remarked, I shall not be remiss in my duties. This capsule contains 10 tons of various fish, marking our transaction. Very well, very well. No objections. I look forward to a pleasant exchange. He added up, by the way, I wonder about the yield of these magic beans. After receiving the beans, Chumo suddenly inquired. The cat sage shook his head and replied, the cultivation of magic beans requires divine water for irrigation. In Corinta, my yield is merely around 100 beans a year, and it has been declining in recent years. I see. Chumo nodded with some regret. After a moment's thought, he kindly advised, cat sage, these magic beans are indeed remarkable. Their benefits extend beyond merely alleviating hunger and restoring energy, that I believe their medicinal properties are of utmost significance, that I suggest you consider expanding your cultivation. It may prove invaluable in the future. One must understand that there will undoubtedly be many powerful beings like myself in times to come. The universe is vast, and by cultivating these, you are preparing for the logistical needs of figures like Sun Wukong. The cat sage stroked his beard and nodded. Chumo's words had certainly awakened him. Previously on Earth, there were no formidable foes, thus the importance of magic beans had not been underscored. However, just because they were unnecessary in the past does not imply they will remain so in the future. especially with the existence of the Dragon Balls, which could attract the attention of other powerful beings at any moment. That, as a sacred remedy for healing, magic beans are undoubtedly essential. I understand that I shall attempt to expand the cultivation of magic beans. However, divine water is required for their growth, and, unfortunately, is not easily condensed, so the extent to which the yield can be increased remains uncertain. Why not try planting some? As long as you have magic beans, I will procure even more fish for you. Chumo beamed with a radiant smile, enticingly saying, "Out a request for some flowers and tickets. Dear patrons, please show your kindness." Chapter 12. Seeking Broly for check-in. Wow. So many fish. I love it. Upon hearing that there would be more fish, the cat sage's eyes sparkled with excitement. As long as the cat sage was willing to expand the area for cultivating magic beans, the yield would surely see some increase. Moreover, Chumo had already intimidated Yakalob, ensuring he would not dare to consume them again. After bidding farewell to the cat sage, Chumo promptly returned to the Divine Temple. Upon his return, he suddenly recalled an important matter. He had forgotten to inquire about the super divine water from the cat sage. That was something capable of unlocking potential. How regrettable it would be to miss out. However, he quickly shook his head. Forget it. The super divine water does not seem to be a safe substance. For ordinary individuals, super divine water is akin to poison. Its capacity to unleash potential is exceedingly domineering. In the anime, Sun Wukong faced near-death experiences, only managing to endure due to his Saiyan bloodline. Chumo even suspected that it was precisely because Sun Wukong had consumed super divine water, coupled with the repeated strain from using the Kaioshin technique, that led to his heart's premature deterioration, ultimately resulting in viral heart disease. Honestly, how could Saiyan, as a warrior race, face issues with their heart, the core of their bodily power, for individuals with exceptionally high combat prowess? Ordinary pathogens cannot inflict significant harm. Their immune systems are extraordinarily robust. As soon as pathogens enter, they are swiftly devoured by the immune cells and bodily fluids. Yet, Sun Wukong developed viral heart disease, likely due to certain factors that created vulnerabilities within his physiology. Although this is merely conjecture, Chumo felt it prudent to exercise caution. Not long after returning to the Divine Temple, Chumo received a sign-in task issued by the system. Previously, the system mentioned an upgrade. Little did he expect this upgrade would take an entire year, and Chumo was growing impatient. Ding! Upgrade complete. A new sign-in task is now available. Find Broly and hold him down for 1 minute to complete the sign-in task. Deadline, 10 days. If overdue, this system will cease to operate for 10 years. This upgrade feels rather unreliable, Chumo remarked, a bit speechless. Holding him down to complete the sign-in. This is a bit bizarre. To find Broly. He could only wait at Vegeta's place. Otherwise, he would have to seek the help of the dragon. Who knows where the new Vegeta planet is? Chumo decided to prepare for both scenarios. He would go to Bulma's house to keep an eye on Vegeta while waiting for Paragus, and at the same time, borrow the dragon radar to summon the Earth Dragon to locate Broly. Utilizing instant transmission, Chumo arrived directly at Bulma's residence. "Chumo, what brings you here?" Vegeta exclaimed in surprise upon noticing a figure beside him. When he recognized Chumo, who had eliminated Frieza and his companions a year ago, he was immediately filled with excitement. "Haha, I have already surpassed Super Saiyan. I want to challenge you. I must prove that I am the strongest," Vegeta declared proudly, brimming with confidence after breaking through to Super Saiyan. "But I did not come to seek you out. I have no interest in your level of strength," Chumo retorted dismissively. "You merely transformed into a Super Saiyan. How dare you challenge me? You must be tired of living." It appeared that the Saiyan Prince had begun to show off again. However, as was customary, once one began to boast, the value of the Super Saiyan transformation would diminish. "How dare you look down upon me? How infuriating!" Vegeta exclaimed. "You must possess the capability to earn my respect. You're merely a recent Super Saiyan. What right do you have to boast?" Chumo scoffed, unimpressed. If even Sun Wukong was no match for him with a single strike, how could this newly transformed Vegeta pose any threat? "Then let us fight. I will teach you a lesson, so you understand I am the genius of the Saiyans." Vegeta's anger turned to laughter. "Is that so? It seems Sun Wukong has long surpassed Super Saiyan, and you have just recently transformed. What qualifications do you have to call yourself a genius of the Saiyans? Chumo remained utterly composed, not placing Vegeta in high regard. You despicable scoundrel. You are even more irritating than that cockroach. Vegeta's facial muscles twitched, clearly enraged. Vegeta, do not fight. Bulma emerged from the house, attempting to intervene. However, Vegeta had already leaped, appearing before Chumo in an instant, throwing a powerful punch. Nevertheless, after spending 2 years on Earth, Vegeta had indeed changed significantly. This time he did not strike with lethal intent. It seemed that he had begun to alter his ways and would no longer resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Observing Bulma, just emerging and then glancing at Vegeta, Chumo couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Focus, you fool. Seeing Chumo, so nonchalant, Vegeta was infuriated as to fellow comrades. Do you think one should drink the super divine water? Could it be that Sun Wukong was poisoned by it? A wave of flowers, please. Chapter 13. Vegeta's challenge, you are far too slow. Just as Vegeta was about to land a punch, Chumo swiftly moved. Retreating a step, Vegeta's fist struck nothing but air. Curse it! Vegeta paused, pivoted, and threw another punch. Watching Vegeta's fist swiftly approaching, Chumo responded with a punch of his own. Bang! In the next moment, their fists collided heavily. Almost instantaneously upon contact, they separated again. Thud, thud, thud. Vegeta was sent staggering back a dozen meters before regaining his footing, while Chumo appeared utterly relaxed, as though the previous exchange had required little effort. Impressive. This guy's incredibly strong, even with a sudden strike. Vegeta's face displayed astonishment. His punch, though exploratory, was certainly not weak. He had not anticipated that Chumo would not only receive it, but also send him reeling back. How formidable. He was able to push Vegeta back. Who is this guy? Quite handsome, too. Bulma was similarly taken aback. Having lived with Vegeta for 2 years, she knew of his strength. Yamcha couldn't even withstand a punch from Vegeta. Yet this young man, who appeared from nowhere, was astonishingly powerful. Vegeta, since you have surpassed Super Saiyan, allow me to witness the true might of your Super Saiyan transformation. With your current abilities, you stand no chance against me. Chumo spread his hands, smiling as he spoke. The strength of this Bidian is indeed commendable, having trained under 4 times the gravity for years, surpassing Son Goku in several aspects. If that is the case, allow me to show you what true power looks like. Vegeta glared at Chumo, declaring that a Super Saiyan is the mightiest warrior in the universe. Chumo replied nonchalantly. Indeed, a Super Saiyan is the strongest warrior, but not this particular Super Saiyan. Do not naively believe that transforming into a Super Saiyan grants you the ability to defeat me. Arrogant fool. Today I, Vegeta, shall make you aware of the true strength of a Super Saiyan. However, this place is unsuitable for battle. Follow me. Having resided here for 2 years, Vegeta felt a twinge of unease upon seeing Bulma emerge. It is said that one should not bite the hand that feeds, and Vegeta was no exception. It seems I must teach you a lesson. Alas, I truly did not come here to fight. This is quite troublesome. Miss Bulma, after our bout, I have matters to discuss with you. With that, he followed Vegeta out of West City. Oh, you have matters to discuss with me. This handsome fellow is rather courteous. Bulma mused, slightly starstruck. Whoosh, the two arrived at a desolate area, followed by Yamcha, Krillin, and others. They too resided at Bulma's home and would not miss the opportunity to witness Vegeta's challenge to Chumo. This place is sufficiently spacious. Vegeta turned, a cold smile adorning his face as he addressed Chumo. What is so impressive about being a Super Saiyan? Is that so? I hope you will still be so arrogant after our encounter. Vegeta clenched his teeth. Ever since he had transcended to Super Saiyan, he believed he had surpassed Son Goku. Thus, before challenging Goku, he would first take on this enigmatic Chumo Krillin. Do you think Vegeta stands a chance? Yamcha looked at the two, somewhat speechless. Vegeta certainly does not stand a chance. After all, Goku was nearly defeated by Chumo last year, and Vegeta is far below that level, Krillin being Goku's closest friend. Firmly believed that Vegeta could not possibly be a match for Goku, let alone for Chumo. How infuriating. They dare not believe in me. Vegeta overheard Yamcha and Krillin's conversation, his anger escalating, but he felt belittled. Clenching his fists tightly, a terrifying golden aura erupted from his body. Accompanied by a deep roar, Vegeta's hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, and a whirlwind emanated from him, sweeping in all directions. The ground beneath him cracked, and debris floated in the air. Indeed impressive. Your Super Saiyan combat power surpasses that of Goku from last year, who did not utilize the Kaioshin, sensing the overwhelming aura. Chumo remarked nonchalantly. How does it feel to be intimidated by my power? Ha. Vegeta reveled in his pride, confident that he could easily annihilate Frieza. You are overly presumptuous, Vegeta. One punch, and you will crumble. Chumo replied calmly, beckoning Vegeta with a flick of his fingers. How dare you seek your demise? The moment Vegeta's voice fell, he charged at Chumo so fast. Krillin and Yamcha were taken aback. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's speed and strength had indeed seen a tremendous enhancement, as he appeared before Chumo in an instant. Bang! Vegeta's fist struck heavily against Chumo's palm. However, Chumo remained unfazed, not even budging an inch. What? Vegeta was astounded. This is impossible. Alas, I anticipated this outcome. Krillin shrugged. They had witnessed a similar result with Goku last year. Krillin's demeanor only fueled Vegeta's fury, prompting him to attack with renewed ferocity. Bang! 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 In an instant, Vegeta reappeared before Chumo, his fists raining down like a tempest upon him. Boring. You need more practice. Chumo expressed his disdain, declaring the bout over. What? Vegeta was shocked. Before he could comprehend, he felt himself being launched into the air. Then, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Remarkable. He truly subdued Vegeta with a single punch. Though Yamcha had previously witnessed Goku's defeat at Chumo's hands, he was nonetheless astonished. He never imagined that Vegeta, too, would be unable to withstand even one blow from Chumo. Taken back. I shall take my leave now, Chumo said to Krillin and the others, then flew toward Bulma's residence. Where is Vegeta? Bulma inquired upon seeing Chumo return alone. Handsome, what is your name? Chumo simply replied, I am Chumo, a friend of Son Goku. I have knocked Vegeta unconscious. I never expected him to meet such a fate, always so arrogant. However, after being soundly defeated today, he will undoubtedly seek another challenge with you in the future. Bulma seemed unfazed, knowing that Chumo had not killed Vegeta. Let him be. I do not mind, by the way. May I borrow the Dragon Ball radar? I have matters to discuss with the Eternal Dragon. Since Paragus did not come looking for Vegeta, I shall seek him out myself. Waiting is not my style. You wish to summon the Eternal Dragon? Very well. I shall fetch it for you immediately. Bulma, no longer as obsessed with summoning the dragon as she once was, promptly handed the radar to Chumo. After acquiring the Dragon Ball radar, Chumo spent 2 hours locating all 7 Dragon Balls. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Chumo summoned the dragon at the sacred world of the Kai, with Son Goku standing beside him. Upon hearing that Chumo intended to visit an intriguing place, Goku immediately insisted on joining. Chumo believed that the fated adversaries, Goku and Broly, should meet, so he agreed to bring him along. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and thunder rumbled as a green dragon began to materialize amidst the shimmering golden light. The Kai looked at Chumo's figure, his gaze filled with mixed emotions. Speak your wish. Summoner, that I can grant any wish you desire. The Eternal Dragon addressed Chumo, Son Goku, and I wish to travel to the new Vegeta planet. Is that possible? Although Chumo knew the dragon was boasting, he did not mind, as transporting him to New Vegeta should not be a problem for the dragon. No problem. I shall take you to New Vegeta right now. The dragon's eyes emitted 2 beams of red light. Illuminating Chumo, he felt a blur pass before his eyes, and when he refocused, he realized he was no longer in the sacred world of the Kai on Earth. Indeed, this was much quicker than instant transmission, as it did not require sensing another's energy. Compared to instant transmission, Chumo found the dragon's abilities quite impressive. Wow, the gravity on this planet is akin to that of the hyperbolic time chamber. How fascinating! Son Goku transformed into a curious child, exploring every nook and cranny. The gravity on New Vegeta was 10 times that of Earth, but for Chumo, who had trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, It posed no challenge. After sensing the surroundings, Chumo quickly pinpointed the location of the planet's highest combat power. This energy was indeed formidable, far surpassing that of Son Goku and Vegeta. The legendary Super Saiyan was truly deserving of its title. However, as he sensed this overwhelming energy, Chumo detected a violent undertone within it. He understood that this was the reason Broly struggled to control his legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Let us proceed. Our target lies ahead. Chumo spoke in a calm tone on the new planet Vegeta. Paragus was contemplating how to persuade Prince Vegeta to join the endeavor of this new world. Just a few days prior, he had learned that 2 years ago, Frieza had been defeated by a Super Saiyan. Now, with the number of Saiyans dwindling across the universe, Paragus sought to gather them together and revitalize their race. However, his intentions were far from altruistic. He merely wished to ascend as the king of the Saiyans. Chapter 15. Son Goku versus Broly, particularly when Paragus discovered that Prince Vegeta was still alive. His eagerness to execute this plan intensified. He yearned for Prince Vegeta to acknowledge him as the new king of the Saiyans. Casting a glance at Broly beside him, Paragus felt a surge of pride. With such a powerful son at his side, it would not be long before the so-called Prince Vegeta would be beneath his heel. He would become the new sovereign of the Saiyans. Broly, towering at a height of nearly 2 meters, appeared sullen and expressionless, as if everything around him was of no concern. Suddenly, Broly lifted his gaze toward the sky, where 2 figures emerged. What's wrong? Broly, don't be anxious. I'm here. Following Broly's gaze, Paragus noticed 2 silhouettes appearing against the azure backdrop. Who are they? He wondered, a hint of panic creeping in. Yet upon seeing Broly, he regained his composure. My identity is of no importance to you. I'm not here to seek you out. Broly, let us engage in battle. Paragus, whose battle power barely reached 10,000, was met with indifference from Chumo. This man, if not for his control over Broly, would not provoke even the slightest ripple. Broly, eliminate them, Paragus commanded, his frustration boiling over at the audacity of the strangers. He raised his right hand, revealing a control device that glimmered with a faint green light. A primal roar erupted from Broly's throat. In an instant, his physique expanded dramatically, a grass-green aura erupting from his feet. Kakarot! Kakarot! Broly bellowed, fixated on Son Goku, his entire body trembling with rage. With each step he took toward Goku, the solid ground beneath him cracked, leaving clear footprints behind. This guy holds a grudge. He still remembers grievances from his infancy. Chumo observed coldly. A sudden wave of pity overcame him for Broly's plight. Chumo, is this the legendary Super Saiyan you spoke of before? Such a formidable aura, Son Goku remarked, having sensed the terrifying power emanating from Broly, which had escalated in an instant. This is exhilarating. I never anticipated encountering such a powerful adversary, Goku declared, glancing at Chumo. How about I face him first? Feel free. Chumo stepped back, relinquishing the right to engage. Broly, allow me to test my strength against you. Goku exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a powerful push from his right foot, he lunged toward Broly. Bang! Goku's fist collided heavily against Broly's chest, yet Broly remained unyielding, continuing his advance toward Goku without a hint of reaction. Kakarot! His voice echoed, the name resonating with deep-seated resentment. This was terrifying. Broly endured a powerful punch from Goku, who was now at full power as a Super Saiyan. Yet he showed no signs of injury. Chumo felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that Goku's strength had reached its peak, yet was still insufficient to faze Broly. Remarkable. Goku felt a surge of exhilaration, leaping high into the air before executing a sweeping kick aimed at Broly's neck. Bang! A dull thud resonated, but still, Broly remained unmoved, his gaze fixated on Goku. Kamehameha! Sensing imminent danger, Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave, striking Broly's chest with full force. Boom! The blast sent debris flying, the ground trembling violently and creating a massive crater. As the smoke cleared, Broly stood unharmed, not a single scratch on him. What? None of my attacks had any effect. Goku stared in disbelief at Broly, realizing his strikes had inflicted no damage. Yet he refused to concede easily and swiftly launched another powerful punch. Bang! Finally, Broly was sent flying, though it appeared his injuries were minimal. Chapter 16. The legendary Super Saiyan Kakarot. I will kill you! Broly clenched his fists, crimson veins appearing in his eyes. A thunderous roar echoed, and in that moment, Broly's power surged tremendously. The sky darkened, transforming from day to night. As countless bolts of blue lightning cascaded from above, the entire planet trembled as if heralding the arrival of a king. The roars continued, his power escalating uncontrollably. Stop, Broly! Don't transform, Paragus exclaimed in a panic. Fully aware of the consequences should Broly enter that state, that if he lost consciousness, he would become an unstoppable force of destruction, indiscriminately obliterating everything in his path, including his own father, the entire galaxy. Even the universe would be at risk of annihilation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Paragus quickly raised his right hand, the control device flashing with a wild green glow. Broly's golden circlet also emitted a radiant light. Under this influence, Broly's emotions began to stabilize momentarily. The legendary Super Saiyan is indeed formidable, Goku remarked, recognizing that Broly's power was beyond that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Now you see the true terror. If Broly loses control, he will become even more fearsome. Chumo added with a grin, anticipating the chaos that would ensue should Broly transform into a Super Saiyan. For a brief moment, Broly remained tranquil, allowing Paragus to exhale in relief. However, it was short-lived as the feral glint returned to Broly's eyes. Kakarot. With a furious roar, his power surged once more, an emerald aura radiating outward. In an instant, the sky transformed into a vibrant green. Crack! The golden circlet upon Broly's forehead shattered, while his muscles swelled dramatically. Over 2 meters tall, Broly now appeared to exceed 3 meters, an embodiment of raw power. The emerald aura swirled violently around him, his hair turning green, and his eyes devoid of pupils, replaced by an empty, pale hue. Kakarot, I will make you pay with your life. As he spoke, Broly launched himself at Goku with blinding speed, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Bang! Before Sun Wukong could react, he was struck by a powerful punch that sent him flying into the distance, crashing through several mountains. However, Broly had no intention of ending it there. He continued his assault with another punch. Chumo realized it was time for him to intervene. Surprisingly, even Super Saiyan Goku at full power was no match for this legendary Broly. This revelation took him completely off guard, witnessing Broly's formidable strength. Chumo wasted no time. He shook his arms and transformed into Super Saiyan at full power. He was eager to test just how terrifying Broly's strength truly was. With a resounding impact, the two fists met and instantly recoiled. Chumo's body was sent skimming across the ground, crashing heavily into a towering peak, which was instantly reduced to countless fragments. The sheer power was undeniable. He felt that his combat strength was at least in the hundreds of millions, yet he was still overpowered. That wasn't it said that Broly's power level was merely 400 million. Had he grown stronger after battling Goku? Chumo shook his right arm, gritted his teeth, and murmured. Yet simultaneously, the fervor of his fighting spirit ignited within him. Perhaps this Broly would prove to be the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered, and also the one to stir his blood with excitement. Determined, he thought, let me unleash my full power. Chumo's gaze sharpened. From the earlier clash, he had clearly sensed Broly's terrifying might, far exceeding the hundreds of millions. He recalled another Broly, one against whom Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta were no match, and who only grew stronger with each battle. Could this be the case? Regardless, if Super Saiyan wouldn't suffice, then he would transform into Super Saiyan 2. With a roar, Chumo unleashed a torrent of invisible energy waves that spiraled outward from his being. In an instant, blue lightning crackled around him, and his golden hair became even more vibrant. The golden aura surged skyward, transforming into a jet-like plume, while a tuft of bangs whimsically danced across his forehead. In that moment, Chumo's energy skyrocketed. The golden aura surrounding him began to boil over, swirling frantically. His immense combat power was unmistakable, causing the very planet to tremble. After sending Chumo reeling with a punch, Broly showed no hesitation. Charging at Goku once more, in his eyes, Goku was the primary target to be eliminated. With a clenched fist, he gathered a terrifying light green energy sphere at his chest. With a mighty roar, he hurled the energy sphere toward Goku. Chumo's gaze turned icy as he swiftly positioned himself in front of the energy sphere, charging directly at it and striking it with a single hand. Incredibly, that fearsome energy sphere was sent flying by Chumo's palm. The next moment, it crashed into the ground with a thunderous explosion, obliterating nearly a third of the ruins and creating an unfathomable crater. A massive mushroom cloud enveloped the entire planet. After deflecting the energy sphere, Chumo wasted no time, darting toward Broly with astonishing speed. Broly, equally impatient with Chumo, was frustrated by this persistent adversary disrupting his lethal techniques. With a relentless resolve, he rushed to meet Chumo. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in hundreds of exchanges. Each fierce clash left a trail of devastation across the planet. Watching their fierce battle, Goku finally stood up, though the blood staining his face indicated he had suffered significant injuries. Observing the chaotic fight between Chumo and Broly, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? The strength on display was astonishing. He had not anticipated such power. Moreover, Chumo was not to be underestimated, as he too exhibited remarkable strength. Goku felt his blood boiling. He yearned to join such a battle. Yet, he understood that he was not yet worthy of this confrontation. He still had much to learn. I must train harder. Just you wait, Chumo and Broly. I will not fall behind. Goku's warrior instincts were fully awakened. Kakarot, savor this taste of fear. Even in the depths of hell, one could not witness such an intense spectacle. Paragus had become somewhat frantic. He knew that he and his companions were destined to be annihilated by Broly, that I believe there will be many more battles like this in the future. Chumo will not be defeated. Goku was brimming with confidence. You are too naive. The legendary Super Saiyan is not so easily dealt with. Broly is broken free from my control. He will not cease until he has decimated the entire Vegeta planet, or even the universe, Paragus proclaimed with conviction. Kakarot, relish this terrifying spectacle from the depths of hell. Prepare to be slain by Broly. With that, a cold glint flickered in Paragus's eyes. Resentment, boundless resentment. The legendary Super Saiyan. Goku clenched his fists. Suddenly, Goku erupted into laughter, his mirth echoing through the skies. The legendary Super Saiyan? I will not be defeated. With eyes gleaming with determination, he declared, Aha! As thunderous roars reverberated, Goku unleashed a surge of golden energy that erupted from his body, causing his golden hair to stand tall once more. His aura swelling with power, he sent Paragus staggering back several hundred meters to know. It's impossible. Paragus stared at Goku in horror. How could this man remain unaffected by Broly's influence? Moreover, his power was even greater than before. Meanwhile, Broly unleashed hundreds of energy spheres that rained down like a torrential storm. In an instant, the area where Chumo stood was engulfed in a thick cloud of dust and debris. Ha ha ha! Observing the scene before him, Broly burst into maniacal laughter. This amusing. A faint voice emerged from the dense dust. Broly's laughter abruptly ceased, his face growing colder as the dust began to settle. Chumo's figure emerged, his golden aura swirling fiercely around him. Beneath his feet, a stone pillar stood tall, untouched by the catastrophic explosion, indicating that the blast had scarcely affected Chumo at all. How infuriating! Broly gritted his teeth, his eyes trembling with fury as he vanished and surged toward Chumo. Chumo reciprocated, charging at Broly. Their speeds were astonishing, closing the distance of dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. With a flurry of punches and kicks, the two engaged in a fierce exchange. This moment, they remained evenly matched. However, Chumo understood that as the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly's stamina would not wane with the passage of time. On the contrary, the more intense the battle, the more he would unleash his latent potential. Broly's combat power would escalate rapidly during the fight. This was the terrifying essence of a legendary Super Saiyan. Although Chumo had taken a senzu bean from the cat sage, If this battle dragged on, he would surely find himself at a disadvantage. First, I must complete the mission. This system is quite treacherous, requiring me to subdue Broly for a full minute to achieve the objective. Chumo silently lamented the system's shortcomings in a mere minute. Even if he could restrain Broly, the latter's violent nature was sufficient to annihilate this planet multiple times over. Given this, there was no choice but to resort to supernatural abilities. Telekinesis, fixate. Chumo formed his hands into a lotus position, directing them toward Broly's form. Suddenly, the once godlike Broly came to an abrupt halt, as if ensnared by an invisible force. What was happening? Broly was actually subdued. Paragus was astonished. How could Chumo's man be so terrifying? Haha, what's so-called Super Saiyan? He too is held captive by supernatural powers. Chumo rejoiced, though he was uncertain how long he could maintain this hold. Just a few seconds in, he felt his mental energy depleting rapidly, a wave of dizziness washing over him. With his right hand, Chumo grasped Broly's head, forcefully pressing it against the ground, rubbing it vigorously on the smooth surface. Rubbing. What the Super Saiyan? 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Chumo counted the moments, relentlessly pressing down on Broly with fists and feet. Broly's face flushed crimson with rage, his gaze feral as a beast. Yet he could not break free from this bizarre restraint. He was utterly immobilized. 60 seconds. Time's up. Chumo felt as though his mental strength was nearly exhausted. A wave of dizziness overtaking him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in task and receiving the sign-in gift package. Would you like to open it now? Not yet. This is a tense moment. Chumo was reluctant to open the package so soon. Just as he immersed himself in the system, Broly finally broke free from his constraints. He immediately threw back his head and let out a roar, then spread his palms wide, aiming directly at Chumo. Seeing Broly adopt this stance, Chumo's brow furrowed slightly. In the next moment, a cerulean energy sphere coalesced above Broly's palms. Whoosh! As the energy sphere formed, it hurtled toward Chumo with ferocious intent. Initially, the energy sphere was only as large as a fist, but as it surged toward him, it expanded at an alarming rate, becoming over 10 meters in diameter by the time it reached Chumo. Faced with this colossal energy sphere, Chumo's heart plummeted. As the massive orb approached, he unleashed all the power within him. Upon releasing an energy level of 1 million battle power, a tremendous golden aura erupted around Chumo. After fully channeling his strength, he spread his palms wide. The raging energy coursed through his arms and instantly converged onto his hands. Kamehameha wave. In the next moment, a radiant beam of light erupted from Chumo's palms, colliding with Broly's energy sphere. ZZ. The instant the Kamehameha wave met the energy sphere, sparks of energy erupted, scattering in every direction. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled above. The entire new Vegeta planet trembled in response. This scene resembled the impending arrival of the apocalypse. For over 10 seconds, Chumo's Kamehameha wave and Broly's energy sphere remained locked in a fierce stalemate. Die. At that moment, Chumo exerted himself once more. The Kamehameha wave, like a devastating force, pushed Broly's energy sphere back. How is this possible? This guy actually managed to repel Broly's energy sphere? Paragus, witnessing the spectacle, displayed a rare expression of shock. The next moment, he noticed Broly spreading his arms wide, seemingly intent on catching the rebounding Kamehameha wave and energy sphere. Paragus's face paled. Broly quickly dodged. In his frenzied state, Broly paid no heed to Paragus's words and directly met the incoming energy sphere with his palms. At that instant, it was as though Broly's body was subjected to an immense weight. His legs sank into the ground, the earth beneath him instantly caving in. Roar. The enraged Broly let out a howl, emanating a powerful aura. Yet, tragically, in that moment, the immense energy of the Kamehameha wave and energy sphere obliterated Broly's form. In that fleeting moment, the world fell into a brief silence. Boom! A massive explosion erupted moments later. The entire new Vegeta planet was etched with spiderweb-like cracks. Geysers of lava erupting from various locations, and a gigantic chasm appeared where Broly once stood, pitch black and unfathomable. Simultaneously, a crimson lava column surged forth from the fissures of the enormous chasm. This planet is doomed. Chumo exhaled in relief, then consumed a senza bean to restore his stamina. Let us go, Son Goku. The mission is accomplished. This planet is about to explode. With that, Chumo tossed a senza bean to Goku, who bore significant injuries. Oh, is it really over? What about him? Son Goku pointed at Paragus. Easy. Death beam, whoosh, a red light shot from Chumo's fingertip, piercing through Paragus. Chumo, why did you kill him? Son Goku expressed his discontent. What do you think he was here for? He aimed to dominate the universe like Frieza. Do you want to save him? Chumo was increasingly displeased. Why did Son Goku want to spare everyone? If so, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. Being merciful to enemies is foolish. It would be better to eliminate Son Goku to avoid further annoyance. What of being an anime protagonist? Right now, he was the true main character. Oh, forget it. If he wishes to conquer the universe, let him die as he desires. Fortunately, Son Goku's response was relatively rational. Having just dealt with the evil cosmic tyrant Frieza, he was not overly concerned about taking a life. Then let us go back to Earth. With instant transmission, it's quite convenient. Just remember one energy signature, and traveling back and forth becomes effortless. Whoosh, whoosh, Chumo and Son Goku nodded at each other and returned to the heavenly temple on Earth. Chumo, you're incredible. You've surpassed Super Saiyan. I will continue to train hard. Having witnessed Chumo's Super Saiyan form, Son Goku realized he was no match for him and temporarily abandoned the challenge. I call this Super Saiyan. You can achieve it too. I await your challenge. Chumo replied with a smile, eager for the next sign-in task. Super Saiyan? All right, I understand. I will strive diligently. With that, Son Goku departed the heavenly temple. He must be off to engage in some unspecified activities with Chi-Chi. Piccolo observed as Chumo and Son Goku left, returning soon after, feeling a sense of unease, as if the gap between them had widened. Damn it, are all Super Saiyans this monstrous? I must surpass you both, Son Goku and Chumo. He felt unwilling. As a formidable demon king, he had been reduced to a mere bystander. Back in his room at the heavenly temple, Chumo called upon the system. Now, open the sign-in gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the sign-in gift package and received the skill Fluorescent Energy Shield. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. The legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Upon hearing this, Chumo recalled Broly's berserk scene. Damn it, this legendary Super Saiyan bloodline doesn't seem so advantageous. System, may I refuse? After all, some things are worth having, while others are not. Upon merging with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, the host will possess abilities akin to Broly's and can transform into the fabled Super Saiyan. However, after the transformation, one would similarly succumb to a loss of rationality and descend into a rampage. Goodness, losing one's sanity renders it utterly pointless. Deep down, Chumo was resistant to this notion. Although Broly, a legendary Super Saiyan, possessed an innate power vastly superior to that of Sun Wukong, the thought of the system's latter assertion, that transformation would lead to an uncontrollable frenzy, struck Chumo like a bucket of cold water thrown upon him in a moment of fervor. If such were the case, he too would become a mindless beast akin to Broly, consumed solely by slaughter. This simply would not do. System, after merging with the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, can I still undergo a standard Super Saiyan transformation? After a brief contemplation, Chumo inquired once more. Yes, the host may choose to transform into a standard Super Saiyan or opt for the transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan. Such flexibility was indeed acceptable, and Chumo rejoiced. Thus, upon merging with the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, he would acquire the same extraordinary talents and potential as Broly. The distinction lay in the fact that as long as he refrained from transforming into a legendary Super Saiyan, he would retain his rationality. Shall I merge with the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan? Proceed with the merger. This time, Chumo hesitated not for a moment and promptly chose to merge. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a surge of formidable, violent energy coursing through his body. Although it was immensely powerful, the bloodthirsty impulse it instigated left even Chumo astounded. He hoped fervently that he would never be faced with the opportunity to transform into a legendary Super Saiyan. Chumo silently mused. After all, the legendary Super Saiyan was akin to a ticking time bomb. Once activated, he would lose his sanity just like Broly. 2 years swiftly passed, and everything unfolded as per the storyline. The androids appeared, capturing the attention of Sun Wukong and others, leading to a fierce confrontation. However, due to Chumo's presence, the strength of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and their companions had significantly increased, leaving the androids questioning their very existence. They were far too powerful for Wukong and his allies. Dealing with these artificial beings posed no challenge whatsoever. In the Heavenly Temple, the Kai sensed the events transpiring with Sun Wukong and his companions, and he was greatly pleased. There's no need for such alarm. They have been stimulated by me for 3 years. If they still fail to progress, it would be better for them to simply perish. Chumo reclined languidly in his chair, remarking, "In these 2 years, my combat power has doubled. These so-called androids pose no challenge at all." The bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan was indeed extraordinary. It automatically enhanced one's combat power each year, and oh wonder Broly was so formidable, were it not for the loss of sanity that accompanied the transformation. The legendary Super Saiyan would be the strongest warrior in the universe. Chumo couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Sleeping could also enhance combat power. There was nothing more effortless than that. Meanwhile, it bewildered Chumo that Sun Wukong had yet to break through to the Super Saiyan level after 2 years. He began to suspect that this fellow was merely slacking off. Nevertheless, under Chumo's encouragement, Vegeta and Piccolo had significantly improved their strength, far exceeding their animated counterparts. Vegeta had almost mastered the full power of the Super Saiyan, aside from a lack of endurance compared to Sun Wukong. Their combat powers were nearly equal. Over the past 2 years, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had clashed over a dozen times, with each encounter ending in a stalemate. This allowed Vegeta to vent the frustrations he had harbored for being overshadowed by Sun Wukong in the anime. Though now he seemed to be in an even worse predicament, as he was suppressed by Chumo, who was even stronger. As for Piccolo, despite not having fused with the Kai, he had become considerably stronger. Yet he still fell short compared to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Nonetheless, defeating the androids was still within their capabilities, just as Chumo believed he could continue to indulge in leisure. The system, which had been silent for 2 years, re-emerged. Ding, a new signing task has been issued. The host must complete the signing on android number 18 within a specified time frame. Condition for completion: the host must embrace No. 18 for a minimum of 10 minutes. What the devil? Is this system trying to make me a lecherous thief? Has it malfunctioned during the upgrade? Chumo felt somewhat cornered. If it merely required him to subdue No. 18, that would be manageable, but embracing her to sign in was simply too provocative. The host may choose to forfeit. Forfeit? Who would forfeit? I won't let this opportunity slip through my fingers. If that's the case, then I must ensure that number 18 isn't absorbed. Oh no. Number 18 and her brother have been defeated. Chumo suddenly sensed that number 18 and her brother had lost to Vegeta and Piccolo, while Sun Wukong remained unchanged, suffering a heart condition and retreating prematurely. What kind of artificial beings are these? Utterly pathetic. Do you not possess our Saiyan genes? How can you be so easily defeated? Vegeta boasted, despite having been suppressed by Chumo for several years. Now he faced this so-called world-ending android without any pressure. Damn it. How can you be this powerful? This is completely contrary to the data. Number 18 was vexed. How could the combat power of Vegeta and Piccolo differ so drastically from what Dr. Gero had indicated? She and her brother had suffered a complete rout. Due to Vegeta and Piccolo's overwhelming strength, there was no encounter between number 18 and Krillin. Am I destined to perish? Is there not a Prince Charming who will come to my rescue? Recalling the tale of the prince Charming her mother had told her long ago, number 18 rarely revealed her vulnerable side. Meanwhile, Piccolo wore a smug expression. Thanks to that man, he had been compelled to train diligently. And now it was time to reap the rewards. Damn it. We are the strongest. Number 18, are you not planning to take action? Piccolo, die. Number 18 protested vehemently. She and her brother had just emerged from that dreadful place. And yet they found themselves in such dire straits. Chapter 21. A heroic rescue. Meanwhile, number 18 exhibited no intention of attacking, that I will only deal with Sun Wukong. She leaped into the air, unleashing a barrage of shimmering energy blasts. They possessed boundless energy, rendering them unconcerned about this. However, according to the theory of harmless energy, Piccolo was entirely unscathed. Your power is too feeble, Piccolo stated coldly, delivering a punch that sent number 18 flying. Trunks, witnessing the scene, was filled with delight. These two androids were finally facing their demise. Father, kill her, and the future can be altered. You need not instruct me, Vegeta declared with arrogance. Androids are nothing but trivialities, since there is no challenge. It's time for you to perish. With that, he combined his hands, unleashing a powerful, blinding energy wave that surged forth. Damn it, am I finally to meet my end? The tales of Prince Charmings are nothing but lies. Number 18 expressed a sense of longing, not yet ready to embrace death. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, creating a massive crater where number 18 had stood. I asked this what death feels like. Number 18 pondered, admiring the striking angelic figure. You are not dead yet. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. A gentle voice stirred number 18's heart. So warm. Chumo, how did you end up here? Trunks was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Damn it, Chumo, what are you doing? Vegeta scowled, displeased that this man had appeared and saved the woman. Embracing number 18 was none other than Chumo, who had arrived just in time to intercept Vegeta's ultimate energy wave before it struck her. With a single hand, he crushed the full-force attack unleashed by Vegeta, then enveloped number 18 in a glowing energy shield while offering her a warm embrace. She is my woman. No one can harm her. Her affairs are my responsibilities, Chumo declared coldly, though his gaze upon number 18 was tender. She is an android. In the future, she will annihilate humanity. Trunks interjected urgently. In the future, it was number 18 who had slain Sun Wukong. He could not afford to let her go. Did you just say, I am his woman? How infuriating, that arrogant man. Number 18 thought, though she found it hard to resist the warmth of Chumo's chest. The Prince Charming had arrived, awakening number 18's youthful heart. With my presence, everything will change. Her matters are my responsibility, Chumo asserted. If you wish to save her, you must first defeat me. I am not the same as before. Come, Chumo. Vegeta was in a foul mood, his power having surged recently, and it was high time for a challenge. However, Chumo received no response, for he had already locked eyes with Hao. Such beauty, far surpassing that of the anime. A peculiar sensation washed over Chumo as he realized he had fallen in love. Hao's heart raced in tandem. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a 1-minute embrace. Check-in successful. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the check-in gift package. Shall it be opened immediately? Not for now. I shall save it. This moment is crucial for deepening my bond with Hao. Chumo had no time to open the gift package as Chumo and Hao gazed into each other's eyes. A green monstrosity stealthily emerged from the distant forest, coldly observing the gathering. Unbeknownst to Chumo, absorbed in his heartfelt exchange with Hao, someone lurked in the shadows. Hao, at last, I have found you. Once I consume you, I shall evolve into my perfect form. Cursed Trunks, if it weren't for you, I would not have only devoured Hao. This green creature was none other than Cell, but at this moment, he had transcended his initial form. Had Chumo seen him, he would have recognized that Cell was now in his second form. Whoosh! Just as Piccolo was about to unleash his ultimate move, a figure suddenly appeared and seized Hao from the ground. Finally, my desire shall be fulfilled. Cell's hand clutched Hao's neck. Who are you? Hao demanded, struggling in vain to escape Cell's grip. You need not know, just understand that I intend to consume you. Then, to the astonishment of Piccolo, Ten, and others, the tail of the green monster unfurled like a trumpet flower, enveloping Hao's entire body. Hao. Upon witnessing this, her expression shifted dramatically. She broke free from Chumo's embrace, without a moment's hesitation, and charged at Cell. Damn it! How dare you interrupt my plans? Wait, is that Cell? Why is he transformed into his second form? Chumo pondered, intrigued, as this creature had just devoured Hao, yet had not yet evolved. However, as Hao unleashed a flurry of attacks. Cell effortlessly evaded every strike. You truly are overestimating yourself. I have encountered your kind in the future, equally presumptuous, yet they ultimately fell to me. Ha. Since you are so eager, I shall consume you next. Upon hearing Cell's words, Chumo comprehended the situation. This fiend had absorbed Hao in the future, and oh wonder he had evolved to his second form. This was indeed the Cell from the future, who had killed Trunks and had been hiding ever since. If Cell were to consume Hao again, he would achieve his perfect form. Indeed, in the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from within Cell, swirling like a tempest, a brilliant light emanated, engulfing the entire sky above Earth. What in the world is happening? Such formidable energy, I have never encountered anything like it. It is terrifying. This aura was the strongest that Krillin and the others had ever felt, the relatively weaker Krillin. Yamcha and Kaioshin were immediately blown away by this hurricane-like energy, landing thousands of meters away before regaining their senses. The somewhat stronger Vegeta and his companion struggled, hastily releasing all their energy, yet still found it difficult to withstand. Chumo, however, effortlessly stepped forward, shielding Hao behind him with an energy barrier to withstand the onslaught. He contemplated whether to intervene and disrupt this transformation. Yet just as he was about to act, a cacophony of thunder and lightning erupted, shaking the very ground. Countless stones were drawn into an unseen force, rising majestically into the air. This overwhelming energy spread instantaneously across the North Galaxy, felt by countless warriors. The wind ceased, the thunder quieted, and everything returned to stillness. Yet the island had transformed. It appeared as though a blade had sliced through it, flattening everything over 100 meters tall. What has happened? Where have the mountains gone? This is horrifying, Yamcha exclaimed, fear etched across his face. With such overwhelming power, are we truly prepared to engage in battle? In that moment, all eyes were fixed on Cell, who radiated a magnificent golden aura, shimmering with intensity. The ground beneath him had even sunk several decimeters. A fierce whirlwind surrounded his form, making it impossible to approach. His formerly grotesque visage had morphed into one of striking handsomeness. Even Chumo found himself intrigued. Could transformation also serve as a form of cosmetic enhancement? The overwhelming energy emanating from Cell caused Krillin and the others to collapse in awe. This is terrifying. Their faces were painted with shock, filled with trepidation towards the spectacle that was Cell, rendering them utterly defeated. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly. How can this be? I have exerted every effort in my training. Yet I still fall short of this Cell. Is this the true terror of the androids? Only Chumo and Vegeta remained composed. Vegeta, overly confident, believed that although Cell's energy surpassed his own, he was now at full power as a Super Saiyan, and the outcome of the battle was still uncertain. Chumo, expressionless, seemed to have anticipated this moment. Perfect form was hardly something to be awed by. At last, I have succeeded. Perfect form, just as the doctor described. I am the strongest. Cell closed his eyes, savoring the immense power coursing through him, feeling like the sovereign of the universe. Are you ready? Shall I send you on your way one by one? Or shall I annihilate you all at once? Humph. Merely a hybrid. Do not become too smug. I shall be the one to vanquish you. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. How dare anyone challenge him? Boom! With a sudden rush, Vegeta's figure darted forward like a gust of wind, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Yet Cell merely smirked, disdain etched on his face. Die, mongrel! Vegeta's form appeared before Cell in an instant, his fists unleashing a barrage of strikes upon Cell's entire being. Ignorant fool, Vegeta, you know nothing of true strength. Allow me to enlighten you. Cell unleashed his full power, a torrent of energy erupting as he allowed Vegeta to strike him. Clang! The sound of blows landing on metal rang out sharply. Yet no matter how fiercely Vegeta attacked, he could not breach Cell's defenses. Pathetic, Vegeta! Is this truly your full power? You have utterly disappointed me. Cell regarded Vegeta with a look of mockery, as if watching a clown. How dare you underestimate me? Vegeta seethed with rage at Cell's demeanor. Yet before he could react, Cell's fist struck a blow as swift as lightning. Vegeta found himself unable to defend, his chest impacted by Cell's punch. Bang! The once advancing Vegeta was sent flying, spewing blood for his mouth. .1 punch, and he was grievously injured. Hiss! How terrifying! Krillin and the others felt their eyes widen, their bodies trembling. Cursed fiend! I will kill you! Trunks, witnessing his father's plight, rushed forward, his energy flaring. He too transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. Chapter 23. Trunks in a panic. However, Cell remained unfazed, effortlessly dispatching Trunks with a few strikes. The father and son duo faced defeat. It appears I must take the stage, as Chumo was preparing to take action. Hao, unable to contain himself any longer, charged forward. Damn the monster for daring to swallow Hao. He must be expelled at once. Hao's current fighting capability was even weaker than Vegeta's, rendering any hope of victory impossible. Thus, Chumo remained vigilant, ready to swoop in for a rescue at any moment. Hao had already ascended, and he was left to await a hero's intervention, for only then could his significance be truly showcased. Hao, you continue to court death. I shall oblige you. Utterly deluded, Cell unleashed a flurry of punches, sending the charging Piccolo and Tien Shinhan flying, before meeting Hao's fist with his own. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in combat, the air rippling with shockwaves, reducing the surrounding stones to dust. Cell appeared utterly at ease, casually facing Hao, clearly not exerting much strength. Cursed creature, perish! Hao summoned a terrifying energy sphere, hurling it towards Cell. Is this your trump card? Pathetically weak, as expected, Cell sneered, effortlessly swatting the energy sphere back. What? Hao was caught off guard. Instantly struck. Boom! The energy sphere detonated, its immense force tearing Hao's clothing, sending him hurtling backward. Yet, just as his body was about to collide with the ground, a shadow swooped in and caught him securely. Chumo shed his own clothing and draped it over Hao. The splendor of his woman was a sight only he could admire. Cell, you have quite the audacity to bully my woman. You're courting death, Chumo exclaimed, holding Hao as he glared at Cell. Upon hearing Chumo's words, Cell raised an eyebrow. He had little recollection of this suddenly appearing scion. After all, there was no record of Chumo in Dr. Gero's computer, nor any knowledge of his combat style. However, Cell sensed that this man was formidable, as he had felt a potent threat emanating from Chumo during his evolution to perfection, one that surpassed even Vegeta. Is that so? I hope you're not merely boasting. Before dealing with Son Goku, I suppose I'll warm up with you. Cell clenched his fist, a look of disdain on his face that that moment. I began to struggle in Chumo's embrace. Bastard, who says I'm your woman? I don't need your help. Stay still. Rest assured, with me here, everything will be fine. Chumo's commanding tone momentarily stunned the struggling Hao, who obediently complied. Calm down. Watch how I teach him a lesson and avenge you. Once you grow stronger, you can take your revenge. With that, Chumo released Hao and strode towards Cell. He harbored a budding idea to enhance Hao's strength. Observing Chumo's retreating figure, Hao found herself not angry, but rather captivated. Her cheeks inexplicably flushed. She realized she was no match for Cell, and that charging him would only lead to her demise. As Chumo walked, an immense energy erupted from within him. In the next moment, a blazing golden aura blazed forth, saturating the sky in gold. This guy is truly powerful. Hao gazed in awe at Chumo's formidable presence. In that instant, the image of a valiant prince emerged, radiating strength. Your energy is impressive. You seem to be a worthy opponent, Cell remarked with a faint smile, but then confidently declared, Yet, at this level, you are still no match for me. Is that so? I hope you can still smile after this. Chumo retorted with a cold smirk, raising his palm and beckoning Cell. How dare you be so arrogant? Cell seethed, infuriated by someone even more audacious than himself. You talk too much. In an instant, Chumo vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind Cell, moving with the swiftness of lightning to so fast. Hao's face paled slightly as she witnessed Chumo's speed. Appearing behind Cell, Chumo delivered a fierce elbow strike. Bang! Cell seemed taken aback, struck hard by Chumo, however. As Chumo landed the blow, Cell's form suddenly transformed into a mere afterimage before vanishing. An afterimage. This is dangerous. How's concern grew, Nanny? Could it be that even Chumo cannot keep up? Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. No. You all need to observe closely before speaking. How stated seriously, managing to follow the opponent's movements. So, this is Cell. No wonder Chumo warned me to be cautious. This guy is indeed formidable. Trunks compared his own strength to Cell's and felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He realized he could not match Cell head-on. What should he do? Chapter 24. Ruthlessly punishing Cell's true form materialized before Chumo. His expression grave. Your speed is impressive. It surpasses Vegeta's by a significant margin. Although Cell merely offered this objective assessment, it irked Vegeta to no end. For years, he had tirelessly trained to surpass Son Goku and Chumo. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, he had once believed he had surpassed them. However, after being defeated by Chumo in a single blow, Vegeta recognized the disparity between them and redoubled his efforts in training. For a long time, Vegeta had been unable to gauge Chumo's true strength. However, you will not escape this time. The warm-up is over. It's time to send you on your way. Chumo assessed that Cell's strength had not significantly changed. It was still comparable to that in the anime, not even reaching 1 billion. Given this, Chumo felt no need to transform into a Super Saiyan just yet out of base combat power of 1 billion. Even in full Super Saiyan mode would suffice. You underestimate me. Cell's words were cut short as Chumo's punch landed squarely, causing him to spit blood. Bang! Chumo's rapid strike impacted Cell's chest, producing a deep sound. Cell's chest caved in instantly, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Ugh! Cell coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was evident that Chumo's power as a full-strength Super Saiyan far surpassed Cell's. No, this is impossible. I am the perfect being. How could I be defeated? Cell instinctively retreated, his face a mask of disbelief. He had barely begun to revel in his strength when it was shattered. This could not be in his view. Even if Chumo was strong, he was merely on par with Cell. Yet, upon Chumo's transformation into a Super Saiyan, the gap in their strengths became glaringly evident. Just moments ago, Cell had failed to comprehend the nature of Chumo's blow, which had been utterly bizarre. Boom! Before Cell could gather his thoughts, Chumo struck him again, slamming him into the ground and creating a massive crater. Enraged, Cell had just declared himself the strongest, only to be swiftly proven wrong. He longed to reduce Chumo to dust. Get up. I know you're not dead. Chumo approached the edge of the crater, coldly observing the battered Cell. Damn it! I will not let you go. Rising once more, Cell lunged at Chumo. He was fast, but Chumo was even faster. He vanished once again, shooting towards Cell. Boom! Their fists collided with terrifying force, sending shockwaves rippling outward like waves. The already ravaged island was shaken to its core by the catastrophic impact. Molten crimson lava cascading from every direction. Cell's body was once more sent flying by the collision. Without hesitation, Chumo soared after him, seizing Cell by the head and lifting him up. Enjoying yourself? Are you? Spit it out. Upon concluding his words, Chumo delivered a ferocious punch to Cell's abdomen. Cell was struck severely, his body contorting into a bow shape, while the overwhelming force of the punch even penetrated his frame, obliterating a distant peak into dust. Ugh! Such a blow made Cell clutch his chest, prompting a fit of relentless coughing. Cough, cough. He felt as though his lungs might escape him. Yet Chumo clearly had no intention of letting him off so easily. Bang! 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 Chumo unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving Cell on the brink of death, ultimately discarding him as one would refuse a piece of trash. How dare you treat me like refuse? Cough, cough. Cell seethed with anger, but it was futile. He was soon seized by another violent bout of coughing. And finally, he expelled a figure, a being covered in green liquid. Unconscious yet liberated, it was number 18. Quickly, she rushed to awaken number 18. No, I cannot perish like this. Cell was furious. He could not allow himself to be defeated so easily. Then, yet another silhouette was ejected from him. Future number 18. At this moment, future number 18 appeared bewildered. Point 2 of me. What is happening? How could there be another number 18? Trunks was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is going on?" Others were equally astonished. This was utterly bizarre. After expelling both number 18 and future number 18, Cell's appearance underwent a drastic transformation. His previously handsome visage grotesquely warped, and his physique shrank by half. Die. However, Chumo delivered a powerful kick that sent Cell soaring into the sky. And with his final word, a terrifying energy sphere rapidly coalesced in his palm. The energy sphere was nothing short of menacing. Cell's complexion turned a sickly shade of green in fear. No. Ah! With a final roar. The Kamehameha wave thundered towards Cell. Chapter 25, Cell, dead, boom! A tremendous sound resonated 10,000 meters in the sky, as a colossal mushroom cloud erupted within Earth's atmosphere. In the heavens, not a trace of Cell remained. He had been dispatched to the underworld. This truly the end? Was the android resolved so easily? Krillin and the others found it hard to believe that this formidable android, which had once left them at a loss, was so effortlessly defeated. Yet, there remained 3 of them. 2 number 18s and a future number 18. Trunks glanced warily at number 18. She is my woman. Her affairs are my affairs. With me around, what is there to worry about? Chumo approached number 18, embracing her with confidence. Surprisingly, number 18 did not refute him this time, merely blushing slightly, tacitly acknowledging Chumo's words. Well, he has a point. Trunks was left bewildered, yet if this powerful individual asserted so, then there was no cause for concern. This is a matter of strength, with power. What is there to fear? I have not agreed yet. Number 18 shook her head, finally regaining her senses. Hearing Chumo's words filled her with discontent. Why had she suddenly acquired an additional brother-in-law? Well, her own sister was not resisting at all. If he wishes to be my brother-in-law, he must prove his worth. Number 18 had not witnessed Chumo's impressive display against perfect Cell. She needed to gauge his strength. Overestimating oneself, Vegeta regarded number 18 with disdain. If she could not even defeat him, how could she possibly challenge Chumo? Nevertheless, since he was Chumo's future brother-in-law, Vegeta merely spoke in jest. After witnessing perfect Cell, Vegeta recognized that he was still no match for Chumo. Thus, any plans for challenge were postponed. Very well. Number 18, set aside your future self. She won't awaken so swiftly. Chumo said gently. This future number 18 would undoubtedly not be so benevolent. She was the one who had slain Gohan. And he already harbored a plan. Number 18 ascended, delivering a knee strike aimed squarely at Chumo's chin. Little brother-in-law, you truly hit hard. Chumo regarded the sharp attack without haste, simply slapping his palm against No. 18's knee. Bang! The immense force sent her sprawling several meters away. Chumo merely dusted off his hands, unaffected. How infuriating! Number 18 fumed, astonished that her assault had been dismissed so flippantly. An energy sphere was hurled toward Chumo, her body not pausing for a moment as she clenched her fists and charged once more. Chumo effortlessly swatted the energy sphere away and met number 18's punch with his palm. The collision sent No. 18 flying several meters back. How about that? Am I qualified now, little brother-in-law? Chumo smiled. Number 18 observed from the side, her expression also brightening. Though she did not yet fully understand Chumo, being adored by such a handsome man brought her immense comfort. His strength is commendable, but is not over yet. A faint smile curled at number 18's lips. My power exceeds this. I merely refrain from exerting my full strength out of consideration for you, as my brother-in-law. I feared that unleashing my complete power might frighten you. Chumo replied with a calm smile, knowing that had he not intentionally held back, a single punch would have sufficed to defeat No. 18 that anyone can boast. Number 18 replied with a sly grin. If you truly frightened me, as a younger sibling, I would wholeheartedly support you in your endeavors with number 18. Number 18's lips curled into a smirk. If this fellow genuinely possessed such formidable strength, what harm would there be in calling him brother-in-law? Since my little brother-in-law has declared it, I shall now demonstrate my full power. Chumo's smile vanished abruptly as he unleashed a punch that sent No. 18 hurtling away by several dozen meters. He then clenched his fists tightly, low growls emanating from his throat. In an instant, the ground beneath Chumo began to tremble violently, fragments of rock surging upward amidst the golden aura. Chumo's energy escalated dramatically, the aura becoming increasingly dense, akin to blades slicing through the debris into dust. Number 18, dozens of meters away, was pushed back by the ferocious gust. Step back. The eternal smirk on her face finally revealed a look of astonishment. Is this truly his power? It is astonishingly strong, far surpassing what he exhibited against Cell. Tisich, this guy is indeed a monster. Each time I see him, he grows even stronger. Krillin, Piccolo, and others were left utterly stunned. Voicing their disbelief, though they had acknowledged Chumo's strength before, they were once again taken aback. This guy, how infuriating! I will not relent. Vegeta's fingers dug deeply into the rock, his eyes brimming with uncontainable jealousy. Each time he encountered Chumo, he believed the gap in their abilities had narrowed. Yet, each time, Chumo dealt him a humiliating blow, leaving him exceedingly displeased. Chapter 26. The convincing brother-in-law number 18 turned her gaze towards Chumo. The sheer intensity of his aura, instilling fear within her. Chumo's energy continued to surge, the tempest of his aura reaching for the heavens. The very earth began to tremble violently in response to Chumo's escalating power. Chumo, stop! Are you trying to destroy the earth? Tien shouted at Chumo that if he continued to amplify his energy like this, the entire planet would be obliterated. This guy, Chumo! Everyone shouted in unison, urging him to cease. Fearing that his continued escalation would exceed Earth's capacity to endure. Hiss! Number 18's expression grew solemn as she observed Chumo at the eye of the vortex, her eyelids trembling uncontrollably. Such overwhelming power. So handsome. He is my Prince Charming. Number 18 stood transfixed, recalling the warm moment when Chumo had saved her, her cheeks flushing once more. Furthermore, this immense aura felt as oppressive as a mountain, rendering her immobile. With one final roar, Chumo finally ceased his energy surge at that moment. His golden hair stood upright, billowing in the wind, rendering him strikingly handsome. The aura that once surrounded him now erupted from his body as if it were a tangible force. What is the matter, little brother-in-law? Are you astonished? Chumo slowly approached the figure. Observing the dazed expression on the figure's face, a wicked smile curled at the corners of Chumo's mouth. His elongated eyes exuded an unmistakable aura of dominance. After a full 10 seconds of stupefaction, the figure finally regained their usual smile. That I must admit, I am intimidated by your strength. I am no match for you. The figure promptly acknowledged after witnessing Chumo's prowess. All right, this matter is resolved. That I shall take my leave. Lazuli, come with me. Chumo grasped the figure's hand while hoisting the unconscious future figure with his other arm. The figure replied softly, their gaze shifting towards the future figure. Let us depart together. Honestly, you two are in your own little world. Why must I be included? The figure pouted, noting that they had only just awakened and already had an additional brother-in-law. That I have no objections. After all, the mission has long since failed, the figure remarked nonchalantly, having little else to occupy their time besides dealing with Sun Wukong. By the way, have you located this timeline's cell? The one I dispatched was from the future timeline. If you do not eliminate this timeline's cell, I fear he will continue to evolve. Before departing, Chumo offered a reminder to Trunks and the others. After all, no one knew whether this timeline cell had awoken. Is this the Temple of the Gods? It is indeed quite impressive. I find it to my liking. The Temple of the Gods was suffused with the essence of nature, and the figure and the future figure both felt quite at home there. Now then, how do you propose we handle this future figure? I have heard she is malevolent in the future, Chumo said, casting a teasing glance at the figure. What does that have to do with me? I am I, and she is she. The figure's cheeks flushed. However, given that she was, after all, her future self, the figure felt reluctant to eliminate her. It was a peculiar sentiment. Eliminate her? Do you dare? I was merely jesting. Fear not. She is one of my women, and I shall take responsibility. Chumo had an idea. Heavenly God, could you kindly fetch the Dragon Balls? Certainly. Although the Heavenly God was uncertain of Chumo's intentions. They still instructed to bring the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls have been residing in the Temple of the Gods for several years, as per Chumo's reasoning, to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly God understood and chose to turn a blind eye to Chumo's actions, especially since they lacked the power to intervene. Following a tempest of thunder and lightning, the green dragon materialized above the temple of the gods. "O human who summoned me, declare your wish. I can't fulfill any wish you desire. The dragon." The figure suddenly felt a surge of hope. Perhaps this dragon could turn them into true humans. Could you merge the two figures into one? Chumo's intention was to harness the dragon's abilities to fuse the current and future figures into a single entity. The android's power is too formidable. This exceeds my capabilities. The dragon's response immediately disheartened the three figures. It was impossible. "Then let us try this. Please transform the three of us into genuine humans." Although Chumo was aware that the dragon could not accomplish this, he still wanted to do something in front of the figures. "I cannot do that either. Please choose another wish." The three figures were exasperated. "Are you kidding? Didn't you say any wish could be granted? This is impossible. That is impossible. Could you transport us to New Namek? If not, I shall take you down." Chumo threatened the dragon, having already considered seeking assistance from the Namekian dragon if all else failed. Chapter 27. "Come forth, dragon. This is feasible. I shall transport you immediately." The dragon, startled, nodded eagerly. "I will not go. You take the figure with you." The figure said coolly, "I won't go either. It's quite pleasant here," the future figure added. "Very well, figure. You'll collect the Dragon Balls later for continued use." Chumo would not be foolish enough to scatter the Dragon Balls. He was thoroughly exasperated with the behavior of Sun Wukong and others in the anime. Possessing strength, yet hoarding the Dragon Balls was of no consequence. When the time came to use them, they would have to search high and low. It was truly pathetic. Of course, this might also be a plot device employed by the original author, of which Chumo was unaware. Understood, the figure smiled, appreciating Chumo's domineering nature. After a flash of light, Chumo and the two figures vanished from the Temple of the Gods. "Who are you?" Upon their arrival on Namek, a voice of astonishment rang out. "I am Chumo from Earth. Sun Wukong recommended us to come here to find the Grand Elder." The Namekians were known to yield only to kindness, not coercion. Even Frieza could not make them submit, so Chumo saw no need to resort to threats. "I am Naisen. So you are friends of Mr. Sun Wukong. That is splendid. Allow me to escort you." Naisen exclaimed joyfully, promptly leading the three of them onward. "I will guide you. Just point the way." After flying for a while, Chumo found Naisen's speed rather unimpressive. "Oh, very well." Naisen extended his hand. Whoosh! The group soared through the air at several times the speed of sound. "Incredible, Mr. Chumo. This is astonishing." Naisen had never experienced such speed and exclaimed with excitement. Soon, Chumo arrived at a massive building. Following Naisen's directions, the Grand Elder must be inside. Chumo sensed the power levels of the Namekians on this planet were not high. Only within the building was there an entity with a battle power of approximately 100,000. This must be the Grand Elder's bodyguard, of course. This Grand Elder was a later appointment. The previous one had long since passed away. "Indeed, Mr. Chumo, you are remarkable," Naisen said, looking at Chumo with admiration. This fellow is quite naive, Chumo thought, feeling a sense of amusement. The figure shot Chumo an exasperated glance. "Bullying a child, Grand Elder. I am Chumo, a friend of Sun Wukong. We have come here seeking the dragon's assistance." Upon entering the room, Chumo immediately felt the Grand Elder's distinct presence, prompting him to speak candidly. Although he did not possess great combat strength, the Grand Elder radiated a unique aura, likely indicative of his ability to create the Dragon Balls. "You are friends of Sun Wukong. Of course, it is no trouble at all. Dandy, take Mr. Chumo and his companions to summon the dragon," the Grand Elder stated decisively. As long as they were not malevolent individuals, the Namekians were always willing to lend a hand, though the Grand Elder's combat power was low. He possessed a special ability. He sensed no evil from Chumo that moment. Dandy was still quite young, similar in age to Son Gohan, and rarely encountered outsiders. Upon receiving this task, he was instantly thrilled. "All right, leave it to me. Mr. Chumo, follow me." Chumo, carrying the unconscious future figure, followed Dandy outside. Before long, Dandy had gathered the 7 Dragon Balls from Namek, and, After reciting an incantation, summoned the dragon. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden radiance, which intensified until it transformed into a brilliant beam of light that shot upward to the astonished gaze of the figure. The golden light coalesced into a small-limbed, large-headed lizard dragon. Indeed, it is this fellow. How plump! Observing the green, toad-like dragon before him, Chumo's eyes twitched uncontrollably. The dragon Purunga appeared just as it did in the anime, towering nearly 100 feet tall, though it seemed even more imposing in reality. Though its appearance is rather unappealing, the figure also wore a look of exasperation. This dragon had certainly led them to develop a skewed perception of what a dragon should be. Those who summoned me. Declare your wishes. I can grant you 3 wishes. The appearance of the divine dragon is still quite different from that of Earth, yet its abilities are vastly superior. The divine dragon gazes down upon Chumo and the others with a gentle demeanor. Dandi instruct the divine dragon to fuse the 2 of them together, with their consciousness as the primary one. Chumo commanded, pointing at the designated entity. After their fusion, there would be no need for that future wicked consciousness. No problem, Dandi responded, chattering away to the divine dragon. This divine dragon seems to be more reliable, unlike its Earth counterpart, which tends to boast excessively .2 beams of red light shot from the dragon's eyes. Enveloping the 2 entities. P.S. A wave of flowers is requested. Esteemed individuals, please offer some blooms. Chapter 28. The counterattack of Cell. Suddenly, a dazzling and blinding light erupted, encasing the 2 entities within. The radiance dissipated. An enchanting and breathtakingly beautiful maiden appeared in their stead. Although the fusion of the 2 timelines did not alter her appearance, her entire aura had undergone a profound transformation. Chumo observed from a distance. Feeling immensely satisfied, the presence of the newly fused entity was now exponentially more powerful. How much has your strength increased? He inquired, approaching and taking her delicate hand. Very strong. I feel almost invincible. I'm the super entity. She exclaimed, reveling in the immense energy coursing through her being. Fully aware, she had become significantly stronger than before. The combat power and energy of artificial beings are eternal, making any slight enhancement nearly impossible. Although the current super entity may not match the Hell entity in power, she would undoubtedly not be weaker than Super Saiyan Goku. Dandi, thank you. For my second wish, please have the divine dragon restore her to a normal human form while retaining her boundless energy. Chumo stated, articulating his second wish. Certainly. Dandi replied succinctly to this moment. Upon hearing Chumo's words, the entity was suddenly filled with joy. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, she stealthily planted a kiss on his handsome face. Then, feigning nonchalance, she turned her gaze toward the divine dragon, while Chumo, determined not to be outdone, returned the gesture, leading to a playful exchange between the 2. Eventually, Dandi, looking quite perplexed, interjected, Mr. Chumo, what are you 2 doing? The wish is already fulfilled. What is your 3rd wish? Given that Namekians reproduce asexually, Dandi found the human gesture of affection quite bewildering. That we are merely adjusting our breathing is quite vital for humans. This is somewhat different for you, Chumo replied earnestly, leading to a rosy blush on the entity's cheeks. However, undeterred by public opinion, she affectionately linked her arm with Chumo's, clearly asserting her claim. Oh, thank you, Dandi. Lazili, why don't you try to feel your body? Chumo expressed his gratitude to Dandi while encouraging the entity to assess her physical state. A minute later, her face lit up in delight as she grasped Chumo's hands, exclaiming, my body has returned. This is wonderful. Thank you, Chumo, and you too, Dandi. I am immensely grateful. The ability to revert to a normal human form was the greatest dream of such artificial beings, and its realization felt truly miraculous. On a distant Earth, the entities known as Hao and Hao, resting in the divine temple, suddenly sensed a beam of red light descending from the heavens. They then experienced a profound sense of connection, and before long, they realized their bodies had reverted to that of normal humans. This is truly marvelous. How? I have never felt such joy. Being human is wonderful. Hao exclaimed, closing her eyes and inhaling deeply. overwhelmed with happiness. Indeed, I never anticipated he would truly accomplish it. Chumo, thank you, dear brother-in-law. I am a loss for words. Hao expressed her heartfelt gratitude for Chumo's assistance, while also feeling joy for Hao's newfound prospects. What would you like for your third wish, Lazili? Chumo inquired. I do not know. Having you by my side is sufficient, she replied, feeling particularly blessed to have found the prince her mother once spoke of. Having regained her human form, and with her combat power significantly enhanced, I have no further wishes. This is more than enough. Thank you, Dondi. Although Chumo had contemplated wishing for immortality, he understood that, given Dandy's character, such a request would likely be denied. It would be challenging to coerce her. And moreover, Chumo was not one to repay kindness with malice. Since the Namekians had shown him favor, he would not impose undue burdens upon them. However, as Chumo and the others made their way to planet Namek, chaos erupted in hell. Although Cell had perished, he evolved into Lightning Cell and began wreaking havoc in the underworld. He subsequently consumed the souls of Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold, significantly augmenting his power. Hell dispatched its mightiest warrior, Roboco Fan, to confront Cell, but the now formidable Cell easily overpowered Roboco Fan, ultimately devouring him as well. Empowered further, Cell managed to break through from Hell to the mortal realm. And before Trunks and the others could locate this timeline Cell, he consumed him as well, transforming into Super Cell and increasing his strength yet again. The misfortunes of Vegeta and the others soon followed, as they were systematically overpowered by Super Cell. However, Super Cell refrained from killing them. Wary of the enigmatic Chumo instead, he devised a game, proclaiming a grand martial arts tournament. Anyone could challenge him, but should no one succeed in defeating him, he would obliterate Earth. Chapter 29. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. At this juncture, Goku, having ingested a special medicine, finally cured his viral heart disease and experienced a significant boost in strength. However, upon realizing that Super Cell could effortlessly defeat Vegeta, Goku understood that he was still outmatched. The group decided to train together in the hyperbolic time chamber of the Divine Temple. Piccolo, I have something to discuss with you. What is it, old man? Speak, Piccolo replied, slightly irritated. The Supreme Kai took a deep breath before continuing. Piccolo, our future adversaries are growing increasingly powerful while my abilities wane. Let us fuse. I entrust the protection of Earth to you. Fuse? Me protecting Earth? Piccolo was taken aback that I intend to dominate the Earth, not merely guard it. Piccolo's expression reflected confusion. Surely this was a misunderstanding. The old man, who had always been dismissive of him, was now approaching him for fusion. Surely there was some ulterior motive. Piccolo wore an expression that conveyed suspicion of a plot against him. You intend to seize control of my consciousness, don't you? Piccolo glared skeptically at the Supreme Kai, although he would indeed transform into a true Super Namekian. With his strength and talent exponentially enhanced, he was adamant that he would not allow his consciousness to be subsumed. Rest assured, after the fusion, you will merely gain additional knowledge and power. I will have no influence over you, and I will genuinely cease to exist. The Supreme Kai replied with a wry smile. If it were possible, he would prefer not to meet his end in this manner. Fortunately, the current Piccolo was no longer the power-hungry Demon King who once sought to dominate the Earth. You better not deceive me, you old fool. Piccolo shot a cold glance at the Supreme Kai, but ultimately consented. The two drew closer together, locking eyes intently, face to face. Piccolo, you must diligently safeguard Earth for me. The Supreme Kai instructed as he placed his hand on Piccolo's shoulder. With a crackling sound, a brilliant white light enveloped the two under the radiance. The entire divine temple appeared extraordinarily sacred. After several minutes, the blinding light gradually faded, leaving only one figure behind. Piccolo, the Supreme Kai has utterly vanished. At this moment, Piccolo appeared rejuvenated. His gaze remained sharp, yet it now bore a hint of gentleness. Are you the Supreme Kai? The sudden revelation stirred intense emotion within him. You are mistaken. I am not the Supreme Kai. Yet I am not Piccolo either. I'm Super Piccolo. Haha. Piccolo clenched his fist, feeling an immense power coursing through him, far exceeding anything he had experienced before. The atmosphere in the heavenly temple was vibrant and lively, as Vegeta and his son had just emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Although they appeared somewhat fatigued, their spirits were undeniably high. Kakarot, this time I have surpassed you. I become a Super Saiyan. Haha. Cell shall be defeated by me. With a combat power in the billions, Super Vegeta brimmed with confidence. Though your current state is formidable, it is merely stronger than the complete form of Cell. Defeating the current Super Cell will be quite a challenge. Piccolo interjected incisively. Damn it, I will prove you wrong. Vegeta retorted angrily, feeling disrespected by Piccolo's words. Vegeta, when I emerge, I too shall be stronger. With that, Goku entered the hyperbolic time chamber alongside Gohan. At long last, the day had arrived for their departure to the World Martial Arts Tournament. But Vegeta and his son had already set off, leaving only Goku and Gohan behind. What a cunning move by Vegeta to leave early, Goku remarked, somewhat speechless. Come on, Gohan, let us join them. The duo flew for over 10 minutes. Arriving at a magnificent island that, in the center, stood an enormous arena, where Cell stood with his arms crossed. Upon noticing Goku and Gohan's arrival, he finally lifted his head. Vegeta, how deceitful of you. We agreed to come together. Goku expressed his dissatisfaction. You were too slow. I could not wait any longer. Vegeta replied coldly. At this moment, Krillin and the others appeared concerned, although they too had trained in the hyperbolic time chamber. They were acutely aware of their limitations. They would merely serve as cannon fodder against Cell. Cell, Kakarot has arrived. Let us commence. I shall repay you for the humiliation I suffered previously. Vegeta recalled the brutal defeat he had endured at Cell's hands, which had left him yearning for vengeance, only to have Cell swiftly vanquished by Chumo, leaving him deeply regretful. Vegeta, you are not my opponent. Moreover, someone is yet to arrive, even if you wish to perish. You must wait, Cell said disdainfully, not even bothering to open his eyes. Although he did not name the person he awaited, everyone understood that Cell was referring to Chumo, the man who had obliterated him. Vegeta's face betrayed a hint of unwillingness as he thought of Chumo, yet he resolved to wait. An hour passed, and still, Chumo did not appear. Vegeta's impatience grew. He was ready to take the stage. Where could that guy be? I won't wait for him any longer. I can handle Cell on my own. Vegeta believed he could take care of the situation without Chumo's help. Hey, Vegeta, it's not my fault for being late. King Kai has already informed Chumo. He should be back any moment now. Don't be so hasty. Just wait a little longer. Goku felt innocent in response to Vegeta's complaints. Finally, he has arrived. Just then, the previously closed eyes of Cell snapped open as he gazed into the distant sky. Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, and the others felt two powerful presences approaching and looked up. Two figures soared through the air, rapidly approaching. It was Chumo and Hao, just returned from planet Namek. Chumo has finally arrived. Now we can begin. Goku exclaimed with excitement, relieved that the time had come. Tisish, what timing! And he even brought that woman along. Vegeta was evidently displeased. As a Super Saiyan, he believed one should not be distracted by romantic pursuits. With a swift motion, Chumo gently landed, holding Hao's hand, exchanging smiles. It seems you all have been diligently training these past few days. Your power levels have significantly increased. After scanning the group, Chumo noticed the substantial growth in their abilities. Just watch, Chumo. My strength has surpassed yours. After I defeat Cell, you will be next, Vegeta declared proudly, feeling as though he had outstripped his rival. Chumo merely smiled in response to Vegeta's boast. To think that a mere Super Saiyan at full power could surpass him was nothing short of a fantasy. Following his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan, his strength vastly augmented. Nonetheless, Chumo remained unconvinced that Vegeta could match the current Super Cell. You are quite the schemer. Vegeta, jumping in first, Goku looked at Vegeta with a hint of resentment for seizing the opportunity. The first to step up is determined by strength. Now, I shall defeat Cell and show you all who the true Saiyan genius is. Vegeta exuded confidence. Yet Chumo could not help but smirk at the thought of witnessing Vegeta's downfall. Come on, Cell, Vegeta called out, his heart ablaze with determination. Cell glanced at him dismissively, beckoning with a casual gesture, which ignited Vegeta's fury. I will make you regret underestimating me. Vegeta roared, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth like a radiant explosion, causing the ground to crack beneath him. Such power. Is this truly Vegeta's strength? Yamcha marveled at the transformation, aware that the gap between himself and Vegeta had grown insurmountable, leaving him feeling despondent. Goku watched Vegeta's silhouette with excitement, eager for another battle. How's face reflected astonishment, surprised to see Vegeta shine in this moment. Even if he still paled in comparison to Super How it seems you have worked hard. Your power has increased remarkably, Cell remarked, now taking Vegeta seriously, tilting his head in acknowledgement that I in just a few days. You have grown this strong. I underestimated you. Now, you are worthy of challenging me. Humph. There is much more you cannot fathom. Do not be shocked, Vegeta basked in the admiration of his peers, feeling a swell of pride. You think you are strong? I merely offered you a compliment. Enough with the chatter. Let us get to the main event. Come on, Hadai. Provoked by Cell's taunt, Vegeta could no longer contain his rage, vanishing from sight in an instant. A cracked earth remained in his wake, as he prepared to unleash his full might. In the next moment, Vegeta materialized before Cell, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him. Bang! Cell easily countered with a punch of his own, momentarily equalizing their clash. Waves of energy rippled through the ground as the two warriors engaged in a fierce exchange, creating sonic booms that shattered the surrounding mountains into fragments. Vegeta has become incredibly powerful. How has he trained to achieve this? Is this the fearsome potential of a Saiyan? The astonishment of Krillin, Yamcha, and Ten was palpable as they realized the vast gulf that had formed between themselves and Goku over the years. Vegeta had indeed grown stronger, yet he was still not a match for Cell. As Krillin and Yamcha remained in astonishment, Sun Wukong suddenly interjected from his side. Upon hearing his words, the gazes of Son Gohan, Trunks, and the others all converged upon him. Why, Dad? Uncle Vegeta and Cell are locked in an evenly matched battle, Son Gohan queried, his expression one of confusion. Gohan, you must observe carefully that this truly an even match. Sun Wukong replied calmly, his gaze returning to the arena where Vegeta and Cell were engaged. This is bad. Vegeta is showing signs of fatigue. How can this be? It's only been a short time. The energy consumption of a Super Saiyan is immense. If we cannot resolve this swiftly, it will be our downfall. I suspect Cell is only exerting about half of his power, Sun Wukong stated earnestly. Feeling the weight of pressure, no, I believe Cell is only using about a third of his strength. Chumo's words caused Son Gohan and Trunks to gasp in shock. They immediately turned their attention back to the two combatants. Indeed, they observed that Vegeta's movements had begun to slow, as if he were struggling to keep pace. In stark contrast, Cell appeared completely at ease, seemingly unperturbed by the conflict. Suddenly, Cell accelerated, vanishing in an instant, and then launched a direct strike at Vegeta with his right arm. Nanny? Vegeta was taken aback by Cell's unexpected speed and instinctively began to retreat. Yet Cell seemed to have anticipated this, reappearing behind Vegeta. With a swift motion, he delivered a fierce elbow strike that landed squarely on Vegeta's body. Boom! Vegeta's figure was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string, soaring into the distance. This is bad. He is heading towards the edge of the arena. Vegeta is about to lose, Krillin exclaimed, anxiety etched across his face. Could he really lose so quickly? However, Vegeta's battle experience is extensive. He executed a swift roll, bracing himself against the ground with his palm, and unleashed several energy blasts towards the rear. Boom, boom, boom. Thanks to the immense recoil, Vegeta managed to halt his momentum at the very edge of the arena. That was close. Phew. Both Krillin and Yamcha breathed a sigh of relief. If Vegeta faltered, they would have to step in. Vegeta, I told you, you're not up to par. You are truly too weak. Cell's taunts only fueled Vegeta's fury. His fists clenched tightly. Damn it. Quit boasting. Prepare to meet your end, Vegeta roared, bringing his palms together, ready to unleash his ultimate attack, the final flash. You are overestimating yourself. You think you're the only one capable of such a move? I could do it too, Cell scoffed. Final flash. What? You can use my signature move. Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, hastily preparing to counter with his own final flash. Zitty. Two powerful beams of light collided, illuminating the arena with a blinding brilliance. However, it was evident that the Super Saiyan Vegeta was no match for Cell. Before long, his final flash was overwhelmed and forced back. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, sending a mushroom cloud spiraling into the sky. Visible from all corners of the earth. Vegeta cried out in agony. Utterly defeated, his Super Saiyan form was forcibly dispelled, leaving him gravely injured and on the brink of unconsciousness. Dad, Trunks soared upwards, embracing Vegeta. He needs this, otherwise he won't survive. Chumo glanced over indifferently, flicking a senzu bean towards Trunks. Over the past 2 years, I've accumulated quite a few senzu beans. I'm well stocked. Thank you. Trunks quickly expressed his gratitude. Chumo, should I go up? I believe I can handle Cell without issue, she remarked, a hint of impatience evident in her tone, her power far surpassing Vegeta's, instilling her with confidence against Cell. Be patient. Sun Wukong can hardly contain himself. Just stay here and watch. Here, I prepared a sofa and refreshments for you. With that, Chumo produced a soft sofa and a large refrigerator from a capsule. Come, everyone, grab a drink and enjoy the fight. It's quite a delight. Chumo's voice left Krillin and the others speechless. However, seeing his relaxed demeanor, they felt a sense of reassurance. Chumo, I'm heading up, Sun Wukong declared with a grin. Upon hearing this, Chumo shot him a disdainful glance. You've all gone up, and you still ask me? Is this a display of superiority? Suddenly, Chumo remembered that he still had a sign-in gift package yet to be opened. Previously, he had hurried to Namek to merge 2 accounts, and in the midst of his affection with her, he had forgotten about it. System, activate the sign-in gift package immediately. Ding. Sign-in gift package activated successfully. Congratulations, host. You have acquired unlimited energy for androids. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the deepest affection of your beloved, allowing you to act as you wish. Wait, there's this kind of benefit. Chapter 32. Sun Wukong is also struggling. Currently, Chumo could only hold hands and embrace her. Deepening their relationship this much so easily was truly fortuitous. On the arena, whether it was Sun Wukong or Cell, both radiated a golden aura, their energy surging intensely. This time, Super Cell did not underestimate his opponent and transformed into a Super Saiyan form as well. Cell can transform into a Super Saiyan too. Vegeta clenched his fists after consuming a senzu bean. He finally regained consciousness. He possesses the cells of all of you. Of course, he could transform into a Super Saiyan. What is surprising about that? Chumo remarked casually, though he was curious about the extent of Super Cell's power. Having absorbed Frieza and others from Hell, along with the fusion of this timeline as Cell, Chumo was cautious, uncertain if he could defeat this version of Cell. However, he had his trump card, the Super Chumo. Moreover, he had lingered in the Super Saiyan form for several years, now on the brink of a breakthrough. This battle could very well be the opportunity he needed. Thus, he refrained from personally eliminating this timeline as Cell, preferring to keep a reserve that he had an inkling that this Cell might just enable him to transcend to a higher level of Super Saiyan at that moment. The battle on the arena grew increasingly fierce. Sun Wukong's figure suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing behind Cell in a flash. Bang! A rapid punch was sent hurtling towards Cell so fast. Wukong, go for it! Krillin cheered, excitement bubbling within him. This presented a formidable opportunity for Sun Wukong to claim victory. Yet, Cell seemed to have sensed the impending strike, promptly countering with a powerful punch of his own. Bang! The 2 fists collided once more, sending Sun Wukong several meters back, but Cell seized the moment to follow up. Bang, bang, bang! The 2 combatants unleashed a barrage of powerful energy blasts that pulverized the massive rocks surrounding the arena. Sun Wukong smiled faintly, suddenly accelerating once more, his body flickering with speed. He then transformed his right arm into a slicing motion, aiming a horizontal strike at Cell's shoulder. However, just as he was about to connect, Cell vanished, effortlessly evading the blow. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 figures darted through the sky, exchanging blows, fists, elbows, knees, each impact resonating with ferocity, the air around them crackling with energy. However, their speed was so great that, aside from Chumo, the woman, and Vegeta, The others could barely keep up. Even Piccolo could only catch fleeting glimpses of their shadows. Damn it. I didn't expect that even after merging, I still can't keep up with them. Are Saiyans truly this monstrous? Piccolo lamented. Feeling frustrated. Even with the sacrifice of the old Kai, he found himself unable to compete with these Saiyans so fast. It's completely invisible. Yamcha exclaimed in shock, glancing around and realizing he could see nothing. Indeed, how are we supposed to contend against such opponents? Thankfully, we have Wukong and Chumo. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have the right to fight. Klin's face was one of utter dejection. The enemies were growing ever more formidable, and they were struggling to keep pace. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Chumo's mind once again. Ding! A new sign-in task has been issued. Defeat Shalu for 3 consecutive minutes to complete the new sign-in task. 3 minutes? Do you think so little of me? Chumo was aware that his current combat power, while in the billions, was no match for this Super Shalu, yet he felt no trepidation. He still had his trump card. His primary intention now was to leverage Shalu for a final breakthrough. With a new sign-in task at hand, he had no choice but to alter his battle strategy. An hour later, Chumo began to frown. Sun Wukong was starting to show signs of fatigue. The intensity of the battle, sustained at Super Saiyan levels, had inevitably drained his energy. This is bad. Wukong is starting to tire, Klin exclaimed suddenly. The signs of fatigue heralded a significant decline in physical stamina, which would greatly affect their combat effectiveness. While Wukong's energy waned, Shalu's aura remained unchanged, indicating that he had yet to unleash his full power. In that instant, the hearts of Trunks and the others sank. They were uncertain of Chumo's reliability. Sun Wukong had always been their greatest support, and now that he was faltering, who could possibly save the Earth? Half an hour later, following Wukong's fatigue, his stamina began to falter. The once stalemated struggle between him and Shalu was swiftly shattered. At this point, Wukong was being relentlessly pressed by Shalu Bang. Shalu's figure suddenly vanished from Wukong's view, catching him off guard. In a swift motion, Shalu reappeared behind Wukong. Upon witnessing Shalu's sudden acceleration, Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. There was no time to adjust his stance. The next instant, a smirk graced Shalu's lips as he launched a powerful punch towards Sun Wukong. However, Wukong, with years of combat experience, quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest to shield himself. Bang! In an instant, the punch collided with his arms, the overwhelming force sending Wukong hurtling away. The speed was astonishing. Boom! Under the strain, Wukong's body was unable to withstand the impact and was smashed into the arena, rocks flying everywhere. The massive arena was left with nothing but a gaping crater. Quite the quick reflexes. Shalu had anticipated that Wukong would sustain considerable injury, yet he was surprised to see Wukong manage to react mid-attack. Truly, Wukong, you have not disappointed me. You are far superior to Vegeta. Observing that Wukong was unharmed, Shalu felt a surge of delight instead of anger. However, his words did not sit well with Vegeta, who felt slighted by the implication that he was inferior to Wukong. In the midst of this, Shalu charged towards Wukong once more. I'm done. I concede. I'm too exhausted. Just as Shalu prepared to continue his assault, Wukong suddenly waved his hand, then leaped off the arena. Nanny, when Wukong uttered the words of surrender. Yamcha, Klin, and the others were left in a state of disbelief, convinced they had misheard. Surrender. After all these years of knowing Wukong, it was the first time they had ever heard him utter those words. Wukong, you cannot give up, Klin exclaimed, his face filled with indignation, a sentiment echoed by Yamcha and Tianjin Fan. Why not? A loss is a loss. Wukong did not understand Klin's feelings. To him, conceding was an acceptable course of action if one could not prevail. After all, Chumo was present, and there was no need for him to exhaust himself. Wukong, being a hero, was too burdensome. He simply wished to pursue the battles he enjoyed. Very well, I admire your disposition. Since Wukong has conceded, it's your turn now. Chumo, this time, I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death. At the mention of Chumo, Shalu's expression twisted with rage. He vividly recalled the moment of despair. It was during his time of triumph that Chumo had shattered his dreams of universal domination with a single blow obliterating him entirely. Had it not been for his fortuitous encounter with the ice demon race in hell, he knew not what fate would have befallen him. Thus, he organized this grand martial arts tournament. Intending to personally defeat Chumo before the eyes of the world, he sought to demonstrate to all that he was indeed the strongest. I would like to, but look at them. Chumo shrugged. I could see that moment. Several individuals appeared beneath the arena hosted by Shalu. Among them, the most conspicuous was a man with a lion's mane and a face reminiscent of a shoehorn. The illustrious Mr. Satan, the champion of the previous grand martial arts tournament. Trailing behind him were 3 disciples, and further back stood 2 more individuals. One of them was strikingly familiar, unmistakably the referee and commentator of past tournaments. The sunglasses guy, beside him was a young man carrying a camera. Mr. Satan, is that Shalu? He looks quite terrifying. Are we really going over there? Sunglasses guy wiped the sweat from his brow. The atmosphere felt perilously dangerous. Although he was merely an ordinary earthling, having hosted so many grand martial arts tournaments had sharpened his discernment. He could certainly sense Shalu's extraordinary nature. You must be mistaken. That guy looks formidable. But in truth, he is merely a facade of strength at this rate. I could take him down in 3 seconds flat. With arms crossed, Mr. Satan laughed heartily, oblivious to the true terror that Shalu embodied. Oh, is that so? Well, that's reassuring. Sunglasses guy nervously nodded, unconvinced by Mr. Satan's bravado, for the sense of danger was all too palpable. What trash dares to disrupt my battle? Shalu, possessing the cells of Saiyan, shared their relentless passion for combat. What are those fools here for? Clin remarked with a frown, eyeing Mr. Satan and his companions. This place was exceedingly perilous, had they not represented the last hope of Earth. He would have preferred to stay away. Did these ordinary folks truly seek to court death? Shalu had issued a challenge to Earth's fighters via television, so their appearance was not unexpected, Tianjin fan remarked. Whether these individuals were foolish or simply had chosen to forget Shalu's terrifying reputation remained uncertain. These fellows are quite amusing. Perhaps they could genuinely save the Earth. That a smile played on Chumo's lips as he observed Mr. Satan and his entourage. Though vain, he possessed a good heart, and Chumo had no intention of treating them poorly. Moreover, this man resembled his animated depiction to a striking degree. Just watching him was entertaining. Rough, ignorant, and absurdly humorous. Trash, you obstruct my battle. Shalu was eager to engage Chumo and wished to waste no time on these jesters. The moment Shalu fixed his gaze upon them, Mr. Satan and his companions felt as though death itself had descended upon them. Panic surged within them, prompting instinctual retreat. Satan, Satan. The great Mr. Satan must teach that arrogant Shalu a lesson. Meanwhile, in cities across the earth, large screens were filled with crowds of men, women, and children, all fervently shouting and cheering for their hero. Satan, at this moment, Satan had become their faith, their savior. However, Shalu paid no heed to this. In his haste to engage in combat with Chumo, he simply waved his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. In an instant, Satan and his disciples were swept away by a formidable gust of wind. I could see that moment. Chumo also struck out from a distance, diminishing the force of the whirlwind. Ultimately, Satan and his companions crashed into the rocks outside the arena. Their heads bloodied and bruised as they sat on the ground, looking pitiful. Nearby, the photographer and the sunglasses-clad man stood in stunned silence. What on earth is happening? The savior of our planet, the world's #1 martial arts champion, Mr. Satan, has been struck down like this. They could not comprehend the situation. They had not even touched him, yet he was sent flying. Consider yourselves fortunate. Chumo, is it worth saving them? Indeed, at this critical moment, Chumo intervened, neutralizing most of Shalu's power. Otherwise, Satan and his companions would have been obliterated in mid-air. He found it amusing. After all, killing these ordinary people held no interest for him. Chumo spread his hands and smiled. Whether to kill them or not was inconsequential. Now, it was your turn. Come forth. Shalu beckoned to Chumo, feeling like a victor, exhilarated. Chumo, unleash your strength, and let us engage in a proper battle. Unleash all your power? Are you certain? Then be cautious. That the smirk played on Chumo's lips as he revealed a sinister smile. He levitated into the air, fists clenched, and a tremendous wave of energy erupted forth. accompanied by a resounding roar. The entire arena began to tremble violently. Even the nearby mountains and stones began to float in the air. Centered around Chumo, an intense vibration spread outwards in all directions, resembling an earthquake. How can he be floating? Mr. Satan, is this merely an illusion? The sunglasses-clad man stammered in terror. Yet, Satan was not much better off. His body trembled involuntarily. He could not comprehend what was happening, why he was shaking uncontrollably. Only Chumo understood. It was the fear residing within the soul, the innate terror of the weak before an overwhelming power. Consequently, everyone bore expressions of sheer pallor. Monsters, they are all monsters. It was a scene of utter horror in Satan's heart. He could deceive others into believing it was an illusion, but he was well aware of the truth that, Mr. Satan, should we retreat for now? After the violent tremors, the sunglasses-clad man looked at the pale-faced Satan and spoke tremulously. I suddenly feel a stomach ache. I must excuse myself. With that, Satan made a hasty exit, his body already several yards away before his words fully left his mouth. The sunglasses-clad man and his companions stood agape, secretly marveling. Truly, he is the world's #1 fighter. They could hardly discern when he had fled so far this moment. The frequency of the ground's tremors grew increasingly frantic, and the confident smile on Shala's face began to fade. For Chumo's energy was surging at an alarming rate. Boom! Not long after, this violent tremor had affected the entire Earth, causing all the cities to shake violently. What? What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Many were bewildered, voicing their astonishment. Meanwhile, those staring at the screen were equally dumbfounded, utterly shocked, for they realized that it was the miscreant on the arena that had caused this global upheaval. My heavens! What kind of power does it take to achieve this? Everyone gaped in astonishment, staring blankly at the figure on the screen. How could such a terrifying human exist on Earth? A middle-aged man swallowed hard and spoke in a daze, accompanied by one final furious roar. Golden light surged from Chumo's body. The golden aura erupted violently, accompanied by flashes of blue lightning. His hair stood on end, save for a small tuft of bangs that danced in the wind. Shalu, come forth. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, the terrifying tremors at last ceased. Chapter 35. Poor Shahaha. Chumo, is this truly your full strength? Shalu suddenly burst into laughter. His initial surprise transformed into exhilaration. What? Is it more or less? Chumo replied coldly, preparing to give Shalu a surprise. If this is all your power, then I must say, I have overestimated you. Shalu gazed at Chumo as if victory were already in his grasp. Chumo was well aware of his current battle prowess, which was in the billions, while Super Shalu possessed at least around 1 billion. Defeating him would require either the Kaioshin combined with Super Saiyan or a breakthrough to Super Saiyan. Thus, this battle was a test of his own limits. 0.3 minutes. If he could not break through, then he would have to wait for another opportunity. With the super number on his side, if worse came to worst, he could simply have her eliminate Shalu directly. Don't blink. You'll know soon enough. Kaioshin times 2. Boom. As Chumo's voice rang out, an additional layer of red aura enveloped the golden flames, the intense energy causing the ground to crack instantly. After employing Kaioshin times 2, Chumo felt his body tremble. Good heavens, this Super Saiyan combined with Kaioshin is beyond what any ordinary person can withstand. Back then, Goku managed to endure for minutes. Truly, he is the king of overachievers. Chumo sensed an impending sense of expansion and collapse within his body, realizing that this time was even shorter than he had anticipated. Wow, incredible. Chumo actually understands the Kaioshin. Goku exclaimed with delight, never expecting Chumo to be able to use Kaioshin in his Super Saiyan state. He had tried it himself, but could barely endure a second in his Super Saiyan form. Telekinesis. Without hesitation, Chumo utilized this super ability. Now that the gap in battle power between him and Super Shalu had narrowed, controlling him was no longer a challenge. Damn it, what have you done to me? Shalu attempted to retaliate, but he felt his body ensnared by an invisible force, unable to move. Guess. As Chumo's voice fell, he swiftly appeared at Shala's left side and delivered an elbow strike. Bang! Half of Shala's body felt numb. The powerful energy penetrating through him, bending him into a bow shape. Damn it! Shalu struggled desperately, his face contorted in agony, wishing to break free from this invisible force swiftly. Yet, at that moment, Chumo, bolstered by the Kaioshin's enhancement, forcibly locked Shalu's initial attempt to escape. "You wish," Chumo scoffed, landing another punch squarely on Shalu's face. Ugh! Shalu was akin to a punching bag, his handsome face morphing grotesquely, yet he remained unable to resist. Bang! 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 Chumo pummeled Shalu's once handsome visage with 1,000 punches, transforming it into that of a pig's head. "Damn it! Damn it! You despicable fiend!" Shalu roared in fury, launching a second attempt to resist Chumo's telekinetic control. However, Chumo, with a flushed face, subdued Shalu once more. Ding! Beat Shalu for 1 minute. 2 minutes remained to complete the sign-in task. Soon, a minute passed, yet Chumo felt as though he had endured for millennia. Nevertheless, he could persist. He was now filled with boundless energy, and even his super abilities could be sustained for a longer duration. As long as the gap in battle power was not too vast, his super abilities would not falter. Is Chumo being too despicable? Poor Shalu! Goku watched with a twinge of sympathy. Fool! Kakarot, is your brain made of mush? Winning is all that matters. Who cares how it's done? Vegeta cast a disdainful glance. His gaze fixated on the silhouette of Chumo. It dawned on him that combat could be executed in such a manner, rendering it all the more intriguing. Ding! Strike Cell for 2 minutes, with just 1 minute left to complete the sign-in task. Another minute passed, and Chumo felt his body reaching its limits. The strain of the Kaioshin was indeed overwhelming. Yet, in his quest to surpass his boundaries, Chumo vowed to persevere, embodying the tenacity of his former self. Although in his past life, he and his peers were dubbed the Lost Generation, Chumo refused to accept this label. They too possessed an indomitable spirit. He would not yield. He was determined to transcend his limits. Seconds ticking away. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the sign-in task and earned a sign-in gift pack. Would you like to open the sign-in gift pack immediately? Yes, open it now. Chumo felt as though his body might burst from the immense pain coursing through him. "Ha! Chumo, you're finished," Cell exclaimed, reveling in the newfound freedom from his restraints. That a sense of danger surged within number 18 as she sensed Chumo's deteriorating condition and prepared to assist him. However, upon witnessing the smile on Chumo's face, she abruptly halted. It was a smile of exhilaration. Had he discovered a means to break through? Chapter 36. The Breakthrough to Super Saiyan 3. Is that so? I'm waiting for you, Chumo retorted with a cold smirk. At last, he sensed the flicker of a breakthrough opportunity. He had made the right choice. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the sign-in gift pack and acquired S-level regeneration abilities. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained the technique of duplication, with each clone possessing the host's combat prowess, capable of splitting up to a maximum of 10. Chumo couldn't help but feel somewhat exasperated. Aside from the S-level regeneration ability, the duplication technique seemed rather inconsequential. Before he could contemplate further, Cell's fist was upon him. Bang! 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 Cell struck Chumo repeatedly, causing his body to quiver violently, bones fracturing with each blow. Ugh! Chumo endured the searing pain, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Yet he resolutely remained silent. With each strike from Cell, Chumo sensed he was drawing closer to a breakthrough. It hurts, doesn't it? Chumo, the agony you've inflicted upon me will be returned 100-fold. Cell sneered. Too bad you won't have the chance. Chumo replied with a chilling laugh. The regeneration abilities surged within him. Chumo's bones mended at lightning speed. What do you mean? A sense of foreboding engulfed Cell. He had barely enjoyed his moment of triumph when he realized it couldn't be. It was absolutely impossible for Chumo's strongest prowess to slay him. Now it was even less likely. A soft crack echoed, reminiscent of some form of constraint being shattered, and then a formidable energy radiated from Chumo, continuously ascending. Next, a brilliant golden light erupted, casting a dazzling brilliance. In that instant, Chumo's aura transformed, becoming overwhelmingly powerful. The golden radiance expanded, immeasurable and boundless, rising like the sun. The once tranquil blue-purple lightning reemerged, morphing into a silvery hue, crackling incessantly. entwining around Chumo. Every muscle in Chumo's body trembled violently, as each cell absorbed an immense surge of energy. Brimming with vitality, bang, 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 a surge of intense golden light illuminated the entire earth, causing the planet to tremble in fear. The ground began to crack and collapse, and even the sky was rent with fissures, revealing the outer cosmos as if it had been sliced. Chumo's might was on an unrelenting ascent. Not only Earth, but the entire solar system, even the Milky Way, felt the impact. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Waves of peculiar ripples radiated outward, reminiscent of the initial breakthrough to Super Saiyan, a grand and overwhelming presence that swept across the entire seventh universe. That Cell's complexion turned pale as he stared wide-eyed at Chumo. An ominous sensation gripping his heart, he was utterly bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. Damn it, I just evolved, and you did too? Am I to be beaten again? A sense of dread settled in. His opponent had actually broken through. Cell refused to believe it, gritting his teeth as he began to roar frantically. You dream on. I won't let you succeed in your breakthrough. Death Energy Ball. He soared into the air, gathering a massive energy orb in his hands. A technique learned after absorbing Frieza, he launched it directly at Chumo. Yet, all of these attacks were futile. Chumo merely waved his hand, and a luminous energy shield materialized. Boom! The powerful energy shield effortlessly deflected the Death Energy Ball, causing a tremendous explosion that shook the entire Earth violently. The tremors persisted for several minutes before everything receded into nothingness. Chumo radiated an infinite golden light, enveloping the land, an increasingly suffocating aura permeating the air. At that moment, Chumo's golden hair had grown wildly long, cascading down to his waist. Silver lightning entwined around him. He was now in the form of a Super Saiyan. Stop right there. Cell, increasingly agitated, transformed into a shadow, charging directly at Chumo. New Star Strike. Humph, you underestimate yourself. You know nothing of true power. Chumo coldly regarded the oncoming Cell before unleashing a thunderous roar. The radiant golden light erupted from him, while a powerful gust of energy surged outward in all directions. Even the arena, which had only just been constructed, vanished in an instant, leaving behind a bottomless pit that instilled terror in all who beheld it. Get out of here! It's too dangerous, Goku exclaimed, hastily retreating at supersonic speed. The others quickly followed suit, recognizing that they could not withstand such a force. It was prudent to flee. Super 18 gazed intently at Chumo, captivated. So handsome, truly a man I admire, exuding such formidable energy. Far surpassing my own. Chapter 37. Cell's Miscalculation. Bang! Before Cell could even approach within 10 meters of Chumo, he was sent flying by the overwhelming aura. Is this all you've got? Chumo remarked coldly, after transforming into a Super Saiyan. He felt a chilling detachment envelop him, his thirst for blood intensifying. That I offer you a choice. First, within a minute, break through my defenses. If you can harm even a single hair on me, I shall spare you today. Second, I will grant you an hour's head start. If you can escape, I shall let you go. Third, take a punch. If you can withstand my punch, I shall let you go. Chumo's three conditions incited immense fury in Cell. He was a man destined to dominate the universe. How could he tolerate such humiliation? How dare you look down on me? Die. Cell, possessing the genes of both Science and the Frost Demons, was unable to accept such a disgraceful provocation. Death Beam, Death Energy Ball, Evil Containment Wave, Kamehameha. Cell unleashed a barrage of his most powerful techniques against the prideful Chumo. He had lost all semblance of rationality. Haha, I'm the strongest. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled under the weight of the onslaught. The island sinking beneath the immense energy. Water erupted everywhere, obscuring all visibility. Alas, too bad you're not. You are not the strongest. Chumo's voice resonated like a death knell, draining the color from Cell's green visage. His eyes filled with terror. How is this possible? Indeed, how could it be? Such a powerful attack had resulted in absolutely no damage. Was Chumo truly that strong? Krillin, having regained his confidence, realized that the Earth would be safe this time. Yes, his power is beyond prediction. This must be the most formidable Saiyan. Yamcha wore a relaxed expression, believing that as long as he wasn't faced with death, the world was a splendid place that I, Tianjin fan, am willing to acknowledge Chumo as the strongest in the universe. Such power is what I aspire to achieve in this lifetime. Tianjin fan has rediscovered a new goal to strive for. He wishes to become a savior figure akin to Chumo. How infuriating. How vexing. I refuse to resign myself to this fate. I shall continue to toil in my training, the only one with such indomitable fighting spirit. Aside from Beijian is no one else. Sun Wukong looked on with admiration, initially believing that Super Saiyan was the pinnacle of Saiyan capabilities. Yet now he realizes that asserting such limits on Saiyans is premature. Or perhaps there are simply no limits at all. Hal listened to the praises directed towards Chumo from Tianjin fan and others, her heart swelling with joy, far sweeter than honey, her gaze brimming with unabashed affection. She intended to gaze at her prince charming in precisely this manner. He is her unparalleled hero. As the ocean receded, Chumo reappeared before everyone, leaving not a speck of dust in his wake. It seems you have chosen a different path, which has truly disappointed me, Chumo remarked with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, Salu felt a wave of frustration rise within him, nearly causing him to spit blood. Damn it, I was merely testing the waters. When did I choose anything? What should I do if I can't win? Salu's eyes darted to the side as he pondered how he might escape. Suddenly, he noticed that Hao appeared to be off guard, and an idea struck him. Chumo, don't get too pleased with yourself. Solar flare. Salu raised his hands above his head, and a blinding radiance erupted, outshining the sun. Wow, it's too dazzling. What is this guy up to? Krillin and the others could hardly bear it. Salu was resorting to such underhanded tactics, and they were caught off guard, quickly succumbing to the effects. However, Chumo remained unfazed, a protective shield rising before him to block the blinding light. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. Salu, you truly have some nerve. Attempting to capture me. Are you? You intend to use me as leverage against Chumo and then escape. Don't you? It was Hao's mocking voice, but you are far too naive in your thinking. Now is the time for you to repay your debts, just as Krillin and the others were still trying to comprehend the situation. A tremendous explosion echoed through the air. Then there was another massive detonation from the ocean, accompanied by the sound of someone retching. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent impacts resounded, yet aside from Chumo, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo, no one understood what had transpired. When Krillin and the others finally grasped the unfolding events, they discovered that Salu had been reduced to a swollen mess. His body was covered in blood, his limbs limp, clearly broken. Even with Salu's S-class regeneration abilities, he was unable to recover from such brutal punishment. Hovering before Salu was Hao in a short skirt, her gaze icy as she regarded him with an air of leisure. How delightful! After delivering such a thrashing, I feel utterly refreshed. P.S. The plot involving Buu and the evil spirit wave will commence soon, and I hope for your continued support that a wave of flowers and evaluation tickets will be greatly appreciated. If there are flowers tomorrow, expect a significant increase in updates. Chapter 38. Do not anger women. What just happened? Krillin appeared utterly bewildered. What transpired moments ago? Yamcha wore a similarly puzzled expression, after a brief moment. With Sun Wukong's explanation, they finally understood the sequence of events that it turned out that Salu had attempted to abduct Hao, coercing Chumo into releasing him. But clearly, he miscalculated. The current Super Hao is not someone he can provoke. Within those brief seconds, Salu had been so thoroughly beaten that even Dr. Gero would have failed to recognize him. Now, Hao wore a carefree expression, having finally avenged her previous grievances. Alas, you are truly pitiful. You cannot even choose your partner wisely. She is destined to be my future wife. How could she possibly be weak? You are courting death, and I cannot be blamed for it. Chumo teased. The tone of his voice sent Salu into a fit of rage, yet he was powerless to retaliate. Escape seemed equally futile. Salu was deeply frustrated. Who could have known that Hao's combat prowess would suddenly surge so dramatically? Damn it, even if I perish, I shall not allow this pair of dog lovers to insult me. Witness my self-destruction. Salu seethed, channeling his last vestiges of pride into a surge of courage. Hiss! Hiss! Salu opened his mouth wide and began inhaling violently. Instantly, a fierce storm arose upon the ocean's surface, waves being directly consumed by Salud. In no time, Salud's form swelled grotesquely, resembling a bloated toad, yet he persisted. "This is bad, dangerous," Sun Wukong exclaimed in alarm, though he was at a loss as to where to escape. Such immense energy could obliterate the entire Earth in an instant. Krillin and the others turned pale, realizing that fleeing was now utterly futile. That it's over. Everything is finished. Who would have thought we were facing death once more? Yamucha's expression mirrored that of someone in despair, lamenting how little time had passed since their arrival. Haha, let us all perish together, with so many accompanying me. I have gained something, Salu sneered. You are mistaken. Aside from yourself, you cannot kill anyone. A voice rang out from behind Salu, as a massive green protective barrier enveloped his swollen form. Damn it, Chumo, you bastard! I shall not spare you even in death. Salu raged, unleashing his most heartfelt curses. You are already a ghost. How can you threaten to become one? If you wish to die, do it yourself. You are a nuisance. The Super Saiyan Chumo gazed coldly at Salu, who now resembled a balloon. Damn it, I'm a ghost now. I nearly forgot. Salu looked up at the halo above his head, feeling utterly speechless. Yet there was nothing he could do. He had reached the point of self-destruction, unable to regain control. Within the protective barrier, a sound akin to a flatulence echoed, followed by a burst of light, leaving behind nothing but debris. Those consumed by Salu's form, including Frieza and others, as well as Roboku Fan, were reduced to ashes. This time, they were truly dead beyond resurrection. Krillin and the others found it hard to believe their eyes. What had begun as a life-and-death crisis had taken such a dramatic turn. Everything seemed far too simple. Indeed, with Chumo's arrival, everything became significantly easier. Even scenes that once demanded their utmost effort had become rare occurrences, yet a lingering feeling remained. Something felt amiss. What could it be? The Earth had regained its peace, and Sun Wukong and Vegeta began to intensify their training, for they had realized the existence of the Super Saiyan transformation. Chumo and Hao held their wedding in the heavenly temple, with Sun Wukong and the others naturally in attendance. But on their wedding night, Chumo was determined to give his all, leaving the room only after 7 whole days and nights, prompting envy from Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Although they were formidable, Bulma and Chi-Chi were Earth women, lacking such stamina. This record weighed heavily on Vegeta's mind. How utterly embarrassing! At last, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Chumo subdued Hao, demonstrating to her what it truly means to be a man. Their physical prowess was boundless. Apart from the pleasures of the flesh, there were naturally no issues. The next step was to engage in even more rigorous training. There was no need to elaborate on Son Goku and Vegeta. To keep pace with Chumo was imperative, and they could not afford to slacken their efforts. Son Goku ventured to the North Kai for training, subsequently progressing to the Grand Kai, yielding remarkable results. As for Vegeta, he continued to train in the gravity chamber, having escalated the gravity to an astounding level. Chumo, despite possessing the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, which negated the necessity for training and allowed his combat power to double annually, felt the need to engage in further practice. Otherwise akin to the new Broly, despite being formidable, he could still be bested by Gogeta. Chapter 39. The Contract of Servitude. Thus, Chumo summoned Dandy from New Namek to become the new god of Earth, resurrecting the eternal dragon, and then wished for the creation of a gravity chamber with a maximum capacity of hundreds times the normal gravity. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. Aside from his training, Chumo also undertook various tasks around the world, treating it as a honeymoon vacation with Hao. After residing on Namek for 6 months, Chumo acquired S-Class healing abilities, equivalent to Dandy's level, and S-Class potential enhancement abilities, comparable to the original Grand Elder's level. However, this S-Class potential enhancement would only elevate a human's potential to the Super Saiyan stage at most. Hey, Chumo, are you capable? Krillin inquired, a mix of anticipation and trepidation in his tone, having resigned himself to the fact that he could no longer hope to catch up with Son Goku and the others. He focused solely on his training. Yes, hurry up. I'm quite eager. Tien Shinhan clenched his fists, Ever since he learned that Chumo could enhance their potential to the level of Super Saiyan, he had been filled with confidence for the future. Rest assured, it's all good. But first, you need to sign this contract. Chumo chuckled mischievously as he produced 4 copies of the contract. The contents were rather unremarkable, merely stipulating that Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Dumpling would serve as enforcers for his organization for a century. This is a contract of servitude? Krillin gazed in disbelief. The Chumo he once thought of as a peerless master now appeared more like a cunning merchant. Tien Shinhan and the others were equally bewildered, as Chumo's image in their minds had drastically diminished. Fear not. This is hardly a contract of servitude. A century will pass in no time. Do you lack confidence in living for 100 years? With the deepening of their training, humanity's dimensions gradually elevated, and living for several hundred years was no longer an issue. Besides, by then, Krillin and the others would be even stronger, capable of living for a millennium. Fine, I'll sign. Krillin gritted his teeth, willing to take the plunge for the sake of advancing his training. Chumo, in turn, seemed decent enough. He would undoubtedly treat them well in the future. I'll sign too. Count me in. Me as well. Tin and the others eagerly agreed, unwilling to miss such a golden opportunity. Furthermore, Chumo's so-called jewelry enterprise was substantial in strength, and no one dared to provoke it. That's the spirit. Now, allow me to enhance your potential. Chumo beamed with joy, placing his hands atop the heads of the 4, commencing the enhancement process. Minutes later, he effortlessly withdrew his hands. The lack of visible change in his expression puzzled Krillin. He recalled how the Grand Elder on Namek had enhanced his potential with such fervor, and yet the results were modest. Can my power really compare to that frail Grand Elder? Fear not. If it doesn't work, the contract will be void. Chumo discerned Krillin's doubts. Noting that Tien and Krillin had not trained diligently enough in recent years, he decided to generously enhance all their potentials. In truth, they were merely his test subjects, and the outcome was evident. Wow, such incredible power! I feel invigorated. A month later, Krillin exclaimed, feeling his strength had multiplied by at least tenfold. This success ignited a surge of confidence within them, fueling their passion for training even further. 3 years later, Krillin and the others were immensely satisfied. Even the weakest among them, Dumpling, had surpassed a combat power of 100 million. They had indeed grown exponentially. Meanwhile, Chumo and Hao trained under the pressure of hundreds of times gravity, resulting in a dramatic increase in their combat prowess. Chumo's legendary bloodline abilities manifested spectacularly, his foundational combat power soaring to billions. And upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it reached trillions. Hao was no less impressive. Her combat power, already in the billions post-fusion, now reached trillions as for Satan and his companions, who had appeared during the Cell games. They met their demise when Cell obliterated the island. With the exception of Sunglasses GUY.AT that time, Chumo had just transcended into a Super Saiyan, and everyone forgot about Satan and his crew, leading to their unfortunate fate. With Chumo's combat power having surged to such heights, he found himself lacking worthy opponents. Although Son Goku and Vegeta had also ascended to Super Saiyan status, their combat power merely reached trillions, rendering them incapable of challenging him. Chumo's gaze had shifted beyond Goku and Vegeta, now aimed at their fusion forms, Vegeta and Gogeta, for they represented the ultimate warriors. Vegeta, do you wish to battle me? However, you are no match for me at present. Fighting you would be rather unfulfilling. Chumo bluntly stated. Damn you, Vegeta seethed with anger, yet he could not refute Chumo's words. How about this? I've heard the Hell Tournament is set to take place. You should join if you can secure the first victory. I'll agree to fight you. Chumo began to entice Vegeta. Chapter 40. The Hell Tournament, but I'm not dead. How can I participate? Who said you must be dead to have a chance? That guy Goku participated, didn't he? Just seek him out. I'm certain North Kai has a way. Remembering the wager between North Kai and West Kai, Chumo was confident that North Kai wouldn't mind having another powerful fighter. With both Vegeta and Son Goku boasting trillions of combat power, no specter in the underworld could pose a challenge to them. It was likely that the finals would see them pitted against each other, and then, when the evil energy wave emerged, the fusion warrior Gogeta would appear. Chumo's ultimate goal was to engage in battle with Gogeta. perhaps aiding him in breaking through to Super Saiyan. The Hell Tournament sounds excellent. I shall participate. And that Kakarot, how could he not inform me? He is truly cunning. Vegeta clenched his fists, exhilarated, and promptly sought out Son Goku. What are you trying to achieve by sending Vegeta to participate in this Hell Tournament? How emerged from her bath, donning only a white shirt. Her figure and appearance captivated Chumo, leaving him momentarily spellbound. What are you staring at? Haven't you tasted every inch of me already? Silly. How shot him a teasing glance. Chumo could hardly contain himself. As for his intentions, he had long since forgotten. Arg. After 7 days and nights. An overwhelming aura erupted from Chumo's abode, causing the entire structure to collapse. Darling, that's the third villa you've destroyed. You're simply too powerful. I'm so fortunate. How expressed her satisfaction, though she was somewhat displeased with Chumo's penchant for destruction. What to fear? We can simply purchase another. By the way, I'll buy you a beautiful dress and some special clothing. Ha! Chumo grinned wickedly. How annoying. Do as you wish. I'm just destined to be with you. With a sidelong glance at Chumo, Hao had long since grown accustomed to his absurdity. Vegeta and Son Goku were participating in the Hell Martial Arts Tournament, while the Earth's Ultimate Martial Arts Tournament had also commenced. Naturally, Chumo was not short of funds. Over the past few years, he had returned from various planets with an immeasurable number of gems, and now he was the proprietor of the largest jewelry conglomerate on Earth, as well as the richest person in the world. Otherwise, how could he afford to pamper his wife, buy clothes, and acquire villas? As a good man, Chumo would never allow Hao to go out and earn a living. A wife, after all, should simply be responsible for her alluring beauty. Although money was no longer an issue, Hao whimsically desired to participate in this year's Ultimate Martial Arts Tournament. Chumo, of course, did not object, viewing it as an opportunity for his wife to engage in some physical activity. Joining her in the registration were Son Gohan, Piccolo, and others, with Krillin and his companions eager to test the potency of their enhanced abilities. Furthermore, the young Trunks and Son Goten also registered for the youth division of the Ultimate Martial Arts Tournament. These two mischievous children certainly a cause for concern. Though Satan was absent, others have found a so-called power testing machine to measure the strength of the participants. This time, however, Hao was not in the best of spirits. He swiftly obliterated the machine with a single punch, while the formidable power displayed by Piccolo and the others left the staff members wide-eyed in terror. What manner of monsters were these individuals? Utilizing the Dragon Shenron, Son Goku had erased humanity's memory of Cell, thus they had no recollection of Piccolo and Son Gohan. Videl had also come to participate. Now she was Son Gohan's official girlfriend, albeit unaware of the true strength of Piccolo and his companions, merely perceiving them as strong. These fellows had just destroyed a machine worth millions. What extravagant waste. Chumo was the principal sponsor of this year's Ultimate Martial Arts Tournament. Enjoying the privilege to observe the matches, he was discreetly scanning the crowd, attempting to identify the Supreme Kaioshin, as well as those two minions of Babidi. Ding, a new sign-in mission has been released. Release the Evil Buu, destroy Buu's second form, complete the sign-in task, and receive the corresponding gift package, observing his wife obliterate the so-called power testing machine. He could only shake his head. Boss, one of the staff members approached and whispered that not be concerned. That is the boss lady. Just be cautious, came the response. Remember to present her with a beautiful crown. Upon hearing that the boss lady was attending the martial arts tournament, the overall supervisor instantly perked up. This was a splendid opportunity to make an impression. It must be executed flawlessly. The official matches began shortly thereafter. And Chumo dozed off in the lounge. Finding little to capture his attention in such a contest, a formidable opponent emerged, and then Videl was brutally assaulted, ultimately being saved by Son Gohan. Infuriated, Son Gohan sought vengeance. However, when faced with Jebet, he found himself ensnared by Supreme Kaioshin's telekinetic abilities. Damn it, he finally appeared. Did he think that being a Supreme Kai granted him free reign? Chumo scoffed, recognizing that such meager psychic powers could only control Son Gohan when he was caught off guard. Chapter 41. God? Nothing more. Curse it! I cannot move. What is happening? Son Gohan exclaimed in panic. Sensing an invisible force restraining him completely, as those two fiends attempted to siphon Son Gohan's energy, Chumo suddenly intervened. He darted to Supreme Kaioshin's side, feigning fury. What audacity to disrupt the ultimate martial arts tournament. With that, a powerful aura enveloped Supreme Kaioshin, rendering him immobile with overwhelming force on the stage. Son Gohan felt a sudden lightness in his body, at last able to move again. Spotting the individual who had grievously injured Videl approaching, he erupted in rage, transforming into a Super Saiyan and unleashing his fury upon them. Gohan, do not kill them. We may still have use for them, Chumo stated calmly, positioning himself before Supreme Kaioshin with a cold gaze. This so-called god was nothing more than a coward, fearful for his life. Had it not been for his status as the god of Universe 7, he would have met his demise countless times over. You are the Supreme Kai, are you not? Yet, even a god cannot arbitrarily interfere in a competition. If you have engaged in such actions, you must face the consequences, Chumo declared icily, harboring little fondness for the Supreme Kai. Finding him inferior to the old Kai. How do you know my identity? Supreme Kaioshin retorted, well aware of Chumo's formidable strength, yet puzzled as to how he had uncovered his identity. Even the North Kai was oblivious to his existence. From where had Chumo obtained this knowledge? How I know is of no concern to you. What matters is that you have violated the rules of the tournament and must be punished. I am the Supreme Kai. Who dares to punish me? Supreme Kaioshin scoffed, believing himself the most exalted deity in the universe. In my eyes, you are no different from an ordinary person that if you relish watching others be absorbed. Then let us see how you fare being absorbed yourself, Chumo replied coldly, seizing Supreme Kaioshin by the shoulder and flinging him onto the arena. Enough, Gohan. Cease your attack, Chumo instructed Son Gohan. You too wish to absorb power, did you not? Here is your opportunity, he said, gesturing toward the fallen Supreme Kaioshin. The two minions controlled by Babidi beamed at his words, quickly aiming their absorption device at Supreme Kaioshin. Jebbet was taken aback and rushed to intervene. Yet, as he made his move, Son Gohan's assault came crashing down. Our match has only just begun. Your opponent is me. Son Gohan's voice was frigid. The adversary before him was in league with a peculiar figure on the ground. How dare they conspire against him? This was unforgivable. Oh ho ho, this little one possesses quite the prowess. The Supreme Kai is treated in such a manner. Should I awaken Lord Beerus? In a distant location. The angel Whis chuckled as he observed the scene through his staff. He pondered whether to rouse the slumbering god of destruction Beerus nearby, but recalling that the time had not yet come, he decided against it. This place was described as a planet, yet it resembled a tree planted within a conical flower pot. The god of destruction's realm rested upon this colossal tree, a truly magnificent sight. Surrounding were numerous planets, and the abode of the god of destruction was styled quite impressively Dada. I cannot locate where this Chumo hails from. How intriguing, this scion, was mused, discovering no information regarding Chumo, as if he had simply materialized in this world. Nevertheless, Whis remained rather lethargic and lacked the motivation to investigate Chumo's origins. Supreme Kaioshin cried out in agony, the direct siphoning of energy proving excruciating. Haha, now you comprehend the pain of having your energy drained, do you? I despise you, cowardly Supreme Kai, Chumo remarked coldly, observing Supreme Kaioshin's torment with no intention of intervening. Before long, Supreme Kaioshin's energy was entirely depleted. Leaving the two fiends satisfied, despite his weakness, he still possessed a combat power in the millions, comparable to that of a Super Saiyan in his prime. After being drained, Shin felt as though he were on the brink of death. Fear not, you shall not perish. And as for you too, did I permit your departure? Chumo declared he could not allow this being to die, who knew if any angels were watching from the shadows. After all, this Supreme Kai might have connections to the god of destruction Beerus. Until his own combat power reached that of a god of destruction, Chumo dared not act recklessly towards Supreme Kaioshin. Having spoken, Chumo extended his hand, transferring a portion of his energy. Moments later, Supreme Kaioshin felt revitalized, rising to his feet and approaching Chumo. Meanwhile, the audience was already abuzz with discussion. P.S. At this moment, I felt quite displeased. Why should the Supreme Kai enjoy special privileges? And Son Goku was truly a fool. Watching others do this to his child without intervening, I was filled with indignation. Chapter 42. The Emergence of Evil Thoughts. Wow, the sponsor of the martial arts tournament is so handsome. How I wish to marry him. The mastermind behind the scenes is undeniably formidable. I believe he is truly the best in the world. Alas, he did not participate in this year's Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Oh, my idol, you are simply astonishing. Those who dare to disrupt will face dire consequences. Ordinary people have never encountered a man as striking and powerful as Chumo. And they're all singing his praises in unison. Such prowess deserves the honor of sponsoring a tournament of this magnitude. Who would dare cause a ruckus? Even the mightiest of beings would be helpless against him. The arena is filled with cheers for Chumo, the Kaioshin. Shin approached Chumo and observed the two incapacitated demons, realizing that this was merely a lesson from his powerful warrior. Mr. Chumo, I sincerely apologize. My earlier conduct was disrespectful, Shin said earnestly, clearly intimidated by this scion who had dared to defy divine authority. Little did Shin know of the existence of a destroyer god. Otherwise, he would not have so readily capitulated. Considering your status as a Kaioshin, I will let this slide, Chumo replied casually. You merely wish to use these two fools as guides, correct? Very well. Let us go and meet this individual who instills such fear in you. Wonderful. With Mr. Chumo taking action, there is no cause for concern, Shin exclaimed with delight, quickly forgetting the earlier unpleasantness. Agreed. Chumo smiled, turning to the two demons. Do you wish to live or die? If you desire to survive, lead us to your headquarters at once, and perhaps you might escape unscathed. His cold voice prompted the two demons to nod vigorously. Gohan, will you stay here or accompany us? Chumo inquired, upon hearing of a formidable foe's emergence. Son Gohan naturally wished to go, especially since he could not hope to defeat any number. Of course, I must go. It would be remiss not to witness a worthy opponent. Gohan replied excitedly. Count me in. Me too. Krillin and Tien Shinhan chimed in. The upcoming matches featured familiar faces, which lacked excitement. New adversaries were far more thrilling. Number 18 shot an annoyed glance at Chumo for whisking everyone away, feeling somewhat left out. However, she had no desire to join the fray. Instead, she would claim a crown crafted by a master jeweler. Chumo and his entourage followed the two demons, leaving a bewildered audience behind. Witnessing so many individuals take to the skies, the ordinary folk could no longer remain seated, erupting in exhilarated shouts. This was the true essence of martial artists. The so-called experts they had previously encountered were mere child's play. At that moment, the world of martial arts stirred to life. Meanwhile, the Hell Martial Arts Tournament was raging fiercely, with no surprises, as the two figures vying for the championship were none other than Vegeta and Son Goku. The once prominent Roboku had vanished into oblivion with the death of Cell. The West Kaioshin had lost everything to the North Kaioshin, leaving him utterly destitute. Kakarot, this time you are destined to lose. Once I defeat you, I shall challenge Chumo, Vegeta declared triumphantly. Although these so-called Hell martial artists were impressive, they were no match for him. Satisfied with his own strength, he reveled in the opportunity to fight here. I am equally thrilled to engage with you. Vegeta, Son Goku, pleased with his training under the Grand Kai, was eager to test his might. The two soon clashed, unleashing their full power. The immense energy they generated ignited a new wave of frenzy at the Hell Martial Arts Tournament. These martial artists, having trained for centuries, had never before encountered such a potent energy fluctuation. They were at a loss for words, feeling as though they had wasted millennia. As the battle between Vegeta and Son Goku intensified, a significant incident unfolded in the realm of soul purification in Hell. The little demons, distracted by the spectacle, inadvertently caused an explosion in the soul filter, resulting in utter chaos among the spirits. Before they could report the incident to King Yin, all the malevolent energies in the universe suddenly converged, giving birth to the most wicked entity across the cosmos, the evil wave. As the powerful dark energy amalgamated, Hell descended into chaos, and countless deceased souls were resurrected, materializing in the mortal realm. Just as Chumo and his companions prepared to venture to Babiti's location, they sensed an overwhelming number of auras rising from hell. Before long, the ghosts began to flood into the human world. What is happening? Why do they all have halos above their heads? Krillin exclaimed in shock. They're all dead. How is it that so many are appearing here? Tien Shinhan, having died once himself, quickly understood the situation. Chapter 43. Chaos in the World. What? The dead have returned to life? Krillin questioned in confusion. No, they've been brought here by someone. Can't you see the halos on their heads? Clearly, there is a problem in hell. Upon assessing the situation, Chumo recognized the emergence of the evil wave. What a remarkable superpower! In an instant, it has summoned so many spirits. He mused, we're in deep trouble. Not only is Majin Buu still unresolved, but now the evil wave has appeared. Shin gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. The universe doomed. Do not worry. These are mere trifles. The evil wave will be dealt with. Krillin, you four team up to suppress these spirits. Gohan, Piccolo, and Kaioshin. Let us forge ahead. Chumo dismissed the ghosts as insignificant nuisances, confident that Tien and the others could handle them without issue. Vegeta, cease your attacks. Son Goku suddenly called for a halt in the tournament arena. Kakarot, what are you planning? Vegeta, though unaware of Son Goku's intentions, complied. Do you sense that? A powerful and malevolent aura. What are you implying? Vegeta replied impatiently. Solely focused on battling Kakarot, indifferent to whatever otherworldly threats loomed. Goku, hold your fire. A serious issue has arisen. The Grand Kai, previously carefree, now wore a grave expression as he flew onto the arena to halt the duel. Old man, do you intend to stop the fight of your esteemed Vegeta? Be careful lest I obliterate you, Vegeta scoffed, refusing to be intimidated by anyone besides Chumo and Kakarot. Currently, a formidable evil entity has emerged from hell, and countless spirits are entering the human realm. You must eliminate this evil force, or else the powerful ancient spirits will also be unleashed upon humanity, leading to their annihilation, the Grand Kai urged, visibly agitated. What? Are you speaking the truth? Vegeta exclaimed, alarmed. His wife Bulma and son Trunks remained on Earth. Should these spirits harm them, he would never forgive in that moment. Vegeta finally set aside his obsession with battling Kakarot, recognizing that Bulma's safety was equally paramount. Rest assured, Grand Kai, we shall handle this. Vegeta, grab hold of me. Son Goku shouted, intrigued by this new adversary. With a whoosh, Son Goku and Vegeta vanished from the arena. Watching them depart, the Grand Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him as he murmured, I hope they can resolve the evil wave. We must prevent it from wreaking further havoc. At that moment, the underworld was enveloped in a yellow barrier. What is this? Vegeta gasped, astonished that he couldn't even break through with a single punch. Vegeta, let us join forces and see if we can shatter this barrier. Son Goku replied, equally serious. Together, the two unleashed a formidable wave of energy. Ultimate Flash, Kamehameha, the terrifying force collided with the barrier. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire underworld. Yet once the smoke cleared, the barrier remained utterly unscathed, showing not a single crack. What on earth is this? It's astonishingly resilient. Although I have not transformed into a Super Saiyan, I have already exerted all my normal strength. This barrier is formidable. It appears we must summon even greater power. Goku observed the barrier intently as he spoke. Excellent. Goku, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Goku's figure, King Yama's spirits soared. Reinforcements have come. In this realm of hell, he is the only one capable of thwarting this evil energy wave. Be careful of that creature on the roof. Hearing this, Vegeta and Goku directed their gaze upwards to the roof of the Yama Palace. There, they beheld a rotund creature, entirely enveloped in a pale yellow hue, riddled with numerous holes, despite its somewhat endearing appearance. Both Goku and Vegeta could sense the immense power of the evil energy wave even from behind the barrier. Finally, a worthy adversary has emerged. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Vegeta, who was particularly concerned about the safety of Bulma and others in the human realm, could no longer contain himself upon learning that this was the evil energy wave. With unwavering confidence in his abilities, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, delivering a powerful punch to shatter the barrier, then swiftly darted towards the evil energy wave. Allow me, the great Vegeta, to obliterate you. The corners of Vegeta's mouth curled upward. He found this to be exceedingly simple. As Vegeta shattered the barrier, the plump evil energy wave turned its attention towards him and Goku. Evil energy wave. Spotting Vegeta charging towards it, the evil energy wave stood upright, clapping its hands, and suddenly emitted a piercing shriek. Chapter 44. Vegeta versus Evil Energy Wave. As it regarded Vegeta, the evil energy wave swung a hefty palm in his direction. Despite its seemingly clumsy demeanor, the speed of this evil energy wave was astonishing. Vegeta, caught off guard, was struck squarely. Bang! He was sent reeling backward, regaining his footing only after several steps, his expression now rife with tension. I never expected this creature to possess such speed. Kakarot, he is mine. Though Vegeta's initial assault had been thwarted, his confidence remained unshaken. Vegeta, be cautious. Perhaps I should take over. Goku, eager to join the fray, suggested. Enough of your chatter. He is mine. Vegeta was fully aware of Goku's intentions. With a swift and powerful punch, he struck out. Bang! The overwhelming force impacted the evil energy wave's body, yet its plump form absorbed most of the blow. Merely bouncing away, the evil energy wave, incensed by being knocked back, let out a furious roar and suddenly dove into a black hole, reappearing beside Vegeta in the next instant. Bang! Vegeta had not anticipated this unique attack method, and was instantaneously sent flying. Cursed creature! Vegeta gathered a potent energy sphere in his right hand, instantly darting behind the evil energy wave and launching it. Boom! It erupted like fireworks, scattering debris in all directions. In that moment, the evil energy wave was reduced to mere fragments. Done. What a feeble evil entity. Easily dispatched. Vegeta scoffed. No, he is not dead yet. King Yama exclaimed loudly. Although Vegeta was indeed powerful, this evil energy wave was anything but simple. What? Not dead? Vegeta was taken aback. Sure enough, mere seconds later, yellowish smoke began to rise once more, and within 2 seconds, the smoke coalesced back into the form of the evil energy wave. Vegeta. This evil energy wave possesses life force stronger than Cell. To vanquish him, we must obliterate every trace of his malevolence in an instant. Goku warned, his brow furrowed. What? Another troublesome adversary. Vegeta was distinctly displeased, realizing the challenge ahead that on the Supreme Kai's planet, beads of sweat rolled down the Great Kai's forehead. While the 4 Kais of the cardinal directions were equally drenched, Mr. Vegeta is truly formidable. He managed to dispatch the evil energy wave in an instant. The North Kai exclaimed with excitement, not rejoice too soon. Such an attack cannot completely eradicate the evil energy wave. Vegeta, you must exert yourself further. It is imperative to eliminate him. The Great Kai urged, his expression tense. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the human realm, an atmosphere of unrest permeating every corner of the world. Only at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament was there a semblance of safety, thanks to Goten and Trunks, who had dispatched numerous spirits. However, these spirits revived instantly upon being defeated, rendering their efforts futile. Being mere children, even with immense power, they hesitated to strike too harshly. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others had already ventured in 4 directions, directly annihilating every spirit in sight. However, with countless spirits to contend with, their efforts were akin to a drop in the ocean, exhausting them to the brink of collapse. Had it not been for the sins of beings, they would have surely succumbed long ago. Bang, bang, bang! In the underworld, destruction reigned supreme. The initial form of the evil energy wave was tossed around by Vegeta, as if it were a mere ball, lacking any resistance. Vegeta smirked, finding this too easy. Vegeta, do not let your guard down. Goku warned, noticing Vegeta's recurring tendency to underestimate adversaries. Enough with the chatter. Just as he was about to deliver another blow, the evil energy wave grinned mischievously, and suddenly, dozens of black holes appeared in the sky, causing its plump form to become intangible. What is this? Vegeta was taken aback by this unfamiliar method of attack. In an instant, countless tendrils emerged from the sky, ensnaring Vegeta. Hundreds of phantoms of the evil energy wave appeared around him, all staring blankly. Be careful, Vegeta, Goku shouted. Before Vegeta could react, the hundreds of phantoms unleashed a blinding brilliance. The evil energy wave was self-destructing. Boom, boom, boom. Evil energy wave. The plump evil energy wave clapped its hands in delight. The air was filled with the sounds of explosions, flashes of lightning swirling within the dark clouds, causing countless spirits to tremble in fear. In the distance, powerful shock waves rippled through the sky, fracturing the very fabric of space. After several minutes, the explosions ceased, the smoke dissipating to reveal Vegeta's figure. Cursed creature! What a bothersome foe! Vegeta brushed off the dust from his attire, speaking coldly. Had he not been in his Super Saiyan state, he would have likely struggled to withstand the force of that recent explosion. P.S. I recommend a new Dragon Ball book by a friend titled Dragon Ball, starting with the Super Bloodline, which is incredibly enjoyable and utterly addictive. Chapter 45. Second form. The evil energy wave gazed at the unscathed Vegeta, its displeasure evident, as it once again dove into a black hole. Another trick. Vegeta scoffed, unleashing his ultimate flash. He directed a powerful shockwave at a vacant space where the evil energy wave had just appeared. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, a dazzling light exploding forth, sending shockwaves rippling for thousands of kilometers, with fierce winds swirling in the sky. Remarkable! The North Kai exclaimed with excitement. Great Lord Kai, has the evil energy wave vanished? No, not yet, the Great Kai replied solemnly. What is happening? The energy of the evil wave has not only persisted but grown even stronger. How is this possible? The West Kai gasped in astonishment. Such a terrifying creature. Vegeta, too, wore a grave expression, his sharp gaze locked on the void. The recent attack should have left even Kakarot with some wounds. Yet this peculiar being. Be cautious. The evil energy wave is about to transform again. If it becomes its second form, it will be even more formidable, King Yama warned loudly. The second form of the evil energy wave has only appeared in legends, and in the past, it took immense effort to eradicate. What? There's a second form? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the ordeal was far from over. No sooner had he spoken than the air in the underworld seemed to congeal, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted forth. The earth trembled incessantly, and the sky grew dark and foreboding as a vivid crimson figure materialized, with blood-red skin, two horns atop its head, a layer of pale purple armor encasing its shoulders and legs, and a blood-colored tail that lashed about. This entity exuded an overwhelming power, a cataclysmic force emanating from its second form, the evil aura wave. Compared to its first form, the second form of the evil aura wave appeared less naive. Yet its physique was significantly more robust, with eyes that conveyed a venomous intensity. This was the true form of the evil aura wave. The first form was merely a facade. Indeed, it was formidable. This was Vegeta's immediate impression upon witnessing the evil aura wave once more. Little did he know, this evil aura wave was capable of contending with Gogeta. Vegeta's heart ignited with fervor at his level of strength alongside the evil aura wave. Every action was of immense consequence. With a sudden flash, the evil aura wave vanished, reappearing silently before Vegeta. You dare to harm me. You must die. The evil aura wave bellowed, a palpable killing intent seemingly solidifying the air, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically. Bring it on, Vegeta exclaimed, exhilarated. The evil aura wave darted forward, launching a fierce assault on Vegeta, leaving terrifying gouges in the ground as its formidable energy swept across the terrain. Vegeta's expression shifted as he roared and charged ahead, unleashing all his might. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, their full powers clashing to a standstill. With each collision, the very fabric of space seemed to rupture, the residual energy exploding outward, as if the underworld itself were being torn asunder. In the moments of impact, the sky bore witness to distorted depressions, a testament to the sheer force exerted upon the space. In his Super Saiyan form, Vegeta matched the evil aura wave, even managing to gain the upper hand momentarily. However, this state was immensely taxing. After an hour, Vegeta began to feel the strained eye. In contrast, the evil aura wave. Despite suffering severe damage and even being obliterated multiple times, quickly recuperated thanks to its formidable regenerative abilities. The malevolent energy permeating the underworld allowed it to fully restore its power in no time. That wretched creature possesses an inexhaustible energy, Vegeta lamented, feeling helpless. Although the Super Saiyans were indeed powerful, they were ill-suited for prolonged battles. Vegeta, let me take over, Goku exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. He could no longer contain himself. Meanwhile, on the surface, Chumo and his companions arrived before a colossal spaceship. This is Babidi ship, where the fearsome egg lies within, Spobovich declared, pointing at the vessel. Enough of this. Your involvement is over. Now step aside. Gohan, let's proceed. Chumo, lacking patience for the two lackeys, resolved to charge in directly. Mr. Chumo, are we truly going in like this? It's far too perilous, King Kai Xian whispered, believing caution to be prudent. Gohan, carve the path. Leave these lackeys to you. That if you're afraid of this, you're hardly fit to be a Supreme Kai. Chumo responded nonchalantly, no problem. Uncle Chumo, leave this to me. It's a perfect chance to hone my skills. Gohan, on the verge of breaking through to Super Saiyan, welcomed the opportunity. King Kai Xian felt a flush of embarrassment at Chumo's words, yet he couldn't deny the truth. Ever since Majin Buu had slain the other four Supreme Kais, he had become significantly more timid. Suddenly, the hatch opened, and a diminutive figure floated out, followed by a towering presence. Dabura, I never expected the illustrious king of the Dark Demon Realm to be under Babidi's control. Gohan and Piccolo exchanged puzzled glances. Do not underestimate him. His strength is formidable, King Kai Xian cautioned. Humph, how dare you trespass here? You shall not leave alive. Babidi glared at Spobovich, who had led Chumo and the others here, his voice dripping with malice. Before Spobovich and his companion could plead for mercy, their bodies erupted in a violent explosion. You brought this upon yourselves. I bear no blame, Chumo remarked, devoid of any emotion as he observed their demise. It was all in line with the narrative. Nothing surprising. Gohan, you have 3 minutes. If you cannot defeat Dabura, return and have Vegeta push you further, Chumo declared, his disinterest apparent. However, King Kai Xian grew anxious. Mr. Chumo, let us join forces. Defeating Dabura will render Babidi devoid of his most powerful ally, giving King Kai Xian's past terror inflicted by Majin Buu. Any matter related to it sent him into a panic. That's unnecessary. 3 minutes. Gohan, unleash your full power, Chumo reiterated. Gohan nodded, then unleashed a powerful roar. The tremendous aura enveloped him, golden flames erupting, occasionally crackling with silver lightning. Super Saiyan, Gohan, and Dabura clashed, though Dabura's combat prowess exceeded that of the fully formed Cell by a considerable margin. A minute later, both warriors bore numerous wounds. Meanwhile, the dissipating energy was absorbed by the massive egg at the bottom of the spaceship. Haha, splendid. Hurry faster, Babidi shouted with glee, watching as the energy levels neared completion. Chumo observed Gohan and Dabura, calculating that Majin Buu's emergence was imminent, that he understood that Dabura was no weakling. Even if Gohan had not squandered time, he would only be slightly stronger than Dabura. Winning within 3 minutes was virtually impossible. What Chumo required was a surge of energy to awaken Buu from his slumber. He was too lazy to intervene. He could simply revive Buu directly if he wished. After 2 more minutes, the giant egg finally absorbed enough energy. Haha, the seal is finally broken. The great Babidi shall rule the universe, Babidi exclaimed, elated. Uncle Chumo, this guy is no simple foe. Give me 1 more hour, and I will surely defeat him. Gohan admitted sheepishly as the 3 minutes elapsed that, no worries. I doubt Chumo would blame you. He already knew you couldn't handle Dabura in 3 minutes. He merely wanted you to exert your utmost effort. Your progress is commendable, Piccolo interjected, then turned serious as he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from below the spaceship. We're doomed. Majin Buu has been unsealed. King Kai Xian's fear was palpable, his complexion paling. Jebet trembled similarly, his body shaking. Did I say, can you not show a little backbone? You are, after all, the supreme deity of Universe 7. Stop being so cowardly that I'm still here. What is there to fear? Chumo retorted, exasperated by the god's timidity, which surpassed even that of the supreme Kai. Chumo's words embarrassed King Kaioshin, yet fear still dominated his demeanor as he cautiously retreated behind Chumo. Alas, this god is beyond redemption. Chumo sighed, shaking his head, dismissing the cowardly deity as he prepared to undertake his mission. Slaying Majin Buu 1,000 times would be a trivial task. Gohan and Dabura, sensing the dreadful aura, ceased their skirmish. Consume this Senza bean. You'll be able to continue fighting shortly. This time, there are no time constraints. Just defeat him, Chumo instructed, casting a glance at Dabura with no interest. Such an opponent was merely a means for Gohan to sharpen his skills. Thank you, Uncle Chumo. In the form of Super Saiyan, Son Gohan is far from the merciful figure he usually embodies. Taking a life or two is a trivial matter for him at that moment. A rotund, rosy figure ascended from the bottom of the spaceship alongside Babidi. Upon catching sight of this plump silhouette, King Kaioshin trembled uncontrollably, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Majin Buu, he has truly manifested. The universe is doomed. Meanwhile, Chumo observed the chubby and seemingly adorable Buu with interest, contemplating whether he should recruit him as a caretaker for his child. Envisioning the delightful experiences that could ensue. Dabura, well done. However, with Majin Buu resurrected, you have become of little use to me. Buu, eliminate him. The rotund Buu rubbed his belly, a gluttonous grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "Oh ho, I shall devour him." Chapter 47. Gohan versus Buu. As he spoke, Buu extended his antennae toward Dabura, unleashing a golden wave of energy. Dabura attempted to flee but was unsuccessful, instantly transforming into a massive chocolate confection, which Buu promptly consumed. How terrifying! King Kaioshin trembled all over, and Jebet was equally affected, his face flushed with fear. How infuriating! To think my opponent has been slain upon witnessing the demise of his adversary. Son Gohan erupted in fury, charging directly at the pudgy Buu. Bang, bang, bang! Gohan unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, swiftly rendering Buu into a grotesque form with ease. Yet Piccolo remained visibly apprehensive, sensing that Buu's energy had not diminished in the slightest. For now, Gohan held the advantage, as Buu had just been unfettered and his powers remained unstable. However, being subjected to Gohan's relentless onslaught certainly did not sit well with Buu in a fit of extreme rage. Smoke began to emanate from the pores atop his head. Yet with his anger, Buu's power began to surge. This is not good. Buu's strength is escalating. Mr. Chumo, please take action swiftly. King Kaioshin was growing increasingly anxious. These Saiyans were far too arrogant, underestimating the likes of Majin Buu. How reckless! Indeed, Chumo had never faced death. How formidable! Gohan grew more exhilarated with each strike, but his enthusiasm was short-lived as Buu's strength began to surpass his own Super Saiyan state. And soon it was Gohan who found himself on the receiving end of a beating. Bang, bang, bang! Gohan was soon reduced to a mere punching bag as Buu rained blows upon him, utterly devoid of the power to retaliate. Gohan was battered relentlessly, sent soaring from the ground into the sky, resembling a mangled mess. One could only imagine that Chi-Chi, upon seeing him, would scarcely recognize her own son. This fellow, is he truly incapable of breaking through? Were it Vegeta, he would have already ascended to a new level of Super Saiyan. Chumo looked on as Gohan began to lose consciousness, feeling a twinge of frustration. This lad had been utterly incapacitated by Chi-Chi. At this moment, Gohan was being pummeled into the very earth beneath him. He was shocked and filled with indignation. How could this chubby creature suddenly possess such formidable power? Piccolo, do you wish to give it a try? Seeing Gohan unconscious, Chumo inquired of Piccolo. Forget it. If I go up, I will merely be pummeled as well. I never expected this opponent to be so powerful. Piccolo replied with a bitter smile, having initially thought he had found a worthy rival. Yet he soon realized that this foe had even defeated Gohan. He was even weaker than Gohan. Stepping in would only result in a more humiliating defeat. So he opted out. Then I shall take the stage. King Kai, I entrust Gohan to you. Please assist him in recovering. Chumo decided against using the Senzu beans. After all, King Kai's attendant Jebet possessed excellent healing abilities. Alternatively, they could transport Gohan to King Kai's realm, where he could concoct an excuse to sense Gohan's energy and perhaps even enjoy some time there. Very well, it shall be done. King Kaioshin responded hastily. Mr. Chumo, this place is far too perilous. Shall I escort Mr. Gohan back? Do as you wish. Chumo waved his hand dismissively. With that demeanor of yours, you will ultimately end up transporting Gohan to King Kai's realm. King Kaioshin, being so timid, would undoubtedly keep a backup plan in mind. Should Chumo falter against Buu, Gohan would serve as his trump card. Thus, taking Gohan back to help him train was indeed the wisest choice. Watching as King Kaioshin and Jebet whisked Gohan away, Piccolo felt a deep sense of embarrassment. How had he allowed himself to be intimidated by this King Kai? Had it not been for the subconscious influence of the Supreme Kai, he would have dismissed such a cowardly deity entirely. Attempting to escape? Buu, pursue them and eliminate them. Babidi seethed with fury, feeling utterly disregarded by these individuals. Chumo cast a glance at Babidi, contemplating his immediate demise. Ding, a mission has been issued. Deliver a fatal blow to Babidi. Reward, Babidi's enhanced magical power. The system, seemingly attuned to Chumo's displeasure, promptly issued a mission. Chumo felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Why wait any longer? Time to dispose of him. As he observed the rotund Buu charging toward him, the speed, while swift, was still insufficient for Chumo Bang. Chumo transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. In the blink of an eye, swifter than lightning, he delivered a kick that sent Buu soaring before he could even register the attack. Whoosh! With a soft sound, Buu was propelled through the air, crashing through dozens of mountains and plunging hundreds of meters underground. What? Buu has been sent flying with a single kick. Who are you? Babidi exclaimed in shock, astonished by this young man's terrifying strength that outmatched even Gohan's. Now it is your turn, old man. Let us see who can save you. Chumo declared coldly, having long since reached his limit. Chapter 48. A single strike to end Babidi. Stay away. Ah, Buu, come save me. Babidi cast a magical shield around himself and flew toward Buu's direction. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he heard a crisp crack, the sound of his magical shield shattering. How is this possible? Before Babidi could turn to comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped him, and with a resounding thud, he lost all consciousness. Chumo swiftly caught up, since the system required him to deliver a fatal blow to Babidi. He complied without hesitation. This strike was the culmination of all his combat power, a full megaton. Not only Babidi, but even Gohan and Buu could be obliterated with this blow. A vast and overwhelming energy swirled around him as he prepared to strike, forming a gigantic hand several hundred meters in size, which came crashing down upon Babidi in an instant. It shattered Babidi's magical shield and obliterated his body, reducing him to mere pulp, which exploded into the air. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have acquired Babidi's enhanced magical power. Would you like to integrate this power? Integrate immediately. Chumo commanded. Most within the Dragon Ball universe undervalued magical power, rendering many super abilities rather inconsequential in the face of overwhelming combat strength. Only in the hands of gods of destruction and angels did the true might of such powers come to light. Now that Chumo had acquired Babidi's enhanced magical prowess, the potency of his abilities would undoubtedly increase manifold. As his voice faded, he felt an intense throbbing pain surge through his mind. It felt as though his head might explode. Damn it, Chumo cursed. The fusion leaving him feeling as if his skull had been cleaved open like a tea that moment. The rotund Buu returned, spotting Chumo clutching his head in apparent agony, and he wasted no time in seizing the opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, King Kaioshin, having just returned to his realm, watched the unfolding events through a crystal ball, feeling a wave of relief. Thank goodness I returned in time. Earth is far too perilous. Indeed, my Lord Kai. These Saiyans are utterly despicable, daring to treat us in such a manner. Jebet agreed wholeheartedly, feeling profoundly uneasy in Chumo's presence, as if he were nothing more than an ant before him. I am grateful to have brought Gohan back. Once he awakens, I shall lead him to the sacred mountain to draw forth the holy sword. That moment, Majin Buu was far from being a worthy adversary. The Supreme Kaioshin had long since devised a training regimen for Gohan. The sacred mountain? My lord, do you wish for Gohan to draw the holy sword? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, for this sword had remained unsheathed in the realm of the Supreme Kai for countless years, untouched by any hand. Legend had it that whoever succeeded in extracting the holy sword would be endowed with unimaginable power, leading Shin and Vegeta to believe that such might could indeed contend with the formidable Majin Buu. Perhaps Gohan was the most fitting candidate. Shin could not deny it. Soon enough, Gohan awoke, and under Shin's guidance, he summoned all his strength and, against the odds, managed to unsheathe the holy sword that had remained dormant for millennia. This sword is so heavy. Can it truly be wielded against Buu? Gohan pondered, having encountered Buu previously and struggling to comprehend the situation. Perhaps the sword possessed some unknown, miraculous power. It must be so. This is our most powerful holy sword, Shin declared with confidence. Yet, Gohan remained skeptical, perceiving the sword as little more than a hefty and sharp object with limited utility. As Gohan attempted to wield the sword, he inadvertently shattered the Supreme Kai's most potent artifact. In response, the old Supreme Kai emerged. Addressed the threat posed by Buu. The old Supreme Kai resolved to assist Gohan in unlocking his potential, enabling him to truly vanquish the Majin. Meanwhile, the battle on Earth had already shifted. After a few minutes, Chumo had fully absorbed Babiti's mental energy. Now it's my turn. You've had your fun, but it's time for you to face some hardship. Wiping the blood from his face, Chumo was relieved that his body had strengthened considerably over the years of training. Even after enduring a few minutes of punishment from Fat Buu, he had only suffered minor injuries. Hardly anything serious. You cannot defeat me. Fat Buu sneered, clearly underestimating Chumo. With a firm clench of his fist, Chumo's form transformed into a mere wisp. Bang! Before Fat Buu could react, Chumo's punch obliterated a significant portion of his body. It's merely a slightly enhanced regenerative ability. His strength is rather lacking. At that moment, Fat Buu could barely contend with Super Saiyan Goku. Had it not been for his formidable regeneration, he would have been vanquished in a single blow. A shower of pink substance, akin to glue, soon began to coalesce again with a gurgling sound. Chapter 49, Buu's Dread. Hey, your head's on backwards, Chumo taunted as he observed Fat Buu revert to his original form. The sight was undeniably humorous, with Buu's head appearing inverted. I am enraged. I shall. Fat Buu threatened, smoke billowing from the holes in his body. Yet before he could finish, Chumo thrust an energy sphere directly into his mouth. Boom! A blinding light erupted, followed by a dazzling display akin to fireworks in the sky. In an instant, Fat Buu was reduced to a mere pile of debris. Chumo refrained from delivering the final blow. As he still had a task to complete, a minute later, Fat Buu reformed once more, now angrier than before, his arms stretching to seize Chumo. Such sluggishness! In a flash, Chumo vanished, reappearing behind Fat Buu. Demon Flash. Fireworks erupted once again as Fat Buu was once more obliterated. A chime echoed. Congratulations, you have defeated Buu for the second time. Continue to strive for the next task. I am truly furious. I shall kill you. Fat Buu seethed, smoke emanating from his form, and soon a tall, gaunt version of Buu appeared, his icy gaze fixed upon Chumo. Who are you? Who are you? I am Buu. I am the true Buu. The two Buu forms began to bicker. Enough of this childish quarrel. I shall send you both on your way. Chumo, uninterested in their petty disputes, unleashed two energy blasts. Boom, boom. A pink and gray mass splattered across the sky. Gurgling sounds followed as the two Buu forms rapidly began to reform. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated Buu twice. Please continue. Well then, Chumo thought, feeling elated. Progress was swift as the Buu forms began to regain their shape. Chumo conjured two more energy blasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another pair of explosive sounds filled the air as the two Buu forms were once again reduced to a mere gelatinous residue that I will explode, I will detonate. I will explode. with double the effect, Chumo seized the opportunity, and after an hour, he had successfully obliterated Buu yet again. Curse it! You are insufferable. This time, the remnants of the two Buu forms fused together, forming an even larger Buu. Enraged, the larger Buu swallowed Chumo's energy blast hole. However, the effect was apparent. The larger Buu too was annihilated, reduced to a heap of crimson sludge. Tissish, all worthless, Chumo scoffed at the larger Buu, whose combat prowess barely surpassed that of Super Saiyan Goku from the anime, still falling short of a trillion. Here he was wielding a trillion's might, and the notion of being consumed by his energy blast was utterly ludicrous. It was impossible for him to survive such an explosion. After 3 more hours, Chumo had only managed to defeat Buu less than 10 times, a fact that rendered him rather bored. The larger Buu was equally dismayed, having been annihilated nearly 200 times since his emergence, instilling a sense of dread within him. Yet he could not utter a single word, nor could he comprehend why this detestable foe had singled him out. Damn it! I have been sealed for millions of years, and now I emerge only to endure this torment. I want to find my mother. The outside world is terrifying. In that moment, the larger Buu was gripped by fear. Despite Chumo's handsomeness, he perceived him as no different from a demon dead on the ground. Piccolo watched in utter bewilderment, astonished that the Majin Buu, who had instilled terror in the Supreme Kai for millions of years, possessed such meager strength. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion, realizing that it was not that Buu was weak, but rather that Chumo was overwhelmingly strong. In Chumo's presence, could such an enemy truly be considered formidable? After an hour of observation, Piccolo had grown accustomed to the spectacle. Such trivialities were commonplace before Chumo, and there was no need for astonishment. While Chumo toyed with Buu, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, the old Supreme Kai had inadvertently been rescued, leaving Shin and Jebet unaware of Chumo's incredible prowess. Otherwise, they would not have subjected Gohan to such a grueling task of drawing the sword. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Vegeta and the evil energy Buu were locked in battle. However, the situation had become one-sided, as Vegeta's stamina had nearly been depleted, rendering him incapable of inflicting any further damage upon the evil Buu. Vegeta, it's my turn now. You rest well. Sun Wukong stood resolutely between Vegeta and the malevolent entity known as Evil Buu, thwarting its relentless assault. Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground, silent and brooding. Had it not been for Evil Buu's grotesque regenerative abilities, he would have dispatched the foe countless times over. Despite having triumphed on numerous occasions, he experienced a singular, resounding defeat that left him seething with frustration. Ultimately, it came down to the inadequacy of his power. If he were stronger, he could have obliterated the adversary's essence in one fell swoop, thus avoiding this protracted struggle. Chapter 50. Divine Cuisine. Vegeta, in a foul mood, extracted a senza bean and consumed it, swiftly regaining his vitality. Yet, rather than rushing into battle, he opted to observe the clash between Kakarot and Evil Buu, seeking alternative strategies, for even if he could vanquish Evil Buu 1,000 times, it would still amount to defeat. Sun Wukong's fighting prowess was comparable to Vegeta's, yet his combat techniques were somewhat more refined. He withheld his most formidable energy, allowing for prolonged engagement. However, as time wore on, even Sun Wukong found it impossible to completely eradicate Evil Buu, capable of reducing him to mere fragments, but unable to extinguish his entire malevolent essence. Evil Buu, being the embodiment of all evil in the universe, rendered both Sun Wukong and Vegeta incapable of total annihilation. Eventually, Sun Wukong, having exhausted his strength, was forced to relinquish his Super Saiyan form and was felled by Evil Buu. It was then Vegeta's turn to step up. Fortuitously, they had stockpiled a considerable amount of senza beans. Moreover, due to the pressure from Chumo, a Kairold dared not consume any beans. The cat-like deity had cultivated a fair number over the years. So, in this conflict, Sun Wukong and his allies were far better equipped than their anime counterparts. Kakarot, we must devise a strategy. At this rate, we will perish without defeating this fiend. Moreover, the situation in the human realm grows increasingly dire. If this continues, it will surely become a second hell. Vegeta recognized that their individual strengths were insufficient to vanquish evil Buu. Proud as he was, for the sake of Bulma and Trunks, he had no choice but to urge son Wukong to think quickly. He hated to admit it, but he was acutely aware that son Wukong possessed a higher combat intelligence than himself. Ahem, we have but two options, son Wukong declared after consuming a Senza bean and feeling revitalized. What options? Vegeta inquired. First, we could summon Chumo to assist us in the afterlife. He has the power to eliminate evil Buu outright. That is obvious, but he may not be inclined to help, and I am loath to plead with him. Then we must resort to the second method. I learned a rather intriguing fusion technique from the Metamorans. If you and I perform together, success is assured. Fusion technique? Indeed, it requires two individuals of similar stature and strength to execute a mystical dance in unison, followed by extending a finger to merge. The fusion time typically lasts for about 30 minutes, though stronger individuals may fuse for a shorter duration. However, if we misstep in the dance or fail to align our fingers correctly, the fusion will not succeed. Son Wukong elucidated. Vegeta, to eradicate evil Buu, fusion is our only recourse. Fusion? Preposterous. I have no desire to merge with you, though not even entertain the notion, though Vegeta had softened somewhat. He remained defiant towards Kakarot and Chumo, refusing to accept any fusion with either of them. Son Wukong sighed, fully aware that Vegeta would never accept this method. The battle in the afterlife raged on, with evil Buu's regeneration proving a constant headache for all involved. Great King Kai, can you bring Chumo to the afterlife? We require his assistance. Son Wukong sought help, though he was reluctant to involve Chumo, perceiving him as the greatest adversary due to the Saiyan warrior's combative nature. Wukong, chaos reigns in the human realm. Moreover, a foe akin to evil Buu has emerged, Majin Buu. Previously, Gohan was defeated by Buu, but was subsequently rescued by Kaioshin. Now, Chumo is engaged in battle with Buu, the great King Kai conveyed telepathically to Son Wukong. However, had the great King Kai witnessed the current state of Chumo's confrontation with Majin Buu, he would undoubtedly describe it as Buu being mercilessly trounced. While the afterlife remained in a stalemate, the human realm suffered a lopsided fate. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Gohan was undergoing the ritual to unlock his latent potential. This time, the old Kaioshin did not deliberately delay the process, swiftly completing the enhancement ritual. Just as Chumo struck down Buu for the fourth time, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from a distant planet. This presence was vast and unfathomable, surpassing even that of a Super Saiyan, imbued with a hint of divine essence. Chumo instantly understood. This was Gohan ascending to a mysterious realm of power. Chapter 51. Signing in at King Kai's Realm Ding. A new sign-in mission has been issued. Please proceed to King Kai's realm to sign in and receive your corresponding rewards. Time limit: 24 hours. The system's announcement left Chumo exasperated. He had only just begun the previous task. I've been engaged for several hours, and if I embark on another mission, will my assaults on Buu still count? This query was imperative for Chumo to clarify. The current sign-in task was a subsidiary one, meaning his previous efforts against Buu remain valid. He could complete the sign-in and then return to continue his onslaught against the monstrous Buu. The system's response brought Chumo a measure of relief. After all, he had been at it for quite some time. It was only fair to grant the formidable Buu a moment's respite. I cannot consistently bully a child. After all, mused Chumo, he promptly conjured 10 clones to remain in place. Then concentrated on Gohan's aura, touching his forehead with 2 fingers and vanished from his location. Each clone possessed combat power of 4 million, sufficient for 10 minutes of continued assault on Majin Buu. After 10 minutes, the clones would dissipate into the ether due to energy depletion. In the afterlife, Son Wukong, having recovered, suddenly sensed the powerful aura of Gohan. This energy felt markedly different from before, igniting his curiosity. Vegeta, I must step away for a moment. Hold the fort. With that, Son Wukong utilized instant transmission to pursue the source of the newfound power. What is so impressive about instant transmission, anyway? Vegeta scoffed, though inwardly he contemplated learning the technique himself. Wishing to avoid being outshone by Chumo and Son Wukong. Within King Kai's realm, Gohan appeared unchanged, his black hair retaining its usual form, yet he felt a near imperceptible aura emanating from him. Incredible! I have never felt such power before, Gohan thought, realizing at that moment that he was now on par with his father, Sun Wukong. Rest assured, Mr. Gohan, your combat prowess is now more than sufficient to subdue Majin Buu. The universe is saved, beamed the old Kaioshin. This method of enhancing potential is truly remarkable. We finally possess a trump card against Majin Buu. This is essential. This is the proper way for us Saiyans to elevate our strength. The previous transformation into Super Saiyan was a misguided evolution. The old Kaioshin proclaimed with a smug expression, relishing the moment. Indeed, the old Kaioshin is impressive, having discerned our flawed transformation methods at a glance. Could you assist me in attaining a similar enhancement as Gohan? A voice suddenly resonated, startling the four individuals present in King Kai's realm. Who are you? How did you enter King Kai's realm? The old Kaioshin asked, his expression wary as he scrutinized the figure before him. Uncle Chumo, Mr. Chumo, what brings you here? Sun Wukong, Kaioshin Ixin, and Jebet were all taken aback, utterly astonished by the unexpected appearance of Chumo. Particularly Jebet, who had previously boasted that even the great king of the world had no right to enter the realm of the Kaioshin, let alone an ordinary person. Yet, hardly had he finished speaking when Chumo's figure materialized before them, effectively slapping his words back in his face. However, the surprises did not cease there. Oh, Gohan, you are here. And Chumo, what brings you here? The timely voice of Sun Wukong rang out. Who? Who else has arrived? Who are you? Jebet felt his face flush with embarrassment. Well, to be fair, his face was already quite red. Dad, you made it, son Gohan exclaimed joyfully, his heart brimming with happiness. Indeed, I sense your energy from the netherworld. It has grown remarkably strong. So, I decided to come and see for myself. How impressive! Sun Wukong beamed with pride, delighted that his son was catching up to him in strength. It's all thanks to your teachings. Dad, Gohan said, scratching the back of his head in a bashful manner. Upon learning that the newcomer was Son Gohan's father, Jebet and Kaioshin Ixin finally felt a sense of relief. Has the evil contaminated wave been eradicated? Kaioshin Ixin inquired. The evil contaminated wave has appeared as well. The old Kaioshin was taken aback, realizing that his unsealing might not have occurred at the most opportune moment, that the outside world truly that perilous now. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Not yet. Vegeta and I are currently battling the evil contaminated wave in the netherworld. However, we cannot truly eliminate it. We have defeated it over 100 times. Yet it always regenerates. Unless we can destroy its evil essence all at once, we cannot truly vanquish it. Indeed, that is the formidable nature of the evil contaminated wave. It is exceptionally difficult to kill. The old Kaioshin, seasoned by experience, quickly grasped the challenges Sun Wukong faced. Chumo, why don't you accompany me to the netherworld to eliminate this evil contaminated wave? Aside from you, I believe only the fusion technique could truly defeat it. But Vegeta is unwilling to employ fusion, so I must ask you instead. Sun Wukong expressed his reluctance, yet he understood that only Chumo possessed the capability to completely eradicate the evil contaminated wave. Chapter 52. The semi-divine realm. Chumo was about to respond with an affirmative, but suddenly the system in his mind chimed again. The host must evolve into a mysterious state within the Kaioshin realm to complete the sign-in task. As anticipated, Chumo thought, knowing it wouldn't be so simple that he shot a glare at the system, which always seemed to stir up trouble. I came here because of Gohan. Now I wish to request the old Kaioshin's assistance in refining the evolution of the Saiyans. Unfortunately, it seems I cannot leave here just yet. That I have faith that you are fully capable of dealing with the evil contaminated wave in Buu. Chumo had to decline Sun Wukong's request. Reasoning that the evil contaminated wave would serve as a worthy opponent for them, he trusted that Gogeta would undoubtedly make an appearance. Speaking of Buu, Kaioshin Ixin suddenly produced a crystal ball. Within it, a formidable young fighter was engaged in battle with Majin Buu. Is that Gotenks? Chumo recognized the young fighter as the fusion of Son Goten and Trunks. That it appeared that his doppelganger had vanished after 10 minutes. And Majin Buu was wreaking havoc, but Goten and Trunks would not allow him to succeed. They had summoned their own strength to buy time for their practice of the fusion technique, landing some solid hits on Majin Buu. Although they were incapable of completely defeating Buu, they could certainly inflict punishment upon him. That I asked that the fusion technique you taught them? Chumo inquired, directing his gaze towards Sun Wukong. I discussed the fusion technique with Piccolo a few years ago, Sun Wukong replied. In the image, Gotenks transformed into a Super Saiyan shortly after their fusion, but due to their relatively weak base power, they were on par with Majin Buu's strength. However, their endurance was limited to half an hour, and they soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Gohan, go teach this Majin Buu a lesson with your power level. As long as you're careful, you should have no trouble. Go. Chumo observed Gotenks' battle, realizing that this reckless child was no match for Majin Buu. Ultimately, it was up to the divine Gohan to step in. No problem, leave it to me. Jebbit, take me to Earth. I must teach Buu a lesson, Son Gohan declared confidently. Upon hearing this, Jebbit was elated, certain that with Son Gohan stepping in, victory was assured. Certainly, Mr. Gohan. I will take you there immediately. Sun Wukong turned to Chumo, his eyes suddenly resolute. We shall handle things here in the netherworld. Chumo, I will challenge you again. All right, I await your return. Chumo understood that the next challenge would not only involve Sun Wukong. Gogeta, I eagerly anticipated. Within the Kaioshin realm, only Chumo and the two aged Kaioshins remained. Old Kaioshin, could you help me elevate my potential as well? Chumo ventured to ask, given that he now possessed the bloodline of a Super Saiyan god. With a base power level reaching billions, the prospect of further elevating his potential seemed almost impossible. At least for the time being, as expected. After scrutinizing Chumo, the old Kaioshin replied, Are you jesting? With your strength, you no longer require any enhancement of potential. Furthermore, I lack the ability to elevate your potential at this stage. Although Chumo had anticipated this response, he felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing it from the old man. If that is the case, how can I evolve into a mysterious state? Just as Chumo fell into contemplation, the old Kaioshin continued. While I cannot assist you directly, there are still ways. Your mental fortitude is exceedingly strong. Why not cultivate it yourself? Indeed, the mysterious state could also be termed semi-divine, with the next step leading to divine status. After all, the mysterious Gohan was nurtured under the old Kaioshin's guidance, naturally aligning with the path of divine realms. However, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had not pursued this path, and even Son Gohan later strayed, opting for a scholarly pursuit. According to Chumo's understanding, ascending to this mysterious state was the true path to authentic divine status. The subsequent transformations, Super Red and Super Blue, were merely artificial gods, possessing the power of a deity but lacking the capabilities and longevity of one, the reason being that Sun Wukong and Vegeta had not ascended to the level of a destroyer god. In some respects, they were not as formidable as true deities. Chumo's goal was to tread the path of authentic divinity, striving to become a genuine Super Saiyan god, reaching the realm of a destroyer god. Now unleash your utmost strength, the old Kaioshin instructed Chumo. Very well. Chumo replied calmly, Ha! Super Saiyan at full power. Ha! Super Saiyan! Ah! Super Saiyan! In mere seconds, Chumo transformed into a Super Saiyan. Instantly, an overwhelming aura surged forth, filling the sky with countless blue-purple lightning bolts, while golden clouds raced across the heavens. Boom! In that moment, the entire Kaioshin planet trembled. Chapter 53. Controlling the transcendent Super Saiyan is the ground shaking. Such terrifying energy! Kaioshin Ixin felt a surge of trepidation. This power was undoubtedly greater than that of Majin Buu at that moment. He recalled the immense aura he had sensed in the Kaioshin realm years ago, which radiated from the very Chumo standing before him. Within mere seconds, the ground of the Kaioshin planet began to fracture, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading ominously. Enough! Stop! The old Kaioshin urged urgently. If this continued for a few more minutes, the very planet would be obliterated. It was simply too terrifying. The entire sphere was engulfed in an infinite golden light, and the oppressive aura made it difficult for both Kaioshins to breathe. Chumo, with hair as golden as his waist, enveloped in crackling lightning, epitomized the Super Saiyan format. This is a Super Saiyan. Indeed, quite powerful. However, This energy is excessively volatile and unstable, resulting in a tremendous drain. I was not mistaken, was I, the old Kaioshin, indeed a sage of great experience, swiftly articulated the shortcomings of the Super Saiyan transformation. You are correct. The energy expenditure of a Super Saiyan is exceedingly high and inherently unstable. Were it otherwise, such a form would not be so rare. It is, after all, a transformation marked by its flaws. Throughout the Dragon Ball saga, whether it be Hit, Jiren, or even Beerus, none rely on transformations to augment their strength. While transformations may yield formidable combat prowess, they often lead to a neglect of the enhancement of one's foundational fighting capabilities. This is precisely why Goku and Vegeta embarked on a journey of basic training under Whis in Dragon Ball Super, striving to unlock their latent potential anew. The results were evident. In a short span, Vegeta's deep blue state and Goku's Ultra Instinct form approached the divine realm. In truth, rather than merely assisting Gohan in enhancing his potential, I would assert that I helped him harness his own power, allowing him to exert complete control over it. This way, he could evade instability and excessive energy consumption. I refer to this state as demigod. When you reach this level, I believe you can attempt to master another form of power within you. The old Kaioshin suddenly smiled, having not witnessed such power in ages. The legendary power of the Super Saiyan, also known as the ominous force. Chu silently pondered, surprised by the old Kaioshin's perceptive gaze that discerned the traces of his Ultra Instinct lineage within. From the perspective of losing consciousness, this Ultra Instinct bloodline could indeed be deemed a foreboding power. If one could truly master that power, becoming stronger in the face of adversity, only then could a Saiyan genuinely be regarded as a warrior race. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Since his conversation with the old Kaioshin 3 days prior, Chu had remained suspended over the lake on Kaioshin's planet. At this moment, Chu maintained his Super Saiyan form, yet compared to before, the ferocity of his aura had significantly diminished. From a distance, he exuded a sense of tranquility, a simplicity reminiscent of nature, a return to one's true essence. If the previous Super Saiyan transformation embodied a violent outburst, then Chu's current state was gentle and serene. Devoid of any overwhelming surges of power, it seemed as though all of Chu's strength was now completely under his command, with no excess leaking out. After a considerable time, Chu finally opened his eyes. The once piercing green orbs now appeared remarkably tranquil, merely glimmering occasionally, as if he had blended seamlessly into the fabric of Kaioshin's world. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his body began to drift like a gentle breeze, encompassing everything within his line of sight. The Super Saiyan form was indeed too turbulent. Even someone like me often finds themselves dominated by that ferocity. Thus, one could merely regard it as a powerful, explosive state. Whereas the realm that follows is the complete mastery of Super Saiyan power, the demigod state. After these 3 days, Chu finally grasped this concept, a smile slowly curving his lips. This was the very realm he had been pursuing. Although the power of the Super Saiyan is formidable, it is unstable and imposes a significant burden on the body, which is why Goku and Vegeta are unable to engage in prolonged battles. According to the old Kaioshin, Chu had 2 paths to choose from. Point 1 was to evolve further upon the foundation of Super Saiyan, at which point he would achieve a higher evolutionary state, with strength and speed magnified 100-fold. This is Super Saiyan 4. The second option was to absorb the power of the Super Saiyan, comprehend the demigod state, and ultimately transcend to the divine realm. Then, utilizing the divine state, he could cultivate his Ultra Instinct bloodline, becoming increasingly powerful in the face of challenges, ultimately achieving a divine form on par with that of the gods of destruction. If it were a typical Saiyan, they would undoubtedly have to choose one path to pursue. However, Chu is different. With the aid of the system, the Super Saiyan and Ultra Instinct bloodlines do not conflict, allowing him to simultaneously attain the divine realm while mastering the Ultra Instinct bloodline. Furthermore, he could continue to evolve beyond the Super Saiyan form, becoming Super Saiyan 4, or even ascend to greater heights. Essentially, it is akin to the distinction between Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Neither is superior, but rather, they represent different choices regarding power. Currently, The method employed by Chu involves absorbing the power of the Super Saiyan and entering the demigod realm, much like how Gohan attained a mysterious state with the help of the old Kaioshin. He would then continue to elevate himself until he became a true deity, in the divine state. One can fully absorb the power of the Super Saiyan and wield tremendous strength in a normalized form. After contemplating for a while, Chu suddenly felt a revelation, a smile gracing his lips once more as he closed his eyes in concentration. Crack! A bolt of lightning split the skies above Kaioshin's planet. Crack! The sound of continuous soft crackles echoed, piercing through the atmosphere. Chu's once waist-length golden hair began to shorten, gradually shifting from gold to black. When Chu opened his eyes again, even his emerald irises had transformed into a deep black. More importantly, the golden aura that once enveloped him had vanished entirely, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. With black hair and black eyes, he appeared as though in a state of normalcy. Yet a tuft of hair stood prominently on his forehead, exuding an air of coldness. The Super Saiyan form had finally completely faded away, leaving only a state of returning to one's true essence. Chu meticulously sensed the power within his body, thoroughly satisfied with this state, exclaiming in astonishment, "Who would have thought? This state is even more potent than when I was a Super Saiyan." If Super Saiyan is 4 times the norm, then this state is at least 5 times greater. Moreover, it is remarkably stable, with an eco-friendly level of energy consumption. With a slight thud, Chu unleashed a punch, causing the vast lake to erupt in a surge of tumultuous waves. The power of his normalized state could be so perfectly controlled. It was truly exquisite. A smile graced Chu's face as he floated gently, gliding across the lake's surface. Landing gracefully on the ground, he could feel the immense energy coursing within him, yet every movement exuded no hint of excess. This is the new realm of the demigod. Fundamentally different from the previous brutish levels, it is undoubtedly a step into a higher echelon. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the sign-in task and receiving the sign-in gift package. Would you like to open it immediately? Open! Chu was quite eager about this sign-in gift package within the realm of the Kaioshin. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully opening the sign-in gift package. You have acquired an SS-level potential enhancement superpower. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Divine Spark. SS-level potential enhancement, capable of elevating an ordinary person's potential to that of a Super Saiyan. Hundreds of millions. Divine Spark, when ascending from demigod to true god, ignite the divine fire to achieve the divine realm. Moreover, this can directly elevate the divine realm to the level of a god of destruction. Wow! Fantastic! This journey has been well worth it, not only resolving the instability of the Super Saiyan form, but also paving the way to completely control the Ultra Instinct bloodline in the future. What a delightful experience! However, before Chu could revel in his joy, an unwelcome piece of news arrived. Mr. Chu, the situation is dire. The expression of Kaioshin Shin was complex, leaving Chu somewhat bewildered. What happened? Is there a problem in the underworld? Chu presumed that Vegeta was still unwilling to fuse, causing the evil energy wave to intensify again. No. The matter in the underworld has already been resolved. Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta utilized the fusion technique to awaken Gogeta. And in a matter of moments, they purified the evil energy wave. The crisis in the underworld was resolved 2 days ago. If it wasn't a matter of the underworld, then could it be an issue on Earth? Gohan couldn't possibly be losing to Buu, could he? Chu found this hard to believe. He had great confidence in Gohan. Under his influence, Gohan had changed significantly, no longer aspiring solely to be a learned individual as depicted in the anime. It must be concerning Buu. Originally, after Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, appeared, he held an undeniable advantage. However, for reasons unknown, Gotenks intervened, insisting on battling Majin Buu. This led to his unfortunate absorption by Buu, followed shortly by the absorption of Mr. Sun Wufan as well. The Kaioshin Shin lamented helplessly. Such a favorable situation has been utterly compromised by these 2 troublesome children, and it has only worsened. Did Goku and Vegeta not intervene? Chu Emo inquired. Oh, they're currently engaged in combat with Wufan Buu. Yet the present Wufan Buu is exceedingly formidable. Without their fusion, Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta stand no chance against him, Kaioshin replied, his expression one of despair. Chapter 55. The unreliable Kaioshin. They wouldn't be quarreling again, would they? Since they managed to fuse into Vegeta to defeat the evil containment wave, they ought to fuse to confront Wufan Bu as well. Indeed, Kaioshin spread his hands and said, yes, those two Saiyans have begun to argue. Thus, the opportunity for fusion has been lost, and now they can only take turns battling Wufan Bu. Were it not for the sins of beings sustaining them, they would have likely perished long ago. All right, I understand, Chumo said, exasperated. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind Goku and Vegeta's quarrel, he recognized that the fusion technique required time to perform the ritual, rendering it inconvenient. By the way, don't you Kaioshin possess Patera earrings? Those can facilitate fusion as well. Did you not offer them to them? Chumo pondered aloud. Without Vegeta, yet there could still be Vegeta. Wait a moment, could it be that this Kaioshin is too cowardly to deliver them? With that, Chumo cast a skeptical glance at Kaioshin. Today's sun is quite pleasant, perfect for swimming. I think I'll go for a swim. Kaioshin hastily found an excuse, feeling a flush of heat on his face. Damn, indeed, the Kaioshin are reliable. Even a pig can climb a tree. Chumo scoffed disdainfully at the Kaioshin. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous, as he still had the task of signing in to defeat Bu, and it was time to proceed with that. Having entered the mysterious realm, Chumo discovered he could faintly sense the presence of deities like Kaioshin, reassuring him that he was on the right path. Hand over those earrings, Chumo said calmly. Kaioshin hurriedly presented the earrings, then dove into the lake, sensing the energy of Goku and Vegeta. Chumo touched his forehead with 2 fingers, and his figure instantly vanished from the Kaioshin realm. Upon witnessing Chumo's disappearance, the distant Jebbet finally felt a sense of relief. The overwhelming pressure exerted by that detestable individual had been too intense, and he was on the verge of collapse if he did not leave soon. Vegeta, we must find a place to fuse, Goku exclaimed urgently, as their supply of senza beans dwindled. Together, they could barely withstand the onslaught of Wufan Bu. If this continued, Earth would be doomed. Well, it's already nearly doomed, he added. Under the immense energy collision, less than a third of Earth remained intact, with the rest reduced to rubble. From above, one could see that only the towering Kirin Tower remained unscathed. That was precisely where Number and Krillin were, as the powerful energy waves were neutralized by Number. Number, possessing a battle power in the trillions, though unable to completely annihilate Wufan Bu, had no trouble preserving Kirin Tower. It could be said that even if Earth were lost, Kirin Tower would endure. This fulfilled Chumo's earlier promise to protect Kirin Tower. As for everything else, Number was unconcerned at there's an additional presence. It's that stinky husband of mine. He has finally returned. Suddenly, Number stood up, her eyes fixed intently on the distance. What is the matter, Number? Krillin and the others asked, intrigued by what was happening. Could Goku and Vegeta have failed? It's nothing. My husband is back, Number said with a serene smile. What? Chumo has returned? Why can't I sense his energy? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is strange that we cannot perceive Chumo's energy. Yamcha and Krillin expressed their confusion. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta were equally bewildered, as Wufan Bu had suddenly been obliterated. They were at a loss for words until they finally recognized the figure before them. Chumo had returned. Chumo, you finally arrived. However, your energy... Goku rejoiced, but then furrowed his brow, realizing he could not feel Chumo's energy. Were it not for the man standing before him, Goku would have nearly believed it to be a mere illusion. Tisich, what a show-off. He arrives neither early nor late. Yet, how can I feel none of his energy? Is it possible that Vegeta, though pleased, was more irritated by Chumo's ostentation? Before Chumo could speak, Wufan Bu had reverted to his humanoid form. Upon seeing Chumo's black hair and dark eyes, Wufan Bu erupted into laughter. I remember you. At last, you have arrived. I intend to take my revenge. You must be weak now, right? Wufan Bu sensed Chumo's energy to be faint and presumed that he had lost much of his combat strength. This meant he could finally avenge himself against the one who had relentlessly assaulted him before, filling him with dread. But now, having absorbed such formidable power, he had nothing to fear. It was time to reclaim his honor. It seems you remain as foolish as ever. Do you truly believe I am weak now? Come, let us put that to the test. With that, Chumo beckoned Wufan Bu with his index finger. Then he tossed a pair of earrings to Goku and Vegeta. I'll deal him a blow. After that, it's up to you. Here are a pair of fusion earrings. You might consider using them. They should work similarly to your fusion technique, though I imagine the duration will be longer. Chapter 56. The birth of Vegeta. The Patera earrings will only separate once the energy is fully expended. In the anime, they were depleted early when battling Zamasu. However, it was evident that Wufan Bu currently lacked the means to do so. Now it's your turn. Chumo, Wufan Bu sneered. And no sooner had he spoken than Chumo's figure appeared before Wufan Bu in an instant. Boom! Chumo's fist landed heavily on Wufan Bu's abdomen. Ugh! Oh, Wufan Bu screamed in agony, his eyes nearly popping out as his abdomen contorted into a lobster-like shape. How about that for an attack? Chumo mocked coldly, delivering a knee strike that sent Wufan Bu flying. Whoosh! Following that, another energy blast surged forward. Boom! The earth trembled once more, a torrent of magma erupting, shaking even Korin Tower. A shower of pink flesh exploded in the air. Obliterated in an instant, Wufan Bu's battle power was significantly enhanced from the anime, reaching several trillion. Yet to Chumo, it was merely child's play. If one energy blast was insufficient, then two would suffice. The scattered pink flesh began to coalesce in the air. However, adhering to the routine, just as Wufan Bu regained his humanoid form, Chumo launched another energy sphere. Boom! 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 A series of terrifying tremors echoed. Each time Wufan Bu barely reformed, Chumo blasted him apart again, resulting in a catastrophic scene. Even the old Kaioshin within the Kaioshin realm could hardly bear to witness it. Chumo, what are you doing? Just eliminate him. You possess that power. The old Kaioshin lamented for Wufan Bu. However, Kaioshin Shin watched with delight, thinking, yes, Mr. Chumo, teach Bu a lesson that he has frightened me for millions of years. It's high time I exhaled. For 5 hours, the system's notification chimes rang incessantly. Finally, ding! Congratulations, host! You have obliterated Bu for the first time. Completing the sign-in task and receiving a sign-in gift package. Phew! Finally accomplished, and my hands are exhausted. Next time, please refrain from issuing such outrageous sign-in tasks. Chumo sighed in relief, gazing at Wufan Bu, who was in the process of reverting to his humanoid form. Who exactly are you? At long last, Gohan Bu has returned to his human form, yet he displays no signs of anger. Instead, he gazes at Chumo with a countenance filled with sheer terror. Having perished over 1,000 times, he is acutely aware that his adversary's strength far surpasses his own. Thus, for the very first time in history, fear manifests upon Gohan Bu's face. Who am I? Did you not already know? He declares, Son Goku, Vegeta, the rest is up to you. How to proceed is your own decision. Having absorbed Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Trunks, although Chumo could easily eliminate Bu, it seems rather inappropriate to do so in the presence of their two fathers. Goku and Vegeta exchange glances, then nod in agreement, having made their decision. Each dons a Patera earring, and a blinding light erupts, heralding the emergence of one of the universe's most formidable fused warriors, Vegeta. Indeed, Vegeta proves to be immensely powerful, exhibiting several million units of battle power, even in his base form, significantly exceeding their transformed Super Saiyan forms. Comparing the two, Chumo recognizes Vegeta's formidable prowess, certainly living up to his reputation as a king of combat. You won't interfere, will you? Gohan Bu inquires, vexed at the prospect of Chumo's involvement, for if this individual were to intervene, what chance would he have? I will not. This battle belongs to you. Chumo replies, spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference. Hey, hurry up. After you finish him, I still want to fight Chumo. The arrogance of the king of combat ignites Gohan Bu's fury, triggering the onset of battle. Having already been humiliated by Chumo, he cannot bear the thought of further disgrace at the hands of this defeated foe. After all, he is a being who instilled fear in the Supreme Kai for millions of years. A super powerful entity that once nearly ruled the universe. Yet, it does not take long for Gohan Bu to succumb to despair. he soon realizes that he remains outmatched. The ensuing events naturally see Gohan Buu subjected to yet another brutal defeat. Ultimately, Vegeta pretends to be absorbed, entering Gohan Buu's form to rescue Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Trunks. However, to Chumo's surprise, Fat Buu also emerges. Upon seeing Chumo, Fat Buu is overtaken by a wave of fear. From now on, you shall accompany me. I will treat you to a life of luxury, Chumo states nonchalantly. Are there delicious foods? Fat Buu inquires eagerly. Of course. I'm quite wealthy. Anything you desire can be yours. Here, have this pudding jelly, Chumo replies, producing a universal capsule containing several tons of pudding jelly. Wow, this is so delicious, Fat Buu exclaims, immediately forgetting the previous terror that Chumo instilled in him. With such a benefactor to provide for him, he feels reassured. Having rescued the 3 children, Vegeta is now unencumbered by hesitation. With a clear combat objective in mind, he is disinclined to engage in further conversation. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta unleashes a powerful energy blast, obliterating evil Buu into nothingness. All done, Vegeta claps his hands, appearing exceedingly relaxed. Chapter 57. A battle in the Kaioshin realm. Vegeta then turns his gaze towards Chumo. The implication clear. You wish to fight me? That's fine, but first, we need to restore the Earth. Moreover, your Bulma and Chi-Chi have perished. We must revive them, right? Chumo states directly. Agreed, Vegeta would certainly not delay the revival of his loved ones. However, as Chumo observed Vegeta, a mischievous thought crosses his mind. If these two continue their current path, wouldn't Chi-Chi and Bulma end up being shared by Vegeta? Upon returning to the Divine Temple, Number 18 rushes into Chumo's embrace. All right, we are practically an old married couple now. Let's make our wish to restore Earth first, and we can indulge later tonight, Chumo says, playfully patting Number 18's backside. How annoying, she retorts. Noticing Fat Buu following along, Number 18 asks with a hint of confusion. Who is he? He will be our caretaker from now on. When we have children in the future, he can help look after them. Just give him some tasty treats every day. Chumo chuckles. Upon hearing this, Number 18 realizes that Fat Buu has once again been outsmarted by her husband. Nevertheless, Fat Buu possesses commendable battle power and appears rather simple-hearted, making him a suitable caretaker. Dondi, please bring out the Dragon Balls. It's time to restore the Earth and resurrect humanity. Chumo instructs. No problem. I was already prepared, Dondi replies with a smile. Indeed, Chumo's foresight is commendable. Placing the Dragon Balls in the Divine Temple proves to be quite convenient. Not long after, the Eternal Dragon is summoned, and with the enhancement from the new Supreme Kai, the dragon can now grant 3 wishes. After a series of wishes, the power of the dragon envelopes the Earth. Soon, the planet is restored, and those who perished are revived. Chumo even wishes to enhance the resilience of the Earth. Accustomed to life on Earth, he deems it necessary to bolster its strength. With the enhancements, the Earth now requires a battle power of at least 100 million to be destroyed. All right, everyone has been revived. Now it's time to commence our battle. Chumo, Vegeta states after a brief wait. Chumo looks at Vegeta for a moment, smiling. Very well, I too wish to engage in battle with you. However, the Earth is clearly unsuitable. Let us find another location. Wife, wait for me. I leave the home front to you. After sharing a quick goodbye, Chumo and Vegeta instantly teleport to the Kaioshin realm. Upon their sudden arrival at the Kaioshin planet, Supreme Kaioshin regards them with a puzzled expression, asking, Mr. Chumo, what brings you here? Beside him, Vegeta wears a look of disdain, though he dares not express it openly. After all, this is the Kaioshin realm, and he finds it rather irksome to have ordinary beings frequenting it. We believe Kaioshin planet is sufficiently large and suitable for combat. Chumo replies with a mischievous grin. What? You intend to fight here? Supreme Kaioshin's face pales instantly. You must be joking. With your immense power, fighting here would surely devastate this planet. Are you attempting to demolish our home? Even the old Kaioshin, who had been distractedly perusing a book in the distance, approaches, bewildered by the scene before him. Kaioshin, this area is temporarily under our control. You should vacate it immediately. We are about to begin. Vegeta states coldly, his focus solely on the battle. You mortals truly are. Jebet begins, but before he can finish, Vegeta sends him flying. Despite having Goku's consciousness, Vegeta also possesses Vegeta's temperament, and he is not pleased with Jebet's disapproving attitude. Ultimately, Supreme Kaioshin and the other Kaioshins depart from Kaioshin planet, recognizing the growing danger. Come on, Chumo, let us not waste any more time. I want to fight with all my might, Vegeta exclaims loudly. Chumo's expression shifts to one of seriousness. Very well. Let us begin. I too wish to test the might of the strongest fusion warrior, estimating his battle power to be roughly comparable to that of Super Vegeta. Chumo readies himself. Vegeta roars, his golden aura surging as the ground of Kaioshin planet begins to fracture beneath them. Chumo also gathers his energy, but in a state of tranquility, maintaining a serene demeanor without a hint of pressure escaping him. A layer of silver aura surrounds him, reminiscent of the Ultra Instinct from the anime. Come on, Vegeta bellows, his figure vanishing from sight, reappearing before Chumo. Indeed, impressive. Chumo responds without backing down, unleashing a full-powered fist towards him. Bang! Their fists collide, sending shockwaves that split the ground apart. Deep fissures reveal the very core of the planet, with cracks extending thousands of kilometers, a truly terrifying spectacle. Ancestor, this level of power is simply too formidable. A single punch has decimated more than half of our sacred planet. Supreme Kaioshin remarks with a rueful smile. This is the most resilient of sacred planets, and yet it cannot withstand the force of their blows. Highlighting just how powerful they truly are. Chapter 58. Chumo versus Vegeta, where do you think you're looking? The power of this punch is likely not even 1% of its potential. The force is being absorbed by both of them. Otherwise, the king of the universe would have been obliterated. The old king of the universe gazed at the scene depicted within the crystal sphere, adopting a tone of reprimand as he delivered a sharp tap to the head of King Shin. Yes, yes, yes. I understand, ancestor, cried King Shin, cradling his head. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Within the crystal sphere, the figures of Mo and Vegeta became increasingly indistinct. The speed of their battle was astonishingly rapid, their silhouettes darting across the entire planet. As one vanished, another would instantly reappear in the distance. Appear, disappear, reappear, vanish. The ferocity of their combat was so intense that it left the two supreme deities and their divine attendant utterly aghast. It's over. My king of the universe is doomed. The old king of the universe wore a face of despair, for it was his stronghold, and he still had many precious little yellow books yet to be revealed. Alas, their strength is truly overwhelming. They're the mightiest in our universe. What can be done? King Shin lamented, feeling utterly disheartened, realizing that as a king of the universe, he was not even a fraction as powerful as a mere mortal. On the distant Earth, despite the unfathomable dimensions separating them, Goku and Gohan could feel the intense tremors. Incredible. Is this the power of my father and Uncle Vegeta combined? Gohan marveled at the unprecedented might of Goku and Vegeta post-fusion. Yet what astonished him even more was Chumo's strength. He was aware of Chumo's prowess, but never imagined it could reach such heights. Stupid husband, you must be feeling the pressure now. The power of these fused warriors is truly formidable. I cannot compare. She squinted at the sky, where powerful energy tremors were faintly perceptible, emanating from Chumo and Vegeta. Boom! Once again, a violent shockwave reverberated, sending both figures retreating over 1,000 meters. Delightful. Bring it on. Chumo, my strength is far from diminished. Though they were formidable opponents, the strongest fused warrior would not best him. Chumo felt his blood surging, for this was his second-ever full-throttle assault. Moreover, this bout was even more exhilarating than his clash with Cell. This was a pure battle, and the Saiyans' combative nature compelled all three parties to continue the fight. A shimmering silver aura enveloped Chumo, rendering him particularly striking. Vegeta was engulfed in a golden blaze, his fighting spirit soaring. The two launched toward each other with lightning speed, clashing once more in the sky. The golden and silver auras collided incessantly, neither side yielding. Chumo, take this punch, before he could finish. Vegeta zipped through the air like a bolt of lightning, materializing at Chumo's right side. His emerald eyes glimmered as he unleashed a tremendous punch. In that fleeting moment, the overwhelming force of his fist locked down the surrounding space, leaving Chumo no choice but to absorb the blow. The air around them seemed to freeze, with indications that the space behind Chumo was on the verge of shattering, revealing an abyss of void. All right, faced with Vegeta's formidable punch, Chumo dared not be careless. His palm moved, unleashing a powerful counterforce. Boom! Their fists met with a thunderous clap. Chumo successfully blocked Vegeta's full-force assault at the same time. Chumo stealthily maneuvered behind Vegeta, delivering a swift chop aimed at his neck. So fast. You nearly caught me off guard, Vegeta sneered, retaliating with a punch of his own. Bang! Once again, Vegeta and Chumo were propelled back by their respective energies, both gasping for breath, clearly injured by their own might. Bang! With a deafening crash, both warriors were sent flying. Yet they both planted their feet against the void, creating a visible ripple in the air as Vegeta's fist hurtled toward Chumo's face. And before it could connect, the pressure alone made Chumo's face sting. Damn it, don't hit my face. I got to rely on it to eat. Chumo seethed with rage, evading the oncoming punch and immediately countering with a heavy elbow strike. But he wasn't finished. He followed up with a knee strike to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta chuckled, having missed his initial punch, swiftly altering his stance to block Chumo's knee. However, while blocking the first, he could not deflect the second. Chumo's elbow struck hard against Vegeta's chest. Bang! Bang! The two figures were sent hurtling backward once more. Chapter 59. Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta was struck by Chumo. He swiftly propelled himself off the ground, landing a blow directly to Chumo's chest. The two remained evenly matched, nearly causing them to spit blood. Even with their extraordinary physical resilience, the force they unleashed was overwhelming. The explosive power obliterated a third of King Shin's planet, leaving a massive crater that exposed the core of the planet within the crystal sphere. It's over. My garden has been destroyed, King Shin lamented, utterly disheartened by the destruction wrought by Chumo and Vegeta. Wishing he could expel the two troublemakers if only he possessed the strength. Beside him, Jebbet was equally distraught, having toiled for eons to cultivate his planet, only to see a third of it annihilated. Within the crystal sphere, the figures of Chumo and Vegeta vanished once more, leaving only the echoes of sonic booms in the air. They fought for 2 solid hours, still locked in a stalemate. Boom! The earth shattered, countless fissures reaching deep into the planetary core as molten lava erupted forth, reaching temperatures in the thousands. Chumo took a breath and grinned. Look at the time. Your energy is nearly spent. That it's time to determine a victor. Come on, Vegeta. Show me where my limits lie. Absolutely. Next up is my most powerful form, Super Saiyan. Vegeta's lips curled into a smile that, a golden wave of energy burst forth from Vegeta, illuminating the cosmos with flashes of lightning. The sky erupted in a cacophony of thunder as purple and gold lightning struck down from the depths of the universe, creating an awe-inspiring tableau. The immense energy waves caused massive boulders on King Shin's planet to levitate, while the sea rose like serpents, spiraling skyward. Our home is finished, King Shin cried inwardly, mourning the loss of his home after millions of years. Well, there are plenty of other planets. You can always choose another. The old king of the universe mused, seeing the bigger picture. He understood that warriors like Chumo and Vegeta were the mightiest in the 7th universe, and their strength would be indispensable in future conflicts. Far away on Earth, and even on Namek, the inhabitants felt their planets trembling, as if an invisible force was shaking them. Panic ensued as everyone rushed to open spaces, bewildered by the tremors. How terrifying! Sun Wukong clenched his teeth and spoke with trepidation. Even someone as formidable as he was felt a tremor beneath the weight of such overwhelming power. The hint of concern flickered across the usually stoic face of the god of destruction. Sensing a trace of Chumo's formidable aura, this immense presence was palpable enough for every being in the entire 7th universe to perceive. Although Krillin and his companions had attained the combat prowess of Super Saiyans, they appeared weaker than ordinary individuals, collapsing helplessly to the ground. This was the soul's dread in the face of absolute power. Even within the realm of the gods of destruction, tremors began to resonate. As the god of destruction Beerus was on the verge of awakening, Whis swiftly waved his staff, isolating these energies and halting the oscillation of the divine planet. What on earth has transpired? Let me see. Whis pointed his staff, and before him appeared the scene of Chumo and Vegeta. It turned out that these two had unexpectedly grown. This powerful point one was a fused warrior, and the other was forcibly employing the Kaioshin technique. Truly impressive. Witnessing the might of Chumo and Vegeta, even Whis was taken aback. This level of power was undoubtedly at 70% of Beerus' strength. As for Vegeta, that was to be expected, given his fusion. But Chumo was different. He stood alone at that moment. Even Whis' composure faltered as he intently observed the images of Chumo and Vegeta. Behold my strongest attack, both Chumo and Vegeta declared simultaneously. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! Boom! Boom! As their voices echoed, Vegeta unleashed a powerful white energy wave that shot forth, while Chumo released a silver-red energy wave that hurtled directly toward Vegeta's position. Finally, the momentous clash of energy erupted, vaporizing the Kaioshin realm in an instant, rendering it invisible. The two roared that moment. Their output relied solely on their shouts. Point one was Vegeta, who had never been defeated in a beam struggle, and the other was the currently strongest individual warrior, Chumo, who was the mightiest. The overwhelming energy persisted for a full minute, and under the force of their collision, even the galaxy that housed the Kaioshin realm shattered. With thousands of planets blown to pieces, the once densely packed celestial bodies now resembled a vast expanse, as if a bulldozer had swept through. Fortunately, these planets harbored little life. Nevertheless, the two continued unabated, their forms blurring together, creating lines in the sky as they engaged in relentless collisions. Amidst the cacophony of explosive sounds, their figures were hurled back once more. Chumo began to gasp for breath, as the toll of such a battle was immense. Had he not entered the mysterious realm, even boundless energy would have proven insufficient to endure. Vegeta was in a similar state, with several bruises evident on his body. Though both were panting heavily, excitement radiated from their faces. This battle was truly exhilarating. Chumo, I eagerly await our next encounter, Vegeta declared. The energy expended in this bout was substantial, and he recognized that he could no longer maintain such a state. No problem. I too wish to continue sparring with you. Chumo felt his comprehension of power deepening once more. After all, Vegeta was one of the mightiest fused warriors. Following their clash, Vegeta's form suddenly began to shimmer, soon separating into two figures, Son Goku and Vegeta. That I must seek out the dragon of Namek to restore these planets. Otherwise, the Kaioshin will forbid us from returning to this battle, Chumo remarked. Smiling, Palunga, that dragon lizard, should be able to restore this place, he added. Well then, Vegeta and I shall take our leave. This skirmish was truly enjoyable, Son Goku said with an easy smile. However, Vegeta had a different sentiment. Sneering, Chumo, next time, I will challenge you personally. Do not become complacent. Not wishing to challenge Chumo just yet, he had come to understand the gap between them through their earlier battle, and thus resolved to intensify his training. I will be waiting, Chumo replied with a smile, then pointed with two fingers, intending to leave the Kaioshin realm. Yet, to his surprise, his instantaneous movement seemed to fail, and he found himself suspended in a vibrant space, surrounded by rapidly flowing elements while he felt utterly still in a spatial tunnel. Chumo gasped, realizing this resembled Whis' time tunnel from the anime. This is perilous. A misstep could lead me to an unknown time. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a bluish-green figure appeared before him. An angel. Whis? Chumo exclaimed, startled that he had garnered the attention of such a prominent figure. You indeed know me. It seems you are a most intriguing visitor from the future, Whis replied, maintaining his relaxed demeanor. Chumo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. His earlier battle with Vegeta had likely drawn Whis' attention, and given Whis' capabilities, uncovering his origins from a different timeline would be a simple task. However, it appeared that Whis had not realized he was from another world. Heh, being from the future naturally grants me some insights. Chumo chuckled. He felt no fear of Whis. Angels were forbidden from interfering in mortal affairs. As evidenced by Whis's nonchalance during Frieza's reign, in their eyes, all beings were merely inconsequential, far beneath them. Since Whis had brought him here, it must have been for a purpose. Otherwise, such an elaborate effort would be unnecessary. You are quite astute. I sought you out because there's a matter at hand that a certain esteemed individual wishes to meet you, Whis stated. No sooner had he finished speaking than a ripple coursed through the rainbow tunnel, and a small girl with orange hair emerged, standing before Chumo and Whis. The Supreme Kai of Time? Kane? Upon seeing the figure, a name sprang to Chumo's mind. She was a formidable deity responsible for maintaining time and safeguarding the continuum. It seemed that another future hero had served under her, which ultimately led to their entrapment by Super Fu. Yet, that was a narrative for another time. Moreover, this Supreme Kai of Time possessed a transformation that rendered her a breathtaking beauty, rivaling even the likes of Whis. Whis approached her, bowing, and said with a smile, I welcome you, Supreme Kai of Time. Thank you, Whis, for introducing me to such a remarkable individual. The Supreme Kai of Time replied, a smile gracing her lips as she stepped closer to Chumo, inspecting him with curiosity. Your aura indeed does not belong to this timeline. Moreover, your strength is formidable, and you possess a heart of justice. You align perfectly with my expectations, the small girl remarked, nodding with satisfaction. What do you wish to do? Chumo inquired, somewhat perplexed, since the Supreme Kai of Time was not there to apprehend him or maintain temporal balance. What could her intentions be? I am Kane. Chumo, would you be interested in becoming a trainee Supreme Kai of Time? The request from the small girl sent a jolt through Chumo's heart. What? Is my domineering aura escalating? Chumo thought. This position of trainee Supreme Kai of Time was not something just anyone could attain. Each Supreme Kai of Time had only one apprentice, if all one is expected. In a million years, you would become the new Supreme Kai of Time, Whis interjected. This statement elicited an eye roll from Chumo. A million years. Good grief, that must be the longest apprenticeship ever. Is this not the definition of the longest temporary worker? However, upon reflection, it seemed less problematic. For a deity, a million years was but a fleeting moment. Even Beerus had been the god of destruction for billions of years. In the East, Kaioshin had served for over 10,000 years. 1 million years was inconsequential. Noticing Chumo's expression, the small girl giggled. Whis is just joking. If you progress quickly enough, I could retire early. Hee, I would like to inquire. It seems that the Kaioshin possesses a time-space ring, does it not? Is not the time-space maintained by the Kaioshin? Chumo recalled from the anime that Zamasu seized the time-space ring from the Kaioshin of Universe 10, allowing him to traverse between the future and the present. How many Kaioshin do you think are capable of combat? Generally, the Kaioshin are responsible for creation, while the time-space ring merely facilitates the restoration of the disrupted temporal order. Our duty is to capture or seal away those nefarious beings who disrupt the fabric of time. The Kaioshin of Time, Kane, cast a sidelong glance and elucidated. Indeed, the 12 Kaioshin depicted in the anime are predominantly of a supportive nature. They are not even as formidable as the apprentice Kaioshin, Zamasu, from Universe T and IT. Is no wonder that in Dragon Ball Heroes, despite Super Fu possessing strength surpassing that of Kanba, he harbors some trepidation towards the Super Saiyan 4 versions of Goku and Vegeta, as they serve the Kaioshin of Time. Super Fu's true fear lies with Kai, for she has sealed his parents, Tawa and Mira. Upon hearing this explanation from Kai, Chumo comprehended that the Kaioshin of Time are indeed combat-oriented, with apprentices acting as vanguards. However, he found this prospect quite intriguing that in truth, I believe it would be prudent for you to agree. Your prowess has likely drawn the attention of those intent on altering time, and becoming an apprentice Kaioshin of Time would be immensely advantageous for you. Sensing Chumo's burgeoning interest, Kane seized the moment. Since you have expressed such sentiments, I find myself with little choice but to acquiesce. I am delighted to follow Lord Kane. Chumo extended his right hand. Kane, momentarily taken aback, reciprocated with her own hand. Upon their grasp, Chumo felt an unexpected sensation. How smooth. Once your power reaches the level of a destroyer god, I shall promote you to full status. Kane withdrew her hand, speaking with an air of indifference. This fellow dared to take liberties with her. Should Chumo have been privy to Kane's thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel aggrieved, for he had never entertained such notions. It was merely the smoothness that had caught his attention at this juncture. Whis interjected. Lord Beerus was once in a similar position, starting as an apprentice destroyer god, only achieving full status after 1,000,000 years of training. 1,000,000 years! Goodness, I am fortunate not to be in his shoes. Kane produced a ring resembling the time-space ring from the anime, albeit in a crimson hue. This time-space ring is specifically designed for apprentice Kaioshin of time. Upon your promotion, it shall transform into a golden one. Chumo nodded, discerning that the golden hue signifies the rank of a Kaioshin. The moment he donned the time-space ring, he heard the system's notification chime. Ding! A new sign-in task has been issued. The host must travel to the G time-space, break through to Super Saiyan 4. Complete the sign-in, and receive the corresponding sign-in package. G time-space. Chumo smiled, finding it rather amusing. Your mental fortitude is commendable. You can learn to harness the power of time-space. I hope you master it swiftly. Kane smiled with narrowed eyes, stating that should you need me, you can summon me with the ring, though I may not always be available. Very well. I shall take my leave now. As her words faded, the petite figure of the little girl vanished. It appears that the Kaioshin of time holds you in high regard. I too shall depart. Was concluded before leaving Chumo alone within the time-space tunnel. Hey, you ought to take me out of here. Chumo was taken aback. Was he being left in the lurch? That little brat, how stingy. It was merely a gentle squeeze of her hand, the very least. She could have informed him how to comprehend this. That scoundrel, dared to abandon him here. He would surely pay for it later. Angels are indeed insufferable. Filled with indignation, Chumo lamented the lack of responsibility among these deities. With no other recourse, he decided to investigate what knowledge could be gleaned from this time-space ring. Focusing his energy, Chumo infused it into the ring. Upon entering, he felt as though he had stepped into a unique realm, akin to the kaleidoscopic time-space tunnel. Here, time and space appeared to come to a standstill. Immersed in the euphoria of grasping the capabilities of time, he lost track of how long he had been there. After a period of contemplation, Chumo finally began to acquire a rudimentary mastery of temporal powers. He could manipulate time within a limited range, currently measured in seconds. However, the broader the range, or the more formidable the opponent, the greater the energy expenditure required to control time. Chumo estimated that against Vegeta, he could likely control time for only a fraction of a second. Moreover, this temporal manipulation allowed him to accelerate or reverse time. As he tentatively grasped his newfound abilities, Chumo suddenly recalled another individual who wielded time manipulation. Flash time. Comparing these two abilities, he found himself uncertain as to which was superior. Nevertheless, this power was inherently linked to one's mental acuity, and given the brevity of time, it was challenging to apply effectively. Even Hit found it difficult to continue enhancing his abilities, let alone achieve limitless growth. Consequently, he ultimately abandoned flash time in favor of engaging in combat utilizing his own strength. This, of course, related to the inherent drawbacks of flash time. Should speed be sufficiently high or strength overpower the user, the efficacy of flash time will be severely diminished. P.S. To reiterate, my association with Kane is entirely to pursue an alternative path to divinity, not to serve her. To put it simply, I aim to court her. Chapter 62. Journey to the GT World. However, Chumo's temporal control differed significantly. It could be continuously enhanced, potentially enabling him to traverse time with the same freedom as Kane, the Kaioshin of time. Thus, despite the challenges inherent in mastering this temporal ability, Chumo would not be foolish enough to abandon his training. At that moment, Kane's figure reappeared, her expression one of satisfaction as she regarded Chumo. You truly are impressive, to have grasped the power of time so swiftly. You have passed. Chumo fixed his gaze intently on the petite Kane, pondering how exquisite her adult form must be, for she was already enchanting in her current state. How long did I take? Less than a day. Less than a day. Then my performance should suffice, yes? Chumo inquired tentatively. Marginally acceptable, I suppose, Kane, observing Chumo's self-satisfied demeanor. Felt irked, struggling to maintain an indifferent facade while her thoughts were in turmoil. Goodness, not merely acceptable. It is utterly extraordinary to master the power of time in a single day, eclipsing even my own pace by leaps and bounds. So, it is time for us to depart. Certainly, but I require your assistance in thwarting the machinations of the demon realm in another world. The demon realm? Chumo furrowed his brow, recalling that he still needed to venture into the G-time space. A certain individual named Fu has been causing chaos and has recently ventured into the mirror world. Therefore, you must stop him. I have sealed Fu's parents and have been suppressing them for years, unable to leave for long. Thus, this task falls to you, Kane explained. The mirror world? Presently, there are 12 universes, each pair corresponding to one another. We refer to our current world as the main world, which follows the path of divine realms. In contrast, the mirror world follows the route of life evolution. The relationship between the mirror world and the main world is akin to that of two corresponding universes, albeit with entirely different paths. And they mutually influence one another. Kane elaborated, stating that everything in the mirror world closely resembles the main world, including power levels, yet it lacks angels, destroyer gods, and most importantly you. I have not detected your presence in the mirror world. Thus, upon hearing this, Chumo understood. It was not merely his overwhelming aura, but rather his enigmatic origins that had led to this situation, coupled with the Kaioshin of Time's need for a free enforcer. He had unwittingly found himself in this role that, of course, his unique strength and background were also among the reasons Kane had chosen him. The so-called mirror world must indeed refer to the Dragon Ball GT universe. No matter, I am now an apprentice, and I am confident that I will soon achieve full status, Chumo declared with conviction, adding silently to himself that he would seize the opportunity to add her to his harem when the time came. Then let us set forth. Kane felt a twinge of embarrassment and decided to directly escort Chumo to the mirror world. I must return home to inform my wife, or else I shall face punishment, Chumo stated earnestly. The god of time, although at a loss for words, nonetheless guided Chumo back to Earth Point 3 days later. After a series of affectionate exchanges, Chumo finally stepped outside, rejuvenated, Kane, feeling somewhat displeased. Cast a glance at the mischievous Chumo, her heart sinking further as she recalled how he had made her wait a full 3 days. Without further ado, the god of time, Kane, swiftly led Chumo into the time-space tunnel. Noticing the little girl's stern expression, Chumo understood he was in the wrong and felt too sheepish to speak. Once you arrive in that world, the time-space ring will alert you upon encountering Fu. The rest is up to you. I shall come to retrieve you in a year. With that, Kane abruptly flung Chumo out of the time-space tunnel. Damn it, I despise you, petty goddess, Chumo exclaimed as he felt himself plunge into a void. A wave of darkness enveloped him, and he sensed a powerful force tugging at him. He quickly summoned all his combat strength, activating his fluorescent energy shield to mitigate the pressure. This goddess is just like any other woman, obstinate and demanding, Chumo grumbled. Convinced that Kane's temperament was excessively volatile compared to his own gentle nature, he resolved that upon his return, he would surely spank this little girl, uncertain how long he had lingered in the darkness. The formidable fluorescent energy shield was ultimately breached by the time-space force. Instantly, he felt a searing pain as the relentless temporal energy began to tear at his body, inflicting injuries upon him. What a disastrous start! Nevertheless, the time-space ring activated, enveloping Chumo in a protective barrier that shielded him from further harm. I can't believe I wasted my expression earlier. With this, I could have withstood the ordeal without issue, Chumo lamented, feeling wronged by his earlier plight. After an indeterminate period, he finally emerged from the darkness. Yes, he did. The time-space ring emitted a burst of crimson light, projecting an image into his mind. Fu was just ahead, prompting Chumo to follow immediately. However, it was not long before the ring's glow faded, likely due to the distance, rendering it unable to track Fu any longer. Alternatively, Fu may have concealed his aura, making it undetectable to Chumo. Otherwise, he would have caught up much sooner, deciding to rest for the time being. After all, he had plenty of it. Chumo landed and soon realized he was near West City. Attempting to sense the energy signatures on Earth, he noted, this energy belongs to Vegeta. It's surprisingly potent, comparable to that of the other world. Kain was indeed correct. The main world influences the mirror world, resulting in significantly stronger combat powers here than in the G-time space. After a few minutes of sensing, he discovered the absence of Son Goku and Trunks. It dawned on him that Goku must have reverted to his child form and was currently traversing the universe alongside Trunks and Pan in search of the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Chumo detected a promising energy nearby and promptly teleported to a flower shop's entrance. A short-haired youth was presenting a bouquet to a girl with brown curls, saying, "Paris, these flowers are all for you. Do you like them?" Paris appeared delighted, just reaching out to accept the flowers when the young man's expression abruptly changed, instinctively shielding her behind him, his demeanor tense. "Goten, what's wrong?" Paris asked softly. As the daughter of a super-rich family, she understood that many formidable beings existed in the world and recognized Goten's impressive strength. Thus, if Goten appeared on high alert, it must mean a powerful adversary had emerged. Chapter 63. Who are you? Shu. Goten gestured for silence, cautiously observing the man before him. "Kid, your sensing ability is quite impressive." Chumo stepped out from the shadows. The moment he teleported, he inadvertently leaked a hint of his aura, allowing Goten to sense the presence of a strong opponent. "Who are you?" Goten maintained his guard, feeling a tremor within his body. Although he had never encountered Chumo before, he sensed an aura reminiscent of his brother. "Chumo, a Saiyan, a Saiyan. Are there other Saiyans in this universe? Didn't Dad and Uncle Vegeta say there were none left?" Goten inquired, puzzled. "There are always exceptions. However, your combat power is rather disappointing," Chumo remarked with a frown. Although the two worlds had diverged in their development, it was disheartening to see that Goten, with his potential, had achieved so little in terms of strength after all these years. "Who exactly are you?" Goten pressed again, his unease intensifying. The overwhelming presence exuded by Chumo felt like an innate suppression, instilling a profound sense of threat within him. "Honestly, Goten, you've brought shame upon the Super Saiyan name. To have trained to this level, if I were you, I'd rather headbutt a wall, and in it all that you've also achieved Super Saiyan status." Goten questioned, in this world, humanity firmly believed that the hero Satan had saved Earth, especially as Gohan had flaunted his Super Saiyan image. Therefore, the golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan had become synonymous with a typecast actor. "What do you think?" Chumo expressed his displeasure towards Goten, unleashing a powerful aura that surged into the sky. Watching as Goten transformed to golden hair and eyes, enveloped in a golden flame, he was momentarily stunned. "You really are a Super Saiyan." Meanwhile, all the Dragon Ball warriors sensed a formidable, yet unfamiliar energy manifesting. In the goddess temple, Piccolo abruptly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward Chumo. "Such a powerful energy. Is this a new enemy?" Accustomed to the invasions of outsiders, Piccolo instinctively regarded Chumo as an intruder. However, he quickly dismissed that notion, sensing no trace of evil within, that a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes as he soared towards Chumo's location. Simultaneously, Vegeta also sensed Chumo's energy. Momentarily taken aback, after a brief pause, Vegeta too flew towards Chumo. "What do you intend to do?" Goten asked. Chumo replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much, just gonna have some fun and see how much you progressed." "Unfortunately, I'm left quite disappointed. Once a prodigy, how have you fallen so low?" Chumo retracted his Super Saiyan form, having only utilized it to attract Vegeta's attention. Generally, he preferred to engage in battle using his enigmatic realm. Shortly after, two figures descended from the sky. It was Piccolo and Vegeta. "Wow, Goten, they flew directly here. How impressive!" Paris exclaimed, excitement radiating from her. "Once you refine your energy to a certain level, anyone can fly. It's not particularly difficult." Chumo stated matter-of-factly. Paris turned to Goten, who nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. "Then Satan must be able to fly too, right? He is the world's most formidable martial artist. Perhaps, the next time you see him, you could ask him to demonstrate. It would surely be an eye-opener." Chumo suppressed his amusement as he spoke. That's a possibility, Goten replied awkwardly. He was well aware of Satan's limitations, but hesitated to expose him, considering Satan was his brother's father-in-law. Who are you? Vegeta scrutinized Chumo, unable to sense his energy any longer. Yet he had an instinctual feeling that the immense power he had sensed earlier emanated from this unfamiliar individual. The Vegeta here seems more ferocious compared to the main world. It appears his strength is not to be underestimated. Chumo gazed at Vegeta, contemplating for a moment before declaring, I am Chumo, also a Saiyan. I initially came to Earth in search of Son Goku, but since he is absent, defeating you will suffice. Upon hearing this, Vegeta arrogantly retorted, defeat me? Do you possess the strength for such a feat? In his perception, throughout the universe, aside from Kakarot, no one could rival him. You are not from Earth. What brings you here? After Piccolo and the Supreme Kai merged, he felt an increased sense of responsibility and sensed no energy from Chumo on Earth. You will know once we fight, Chumo replied nonchalantly. As for whether I can defeat you, you shall find out by attempting to vanquish you. I need merely a finger. Should I require more, consider it my defeat. Arrogant. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I will teach you a lesson. Do not think I will show mercy simply because you are a Saiyan. Vegeta seethed in anger, finding this newcomer insufferably conceited. Very well. Chumo surveyed his surroundings and chuckled lightly. Are you certain this is suitable? Earth is too fragile. It may not withstand our battle. Then you decide? Anywhere is fine, Vegeta agreed. Realizing this location was not ideal, as damaging the Earth would surely anger Bulma. Let us go to the Kaioshin realm. There is ample space for our skirmish. Chumo instinctively thought of the Kaioshin realm for their duel. Suddenly, he recalled that he seemed to have forgotten something important. However, he dismissed it, choosing not to dwell on it. Meanwhile, in the main world, Kaioshin XN was furiously drawing circles, cursing Chumo and Son Goku. Extend your hand. Chumo instructed Vegeta. I wish to join as well, chimed in Son Gohan. Piccolo also appeared eager, having never visited the Kaioshin realm before. Let us go together, Chumo replied, unperturbed, with a mere flick of his fingers. Chumo quickly sensed the essence of the Kaioshin and instantaneously transported them there. Upon their arrival at the Kaioshin planet, the startled Jebet and the old Kaioshin, who were preoccupied with catching butterflies and perusing a Riska book, were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Gohan. What brings you here? And Mr. Vegeta, who is this? Jebet, familiar with Gohan, regarded Vegeta with trepidation, still haunted by the memories of Vegeta's formidable power from over a decade ago. Me, just take a look at this, Chumo replied, revealing the time-space ring. This is Jebet paused, realizing the implication that Chumo might also be a Kaioshin. Fool, he is merely an apprentice, the old Kaioshin, recognizing his offspring's misunderstanding. Continued, it appears you have come from another world. How is that little girl, Kane? Having seen much of the world, Chumo smiled and said, She should be well, just entering her middle age. Middle age? The old Kaioshin blinked in surprise, then chuckled. Enough with the chatter. Let us begin. Vegeta, irritated by the nostalgic exchange between Chumo and the old Kaioshin, was eager to fight, not to reminisce about old times. All right, old Kaioshin, I shall borrow your realm for a battle, Chumo said with a smile. Battle? Feel free, the old Kaioshin responded, taken aback, thinking, I knew there would be trouble. Saiyans are troublemakers. Chumo and Vegeta then soared to a distance of 1,000 meters, facing each other. Let the fight commence, Vegeta declared coldly, eyeing Chumo. You had best exert your full strength from the outset. Otherwise, I fear I shall not accept a loss, Chumo remarked indifferently. Humph, arrogant fool. You shall regret this, aware of the old Kaioshin's earlier words. Vegeta understood that Chumo hailed from another world and dared not underestimate him. With a resounding shout, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of golden energy that shot skyward, accompanied by crackling arcs of electricity and a tempestuous wind. Vegeta's Super Saiyan state, sustained over the years, coupled with his formidable base power, meant that in his transformed state, he was nearly on par with Goku from the anime. Incredible. No wonder Uncle Vegeta is so powerful. Gohan exclaimed, astonished by Vegeta's strength. Indeed, even Goku would likely not surpass him at this point. Piccolo observed, comparing Vegeta's might to the Goku he remembered before departing Earth. You Saiyans truly embody a more wild and brutal transformation. Chumo declared, beckoning Vegeta with a flick of his finger. Humph. Arrogant. You dare to remain in your base form? Vegeta fumed at Chumo's nonchalance. This is my ultimate form. With a fierce shout, Chumo released an overwhelming aura that threatened to annihilate everything in its path. A palpable pressure emanated from him, suffocating Gohan and the others at a distance of 1,000 meters, leaving everyone, including the gods, pale with fear. He can also transform like that. Gohan gasped, recognizing a transformation he had deemed obsolete over the years. Ancestor, how can this fellow also possess such a transformation? Jebet exclaimed, astonished, recalling that it was an ability the old Kaioshin had helped Gohan develop. No, this is a product of his own training, distinct from what I aided Gohan in achieving. It is far more potent, more expansive, and closer to the divine. The old Kaioshin spoke solemnly, aware that they resided in a mirrored realm, where this was the closest to divine training he had developed. Yet lamenting how Gohan ultimately strayed from that path, in comparison to Gohan's mysterious realm, Chumo's prowess appeared as stark as the contrast between an infant and an adult, utterly incomparable. Even the Kaioshin planet trembled. Seemingly resonating with Chumo's level of mastery, a formidable sense of oppression bore down on Vegeta. However, he felt exhilarated. I did not expect you to be this strong. It seems I must release my full power ahead of schedule. Originally intended for Kakarot, Vegeta's face lit up with excitement as he suddenly roared, his muscles tensing instantaneously. A blinding golden radiance erupted, and wild golden lightning rained down from the heavens. Vegeta's aura surged forth, pushing back those 1,000 meters away until they could breathe easily once more. What terrifying energy! Piccolo gasped, realizing the gap between himself and Vegeta had widened significantly. Is Goku still a match for Vegeta? No wonder he has not surpassed Super Saiyan. His base power has enhanced to such an extent that if he were to break through to Super Saiyan, his body would struggle to endure it. Chumo regarded Vegeta with keen interest. Come on, Chumo! Vegeta bellowed, launching himself forward with a ground-shaking stomp, shattering the rocks beneath him. Chumo's eyes narrowed, and he propelled himself forward to meet Vegeta head-on, with a thunderous impact. As Vegeta's fist ascended, Chumo's fingertip emanated a tremendous force, shattering the air itself. The very fabric of space seemed to freeze as Vegeta's expression shifted to one of alarm as he swiftly retreated. Upon touching the ground, Vegeta rebounded, and his next assault was even more furious, with golden arcs of electricity crackling and the sonic booms of displaced air reverberating through the atmosphere. Boom! 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 As Chumo and Vegeta clashed, their figures flickered, moving at blinding speed until they vanished altogether. The one solid Kaioshin planet vibrated under the weight of their colliding forces, as if it were under immense strain. The two figures, one golden and one silver, darted about at high velocity, creating over 100 massive craters on the planet's surface in mere minutes. Waves of tremendous energy collided, unleashing powerful tempests that threatened to obliterate everything, instilling fear in both deities and mortals alike, and nearly tearing the Kaioshin planet asunder. Yet, throughout it all, Chumo engaged with nothing but a single finger, maintaining an air of effortless ease. Damn you, Vegeta growled, filled with frustration. Vegeta was on the verge of exploding with rage. In the next instant, Chumo's figure suddenly appeared before him, extending a finger to jab at him. Bang! Although Vegeta exerted all his strength to shield his body with his arms, he was still blasted back several hundred meters by the powerful shockwave emanating from Chumo's fingertip. What terrifying speed! Son Gohan exclaimed, barely managing to keep up with Chumo and the others. As for the Kaioshin, they had long lost sight of the battle and could only observe through the crystal ball. So powerful! Piccolo swallowed hard. He had participated in battles of this magnitude before, but he lamented that he had fallen behind without even realizing when Vegeta's azure eyes glinted with a frenzied battle intent as he shouted, I never expected you to be this strong. Come on, show me just how powerful the Saiyans from your world really are. As you wish, Chumo's black hair billowed, his eyes sparkling with intensity as an even greater oppressive force erupted from him. Chapter 65. Time Reversal. Thunder rumbled as the clouds in the sky were violently dispersed, and silvery lightning struck down, as if it sought to tear the earth apart. Yes, this is exhilarating, Vegeta shouted, acknowledging from the recent clash that he was no match for Chumo. Yet he felt a thrill at encountering such a formidable opponent, a Saiyan. One must constantly confront the strong. That is the true spirit of a warrior. Boom, boom, boom. The air was compressed, emitting a mournful wail. And both Piccolo and Vegeta were left aghast, while the old Kaioshin stared in disbelief. Chumo is far stronger than me. Son Gohan's expression turned pale with shock. Vegeta stands no chance. Piccolo's face was one of astonishment. Suspended in mid-air, Vegeta began to pant, yet he haughtily declared, "Use your strongest attack. Even if I lose, I want to lose with clarity." Ultimate Flash. A torrent of power coalesced between his palms, the terrifying energy pressing down so fiercely that the Kaioshin star trembled in fear. The sheer force seemed poised to shatter the Kaioshin star at any moment. Vegeta internally lamented, "Oh no, here we go again. We must escape. This place is doomed." He grasped the old Kaioshin's hand, ready to teleport away. However, facing Vegeta's all-out strike, Chumo suddenly broke into a smile. Time reversal. He neither dodged nor retaliated with energy. Just as Vegeta was about to unleash his energy wave, he abruptly halted. The attack came to an abrupt end, and the gathered energy dissipated into the air. What just happened? Son Gohan looked on in shock. Why did Uncle Vegeta's attack have no effect whatsoever? Piccolo and Vegeta questioned whether their eyes were deceiving them. They all knew that Vegeta was destined to lose this battle, but the manner of his defeat was utterly bewildering. Could it be that the Saiyans from other worlds are all this powerful? A thought flashed through Son Gohan's mind that I lost. A second later, Vegeta regained his freedom, sighed, and exited his Super Saiyan state. He had not anticipated that there would be someone stronger than himself aside from Kakarot. In Vegeta's mind, he and Son Goku were still equals in strength. Yet this time, he found himself utterly outmatched. "That you're quite impressive too. It's just that you encountered me. Your Super Saiyan transformation is formidable." Chumo mused, somewhat astonished by the immense combat power Vegeta had displayed as a Super Saiyan. "Losing is losing. Can you tell me how much strength you just used?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Vegeta fixed his gaze on Chumo and inquired 0.10%. Chumo replied, "The last move he executed was powered by his newly mastered temporal abilities, the effects of which were unmistakable." After reversing time for a second, Vegeta's ultimate flash had been undone by his own energy. Vegeta looked incredulous, then sighed. "The path I walk is different from yours, so don't be disheartened. You're quite similar to the Vegeta from that other world." "Another world version of me?" Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, but then understood if his son could return from the future, it was not unreasonable for Chumo to come from another world. Now he had an additional goal, to catch up with Chumo. Of course, he needed to develop a new training path based on his current foundation. Beyond Super Saiyan, there must be even higher levels of breakthrough. That it seems I can no longer simply pursue conventional combat power. After some contemplation, Vegeta resolved to attempt breaking through Super Saiyan and advancing to a higher echelon. Chumo, too, said little as he sent Vegeta and the others back to Earth, while he remained in the Kaioshin realm, hoping to attempt his own breakthrough to Super Saiyan 4. However, after spending a month on this endeavor, he ultimately failed. Although his power was sufficient, he could not replicate the transformation into the Golden Great Ape. Unless he transformed into the Golden Great Ape himself and personally experienced the frenzy of losing consciousness, success seemed elusive. In the anime, Son Goku's success in transforming into Super Saiyan 4 had involved a considerable stroke of luck. Without the tears of his loved one calling him, it was likely he would have struggled. For Vegeta, his deep love for Bulma and his status as a Saiyan prince meant that transforming into a regular great ape had never posed an issue for him. Thus, while transforming into a golden great ape might have some effect, it was not a significant problem. Hence, their successes were largely fortuitous, and without a reliable means to achieve it, Chumo was hesitant to gamble on his own success. The only thing he could rely on was the amplified spirit energy from Babidi. Therefore, he required a realistic simulation environment, akin to the moment son Goku transformed to this moment. Chumo felt a glimmer of hope that Babidi would swiftly gain control over Vegeta and the others. Moreover, since arriving here, other than the initial day when the time ring revealed traces of Fu, he had received no further hints, causing him to doubt the capabilities of the time ring somewhat. A few days later, Chumo witnessed the unfolding events through the Kaioshin's crystal ball. Babidi arrived, possessing the ability to possess and continually augment his strength. He used living eggs to control most of the Earth's populace. Ultimately, Babidi successfully possessed Vegeta, transforming into Super Babidi. Babidi then proceeded to control Son Gohan, Son Goten, Bra, and others, simultaneously siphoning energy in his own body. As the overwhelming energy surged into Super Babidi, his strength grew exponentially. Eventually, Babidi transformed, sporting silver hair and red pupils, with crimson lines adorning his forehead, chin, and eyes. This fellow appears to have improved significantly, his power several times greater than Vegeta's. Chumo stroked his chin, contemplating that if the previous Vegeta had a combat power in the millions, then the current Super Babidi must possess at least several million in combat power, prompting him to regard Babidi with newfound respect. "Chumo, are you not going to intervene?" Vegeta inquired. "My current identity does not lend itself to meddling in mortal affairs." Chumo replied, gesturing to the ring on his hand. "Indeed, gods must not casually interfere in human matters. However, I am not from your world, so there is no divine prohibition against my involvement." Vegeta was left speechless. "Who goes there?" Babidi bellowed, sensing a presence. Chumo utilized instant transmission to appear above Babidi, adopting a condescending posture that irritated Babidi greatly. P.S. Today is a wonderful day. The novel is going live tonight. I hope all readers can show their support. At least 10 updates upon launch, ensuring everyone enjoys. Super Saiyan 4, Transcendence, and Super God have all arrived. Do you not wish to lend your support? I extend my gratitude in advance. Chapter 66. The Disgusting Babidi. Master, this is Chumo. He easily defeated Vegeta. Son Gohan bowed respectfully as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Babidi's pupils constricted sharply as he recalled a scene from Vegeta's memory, a battle that occurred a month prior in the Kaioshin realm. This guy is that formidable? Babi covertly compared his current strength with that of Chumo, and instantaneously felt a heightened sense of apprehension. However, he still possessed a trump card, the ability to possess others. "Chumo, if you agree to serve under me, I might consider sparing your life." Babi feigned benevolence in his counsel. "Not interested. I'm far more inclined to enjoy thrashing you." Chumo retorted with disdain. Babi's expression immediately darkened, an aura of malevolence emanating from him. The clouds in the sky dissipated, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and daylight began to fade. "You seek death," Babi sneered wickedly. With a wave of his hand, Sun Wukong and his companions surged forth, launching an assault on Chumo. All those under Babi's control were infused with living embryos, their thoughts and actions entirely dictated by him, in the face of the attack from Sun Wukong and his allies. Chumo merely smirked, feigning a move to evade the assault effortlessly. With 3 swift strikes, Sun Wukong and his companions fell unconscious and plummeted from the air. "Impressive. You are indeed formidable," easily defeating Sun Wukong and his comrades. "A warrior like you must be brought into my fold. With you, my power will only grow stronger." Babi nearly drooled, inciting a wave of disgust in Chumo. "For heaven's sake, you're more repulsive than any gay I've encountered. You likely lack the capability," Chumo scoffed. Even if he did not slay Babi today, he was determined to deliver a thorough beating. That a silver glimmer flashed, and the air suddenly grew dense with tension. Chumo and Babi stood opposed, their formidable auras radiating outward, causing the very earth to tremble. With a whoosh, both moved in unison, their speed seemingly surpassing that of light itself. Bang! Their fists collided, the point of impact erupting in a dazzling display of brilliance. The earth shook violently as if lamenting its fate. Whoosh! Babi was thrust backward several meters, while Chumo remained unmoved, his contemptuous gaze igniting Babi's fury. With a grim expression, Babi's face contorted. "Very well. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. Even that Sun Wukong is no match for you." This is splendid. The stronger you are, the more I relish it. Can you cease being so revolting? Chumo fumed. Launching a punch from a distance, he had no desire to even make contact with Bebi, for he was an utterly repulsive creature. The formidable pressure from his punch had yet to arrive, yet it already locked down the space around Bebi, creating an overwhelming aura that turned Bebi's face pale. What the hell? This guy's strength is monstrous. Chumo's punch was fueled by rage, possessing at least 1,000,000 units of power, far beyond what Bebi could withstand. In that moment, Bebi sensed the chilling breath of death. However, just as the punch threatened to obliterate him, a black hole materialized before Bebi, absorbing the tremendous force, finally made an appearance. Fu! Chumo's punch was not only fueled by anger, but also served as a test to see if he could provoke Fu into revealing himself. Although Fu merely manifested briefly, Chumo would not let the opportunity slip. He abandoned Bebi and pursued the retreating figure. Bebi, having narrowly escaped death, exhaled in relief, gritting his teeth as he gazed at Chumo's departing silhouette. Chumo, I will undoubtedly seek vengeance for today's grievances. Chumo's disdain and murderous intent fueled Bebi's rage, reminiscent of the initial encounters with Sun Wukong. Chumo closely followed the elusive silhouette, his aura locked onto the target. His speed matching that of his opponent, Fu seemed aware of Chumo's pursuit, smirking as he soared toward the solar system. The two engaged in a chase through space, soon traversing the solar system and arriving at the northern galaxy. At this juncture, Fu halted, patiently awaiting Chumo's arrival. Seconds later, Chumo appeared, observing the man before him. Clad in purple skin, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, and possessing a mane of silver hair, he recognized Fu as the character from the anime. Fu's origins had long been a topic of debate among fans in Chumo's previous life, as he was the product of a union between Tawa and Mira, infused with Saiyan cells. His mother, Tawa, was considered a denizen of the demon realm, while his father, Mira, was a synthetic being created by Tawa. Tawa's superior was the demon god Demigra. The demon realm was at odds with the Omni King. Yet they engaged in conflict, ultimately suffering defeat. In their frustration, they resorted to various forms of provocation. Being demon gods, they meddled across parallel timelines, utilizing their knowledge of powerful warriors throughout history. Tawa of the demon realm collected the genes of various fighters to create a warrior named Mira. She even commanded a cadre of warriors from different timelines, including Bardock, the father of Sun Wukong. Their chaotic endeavors culminated in failure, leading to a severe beating at the hands of the Supreme Kai of Time and Trunks. Yet Mira, refusing to learn from the experience, inadvertently fused with Tawa in a desperate bid to defeat the Supreme Kai of Time. Ultimately, he was vanquished by the awakened Bardock, leaving his fate uncertain. After dealing with Mira, Bardock hastily fled through the rifts of time, claiming ignorance of Mira's demise. This uncertainty gave rise to Fu. The supreme authority in the universe is the Omni King, while the highest power in the demon realm remains unknown. However, Tawa, Fu's mother, could be likened to a demon realm angel. Thus, Mira can be considered a destroyer birth from an angel's lineage. Given the combination of an angel and a destroyer, one must ponder the strength of their offspring. Moreover, in the Dragon Ball Super universe, Tawa even toyed with Whis and Beerus, eliciting irritation from Beerus. From this, one could deduce that Tawa, while not on par with Whis, was not far behind. Nevertheless, Tawa's relentless pursuit of trouble with the old Kai and the Supreme Kai of Time indicates that she is formidable in her own right. You seem quite confident, awaiting my arrival. Chumo immediately grasped Fu's intentions. I initially intended to capture you, but the Supreme Kai of Time intervened first. You are now merely an apprentice of the Supreme Kai of Time. Thus, I must reluctantly eliminate you. Fu smiled, yet his murderous intent was palpable. That I detest those who covet my interests. Since it has come to this, there is no need for further discourse. Chumo replied coldly. This shall be your burial ground, a most beautiful expanse of starry sky. Fu said softly, exuding an overwhelming aura. The starlight dimmed, and lightning crackled. In space, an oppressive force surged, releasing energy potent enough to annihilate an entire star system in the blink of an eye. P.S. The chapter will be available tonight at 10 o'clock. I hope for everyone's support. How powerful do you believe Fu is? Can he defeat Kamba? He is likely weaker than Super Blue Vegeta. comparable to a destroyer. Chapter 67. The Great Battle with Fu. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding planets erupted in a cacophony of explosions as the formidable gravitational pull of the black hole intensified, seemingly intent on devouring everything in its path. Noticing that Fu had begun to augment his power, Chumo dared not relax his guard. He immediately unleashed his full strength. His opponent was formidable, and he could not afford to be careless. Chumo ignited with silver flames. A vast aura sweeping forth, causing the surrounding planets to shatter. Boom! 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 The two warriors stood at an impasse, their powers evenly matched. Ikati, seems your strength has increased yet again. What a pity to miss out on a specimen like you. Fu remarked, his irritation palpable at the divine essence emanating from Chumo. With a disdainful huff, Fu began to stride through the void, approaching Chumo step by step. Then, in an instant, he accelerated, vanishing from Chumo's sight. Unperturbed, Chumo's expression grew serious as he suddenly launched a powerful punch towards a specific location. Unfortunately, you've miscalculated. A mocking voice rang out as Fu reappeared beside Chumo, striking toward his face. That it's a mistake to strike at the face. Chumo's figure abruptly vanished, only to materialize behind Fu, with a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Bang! A deafening sound erupted as Chumo's iron-hard fist slammed directly into Fu's back, leaving him stunned. Whoosh! Fu was propelled forward, his speed akin to that of a meteor. Seizing the advantage, Chumo relentlessly continued his barrage of attacks. Boom! 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 A relentless barrage of powerful punches struck fiercely against Fu's back, unleashing a torrent of energy that obliterated nearby planets. But Fu's cold smirk transformed into a visage of disbelief. He had never anticipated such prowess from Chumo. What transpired? I distinctly hit him moments ago. How could this be? Fu was utterly bewildered, grappling with the incongruity of the situation. That was temporal power he wielded. This fellow reversed time, that he manipulated my time by a second, placing us in two distinct temporal realms. Fu quickly grasped the nature of the previous encounter. It was not a mere illusionary technique like the Shadow Fist that could achieve such a feat. Cursed apprentice of the Time Realm. I detest these individuals. Their temporal abilities are exceedingly treacherous. Chumo wore a triumphant expression. The recent maneuver stemmed from an epiphany derived from the instantaneous technique. He could not only reverse his opponent's time, but also accelerate his own, effectively placing them in disparate time frames, thus allowing him to turn the tide of battle. Cursed, dark flash. With a thunderous roar, Fu coalesced a layer of dark, ominous mist, which swiftly enveloped the vast expanse of the starry sky for thousands of kilometers. Simultaneously, Fu's figure melded into the dark fog, vanishing without a trace. Desperate, Chumo's punch met only emptiness. He instantly realized the peril and retreated hastily. Bang! He was swift, but Fu was swifter, just as he had retreated a mere 10 kilometers. Fu's silhouette reappeared, launching a ferocious assault with both fists thrust forward. A tight knot formed in Chumo's chest as he sensed impending doom, raising his arms to shield his torso. In the next moment, Chumo was sent hurtling backward, as if he were a meteor plummeting to the earth. Dark destruction sphere. Fu's hands converged, and a crimson glow flickered between his palms, instantly coalescing into countless massive energy orbs. Each orb emanated a terrifying energy, capable of annihilating a sun. Chumo sensed the imminent threat, yet his expression remained unyielding as he rapidly devised a countermeasure. With a sweeping motion, the formidable energy orbs whizzed toward Chumo's form. Fluorescent energy shield, Chumo bellowed, as a verdant barrier enveloped him tightly. Boom! 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 Thousands of terrifying energy orbs relentlessly bombarded the shield, the explosive energies propelling Chumo thousands of kilometers away, along his path. Every planet encountered was shattered into cosmic dust. Countless black holes formed instantaneously, their powerful gravitational pulls ensnaring nearby meteoric debris. The fierce clash between the two had long captured the attention of a North Realm king. Yet the sheer magnitude of their battle instilled profound fear within him. Your shield is quite impressive. It managed to withstand my attack. However, you shall still perish. Fu gazed at the slightly pale-faced Chumo, his voice dripping with icy disdain. Chumo was somewhat breathless, exerting every ounce of energy to maintain the fluorescent shield, a feat not easily accomplished. Were it not for his boundless energy, he would have faltered after deflecting a mere handful of energy orbs. Who emerges victorious remains uncertain. Chumo smirked coldly that, if all else fails, he would have to transform into a Super Saiyan. He had conducted experiments and found that with his current mental fortitude, he could sustain a berserk state for half an hour, perhaps enough to engage in a desperate struggle, but Fu's combat prowess had surged to at least 1 trillion. Damn it, he had been ensnared by that little rascal. Kane, when he finally encountered her, he would be sure to give her a good thrashing. Chumo seethed inwardly. Had he foreseen such danger, he would have deliberated more thoroughly. The two clashed once more. Chumo refrained from utilizing the King's fist. While its enhancements were formidable, the repercussions were equally significant. Without the guarantee of a swift resolution, it was best to refrain from its use. He possessed infinite energy and an SS-class regenerative ability. Even if his opponent obliterated him, he would not perish. Boom! Just as that thought crossed his mind, Fu landed a punch squarely on Chumo's chest, creating a gaping wound instantaneously. Damn it, what bad luck! Why does my misfortune come to fruition? Chumo felt profoundly aggrieved. This blow would have dispatched an ordinary individual without hesitation. Fortunately, he possessed formidable regenerative capabilities. In the blink of an eye, the gaping wound on his chest mended, the pain dissipating entirely. Furthermore, Chumo sensed a significant increase in his combat prowess. That last hit had elevated his baseline combat power by at least 100 million. You truly are a centipede that never dies. I cannot fathom your remarkable constitution. That Fu regarded Chumo with astonishment. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. You are unprepared for the multitude of surprises I possess. With his enhanced combat power, Chumo felt invigorated. Worst case, he would emulate Buu, enduring relentless assaults to bolster his strength. Even so, I will still kill you. Fu roared in fury, lunging forward once more. Chumo engaged without further ado, charging headlong into the fray. Bang, bang, bang! A red and silver blur traversed the vast expanse of the northern galaxy, their speeds akin to 2 shooting stars. Each collision unleashed a cataclysmic explosion in the cosmos, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse.p.s. The story is about to be published. I sincerely hope for everyone's support. Chapter 68. The Dragon Fist Strikes. Bang! Chumo's figure recoiled violently, most of his body obliterated. Yet, in less than a blink, he restored himself. At this juncture, Chumo's fundamental combat power had surged to an astonishing 100 million now, with the latest insights from his mysterious state coupled with the King's fist. Chumo possessed a staggering trillion in combat power. However, this was still insufficient to best Fu. One could only imagine the extent of his might. Golden Gula was at least on par with Golden Frieza. Even without the might of Guy, he still retained considerable strength. Yet, Fu had confined him, so even if the current Fu lacked the power of Guy, he still boasted several trillion. Fu was on the verge of bloodshed from frustration. Every time he could obliterate Chumo, yet this fellow proved to be an indomitable cockroach. His formidable shield, coupled with that SS-class regenerative ability and the peculiar Saiyan lineage, had instead turned him into a catalyst for Chumo's power escalation. Much to Fu's chagrin. Chumo, even if you can continuously recover, I shall still slay you. Fu declared in wrath. He then opened his mouth, unleashing a wave of dark energy directed at Chumo. Whoosh! Chumo swiftly evaded. He shot forward, traversing thousands of meters of void, retracting his right hand to gather potent energy. But a sense of danger struck Fu as he observed Chumo's posture, an instinctive alarm ringing within him. Before he could react, he felt the space surrounding his body solidify instantaneously, rendering him unable to evade. Dragon Fist. This technique was the culmination of Chumo's training over the past month in this world. Perfected under the guidance of the old K.A.I.It represented the pinnacle of Son Goku's mightiest punch. The silvery energy rapidly coalesced, morphing into the shape of a divine dragon, resonating with thunderous roars throughout the infinite void. The Dragon Fist's explosive power was formidable, characterized by a raw, head-on assault capable of amplifying combat strength tenfold or more. The silver dragon roared forth, seemingly piercing through the fabric of space at the speed of light. Every planet in its path was reduced to mere dust, the boundless shockwaves effectively sealing off the surrounding space. Come forth, Chumo. Fu, astonished, refused to concede as the divine dragon surged ever closer. Fu's countenance shifted dramatically. He sensed that the silver energy harbored tremendous destructive force, far exceeding his expectations. This cannot be treated as a mere ordinary attack. Fu was drenched in cold sweat, hastily drawing forth his purple sword to shield his chest. Boom, boom, boom. The starlight dimmed, surging forth with a force that threatened the entire galaxy, as the vicinity where Fu resided was transformed into a void of black holes. The violent explosion fractured the very fabric of space itself. After a considerable time, the ferocious might of the detonation gradually subsided, surrounding Chumo and Fu. For hundreds of thousands of kilometers, not a single celestial body remained. Instead, a multitude of black holes ravenously consumed everything in their vicinity. Furrowing his brow, Fu shook his numbed hand, suddenly noticing fine cracks appearing on the surface of his purple longsword. This enchanted weapon from the demon realm had been injured. Such an occurrence had not transpired in over 1 billion years. You are indeed formidable. Just moments ago, I sensed the breath of death, truly unforgivable. Fu spoke coldly, his gaze imbued with an endless murderous intent. In the next instant, he stepped on a nothingness, leaving behind several afterimages. And in the blink of an eye, he stood before Chumo Bang. The two unleashed powerful punches, creating a violent shockwave that reverberated throughout the galaxy. The trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Chumo's mouth as he felt his arms go numb. His body propelled backward, crashing through a star comparable in size to the sun. Fu, having landed a blow, quickly pursued, tailing Chumo closely. .1 silver, 1 red. They raced through space at breathtaking speed. Fu accelerated, delivering a fierce kick to Chumo. Puff! Chumo spat out blood as his body was pierced once more. However, after a surge of excruciating pain, the wound healed, and he felt his combat prowess increasing. Humph, you truly are a troublesome adversary, Fu observed coldly, aware that if it weren't for Chumo's formidable regenerative abilities, he would have been defeated dozens of times by now. Is that so? You certainly won't be disappointed next. Chumo roared like a beast. A wave of brutal energy sweeping across the northern galaxy. An aura of terror and chilling cold enveloped him. As the silver flames surrounding him morphed into a vibrant grass green, think he can transform as well. How intriguing. Fu regarded Chumo's figure with a frigid demeanor. Roar. Chumo emitted a primal howl, his grass-green energy surging once more. Boom! Countless purple lightning bolts pierced through the void, exploding like colossal fireworks. In an instant, thousands of stars were obliterated by Chumo's overwhelming presence. This moment. Chumo's hair flowed like grass green, his spirit seemingly driven to madness, though his pupils soon faded to black. His aura shifting from chaotic to haughty. What do you think? Does this please you? Chumo smirked coldly, clenching his hands as his once ordinary form expanded to nearly 3 meters in height. Engulfed in raging flames that spanned several meters around him, he had not anticipated that the power of transformation could be so ferocious, though was still somewhat inferior to the mysterious realm. He sensed an endless surge of strength within him. That all? How amusing. Fu sneered, his figure flickering as he charged toward Chumo with muscles taut and an overwhelming aura erupting. Chumo's grass-green hair soared. In the blink of an eye, he traversed thousands of meters, appearing right before Fu. Has your speed increased? Fu was taken aback by the sudden appearance. Bang! Bang! The two clashed fiercely, engaging in a bout devoid of any intricate techniques. Their punches, elbows, knees, and legs unleashing a torrent of strikes akin to a Gatling gun, each determined to overpower the other. After transforming, Chumo's defenses had surged to new heights, matching Fu blow for blow. It is astonishing that your strength continues to grow. What a peculiar scion you are, Fu remarked coldly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Come, let me witness just how powerful this demon creation of yours truly is. Chumo shouted defiantly, leaping into the fray with a mighty punch aimed at Fu. Yet, Fu lightly tapped the void before him, and a barrier of light instantly enveloped him. Chumo's fist slammed into the barrier, the immense force sending ripples across its surface. With a resounding boom, the barrier shattered. A cataclysmic force surged toward Fu, who quickly retreated, thrusting his hands outward to conjure another barrier. The colossal surge of power collided with Chumo's attack, and in a matter of moments, the two forces neutralized each other. Seizing the opportunity as Chumo's offensive was thwarted, Fu swiftly executed a split kick, sending Chumo sprawling. However, Chumo dismissed the setback, halting his flight mid-air. "Useless. The more I fight, the stronger I become. Come again," Chumo roared, feeling his combat power surge anew. Just moments ago, he had felt slightly less formidable than in the mysterious realm. But now he sensed himself surpassing it, an unending well of power continuously flooding his being, bolstering his confidence. Fu, appearing before Chumo, launched a heavy punch. The void trembled, and planets quaked under the impact of this earth-shattering blow aimed at Chumo. Seeing this punch, Chumo's expression shifted as he braced himself. The seemingly ordinary punch was executed with blinding speed, prompting Chumo to instantly surround himself with a protective energy shield. With a thunderous crash, Fu's fist collided with the shield, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding space as the barrier shattered. A tremendous force continued to advance toward Chumo, who shouted, channeling a powerful energy blast. Kamehameha! Chumo unleashed a wave of energy to counter Fu's assault. He was propelled backward, retreating until he was 1,000 meters away, finally dissipating the tremors resulting from the clash of their immense energies. "I never expected your power to grow so rapidly in such a short time, but your control over that power still pales in comparison to mine. Thus, victory in this battle is assured." Die. With that, Fu flickered and appeared beside Chumo, delivering a punch infused with a devastating aura. Chumo, undeterred, retaliated with a punch of his own, excitement coursing through him. "As long as you cannot defeat me in a single blow, my mastery over this power will only deepen with each clash that I will not lose to you. This is the true strength of the Transcendent Saiyan." Their fists collided, unleashing cataclysmic energy. The resulting shockwave caused a violent explosion that obliterated a significant portion of the northern galaxy. Meanwhile, the North Kai was already drenched in cold sweat. He was not alone, for even the East, West, South, and Grand Kai felt the tremors of the titanic energies clashing. Yet they dared not employ their senses to probe into the battle between Chumo and Fu. For both the North Kai and the Grand Kai had already suffered injuries from the energies that had been unleashed. The Grand Kai hurriedly reported to Jebet, but all he received were 4 words: observe and wait. As Chumo and Fu clashed, they instantly separated, only to collide again in a furious exchange, sending shockwaves throughout the galaxy. Chumo executed a sudden teleportation, appearing in front of Fu, delivering a dragon fist imbued with golden energy. A divine dragon radiating destructive brilliance aimed at Fu. Upon seeing this, Fu's expression shifted dramatically as he mustered all his strength to counter Chumo's punch. With a deafening boom, the surrounding space collapsed under the impact. The two were evenly matched. Chumo shouted with exhilaration, growing stronger with every exchange, his combat power surging once more, his entire being radiated grass-green flames, the intensity of which caused Fu's expression to darken. This fellow grows stronger with every blow. What is happening? Chumo, increasingly exhilarated, spun around and delivered a kick toward Fu, who retaliated with a powerful punch. Bang! The collision of fist and foot sent shockwaves through the air. The cosmos erupted with a cacophony of sound as the shattered space expanded at a visible rate. In mere moments, dozens of massive black holes, each hundreds of meters wide, had formed as a result of the devastation. As the spatial tempest raged forth, it bore a semblance of annihilation. Yet, this seemingly formidable storm was shattered into fragments upon the collision between Chumo and Fu, dissipating into nothingness. The fabric of space began to mend as their fierce battle persisted. The intense clashes between the two once more tore the very essence of space apart. Boom! The fists of Fu and Chumo collided once again, and in an instant, they were separated, with their confrontation temporarily halted. The battleground finally had a moment to breathe, rapidly healing itself. Just as the terrifying spatial storm was about to manifest, the space restored itself to its former glory. Chumo and Fu exchanged glances, and an astonishing aura erupted simultaneously from both. The stage for an earth-shattering battle was set once more, as both prepared themselves for the impending clash. In an instant, they moved in unison, their fists colliding with a resounding boom, causing the recently repaired space to shatter once more. Chumo swiftly turned, delivering a kick, which Fu met with his left fist. Boom! Energy scattered as the fractured space expanded yet again. They momentarily separated. And then Chumo executed a swift teleportation, appearing behind Fu and launching a kick towards him. Fu, anticipating the attack, moved forward to evade, yet he was a fraction too slow. With a resounding thud, Fu was propelled forward by Chumo's kick. Chumo smirked coldly, accelerating to catch up with Fu, elbow aimed at him. The immense pressure locked the space around Fu. Upon noticing this, Fu executed a somersault, raising his leg to kick at Chumo's chin. Chumo instantly adjusted, bringing his hands together to block the strike. Fu grinned wickedly, then floated, delivering a heavy punch aimed at Chumo's abdomen. Yet, Chumo's expression hardened. Disregarding Fu's attack, he grasped and unleashed a powerful energy sphere to Fu, not daring to underestimate, swiftly dodged. Just as he intended to counter, Chumo was already before him, delivering a fierce punch. Bang! The first punch was barely blocked by Fu. The second punch landed squarely, and bang! The third punch sent Fu flying, a spray of blood escaping his lips. Chumo, with a cold smirk, accelerated once more, seizing Fu's legs and hurling him into the distant cosmos. Following this, he collapsed his feet and rapidly pursued Fu, soon appearing above him, fists clenched, crashing down upon Fu's form. Chapter 70. The terrifying transcendent state boom. Dust billowed as a colossal circular pit formed on a massive star, devastated by the impact. As the dust cleared, Fu swiftly emerged from the crater, hurtling towards Chumo. As Fu charged, Chumo met him head-on, fists and feet colliding in an intense exchange. The space around them fragmented continuously, accompanied by a cacophony of sonic booms. With a thunderous crash, they momentarily separated, and the space they had battled within slowly began to restore itself. After such an extensive struggle, I believe it is time we both unleash our full strength to determine a victor. Otherwise, the entire galaxy may face destruction. Fu remarked nonchalantly at that moment. He fully acknowledged Chumo's power, realizing it was on par with his own. How about that? I trust one haven't disappointed you. As the battle progressed, Chumo grew increasingly familiar with the transcendent power. Initially estimating he could only endure for half an hour, he now realized that even an additional half hour would be trivial. Moreover, his combat prowess had swelled to several tens of trillions, sufficient to rival Fu's current might. I admit I underestimated you. I never imagined there existed such a variant among the Saiyans. Fu stated earnestly. Honestly, I never anticipated it myself. Chumo exclaimed with excitement, reveling in the might of the transcendent Saiyan, and no wonder he could contend evenly with Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. There was, however, one drawback. The power was overwhelmingly explosive and difficult to fully control. That I in the anime had suggested that Broly was the ideal candidate for the God of Destruction. That it was clear that mastering such volatile power would require at least the mental fortitude of a God of Destruction. In an instant, the two vanished from their positions, charging towards one another, their fists colliding with a resounding boom. The space quaked as the sound of their clash echoed, with cracks spreading through the surrounding area. Bang! Another thunderous crash echoed as Fu and Chumo exchanged blows once more, followed by Fu drawing a sharp purple longsword. Slicing towards Chumo, Chumo deftly dodged to the side, conjuring a green energy orb aimed at Fu. Seeing the energy sphere, Fu did not attempt to evade. Instead, he swung his purple sword to cleave through the orb. A dull thud resonated as the energy sphere was sliced in two. However, Chumo had already closed the distance. Delivering a kick to Fu's chest, Fu executed a swift maneuver, narrowly evading. "I anticipated this," Chumo sneered, rapidly unleashing a red beam of deathly energy. The beam surged forth at incredible speed, leaving Fu with no time to react. In desperation, he raised his purple sword horizontally, hoping to block the deadly beam. With a resounding crash, there was no explosion. Then came a crack, as the ancient magical blade fractured, but a smile crept across Chumo's lips as he unleashed thousands of death beams in rapid succession. Like a laser barrage, Fu managed to conjure an energy shield, but it shattered almost immediately. Chumo's form materialized before Fu, delivering a devastating punch. The strike connected, sending Fu hurtling backward, and Chumo immediately accelerated, landing an elbow strike to Fu's abdomen. Puffed. Fu spat forth a spray of blood, feeling the severity of the blow. However, Chumo pressed on, seizing Fu's leg and launching him toward the distant planet. With a resounding crash, dust erupted as the planet was penetrated, crashing heavily onto another celestial body. Yet Fu was no ordinary foe. He swiftly emerged from the planet's core, racing towards Chumo's dark flow of light. Boom! The powerful energy erupted, instantly creating a vacuum in the space around them. Fu squinted, extending his hands towards the void, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. I could see that moment. Chumo appeared, his black eyes locking onto Fu's as emerald flames ignited around him. Ultimate flash, the grass-green energy wave surged forth. Puffed. With a series of dull thuds, the fabric of space tore apart. The two formidable energy waves clashed, but Chumo's transcendent physique manifested its miraculous nature. As boundless energy surged forth, pushing back Fu's energy wave. Puffed. Fu was hit, blood spewing from his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Chumo's fist, as large as a cauldron, struck Fu's body. With his arm bent, the heavy fist pressure sent Fu flying once again. Fu grimaced in pain, his expression contorting, as he retaliated with a powerful strike against Chumo. Both were wounded, propelled in opposite directions. Yet, in an instant, two streaks of light zipped through the void as they propelled themselves off the emptiness and launched back into the fray. "Die, you scoundrel!" The sinister dark energy transformed into a powerful wave of light. Surging towards Chumo, Fu wiped the blood from his lips, roaring with malevolent fervor. Dark annihilation blast. A succession of black energy orbs formed in the void. Speeding towards Chumo upon seeing the approaching energy orbs, Chumo's body tensed, and he exploded forth. Dragon fist explosion. With a thunderous roar, a golden divine dragon soared into the sky. The massive dragon-shaped apparition obliterated all the energy orbs in its path, crashing directly into Fu. Boom! Like an interstellar nuclear explosion, the ravaged galaxy was once again devastated, shattering yet another planet. Whoosh! A soft sound echoed, yet the figure of Fu had vanished. How was it possible that he survived this? Chumo gasped for breath. Despite possessing boundless energy, the relentless barrage of Dragon Fist had left his body aching. Mentally, he felt utterly drained, yearning for the solace of sleep. To control, such a violent surge of energy had completely depleted his mental fortitude. Even if Fu did not flee, he could no longer sustain the state of transcendent Super Saiyan. Otherwise, he risked losing consciousness and becoming a mindless beast driven by destruction. With a sigh, Chumo exited the transcendent state and gently descended onto a verdant planet. After sensing that the vicinity was free of peril, he allowed himself to succumb to slumber. Time became an abstract concept as he slept, and upon awakening, he felt rejuvenated. More importantly, he sensed a profound surge of power coursing through him. Far surpassing his previous capabilities, he summoned the system interface to assess his attributes. Chumo. Male age, 26 combat power, 10 trillion base combat power, 5,000 trillion mystical realm, 5 quintillion transcendent bloodline, Super Saiyan. Transcendent bloodline abilities: telekinesis, time reversal, healing, S grade, potential enhancement is S grade, regeneration, SS grade skills, key sensory perception, flight technique, mirage fist, Kamehameha, magic flash, instant transmission, death beam, death energy blast, Kaioshin, spirit bomb. Dragon Fist Chapter 71. Normal state, 10 trillion. No wonder my power is so formidable. My normal combat power has reached 10 trillion. Chumo felt exhilarated. He had truly risen from the ashes. Moreover, after this transformation into a transcendent Super Saiyan, he had gained a deeper understanding of this state. Believing that he would be able to maintain it for a longer duration in the future, that he even had faith that, in the near future, he could fully master the transcendent state. With a thought, he returned to Earth, his fingers poised upon his forehead. What is happening? There is not a soul left on Earth. Closing his eyes to sense the planet's energy, he quickly furrowed his brow. Not a single person remained. The city before him lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland, and, in the distance, a building billowed thick, dark smoke. It seemed that Baby had taken control of the entire planet, abducting its inhabitants and deities. Suddenly, a powerful aura emerged within Chumo's perception, though it was not on Earth but in the far reaches of space. Could this energy belong to a Saiyan? Could it be Son Goku? Chumo pondered. He then touched his forehead again, and in an instant his form vanished from Earth out on a distant planet. The ground was being ravaged. Craters marred the landscape. Baby, I will not let you escape. Son Goku shouted, hovering before Baby, his voice laced with fury. It's not you who will escape me. It is I who will annihilate your Saiyan race today. Baby retorted disdainfully, recalling another detestable Saiyan. Chumo. Equally unforgivable. I will not be defeated. Son Goku stepped forward, his expression grave, and transformed into his strongest state. In the Super Saiyan 3 form. A tremendous energy radiated from him. Coiling like silver serpents, the entirety of planet Zypher seemed to freeze in place. I did not expect your power to have increased so significantly, Baby exclaimed, momentarily setting aside his disdain, adopting a more serious demeanor that Goku's displayed might compel them to tread cautiously. In an instant, an even more domineering energy surged forth. As the two titanic forces clashed, the sky split open, unleashing a tempest of overwhelming power that whipped up a fearsome whirlwind, causing the entire planet Zypher to tremble with a resonating sound. The aftershock rippled hundreds of kilometers away, rending the vast sky open. Oh no! Caught unawares by the aftershock, Xiao Fong stumbled and fell to the ground. Whoosh! At that moment, Chumo appeared beside Xiao Fong. Grasping her collar and lifting her into the air, he then decisively conjured a protective barrier to envelop her. Their combined powers had reached an extraordinary level. How dare she remain on this planet? Chumo squinted, gazing from a distance, letting out a soft sigh. The prowess of Goku and Baby was unparalleled among humans. Goku had immersed himself in the Super Saiyan 3 realm for over a decade, and his potential had been fully tapped, allowing him to surge forward dramatically. Who are you? Xiao Fong inquired, looking at Chumo, yet feeling an almost imperceptible trace of his aura, a phenomenon she had once sensed from her father. Go on. Chumo, a distant elder of yours and a Saiyan. Then, Grandpa Chumo, you must go help Grandpa now. Xiao Fong cried out urgently. Chumo rubbed his nose, bewildered. I'm only 26. How did I become a grandfather? How absurd. Don't worry, your grandpa will not lose. Chumo smiled and shook his head, knowing that Goku was eager to break through, just as he himself hoped for Goku to ascend to Super Saiyan 4. In doing so, he could mimic Goku's form and successfully access Super Saiyan 4. However, even if that failed, he was confident in a 50 chance of achieving it himself, especially after having entered the transcendent state, which bolstered his self-assurance. Can Grandpa really defeat Baby? Xiao Fong turned back, her face etched with worry. There is no need for concern. Even if Goku cannot best Baby, he will not be far off. Chumo reassured Xiao Fong, his gaze fixed intently on the battle between Goku and Baby, eager to absorb the essence of their confrontation. The pinnacle of combat commenced. Goku and Baby hovered in the air, simultaneously accelerating their movements, causing them to vanish from sight. Bang, bang, bang. The indistinct figures suddenly reappeared, colliding before disappearing once more. In the sky, Goku and Baby were no longer visible. Only the thunderous sounds of their clashes echoed, accompanied by brilliant flashes of light. Sparks flickered. Both warriors moved at breathtaking speed. Bang! Boom! In the aftermath of the flickering sparks, violent explosions erupted, shaking the earth under the immense pressure, causing it to sink. Gradually, even magma began to spew forth at that moment. Majin Buu and others had also arrived by Chumo's side. How incredible! I can hardly bear to approach, Buu exclaimed, his small eyes wide with awe. Indeed, the level of combat between Master and Baby has surpassed our limits. It is utterly astonishing. Oob observed in shock. So, do you think Grandpa will definitely win? Xiao Fong, being the weakest, struggled to keep up with the rapid pace of the battle. Chumo furrowed his brow, sensing that Goku still lacked something. The energy consumed in Super Saiyan 3 form was excessively high. If he could not transform into Super Saiyan 4, defeat was inevitable. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the old Kaioshin and Kibito watched anxiously, worry etched on their faces. Old ancestor, do you think Mr. Goku can win? Kibito inquired with a serious expression. It's hard to say. But with Chumo around, there's essentially no problem. Just a few days ago, he and those from the Demon Realm managed to obliterate a significant portion of the North Galaxy. This fellow truly knows how to cause chaos. Thankfully, your creativity has also improved considerably. Work hard to restore the North Galaxy, and leave the rest to fate. With him around, there's nothing to worry about. The old Supreme Kai, being as knowledgeable as he is, knows that with Chumo present, defeat is not an option. Upon hearing the old Supreme Kai's words, Jebit couldn't help but roll his eyes. It seems that he is destined to play the role of a mere laborer. On North Kaioshin Star, North Kaioshin was once again taken aback by the fierce battle between Son Goku and Baby. In Chapter 72, the pitiful Baby trembled as he clutched his head, wailing in anguish. Oh heavens, have I fallen into a streak of bad luck? Just days ago, I devastated half of the North Galaxy, and now Goku is fighting this monster. Is he intent on destroying my very stronghold? What a stroke of misfortune! He lamented his misfortune, questioning why it is always his North Galaxy that suffers. Baby, let us determine the victor. Son Goku fervently summoned the energy within him, momentarily flickering before teleporting beside Baby. Super Kamehameha! Son Goku opened his palm and bellowed with all his might. A chilling energy coalesced between his hands, which he thrust forward, instantly unleashing a brilliant blue light that pierced the air. A terrifying surge of energy surged forth, barreling directly towards Baby. Caught off guard, Baby failed to anticipate Son Goku's sudden appearance before him. As the attack drew near, his expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted in alarm. Kamehameha! In an instant, a resounding thud echoed. The planet lamented as a terrifying aura raged through the atmosphere, and the shockwave of the attack stirred up monstrous waves. As the dissipating smoke cleared, visibility returned, revealing Baby with his arms drooping, crimson liquid trickling down his arm, his silver hair in disarray, and multiple abrasions marring his cheeks. Splendid! Grandpa is about to win! Upon witnessing Baby's injuries, Xiao Fong exclaimed with excitement. Not quite yet, Bu pouted, his small eyes scrutinizing the scene intently. No, Baby's injuries are merely superficial. They do not threaten his cord. In contrast, Son Goku is burdened by the strain of Super Saiyan 3. It seems he is nearing his limit. Chumo remarked with a hint of regret. It appears I must intervene, or else it will be quite difficult for Son Goku to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Taking a decisive step forward, Chumo instantaneously positioned himself between Baby and Son Goku, tossing a Senza bean towards Son Goku. After consuming the bean, Son Goku's stamina was instantly restored. Upon seeing Chumo before him, Baby's face darkened like a soot-covered pan. Chumo, it's you again. Indeed, is that what's the matter? Feeling displeased. Indeed, I am very displeased, and I intend to kill you. Baby roared, his imposing aura intensifying. His gaze menacing. Bang! Barely finishing his sentence, Super Baby was sent flying by a kick from Chumo weakling. You have no right to be displeased, Chumo stated with indifference, his dismissive attitude only fueling Baby's fury further. Son Goku, look above. Following Chumo's direction, Son Goku's gaze was met with the sight of a pristine full moon. Thump, thump. His heart raced violently, and Son Goku's eyes began to glaze over, his face contorted in agony. First paling, then turning a deep shade of blue, gradually morphing into a fierce grimace. Damn it! Baby roared in fury, soaring towards Chumo with the intent to strike. However, before he could land a blow, he was once again sent sprawling backwards by Chumo's swift kick. What a nuisance! You repugnant creature! Stay quiet and watch the show. Chumo's foot pressed down on Baby's face, rendering him unable to rise. Let me show you the consequences of your arrogance. Even in Vegeta's body, you are nothing to AT that moment. Son Goku's blood surged through his veins like a tempest, and his form began to transform rapidly. His nose protruded, fangs elongated, and his body grew to a towering height of 4 to 5 meters, embodying the Golden Great Ape, a manifestation triggered by the full moon in his Super Saiyan state. The power was equivalent to his Super Saiyan transformation combined with the Great Ape transformation, yielding a staggering 500-fold increase in energy. The mindless Golden Great Ape roared, expelling golden energy from its mouth. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted, its dazzling light illuminating half the planet. The tempest left a path of desolation in its wake, stripping away layers of earth. What is happening? Chumo muttered, stepping off Baby's head. Just as Baby had clumsily regained his footing, he was met with an overwhelming assault. After bracing against the storm, Baby roared in exasperation. Upon recognizing the Golden Great Ape that Son Goku had become, cold sweat dripped down Baby's face. Inheriting the memories of King Zephyr, he was acutely aware that Saiyans possessed the ability to transform into great apes, a form that had once led to the annihilation of the Zephyrians. What is happening? How did Grandpa become this way? Xiao Fong cried in panic upon witnessing Son Goku's rampage. Just as she intended to fly towards the Golden Great Ape, Chumo grasped her wrist firmly. Do not approach. That is the Saiyans' Great Ape form. Son Goku has lost his reason and can no longer recognize you. I at you who has caused Grandpa to become this way. What do you intend to do? Xiao Fong inquired loudly. You will soon find out. Enough chatter. I am your elder, so just watch quietly, Chumo commanded, restraining Xiao Fong as he gazed intently at the Golden Great Ape. Excitement flickering in his eyes. Seeing Chumo's fury, Bu and OOB dared not intervene, falling silent. The Golden Great Ape is a state that precedes the appearance of Super Saiyan 4. Once reason is restored, it can revert to the humanoid form of Super Saiyan 4. Xiao Fong, try calling out to Son Goku here. Perhaps it will awaken his reason. All right, I will give it a try, although she resented Chumo's domineering attitude. Xiao Fong called out to Son Goku. Grandpa, please wake up. Hearing Xiao Fong's urgent pleas, the Golden Great Ape exhibited a flicker of response, its fearsome visage turning towards Chumo and the others. Then it roared skyward, abruptly redirecting its focus on a Baby. What the hell is going on? Why is the attention back on me? Baby thought, feeling as if countless metaphorical alpacas were stampeding through his mind. How unfortunate I am! With a thunderous roar, the Golden Great Ape unleashed a searing energy wave from its gaping maw. Then, seizing a colossal boulder, it hurled it towards Baby. Boom! The massive stone hit the ground, sending a cloud of yellow dust into the air. Damn it! I must have aided. Baby scowled as he dodged, seething with anger at Chumo for causing all this chaos. Witnessing his attack fail to achieve its intended effect, the Golden Great Ape's fury escalated, leading it to relentlessly assault Baby. Chapter 73. The overwhelming Golden Great Ape with a resounding crash. The colossal Golden Great Ape stomped down upon Baby, the immense force causing the ground to fracture in a spiderweb-like pattern. Baby's expression darkened, turning an ashen hue. His trembling hands, raised above his head, struggled against the pain coursing through his upper body, and he erupted in a spray of blood. While lower-level Saiyans lose their sanity upon transforming into great apes. A sliver of subconscious awareness lingers within that a quintessential example of this is when Vegeta invaded Earth, and Gohan, in his great ape form, initially targeted Vegeta before his tail was severed. Upon transforming into a golden great ape, Goku experienced a substantial increase in power. Though devoid of rationality, he was formidable enough to pose a serious threat to Baby. In that moment, Baby resembled an enraged volcano on the verge of eruption. Yet he felt utterly helpless against the pain immune, mindless golden great ape. Suddenly, an idea struck Baby. He soared into the air, deftly evading the golden great ape's onslaught with a series of quick maneuvers. Ah, a mindless beast thinks it can defeat me. Dream on. Baby sneered as he appeared behind the golden great ape, conjuring a blade-like energy between his fingers and aiming to sever the golden great ape's tail. You've overestimated yourself, Chumo interjected, delivering a powerful kick to Baby's face that sent him flying. He had intended for Goku to transform into Super Saiyan 4. He would not allow Baby to sever Goku's tail. You insufferable wretch, Baby seethed, his hatred for Chumo now eclipsing even his animosity towards Goku. Watch yourself, Chumo retorted with a cold smile. Were it not for his desire to experience Goku's essence, he would have disposed of Baby already. What? Baby faltered, as the echoes of roaring filled his ears. The golden great ape had once again targeted him. His face alternated between pale and furious, a tempest of rage brewing within. The golden great ape launched another attack. The ground trembled beneath them, as if the very planet were on the brink of collapse. Chumo drifted back to Xiao Fang's side, instructing her, continue to call forth Goku's consciousness. It is imperative that he regains his sanity. Understood. Though unsure of Chumo's intentions, Xiao Fang sensed his determination and complied, repeatedly calling out to Goku, "I am the Kaioshin realm." An unsettling energy surged from the lower universe, enveloping the surroundings. The elder Kaioshin and his companions sat in a circle before the crystal ball. Old ancestor, what is Chumo attempting to achieve? His actions are utterly baffling. He could easily eliminate Baby, Jupiter exclaimed in astonishment. You are too young to comprehend, the elder Kaioshin replied, narrowing his eyes. Chumo's actions undoubtedly serve a purpose. He is conducting an experiment, and perhaps a formidable warrior is on the verge of emergence. Are you suggesting that Goku still has a chance to regain his sanity? Jupiter questioned, his composure returning. Indeed. Destruction precedes creation. This has always been the way of the Saiyans, and this instance is likely no different. With Chumo present, there is no cause for concern. The elder Kaioshin, possessing confidence in Chumo's extraordinary identity, declared boom, boom. The sky darkened, waves of energy rippling through the air, sending shivers down the spine. The golden great ape roared in fury, its fists wreaking havoc, while Baby, now stripped of his earlier composure, fled in disarray. What infuriated him most was that every time he attempted to sever the golden great ape's tail, Chumo would intervene, sending him sprawling. With eyes ablaze with rage, he fixed his gaze upon the golden great ape and Chumo. A palpable aura of malevolence surrounding him. Damn it! Baby ground his teeth, having never encountered someone so brazen. Chumo observed the rampaging beast. It had been some time, and logically, Goku should be on the verge of transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Grandpa, please awaken. Xiao Fang's melodious voice reached the ears of the golden great ape, causing it to halt, its crimson eyes fixated on Xiao Fang's red figure. Roar. The great ape beat its chest while roaring. It's working. Chumo felt a surge of hope that I cannot remain idle. The usually self-assured Baby began to panic, swiftly moving to Bulma's side. Quickly, find a way to make me transform into a great ape too. Bulma responded respectfully. Lord Baby, we simply need to activate the Beulah's beam amplifier to enhance the moon's reflected light. Then hurry and start the machine, Baby urged, his urgency palpable. Yes, Bulma immediately set the machine in motion. At last, the golden great ape was stirred to awaken Goku's consciousness. Gazing at the tearful child, the golden great ape let out a thunderous roar as its body began to emit a radiant glow. Its enormous form gradually shrank, revealing a sturdy figure covered in red fur. Absent of the golden aura, his entire body was cloaked in a layer of crimson hair, his locks reverting to black and cascading to his shoulders. His golden eyes gleamed amidst the red and black, accompanied by a devilish grin. Indeed, this was Super Saiyan 4. Chumo felt a surge of excitement as he beheld the formidable Goku, an overwhelming pressure emanating from his being. He attempted to release his own spiritual energy, aligning himself with Goku's Super Saiyan 4 state. Soon, a look of enlightenment crossed Chumo's face. Oh, it is that simple. The power of Super Saiyan 4 was undeniably formidable, transcending the realm of Super Saiyan 3. having crossed the dimensional threshold of life itself. Chumo smiled, reflecting that the mysterious state was indeed a unique condition within Super Saiyan 3, characterized by a more enduring aura and lower energy expenditure. It could be said that the mysterious state occupies the space between the godly realm and Super Saiyan 4, capable of evolving in any direction. Suddenly, an audacious thought struck him. With a system in place, anything was possible. The godly realm represented a state of being, while Super Saiyan 4 was an evolution of the body. Regardless of how powerful the state, without a robust physique, one would merely resemble the timid Kaioshin. Only a Super Saiyan God could truly rival Super Saiyan 4, with both representing elevated power. Witnessing Super Saiyan 4 firsthand and feeling the immense aura akin to a towering mountain, Chumo experienced a notable elevation in his own realm. Chapter 74. Attaining the Ultimate Mastery, Grandpa. Upon seeing Goku regain his sanity, Xiao Fong dashed forward with excitement. Goku had always cherished his 9-year-old granddaughter. You've done well, Xiao Fong. Leave the rest to Grandpa. Xiao Fong whispered softly. Goku stood tall, an overwhelming aura rising around him, enveloping not just the planet's fur, but the entire North Galaxy. No, this feeling is unbearable. Bu shuddered. Goku is just too powerful. Meanwhile, OOB expressed his exhilaration. This is Goku's energy. I never imagined he could become this strong. Baby's doom is imminent. On the experimental platform, Baby sensed Goku's terrifying energy as well. His pupils constricted sharply. The concerns he had dreaded had finally materialized. Baby deduced Chumo's intentions and shouted, "Is the Beulah's beam amplifier not ready yet?" "It will be ready shortly, my lord. Accelerate the process." Baby appeared to be exceedingly tense. Master Ancestor, Wukong's current form, is the old Kai nodded slightly, his eyes narrowing. This is a transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 3. It should indeed be the Super Saiyan 4 that Chumo has been tirelessly seeking as a breakthrough to this moment. Sun Wukong stands as the unrivaled champion of our universe, although he still pales in comparison to the monstrous Chumo. Then Baby is no match for Mr. Wukong, is he? Jebite inquired hastily. Indeed, the levels are no longer comparable. The old Kai affirmed with certainty that in his memories, it had been countless eons since a Saiyan had reached this realm. Oh no, Master Ancestor. Look, Baby has transformed into a golden great ape. Jebite suddenly exclaimed loudly. What? The old Kai shrieked, shoving Jebite aside as he leaned closer to the crystal ball. What is this rascal doing? The old Kai's complexion turned pale. He could understand Chumo refraining from intervening. But for Sun Wukong to hold back as well was utterly absurd. Do you think Mr. Wukong can still win? Jebite's face was filled with despair. The old Kai was at a loss for words. The speed of reality's slap was astonishingly swift. You still have some spirit, Sun Wukong remarked coldly, while Chumo could not help but roll his eyes. Damn it, he just loves to show off that I possess absolute, overwhelming power. What do you have? Nothing. Bang. The two fists collided, causing a momentary stillness in space. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no dazzling light. Only pure, unadulterated brute force. Sun Wukong seized the great ape's fist with both hands, then exerted his strength to fling the golden great ape away. Ha ha ha, what a thrill, pure violence, the ultimate expression of strength. This is Super Saiyan 4. Unlike Super Saiyan God, it embodies the pinnacle of raw power. Chumo watched with gleaming eyes. A Saiyans training to reach Super Saiyan 3 had already pushed the limits of what was bearable. However, Super Saiyan 4 completely shattered the boundaries of mortals, elevating the intensity of power to an entirely new height. Although due to the differing rules of the universe, Super Saiyan 4 could not attain the divine realm like Super Saiyan God. There was no disparity in combat power. Similar to Super Saiyan God, the amplification of strength remained a consistent 40,000 times. This was a genuine transcendence in the essence of life. Chumo, truly captivated, suddenly closed his eyes, beginning to simulate the state of Super Saiyan 4 within his consciousness, but a flash of lightning surged through his mind, illuminating the world like the first ray of dawn. The image of Super Saiyan 4 became vivid in his awareness. That overwhelming, domineering strength, that unparalleled majesty. Every movement resonated with immense power. In this moment, Chumo felt a profound clarity, a smile gracing his lips as inspiration struck him. He turned swiftly, instantaneously appearing in the realm of the Kais. It was time to transcend to Super Saiyan 4. Chumo mused inwardly. Let the breakthrough commence. As if in response to Chumo's imposing presence, the clear skies of the Kai's realm suddenly erupted with thunderous roars. Then, golden clouds suffused the entire heavens, swiftly enveloping the azure divine realm in waves of gold, with multicolored rays of light piercing through the clouds. The entire sky was washed in a mysterious, resplendent aura. Crack, crack. The air delayed for a moment before erupting with a cacophony of explosive sounds. From within a vast void, a magnificent, sacred will descended. A golden radiance illuminated the scene. Chumo's body involuntarily began to levitate, his aura gradually dissipating. Master Ancestor, what is happening? Jebite felt utterly astounded. This fellow is beginning to break through to Super Saiyan 4, the old Kai lamented. Streams of golden light radiated from the brilliance, resembling the sun itself. Before Jebite stood Chumo, with long black hair flowing, his body cloaked in crimson fur, dressed in light yellow trousers. Chumo grinned with satisfaction. He had finally achieved Super Saiyan 4, experiencing the exquisite peak of power within him. The contrast of the mysterious realm was like heaven and earth. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the sign-in task and receiving the sign-in gift package. Would you like to open the sign-in gift package? Open it now. Chumo exclaimed excitedly, eager to discover what treasures awaited him in the Super Saiyan 4 sign-in gift. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the gift package. You have obtained the beginner's Ultra Instinct technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the energy absorption skill of Super 17. What a delight! Ultra Instinct. This is an advanced skill that only the gods of destruction can learn. Even Sun Wukong had to receive special permission from Whis to train in it. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to cultivate it now. Even Beerus, after billions of years of training, had yet to reach the perfect level of Ultra Instinct, underscoring the immense difficulty of this skill. As for the energy absorption skill, it was merely an added bonus for Chumo. How was the battle on planet Zypher progressing? After receiving the Super Sign-In gift package, Chumo felt invigorated and made his way over. The old Kai picked up the crystal ball and said, "The situation is not looking good. Baby in his great ape form is thwarting Wukong's attacks. Yet Wukong is also formidable. Is Wukong on the verge of victory?" Jebite asked, excitement brimming in his voice. "That's uncertain. Super Saiyan 4 consumes considerable energy. This is Wukong's first transformation, and his grasp of Super Saiyan 4's power is still imprecise, so the battle shall continue. Now, it's a matter of who can endure the longest." Chumo shook his head, not optimistic about Sun Wukong's chances. Jebite was taken aback. Does that mean Wukong could be defeated? It's not outside the realm of possibility, the old Kai mused. Agreeing with Chumo's assessment, if Sun Wukong could fully master the power of Super Saiyan 4, defeating Baby would be trivial. Unfortunately, this is Wukong's first transformation, and how long he can maintain the Super Saiyan 4 state is uncertain. Alas, this is not good news, Jebite despaired, hastily turning to Chumo. "Mr. Chumo, can you intervene now?" "Now. It's absolutely feasible," Chumo replied with a smile. He had already transcended and could eliminate Baby at any moment. With a grin, Chumo instantaneously transported himself to planet Zypher. On the dark red planet Zypher, the tempest of battle threatened to tear the planet apart. The great ape Baby roared towards the heavens, his colossal fists swinging wildly. Sun Wukong could only evade, appearing like a mere ant compared to the golden great ape. This moment, Sun Wukong was engulfed in a faint golden flame, his black hair billowing in the air. Exuding an air of ease, "Damn science," Baby bellowed, his massive jaws gleaming ominously. "You infuriate me. I shall send you all to hell." He turned his head, his giant palm descending from above. Whoosh! The air surged, whipping up a fierce gale. "Come on!" With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong summoned a gust of wind that surged from his feet, propelling him forward with astonishing speed until he stood before Baby. He then aimed a strike at Baby's most vulnerable spot, his eyes. Baby, in disbelief, gaped and instinctively shielded his head with both hands. The eyes, being the most fragile part of the body, were at an even greater risk of assault given Baby's transformation into a colossal ape. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong swiftly bent his arm and unleashed a punch at Baby. Bang! A tremendous force erupted, creating a penetrating energy that sliced through the air and impacted the golden giant's abdomen. Although a portion of the force was absorbed by the giant's thick hide, the intensity of Sun Wukong's attack was such that a significant amount still reached Baby's insides. Ugh! The golden baby emitted a howl of agony. His face contorted with pain. Suddenly, the giant ape bore a fierce expression and lunged toward Sun Wukong with full force. With a resounding crash, the ground shattered, sending countless fissures spiraling outward as Sun Wukong found himself pinned beneath the massive form of Baby. Coughing up blood, Sun Wukong pondered his fate, but he should be all right, right? Boo squinted, clenching his fists as steam erupted from the small holes atop his head. Grandpa! Xiao Fong exclaimed, horrified at the sight. Teacher Wukong! Ubu shouted, his gaze fixed intently on the scene. Kamehameha! A pale blue light radiated from beneath the golden giant, and an immense energy surged upward, propelling the giant ape into the air. Sun Wukong emerged, shaking off the dust that clung to him. Well, Sun Wukong, you don't look too well right now. Chumo's figure appeared mid-air, his tone laced with mockery. Have you also broken through to Super Saiyan 4? Impressive. I heard from Boo that you triumphed over Vegeta. Sun Wukong regarded Chumo with excitement, thrilled at the prospect of another worthy opponent. Boo! Chumo glanced in that direction, realizing that this chubby fellow must have heard from Son Gohan about his victory over Vegeta. Defeating him was too easy and rather dull. I'm far more interested in battling you two, Chumo remarked nonchalantly. Given his current combat prowess, even in his Super Saiyan 1 form, he could easily overwhelm Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 4. Even in a transformed state, Vegeta would stand no chance against him. Well, at this moment, that does seem to be the case, Sun Wukong mused, unable to gauge Chumo's strength, yet his instincts warned him that he was not a match for him. Sun Wukong, I will kill you! Baby charged at him, disregarding Chumo entirely. Despite his transformation into a golden ape, Baby felt a lingering fear towards Chumo soon. The battle between Baby and Sun Wukong resumed. But as time passed, Sun Wukong began to struggle with the adjustments of his first transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Bang! Baby's punch sent Sun Wukong flying, causing him to spit out more blood. His body was driven into a deep crater, and the overwhelming energy expenditure prevented him from rising immediately. Ha! Sun Wukong, your demise is imminent, Baby proclaimed, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. After I kill you, I'll take care of Chumo. All you Saiyans deserve to perish. A terrifying black energy sphere began to coalesce in Baby's grasp, crackling with formidable electrical power. Revenge energy sphere, Baby hurled the massive sphere, measuring 4 to 5 meters in diameter, towards Sun Wukong, reveling in his confidence. However, his elation was short-lived as a red figure appeared in the path of the energy sphere and simply inhaled it. Whoosh! The seemingly hopeless energy sphere was astonishingly consumed by Chumo, who let out a satisfied belch. No way. You again, Chumo. Baby's eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? I worked so hard to gather that energy sphere, and it was swallowed whole. This must be a joke. Xiao Fong rubbed her eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the absurdity of the situation. The sheer terror of that energy sphere had instilled despair within her. Yet the outcome was unexpectedly comical. Ubu also appeared stunned, unable to believe how formidable Chumo truly was. We're bound to win. Teacher Wukong. Boo licked his lips, clearly enamored with the earlier spectacle. That ball must have tasted delightful. I want some too. Chumo, taken aback, sighed. You want to eat? You'd likely explode before you could even be revived. Truly a reckless fool. Nevertheless, Chumo was pleased with the display of prowess he had just exhibited. Having this energy absorption ability was indeed essential for his daily bravado. Chapter 76. Extermination of Baby. Your strength remains disappointingly feeble. It seems I must eliminate you. Chumo coldly regarded Baby. Deeming him useless, it was time to deliver the final blow. Chumo flashed a radiant smile at Baby, one that sent shivers down Baby's spine. Flee! This was Baby's immediate instinct. As for vengeance, survival was his first priority. Thinking of escaping. It's too late. Weren't you eager to take over my body? Here I am. Where do you think you're going? Chumo's chilling laughter echoed ominously. With a flick of his wrist, an invisible force surged forth, enveloping Baby instantly. What have you done to me? No. Please. Baby was gripped by panic as he realized he could no longer move. In that moment, despair washed over him as he perceived the murderous intent in Chumo's gaze. The figure before him was far too terrifying. With just a whisper of energy, he had rendered Baby utterly incapable of resistance. Even if he wished to vacate Vegeta's body, he found himself unable to do so. Just as Baby succumbed to despair, Chumo's fist came crashing down upon Baby's chest. The excruciating pain arched Baby's body as he coughed up blood. His face paling dramatically, a searing energy penetrated Vegeta's form, striking Baby within. Pain. Excruciating pain. Baby's eyes widened in horror. How does it feel? Did you think I was powerless against you? Chumo taunted, observing Baby's agony with amusement. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy blows rained down upon Baby, who cried out in anguish, utterly helpless as dread contorted his features. With each strike, not only did Baby experience intense suffering, but the terrifying heat from Chumo's energy seeped into him, as if attempting to incinerate his very soul. This was one of the energies of Super Saiyan 4, an overwhelming heat. Baby was paralyzed by fear, completely ensnared by Chumo's intangible aura, unable to escape Vegeta's body. Chumo, Grandpa, hang in there. Quickly defeat this villain. Xiaofang's shears nearly caused Chumo to stumble, his lips twitching in irritation. Grandpa. I'm only 26. Ignoring the girl, Chumo unleashed his pent-up frustration upon Baby. Bang, bang, bang. Chumo continued to pummel Baby, sneering, remember this pain, this terror in your eyes. I relish your fear. Hearing the murderous intent in Chumo's voice, Baby's panic escalated. It's over, Baby. Remember not to provoke me in your next life. As Chumo's indifferent words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, and a violent storm swept furiously across the planet. In the distance, Bu and his companions were blown back several kilometers, while those under Baby's control, including Son Gohan, were rendered unconscious by the force of the tempest. Amidst the storm, red lightning crackled incessantly. The terrifying presence emanating from Chumo even caused Son Goku to feel a tremor of unease. How could this be? Baby's eyes revealed despair. No matter how formidable he became, he was but a fraction of Chumo's power. Why did he feel so utterly helpless before this Saiyan? With a swift motion, Chumo unleashed a punch that struck Baby squarely in the face. The titan-like figure was sent hurtling away, skimming the ground and scraping through a thick layer of mud, flying thousands of meters before a scent of charred earth wafted through the air. Baby's aura weakened significantly. He struggled to rise, but his injuries rendered him incapable of lifting his colossal frame. Wait, you cannot kill him. If you do, Vegeta will perish as well. Son Goku suddenly shouted, rushing to intervene. He had witnessed the murderous intent in Chumo's eyes, a clear indication that he intended to kill. Chumo paid no heed to Son Goku, merely sneering as he waved his hand, summoning a fierce gust of wind that swept Goku aside. With a resounding crash, the energy blast from Chumo's palm collided with the great ape, sending dust and debris into the air. Son Goku shut his eyes. Unable to bear the thought of Vegeta meeting his end like this, he refrained from attempting to stop it, fully aware that without eliminating Baby, the cosmic crisis could not be resolved. Thus, Vegeta had to die. However, after a blinding flash of light, Son Goku opened his eyes only to find that the anticipated outcome had not materialized. The golden great ape remained intact, though its tail was conspicuously absent. The Saiyan's ferocity resides within the tail. Severing its son, Goku comprehended Chumo's words. Finally exhaling in relief, it appeared that Chumo was not as merciless as he seemed. He must have his own plans. While the great ape lay unconscious, Baby was not so fortunate. Sensing Vegeta's body shrinking, Baby seized the opportunity to escape. As long as he could flee, there was still hope. Perhaps Chumo's body would someday belong to him. The thought of Chumo's immense power filled Baby with excitement. Yet, before he could dwell on it further, a voice filled with despair reached his ears. Is it too late to realize this now? Chumo coldly gazed at the writhing presence within Vegeta, stating indifferently. Suddenly, he recalled something. Wasn't Baby the very entity that appeared in the Dragon Ball Hero series as a parasitic artificial being? Could it be that Frieza's true objective in GT was not Son Goku and his allies, but Baby himself? As Chumo pondered this, he grew increasingly convinced of its plausibility. But where was Frieza now? Had he acquired Baby's genetic material? It seemed he had arrived too late. Then, a red halo of light emanated from Chumo's palm, enveloping Vegeta's body. As he tightened his grip, the halo rapidly constricted. Impossible! How could you grasp me like this? What is happening? Baby's voice was filled with sheer terror. He found himself unable to move even an inch within Vegeta. The overwhelming pressure intensified, seemingly unwilling to relent until it crushed him. Damn it! Cursed Chumo! Have the courage to let me out! Baby struggled frantically, but to no avail. That moment, Vegeta's body finally returned to its normal size, though his expression twisted in agony, as if enduring excruciating pain. Nevertheless, the red mark on his forehead gradually faded, and his silver hair began to revert to black. Hearing Son Goku's voice, Vegeta quickly regained consciousness. Chapter 77. Super 17. In no time, Vegeta returned to his original form. However, Baby continued to roar, "Damn Saiyan!" His voice grew fainter until it vanished entirely. Vegeta! Son Goku flew over, calling out repeatedly. But as soon as Vegeta woke, he sensed the immense power coursing through him. This power Vegeta's body trembled violently with excitement. This colossal energy left him astounded, and no need to be too surprised. You've turned misfortune into fortune. The Baby's power has completely merged with your body. Moreover, the blood's waves have awakened your latent potential. Your current strength is now comparable to Son Goku's Super Saiyan 4, Chumo remarked, observing Vegeta's initial concern for his own power with a cold smirk. What? Super Saiyan 4? Kakarot has reached Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta exclaimed, utterly bewildered, looking from Son Goku to Chumo in disbelief. He had never heard of such a transformation, yet it must be an incredibly powerful state. Immediately, Vegeta rose to his feet, clenching his fists as he meticulously attuned to the power within him. Indeed, this formidable energy surpassed his previous strength by dozens of times, completely eclipsing Super Saiyan 3 Kakarot. Vegeta's power is astonishing. He's nearly on par with Master Goku.Ub remarked in shock that it truly is formidable. I'm no match for him now. Bu squinted his eyes. Well, are you satisfied with your current strength? Chumo observed Vegeta's exhilaration with indifference. Upon hearing Chumo's words, Vegeta steadied his emotions and approached him. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have perished long ago, Vegeta expressed, recognizing that Chumo had shown him mercy earlier. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Baby, and he would not possess his current might. It was a rare sight indeed for the proud Saiyan prince to bow in gratitude, his demeanor respectful. Even Kakarot had seldom heard Vegeta express thanks over the years. Chumo chuckled softly. This proud prince was rather endearing in his own way. With Baby vanquished and Vegeta having turned misfortune into fortune by acquiring Super Saiyan 4's power, the outcome was quite splendid. If Vegeta continued to train for a while, he would surely surpass Super Saiyan 4, and his strength would rival Son Goku's. Under the influence of the Super Divine Water, all the Earthlings regained their senses. However, Android 18 had vanished, leaving Krillin in a state of frantic worry. Yet no one knew her whereabouts. Not even Hell bore her trace. Only one person was aware, and that was Chumo. He could not allow his wife's doppelganger to linger here. Krillin was hardly worthy of her. If he could retrieve this version of Android 18 and merge her with his wife, then the power of Super 18 would rapidly ascend, undoubtedly reaching the level of Super 4. However, there was also bad news. Although Son Goku had gathered all the Black Star Dragon Balls and later entrusted them to Dandy, and, at that time, both Dandy and had already fallen under Baby's control, thus failing to return the Black Star Dragon Balls to their original positions. Subsequently, after Baby made his wish, the Black Star Dragon Balls scattered across the universe once more. Now, Earth had less than 2 weeks before its impending explosion. In such a short time, gathering the 7 Dragon Balls from the vast cosmos would be no easy feat. Therefore, Son Goku and his companions decided to have the Earthlings wait on planet Zufar for 2 weeks. When the time came, they would use the Namekian Dragon Balls to resurrect Earth and then relocate everyone back to their home. Time flew by quickly. 2 weeks after defeating Baby, Earth erupted in a catastrophic explosion. Shortly thereafter, Son Goku journeyed to Namek, wishing for Earth to return to its former state. Before long, all humanity had returned to Earth, restoring tranquility once more. Yet, Chumo had not awaited the reappearance of Fu, remaining oblivious as to whether this fellow had yet to recover from his injuries or had departed from this realm entirely. He endeavored to summon Kane with the time-space ring, but to no avail, leading him to suspect that the ring might be defective. Soon, 3 months elapsed. During this time, Chumo had been cultivating under a gravity 10,000 times that of Earth. After this period, his base combat power had doubled once more, reaching an astonishing 20 trillion, a truly terrifying figure. Nevertheless, he could not shake off his unease. Fu, after this encounter, would undoubtedly emerge stronger. If the current Fu possessed the might of a prison planet, then his only option would be to flee. Throughout this time, Chumo also engaged in sparring sessions with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, albeit he could only transform into a Super Saiyan 1 at most. Each time, these two would find themselves thoroughly beaten by Chumo, yet they relished the challenge. After all, confronting formidable opponents was the greatest joy for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Meanwhile, the Earth-S World Martial Arts Tournament had commenced. Yet, Chumo found himself utterly uninterested in such an event. At this moment in hell, Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew had joined forces, conspiring as they researched an ultimate weapon to confront the detestable Sun Wukong and the oblivious Earthlings. At this juncture, Super 17 should be emerging soon. Chumo was alone, training on the back mountains of Baozi Mountain. He was attempting the preliminary form of the Ultra Instinct technique, and the results were quite promising. Though he could only maintain it for 2 or 3 minutes at his current strength, it was no wonder that even Super Saiyan Blue at full power could sustain it for merely 5 minutes. Such an overwhelming state demanded an immense amount of energy. Chumo calculated that even with a combat power of 100 quintillion, he could only maintain it for a maximum of 3 minutes. Unless he surpassed the Super Saiyan Blue's full power or mastered the perfect level of Ultra Instinct. 17. What brings you here? A figure blocked Trunks' path. It was the long-absent 17. However, ever since he had dealt with Cell years ago, he had not shown his face. What could have prompted his sudden appearance today? Moreover, the sinister glint in 17's eyes made Trunks feel that something was amiss. 17 offered no reply, merely curling his lips into a cold smirk. Raising his right hand, which coalesced into an energy sphere aimed directly at Trunks. What do you intend to do? 18's disappearance is not my concern. We're all searching for her, Trunks exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 78. The Gates of Hell. 17 seemed impervious to Trunks' words, launching the energy sphere straight at him. Trunks, with no option left, quickly dodged. Boom! In the next moment, the ground was blasted into a deep crater beneath the terrifying energy sphere. Damn it! What are you trying to do? Trunks shouted at 17. No sooner had he spoken than 17's fist struck Trunks squarely in the face. Bang! Trunks was sent flying by the blow. Yet, 17 was relentless, conjuring another energy sphere in his palm, hurling it directly at Trunks. Boom! In a violent explosion, Trunks was blasted away, his body severely injured, his aura wavering. Vegeta, Goku, come quickly! What is that? Chi-Chi suddenly called out from outside. Vegeta had just finished a one-on-one match with Chumo and was still lingering at Baozi Mountain, catching sight of a wondrous spectacle. Chumo also stepped outside, following Chi-Chi's gaze, and beheld a massive black hole forming in the sky. The Gates of Hell? Is the ultimate 17 about to appear? Chumo mused, recalling the plot of GT. What are these gates of hell? The Ultimate 17. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were momentarily stunned, questioning the situation. Nothing much. A formidable foe is about to emerge. You two should prepare for battle. Consider this a warning. He is exceedingly powerful, Chumo remarked with a slight smirk, pondering whether the Ultimate 17 was aware of 18's fate at his hands. The Ultimate 17, a powerful adversary? Excellent. Leave it to me. Vegeta cracked his knuckles, brimming with excitement. These past few months he had yet to break through to Super Saiyan 4, which left him quite vexed. Always trailing behind, Kakarot. Sun Wukong's face also bore an expression of exhilaration. A powerful adversary was precisely what he craved, for Chumo was simply too strong, rendering things dull. Just then, Trunks staggered in. Covered in wounds and swaying unsteadily, it was evident he had suffered grievous injuries. Trunks, what happened? Who injured you? Vegeta rushed to support Trunks, embodying the protective nature of a loving husband and father. He could not abide anyone harming his family. The gates of hell have opened, Dad. Be cautious of the Ultimate 17. Yet before he could finish, Trunks collapsed unconscious. He had come to Bowsy Mountain to fetch Vegeta home, but had encountered 17 on the way. The Ultimate 17? Excellent. Vegeta gritted his teeth. However, he felt perplexed. He was well aware of 17's strength, and it was inconceivable that he could inflict such harm on Trunks. At this moment, chaos reigned in hell, where two sinister old men were huddled together, grinning maliciously. Ha ha, we have succeeded. This is going to be delightful. Just watch. We are about to return to the mortal realm. These two old men were none other than Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew, both having met a tragic end at the hands of their subordinates. United by their shared genius and misfortune, they found themselves together in the afterlife. Behind them stood the true Android 17. Enveloped in a terrifying aura of energy, clearly he had fallen under their control, that a perfect masterpiece. Were it not for the technology provided by you, Dr. Mew, I fear I could not have accomplished such a flawless creation. The Ultimate Android 17. Dr. Gero exclaimed in admiration. Not at all. It is you, Dr. Gero, who is remarkable. Without your android, I could not have realized my vision. The two devious old men exchanged flattery, reveling in their triumph. 17, commence. We await your good news. Dr. Gero raised the oil in his hand, drinking it down with great satisfaction. This time, no one could thwart their advance. Upon receiving the command, 17 let out a low growl. Erupting with dark energy, instantly becoming frenzied, the black energy coalesced into a beam of dark energy, piercing through the ground of hell. Simultaneously, the Hell 17 in the mortal realm unleashed the same terrifying black energy, transforming it into a fearsome black beam. The two beams shot through the enormous black hole in the sky. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, as if some force had opened the vast black hole, connecting it to the depths of hell. The gates of hell had opened. We did it. Cheers. The two wicked old men raised their oil in celebration, their faces alight with joy. Soon, upon discovering the gateway from hell to the mortal realm had been opened, countless spirits surged towards the gates of hell, particularly those slain by Sun Wukong, flocking through the portal into the abyss. The two nefarious old men, along with Android 17, passed through the gates of hell. A new era of delight was about to commence. Observing the dark beam emanating from Hell 17, Vegeta scoffed, I found him. Over there, that detestable scoundrel. Upon finishing his words, his body flickered and soared into the air. Darting towards the distance, Chumo and Sun Wukong exchanged glances before following suit. The malevolent beings that emerged from hell suddenly manifested in the human realm, instantly inciting chaos and unleashing wanton destruction. Before long, the trio arrived at the location of Hell number 17, where two doctors and Android number 17 had also gathered. The two nefarious scientists surveyed the ravaged city, a knowing smile creeping onto their lips. This was precisely the outcome they desired. A bunch of rubbish. Allow me to personally send them to hell. Vegeta fumed, furious that they had injured Trunks. That we meet again, Vegeta, you're as arrogant as ever. If that is the case, let us begin with you. Hell no. 17. Dr. Gero sneered. You must be the father of that brat from earlier. I intentionally spared him. You should be grateful. Hell number 17 chuckled coldly, his expression brimming with arrogance. If that is the case, prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta scoffed, fixating his gaze on Hell number 17, and suddenly surged forward. Like a tempest, his figure instantly appeared behind Hell number 17. Without allowing Hell number 17 a moment to react, Vegeta's fist struck with ferocity. Bang! Hell no. 17 was helplessly propelled into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Tisich utterly feeble. Immediately after, Vegeta concentrated a sphere of energy in his palm. Before Hell number 17 could rise, he unleashed it. Boom! The ground trembled violently, creating a crater hundreds of meters deep. Hell number 17 let out a pained scream as he was blasted skyward, crashing down heavily that a plume of black smoke emanated from his body, accompanied by a charred scent. Nanny, how is this possible? How can Vegeta's power be so formidable? Chapter 79. Let's fuse. Dr. Gero was taken aback. According to his data, Vegeta's battle power was certainly inferior to that of Hell number 17, yet now. The tables had turned. Vegeta had decisively overwhelmed Hell number 17 with overwhelming force, expending little effort. Damn it. I will kill you, Vegeta. Hell number 17, previously dazed by Vegeta's assault, was now enraged, hovering in midair with fiery eyes fixed on Vegeta. Whoosh! Hell number 17 lunged at Vegeta, believing his earlier underestimation had led to his downfall. This time, he was determined to take the fight seriously, ensuring that history would not repeat itself. Yet, disappointment soon washed over him. His fist collided heavily with Vegeta, but it inflicted no damage whatsoever, passing straight through his body and afterimage. This cannot be. Hell number 17 was once again stunned, as he felt no movement from Vegeta's figure. Surprised? You're far too weak, Vegeta quipped, appearing nonchalantly behind Hell number 17. Chumo felt a surge of embarrassment. This fellow was posturing once more. In contrast, little son Wukong was thoroughly entertained, prompting Chumo to regard him with disdain. Though he possessed battle intelligence, in other respects, he was quite foolish. Thankfully, he was destined to be the protagonist. Otherwise, he would have perished countless times by now. Hell number 17, trembling with rage, prepared to turn and attack again. But he was swift. Vegeta was swifter. With a fist the size of a cauldron, Vegeta unleashed a powerful blow directly onto Hell number 17's handsome visage. In an instant, Hell number 17's body plummeted like a meteor, crashing heavily into the mountains. How has Vegeta become so powerful? What has transpired? Dr. Gero's expression darkened, glancing at Vegeta, then at little son Wukong, and finally at the seemingly unfazed Chumo. He sensed that the situation was grim. Dr. Mew also appeared shocked. Had he known that Vegeta's newfound strength stemmed from baby, things would have taken a turn for the amusing. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a towering mountain crumbled to dust. And hell no. 17's figure soared high into the air, enveloped in a terrifying black aura, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Curse Vegeta! I will not spare you! Wrong! It is I who shall not spare you! Came Vegeta's cold voice from behind, sending Hell number 17 into a panic. When did he arrive behind me? Bang! Bang! Two fists collided as android number 17 appeared before Vegeta, blocking his powerful strike aimed at Hell number 17. Let us take them on together. By yourself, you're no match for him. Android number 17 glared frostily at Vegeta, his own body wreathed in a fearsome black aura, instilling dread in those who beheld him. The two number 17s exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison, their figures darting toward Vegeta. However, little son Wukong soared alongside them, arriving by Vegeta's side point 2 against one is unfair. I'm joining in, little son Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Tisich, who asked for your interference, Kakarot? I can handle them both alone. Vegeta retorted displeased. It was a rare chance for him to take on two opponents, and he would not allow Kakarot to steal that opportunity. S's words fell. Vegeta surged toward the 17S, but little son Wukong was undeterred, following closely behind and snatching one for himself. Clearly, the two number 17s were outmatched. Within minutes, they were battered and bruised. It seems we need to devise a plan. Let us fuse. The two number 17s spoke in unison, their faces twisted into cold smirks. Pathetically weak, Vegeta remarked icily, not even slightly interesting. Indeed, their power was disappointing. Little son Wukong concurred. Although both number 17s were more powerful than the former Majin Buu. He and Vegeta had long since surpassed their former capabilities. Let me deal with them, Vegeta declared coldly. Ultimate Flash. He brought his palms together, conjuring a terrifying surge of energy that hurtled toward the two No. 17s. Yet, the two number 17s remained unfazed, their bodies gradually becoming ethereal before intertwining, but a blinding radiance erupted, and the figures of the two began to merge into one. Ultimate number 17 has finally arrived. Chumo observed the dazzling light. A slight smile gracing his lips as the brilliance faded. A tall, muscular figure with shoulder-length hair and striking features emerged. Two strands of bangs danced in the wind, and at that moment, number 17 exuded an even more devilish allure. However, his eyes were filled with lethal intent. Facing Vegeta's ultimate Flash, ultimate number 17 showed no inclination to evade. He simply opened his arms and allowed the powerful energy wave to collide with him. Pooh! A heavy thud echoed, and the immense shockwave failed to create even a splash. However, the overwhelming force did push ultimate number 17 back several meters. Haha, is this your power? Vegeta, how utterly mundane. Ultimate number 17 mocked, brushing aside his disheveled bangs with disdain. His gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Vegeta and little son Wukong. Ha, we have succeeded. Ultimate number 17 has been born. There is no one in this universe who can rival him. Jero exclaimed with glee. Indeed, our first step toward dominating the universe has officially begun. Dr. Mew echoed, laughter bubbling forth. The might of Ultimate number 17 had exceeded their initial expectations. Moreover, Ultimate number 17 possessed a formidable ability: energy absorption. He could absorb all energy attacks, converting them into his own strength. Thus, as his opponents weakened, he only grew stronger. Hey, the battle hasn't even begun, and you're already dreaming of ruling the entire universe? Is that truly wise? A chilling voice echoed from behind, startling the two fanciful old men. Truly, they were unsophisticated souls, and it was no wonder they were surrounded by the artificial beings they had created, all of whom had met their demise at their own hands. Your laughter is utterly revolting. The voice belonged to Chumo, who held a rather low opinion of these two elders' intellect. Yet their sheer lack of sophistication left him hesitant to interrupt their folly. Who are you? You were with Son Wukong and the others earlier. When did you? The two old men regarded him warily, retreating several dozen meters to establish a safer distance. Chumo, however, merely sneered at the spectacle, choosing not to intervene. Have you settled into your positions? If so, allow me to send you on your way. It is time for you to return. Farewell. A smirk graced Chumo's lips as his right index finger pointed directly at the two unfortunate old men. Death beam, W8, the two elders exclaimed, sensing the terrifying energy emanating from Chumo, but alas, the bullet had already left the chamber, and there was no stopping it. Whoosh, whoosh, Chumo unleashed two death beams, utterly obliterating the two brilliant scientists' chance at rebirth. In no time, they returned to the netherworld. After decades of hard work, they were revived for less than 2 minutes. It was infuriating. Dr. Jero was exceedingly reluctant to accept this fate, yet he knew nothing of Chumo's capabilities, not even realizing who had been his executioner. Dr. Mew, equally bewildered, thought to himself, goodness, Earth is perilously dangerous, filled with such powerful beings. Even pretending to be impressive is futile. It all ended before it even began. However, Ultimate 17 remained unfazed by the disappearance of the two scientists, coldly observing Vegeta and Son Wukong. The three of them locked eyes, the atmosphere thick with tension. Vegeta, those two 17s combined seemed formidable. Perhaps I should take the lead, Son Wukong suggested, unafraid of hurting his friend's feelings. Not a chance. This one injured Trunks, and I must avenge him. Vegeta seized upon a most suitable excuse, his blood boiling with determination. Watch how I defeat him. This Ultimate 17 is nothing but trash in my eyes, Vegeta declared with a cold smile, exuding confidence in his power. Kamehameha, Vegeta concentrated, unleashing hundreds of energy waves that shot forth like arrows, effectively sealing off all escape routes for Ultimate 17. Child's play. Ultimate 17 scoffed, displaying no signs of concern. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions ensued, a thick cloud of smoke rising. Vegeta reveled in his success. But once the smoke cleared, he was left dumbfounded. Ultimate 17 had emerged completely unscathed. Sun Wukong shared his bewilderment. Even he had not dared to underestimate that barrage of energy waves. Yet, against all odds, Ultimate 17 appeared not only unharmed, but even more powerful than before. It was indeed peculiar. Only Chumo understood that all of Vegeta's attacks have been absorbed by Ultimate 17. Is this all the power you possess? How utterly disappointing. Where has your bravado gone, Vegeta? Ultimate 17 gazed disdainfully at Vegeta, his tone dripping with contempt. How dare a mere artificial being look down upon me? Allow me to show you what true power is. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, the memory of his past humiliations against Android 18 flooding back. With a cold snort, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, unleashing a barrage of potent energy waves. Boom, 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 dust billowed, and smoke swirled. However, Ultimate 17 finally halted, leaving deep imprints in the ground. Now you realize my strength? Vegeta said with a chilling smile. Vegeta, be careful. The 17 is unaffected, Sun Wukong warned urgently. Indeed, as the dust settled, Ultimate 17's figure emerged. Not only was he uninjured, but his attire was also entirely intact. Truly a formidable opponent, Vegeta could no longer afford to be careless. This foe had withstood his most powerful energy waves without a scratch. Igniting his frustration, Vegeta, haven't you noticed? 17 is immune to energy attacks and can absorb your strikes as his own energy, a truly grotesque ability. As Chumo spoke, he suddenly recalled that he possessed a similar skill. Realizing he could also relish in such power, that's how it is. No wonder, Vegeta remarked coldly, then turned his gaze towards Ultimate 17. If you enjoy absorbing energy, then allow me to provide you with a generous serving. With that declaration, a terrifying aura radiated from him, spreading across the entire planet and extending towards the solar system and the Milky Way. It was Super Saiyan 4. To everyone's astonishment, Vegeta had achieved this transformation with remarkable speed. Sun Wukong gazed at Vegeta, whose upper body was now adorned with red fur, and whose physique had amplified severalfold, sensing a familiar aura reminiscent of his own ascension to Super Saiyan 4. Upon completing his transformation, Vegeta's red tail swayed with agility, his expression turning ice-cold. Seeing you transform excites me. I shall join you. With a roar, Sun Wukong, too, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his physique becoming even more robust. A cold smile gracing his face. TCH, what are you showing off for? Vegeta scoffed. Least he had finally caught up with his rival. You not relish in absorbing energy. Allow me to fill you to the brim. Vegeta coldly regarded Ultimate 17, then raised his palms, beginning to gather energy. Ultimate Flash. With a thunderous shout, Vegeta unleashed a terrifying blue energy wave. The formidable energy beam, accompanied by a fearsome shockwave, hurtled towards Ultimate 17. Faced with such overwhelming power, even Ultimate 17 could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. Yet more than that, he felt elation. If he could completely absorb this powerful energy, his strength would increase dramatically. With this thought in mind, Ultimate 17's gaze sharpened, locking onto the incoming beam. Boom! The terrifying energy detonated just before Ultimate 17, sending debris flying in that instant. The earth began to tremble violently. The area where 17 stood transformed into a massive crater several hundred meters in diameter. A feeble attack. Vegeta crossed his arms, looking down disdainfully at Ultimate 17 at the bottom of the crater. What a pathetic android. Thinking he could absorb my energy, he must be reduced to mere dust by now. However, before he could finish his thought, footsteps echoed ominously from beneath the ground. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 step, 2 steps. It was the unmistakable march of a devil. Incredibly clear. Soon, Ultimate 17's figure emerged, Although somewhat disheveled, he appeared largely unscathed. Moreover, Chumo could sense from 17's energy that he had indeed absorbed Vegeta's recent power. This guy simply loves to flaunt his strength. The IT seems Super Saiyan 4 is about to lose its value. Chumo mused. Vegeta, however, wore an expression of disbelief. That had been his most formidable attack following his transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Yet this was the outcome. Chapter 81. The fear of 17, this 17, is truly formidable. Sun Wukong's expression hardened. The recent ultimate flash was on par with his tenfold Kamehameha. Yet, despite being such a powerful attack, it had inflicted minimal damage. This indicated that his tenfold Kamehameha would be equally ineffective. More importantly, that individual has absorbed Vegeta's Big Bang attack. His power must have undergone a tremendous transformation. Consequently, it becomes exceedingly difficult to gauge the opponent's combat strength. Taking a deep breath, Ultimate 17 felt an unprecedented surge of power erupting from every corner of his body after absorbing the last remnants of energy. Gradually, he lifted his head. What? No more attacks. A chilling voice escaped his lips as Ultimate 17 squinted his eyes, casting a glance at both Vegeta and Son Goku. Now it's my turn. Ha! With a thunderous roar. Ultimate 17's eyes widened abruptly. In an instant, the ground caved in, creating a colossal pit several hundred meters deep before him. How is this possible? Both Vegeta and Son Goku's expressions changed dramatically, their surprise palpable. This guy, with merely a glance, possesses such formidable destructive power. 237. Son Goku exclaimed loudly. You don't need to, Kakarot. I can handle this alone, Vegeta stubbornly insisted, unwilling to concede to these artificial beings. Yet the outcome was evident. Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 energy could no longer inflict genuine harm upon Ultimate 17, that ultimately, after his energy was fully absorbed, he could no longer maintain his transformation. Soon, Son Goku joined the fray, but even with careful control over his energy to prevent absorption, he found himself unable to triumph over the significantly enhanced Ultimate 17. Son Goku, stop wasting energy. You should head to hell to deal with Cell and Frieza. If they continue to resurrect, chaos will ensue in this world. Leave this to me. Chumo assessed the situation and resolved to take matters into his own hands. Hearing the explosions resonating around him, Son Goku knew that failing to address the source of chaos in hell would only lead to greater disorder. All right, I'll go to hell and resolve that matter. You take care of 17. Son Goku understood that Chumo would handle things without a hitch. He had initially intended to request Chumo's intervention. With that, Son Goku plunged into the portal to hell. Who are you? Who gave you the right to meddle? If that's the case, I shall kill you first. Boom. In the next moment, Ultimate 17's fist slammed heavily into Chumo's abdomen. Quickly, it's far too fast. I can't see it all. Vegeta was astonished, witnessing the incredible speed of Ultimate 17. That what is the matter? Can't you evade such speed? It seems I may have overestimated you. Ultimate 17 taunted. Oh, I merely wanted to test your strength. It appears you possess a modicum of power. Chumo suddenly let out a cold laugh, patting his chest as if brushing off dust. However, if this is the extent of your strength, then I am truly disappointed. Chumo slowly pushed Ultimate 17's fist back, a mocking expression on his face. At this moment, Ultimate 17's power indeed surpassed that of Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku. Yet, for Chumo, whose base power was already at 20 million, it was hardly worth mentioning he had merely absorbed a single attack. Ultimate 17 should not let success go to his head. That fool. Anger flared across Ultimate 17's face. Unable to tolerate such contempt, he leaped into the air, his right leg swinging towards Chumo's head with tremendous force. The speed was like lightning, causing the air to tremble as if it were about to be torn apart. Your speed is too slow. Could you possibly go any faster? Chumo scoffed, effortlessly grabbing Ultimate 17's ankle and flinging him away with a forceful motion. Boom! Ultimate 17's body flew like a kite with its strings severed, hurtling through countless mountains before stopping miles away. The journey left behind a series of circular holes in the landscape. Damn it, who is this guy? How can his strength be so formidable? A heavy expression settled on Ultimate 17's face. If a single instance could be deemed an accident, then the second time would require a reassessment of his opponent's strength. Whoosh! Chumo's figure swiftly followed. Come on, I haven't even warmed up yet. At this moment, he had reached a mysterious realm, appearing just like his normal self, truly the epitome of confidence. Chumo gazed at Ultimate 17 with a teasing expression, casually remarking, "What's wrong? Are you beginning to feel afraid?" "Afraid? Don't flatter yourself. I shall tear you to shreds." Ultimate 17's furious roar echoed as he retreated several dozen meters, hovering in midair. His hands formed into claws, tips shimmering with dark energy. To hell's ball. With the shout, Ultimate 17's hands ignited with sparks. Gathering hundreds of black, spherical energy orbs, he then waved his hands, sending the energy orbs hurtling towards Chumo. Boom. The deafening buzz accompanied by the explosion created a thick cloud of smoke. Engulfing Chumo's body instantly, a vast expanse of land transformed into a gaping pit. Alas, your attack will merely stir up some dust. You can't honestly think this will defeat me, can you? Before Ultimate 17 could revel in his excitement, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Hearing the mocking tone, Ultimate 17 quickly moved forward several hundred meters before turning back. However, upon looking, he was met with Chumo's infuriatingly handsome face. Ultimate 17 retreated several hundred meters again, this time with Chumo observing coldly, making no move to engage. Chumo stood with his arms crossed, treating Ultimate 17 as no more than a trivial opponent. Damn it, to look down on me again and again. This time I will utterly annihilate you. Ultimate 17, now driven by rage, lost all rationality. With a fierce roar, he raised both hands high above his head. A golden energy orb rapidly coalescing, swelling like a balloon. Within mere seconds, the energy orb had expanded to hundreds of meters in size. Unlucky fool, prepare to die. As the words fell, Ultimate 17 hurled the massive energy orb towards Chumo. Chapter 82. Super 17 Die. The energy sphere contained the power to instantaneously obliterate an entire solar system. Think you would attempt to kill me with such a thing. You truly underestimate me. A smirk formed on Chumo's lips, revealing his disdain. He opened his mouth and directly swallowed the terrifying energy orb. Burp. Chumo patted his belly, seemingly unfazed. What? Impossible. You actually swallowed it. Fear flickered in Ultimate 17's eyes. The energy sphere had been the culmination of his entire strength. Even so, it had failed to inflict even the slightest harm on this insufferable individual. What a dull battle. I've already lost interest. Although in another world, you are my nephew here, you are unworthy. Chumo regarded Ultimate 17 with an expression of utter boredom. The Ultimate 17 before him was far too weak, a stark contrast to what he had envisioned. Of course, this might be due to his own overwhelming strength. Moreover, his wife would certainly not mind if he dealt with this evil 17 with lethal intent. You shall perish. Even in arrogance, there should be limits. Ultimate 17's face contorted with rage. Unbeknownst to him, after such a brief period of boasting post-fusion, he had encountered this unfathomable foe. Life had truly become arduous. Die. Now completely enraged, Ultimate 17 disregarded the thought of retreating. Charging madly towards Chumo, his speed surged once more. You seek your own demise. Do not blame me. Chumo remarked disdainfully, his figure flashing as he met Ultimate 17's fist head-on. Boom! The collision of fists unleashed a tremendous sonic wave that rippled through the air. The ground instantly caved in by over 1,000 meters, sending Vegeta flying several dozen meters away. Boom! At the moment of collision, a colossal sound wave erupted from the heavens above. The ground beneath instantaneously collapsed by over 1,000 meters, sending Vegeta hurtling several meters away. Fortunately, he had regained a significant amount of strength. Otherwise, he could have easily been killed by the sheer force. If that were to happen, it would be even more humiliating for him. How infuriating! I must become stronger. Vegeta clenched his fists. Unable to accept that he had been so easily defeated, the earth began to tremble violently. The terrifying tremors flattened the mountains and rivers within a 100-mile radius. Chumo stood unwavering, his face adorned with a smile. However, Ultimate 17 was not so fortunate. He was launched into the sky like a shooting star, passing through the atmosphere and into outer space. Chumo's power was overwhelmingly formidable, rendering Ultimate 17 incapable of resisting such force. In fact, Ultimate 17's right arm was obliterated, with a crimson liquid spilling from the empty shoulder. It was uncertain whether it was oil or blood. Given that he was a fusion of a human and a pure robot, the immense energy also shattered the distant moon. Whoosh! In an instant, Chumo teleported directly in front of Ultimate 17. Is this all the strength you possess? He kicked Ultimate 17 into the depths of space, then followed up with a flurry of blows to Ultimate 17's face, ultimately stamping his foot down on Ultimate 17's handsome visage, driving him straight into Mars. The two had already arrived on Mars. Ultimate Android, is that all you are? Having chosen to eliminate Ultimate 17, Chumo showed no hesitation. Ultimate 17's body thrashed wildly, his face contorted with boundless fury. Yet he remained unable to break free from Chumo's foot, his handsome face scraping against the cold earth that moment. His energy plummeted significantly, falling short of even Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Death Energy Blast. After Chumo's voice echoed, he concentrated a formidable energy sphere in his palm and hurled it towards Ultimate 17. Haha, you think you can kill me like this? Ultimate 17 laughed heartily, relishing the immense energy, treating it as a boon. Inventory it, then see if you can absorb it. Chumo scoffed, then enveloped himself in a luminous energy shield. Boom! The energy sphere detonated, causing Mars to erupt in a cataclysmic explosion. Only a green light shield remained suspended in space, while Ultimate 17's body had been reduced to nothing but dust. Chumo smiled. Although he could absorb energy to grow stronger, the power Chumo unleashed was far too overwhelming. Exceeding Ultimate 17's limits. Task accomplished. Time to wrap it up? Chumo clapped his hands, appearing utterly unburdened. Despite effortlessly vanquishing Ultimate 17, he found little joy in it, for whether it was Baby or Ultimate 17. The gap between their strengths and his seemed insurmountable. It would be difficult for him to enhance his own abilities in battle. All he could do was await the arrival of Super Shinron and Gogeta. The images of Super Shinron and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta flashed through his mind, igniting a spark of excitement in his eyes. Whoosh! Chumo teleported back to Vegeta's side, grasping him and teleporting to the sacred world of the Kais. Half an hour later, after Dandy's treatment, Vegeta finally recovered. Has Ultimate 17 been dealt with, Mr. Chumo? Dandy inquired with curiosity. The Earth had calmed, yet he could not sense the presence of the android, leaving him uncertain if Ultimate 17 had truly been defeated. When I take action, there is no doubt of resolution. Chumo chuckled. With Ultimate 17 gone, he'll soon return to tranquility with Goku's assistance. However, with the moon obliterated, Mars destroyed, and so many lives lost, it was only natural to call upon the dragon for aid in restoring everything. Thus, Goku embarked once more on a quest for the Dragon Balls, quickly gathering them all. Yet, Chumo scoffed, finding these individuals exceedingly foolish for scattering the Dragon Balls and having to search for them after making a wish. Unlike me, who conveniently collects them all, and whenever I feel bored or frustrated, I simply make a wish. Furthermore, I could have Dandy purify them regularly, which would be splendid. He remained silent, observing quietly. He understood that this was the time when the 7 Dragon Balls turned dark. Was Super Shinron truly as powerful as rumored, capable of withstanding Gogeta? Chapter 83. The Smoking Dragon. Arise, Dragon! Goku called out the incantation to summon the dragon with practiced ease, yet this time it took an unexpected turn. As Goku finished his chant, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Several minutes passed without any change in the Dragon Balls. A chilling breeze swept through, leaving Goku visibly embarrassed. Under the skeptical gazes of those around him, Goku's face flushed with heat. He had no choice but to summon once more. Arise, Dragon! Unfortunately, the 7 Dragon Balls remained unresponsive. It seemed to declare, I simply refuse to appear. Bulma was equally puzzled. She had summoned the dragon before and knew this was the correct incantation. Yet the sky had not darkened, and the dragon remained silent. Goku, is there an issue with your Dragon Balls? There's no problem. I found them using a radar. But it seems there are some cracks on the second and third ones. Goku replied. Sigh. I have a foreboding feeling, Chumo remarked, arms crossed, his tone nonchalant. Without the dragon, how will we restore the moon? It was you who destroyed both the moon and Mars. Bulma directed her ire towards Chumo. This is not my fault. Who knew your husband couldn't handle Ultimate 17? If I hadn't intervened, he would have been done for. Chumo casually cleaned his ears, ignoring Bulma's complaints. Humph. Who could have predicted that he would absorb energy? I certainly didn't do it on purpose. Vegeta, feeling the heat of the moment, hurried to clarify. Regardless of the truth, Chumo was well aware, casting a disdainful glance at Vegeta. Sigh. The once proud Saiyan prince has changed. Now nothing more than a devoted husband and father. I'll try once more, Goku said helplessly, but before he could finish, the skies suddenly turned a blood-red hue, and the ground trembled violently. What is happening? Bulma gasped. This was unlike any previous occurrence. The dragon's emergence had taken on an unusual form this time. Piccolo appeared bewildered, an aura of malevolence. Dandy proclaimed earnestly. As a deity, he was sensitive to such wicked energies. Among them all, only Chumo remained composed, even harboring a hint of curiosity as he gazed skyward. A smoking dragon was about to materialize. Blue smoke spread across the sky, gradually coalescing into the shape of a dragon. Yet this dragon was markedly different from the green dragon they were accustomed to. Grandpa, is this really the dragon? Xiao Fong expressed her disdain. How ugly. It should be, considering it emerged from the Dragon Balls. Bulma could not confirm, having not seen the dragon in ages. Perhaps something had mutated over the years. Goku looked at the blue, smoking dragon and shouted loudly. Dragon, please restore the destroyed planets and resurrect the unfortunate souls who have perished. Having spoken, Sun Wukong gazed at the smoking dragon with eager anticipation. Apart from Chumo, the others wore similarly expectant expressions. However, a rather humorous scene unfolded as the smoking dragon took a deep drag from a cigar and then exhaled a thick cloud of smoke towards Sun Wukong and the others. With an air of a social delinquent, he bore little resemblance to a divine dragon. Hilarious indeed. Chumo felt a surge of amusement and suddenly harbored an impulse to keep this smoking dragon as a pet. It would certainly be entertaining. Yet, something about this dragon struck him as unreliable. The woman's intuition proved formidable, as Bulma promptly voiced her suspicions. No sooner had she spoken than the smoking dragon leisurely declared, I am free now. I shall no longer heed the commands of you foolish humans. Farewell. With that, the smoking dragon inhaled the 7 Dragon Balls in one breath. Subsequently, his body transformed into 7 divine dragons, each soaring off in different directions. Rather than attempting to intercept these malevolent dragons, Chumo felt a thrill of excitement, eagerly anticipating a battle with the Super One-Star Dragon. The bloodline of the Super Saiyan stirred within him, igniting a fervent desire to combat the strong, his blood boiling with anticipation. The subsequent events unfolded with King Kai of the North, as well as Old Kai, transmitting the truth of the situation to Sun Wukong and the others. While King Kai's intention was to inform Sun Wukong of the origins of the evil dragons, Old Kai's purpose was to berate Sun Wukong and his companions for their reckless use of the Dragon Balls. So that was the case. It appeared the situation was indeed rather troublesome. Chumo feigned ignorance. However, upon hearing Old Kai's mention of trouble, he fell silent, as this matter might truly be somewhat troublesome for him. All the blame fell on Sun Wukong and his foolish companions, especially Bulma, as Old Kai unleashed a tirade against them. What does it have to do with me? Bulma retorted, if you have the guts, come out and say it to my face. How rude to speak to a beautiful lady in such a manner. I've never lost a verbal duel, not even a Chi-Chi, who is merely my equal. Mom, this is telepathy. There's no need for you to come out. Trunks quickly intervened to stop Bulma, for this was the Kai, and how could she speak so recklessly? If I could come to your realm, I would certainly give you a good scolding. Right now, Earth is isolated by these evil energies. You cannot come out, nor can we enter. Old Kai still appeared quite reluctant. Currently, Earth had become a slaughterhouse for the evil dragons, and they needed to resolve it themselves. Enough already, old man. Cut the nonsense. If you keep blabbering, I'll just come over and dismantle your Kai realm. They're just a few little snakes. It's no big deal. Also, why are there so many negative energies in the Dragon Balls? Don't you have any self-awareness? Chumo pulled out a piece of earwax and flicked it dismissively. Upon hearing Chumo's anger, old Kai fell silent. This little ancestor, when riled, would truly come over to wreak havoc on their realm. All right, let us leave it to Sun Wukong and the others. If there's nothing else, just watch as if it were a movie. It's not a big deal. Chumo scoffed. These gods were utterly intoxicated. During battles, they always kept their distance and never offered assistance. Now they came in as armchair strategists, as if it were not their fault that the Dragon Balls were frequently used, especially due to the actions of villains like Frieza. Ultimately, it was still these gods who were ineffectual. Just one Buu had terrified the East Kai for several million years, truly a disgrace to the gods. After cutting off the conversation with the Kai, Sun Wukong and the others began formulating their plan to defeat the evil dragons to prevent future troubles. They needed to revert them back into Dragon Balls and seal them away permanently. Chapter 84. Instant kill of the 3-star dragon. All right, let us split up. Vegeta, Sun Wukong will each take a direction to turn these evil dragons back into their Dragon Ball forms. Chumo directed, deeming it best for the others to refrain from action. Encountering the 1-star dragon would mean that everyone else, apart from the 3 of them, would be kneeling. Chumo headed northward, flying thousands of kilometers before landing in a city of ice sculptures. It seemed this place had indeed been visited by the 3-star dragon, engaging in some frosty mischief. How intriguing as Chumo strolled. He sensed the atmosphere of Earth was thick with malevolence, making it no simple task to locate the 3-star dragon quickly. Suddenly, a pale green beam shot towards Chumo. Hiding here, he thought with a cold smirk, that he did not evade. The beam struck his right arm directly. Although it caused no pain at that moment, his arm became encased in frost, resembling an ice sculpture. Indeed, like a rat, Chumo fixed his gaze on a shadowy corner, where a creature resembling a green-winged dragon lurked. You think I am a fool, compelled to engage in close combat? It would be far better to resolve this effortlessly, for you are doomed. The 3-star dragon leaped forward, a sinister grin plastered across his face. That I detest individuals like you who resort to underhanded tactics. There was once someone I loathed so much, I killed him over 1,000 times. I shall let you experience that feeling of being better off dead, so you may understand that true joy lies in battle. As Chumo's cold voice echoed, a fleeting shadow remained in place. While his body appeared before the 3-star dragon in an instant, a punch was unleashed. As the fist struck, the space seemed to compress, and the 3-star dragon's expression changed dramatically. Puff! The punch pierced straight through the 3-star dragon's chest. How is this possible? You're unscathed. How could you be so fast? The 3-star dragon was struck with terror. He hadn't even seen Chumo's movement. Not a hint of it. Had he truly been slain just like that? His pupils trembled in horror, yet he could not utter a single word. Subsequently, as Chumo clenched his fist, golden light radiated from the 3-star dragon's body. With a resounding boom, the 3-star dragon's form erupted, revealing a cracked 3-star ball that fell directly into Chumo's grasp. Come forth, yet another rat. After the explosion subsided, Chumo coldly snorted. As the smoke cleared, a towering figure emerged before him. Entirely white, adorned with 2 white antennae atop his head, and long black bone spikes sprouted from his back and elbows. His crimson pupils exuded a chilling aura, and his horns curled with a hint of arrogance. You must be the 1-star dragon, Chumo remarked coldly, gazing intently. Indeed, the strongest among the evil dragons, the 1-star dragon. To think he could not even handle a mere monkey. What a disgrace to our divine lineage. The 1-star dragon fixed his icy gaze upon Chumo, then raised a finger, unleashing a pale green energy beam with astonishing speed. The grass-green energy beam struck Chumo's chest directly. Puff! A dull thud resounded, yet left no trace behind. Is this your way of greeting? Chumo's eyes revealed a hint of indifference as he regarded the 1-star dragon. It seems you are quite formidable. Before I deal with Sun Wukong, I wouldn't mind warming up a bit. Step by step, the one-star dragon advanced towards Chumo, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Warm up? Just what I was hoping to say. Chumo mirrored the sentiment, stepping forward as well. From the moment this fellow appeared, he had evoked a profound dislike within him. The next moment, a deep roar erupted, followed by two terrifying auras shooting skyward. Chumo's body was enveloped in crimson flames, while the one-star dragon was surrounded by pale green flames. Where their energies clashed, golden lightning crackled, and the ground began to collapse. Undulating like waves, radiating outward in all directions in mere seconds, the entire city transformed into a deep pit, manifesting two powerful presences. Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously gazed towards the North Pole, where the presence of Chumo lingered ominously. This evil dragon is incredibly formidable, even surpassing the four-star dragon. Sun Wukong murmured he had already vanquished 3 evil dragons. Apart from the four-star dragon, which matched his strength, the other 2 were insignificant. However, the sinister aura that had just emerged hinted at a potential strength that could exceed his own. At that moment, the one-star dragon clenched his teeth, clearly having exhausted all his might. Yet he still found himself at a disadvantage. The glint of cold determination flashed in both their eyes, and they struck simultaneously with remarkable synchronicity. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force, creating a deep chasm in the ground. Chumo remained utterly still, while the one-star dragon was sent hurtling back, crashing heavily into the ruins. You are exceedingly weak. Chumo scoffed. In his Super Saiyan 4 state, he possessed a staggering battle power of 80 trillion, whereas the one-star dragon could muster at most 2 trillion at no. It's impossible. How can your energy be so overwhelmingly powerful? You surpass even Sun Wukong. Who exactly are you? The one-star dragon's face was a mask of panic. He could hardly believe that someone could be so much stronger than Sun Wukong. I initially intended to toy with you, but now I've abruptly changed my mind. A blazing crimson aura erupted around Chumo, his cold gaze fixed intently on the one-star dragon, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You read just posturing. I refuse to believe you possess such strength. The one-star dragon gritted his teeth and charged at Chumo. A pale green glow radiated from his fist. Bang! His punch connected forcefully with Chumo's chest. Nanny, the one-star dragon was suddenly overtaken by terror. His full-force punch had struck Chumo's chest, yet he had not budged an inch. Such terrifying strength. You are truly weak. Chumo seized the one-star dragon's fist, a hint of cold amusement in his expression. With a swift motion, he hurled the one-star dragon away, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. Chumo pressed the attack, conjuring a black energy sphere in his palm and launching it into the deep pit created by the one-star dragon's fall. Boom! An overwhelming crimson light erupted from the ground, instantly riddling the earth with countless fissures. The one-star dragon's body was propelled upwards by the violent explosion of red energy. Chapter 85. The brutal assault on the one-star dragon, however. The one-star dragon now appeared quite disheveled, with various wounds adorning his body and 2 of the black bone spikes on his back shattered. His scarlet eyes brimmed with fury. Damn, Scion! How dare you be so insolent? I will not let you go unpunished. The one-star dragon trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as he charged at Chumo once more. Yet in Chumo's eyes, the one-star dragon's speed and strength were woefully inadequate. Chumo swiftly dodged and delivered a powerful kick to the one-star dragon's face. Bang! The one-star dragon was sent flying again. This needs to end. One-star dragon. Chumo stated in a low voice as he watched the one-star dragon soar through the air. Kamehameha! A terrifying light blue energy wave shot towards the one-star dragon. Helplessly, he could only watch as Chumo's Kamehameha struck him. The ferocity of the blow left him no chance to evade. Ah! The one-star dragon's pupils constricted as he let out a wretched scream. His form was engulfed by the Kamehameha wave, slowly disappearing within its searing embrace. It over. Sun Wukong and Vegeta arrived, accompanied by Son Gohan and Trunks. They awaited the conclusion of Chumo's battle. It should be over now, Chumo remarked nonchalantly, feeling no trace of the one-star dragon's energy. Yet he remained vigilant. For another presence had yet to reveal itself. The one he had previously wounded, Fu, was conspicuously absent. Beneath the unnoticed ground, a mass of white flesh writhed incessantly. In no time, the scattered flesh coalesced into a single entity, beginning to morph to that moment. Chumo, preoccupied with thoughts of Fu, remained oblivious to this transformation. Perhaps that fellow has already departed. After being injured like that, he would hardly linger. Chumo mused, sensing Fu's absence and reluctantly reassuring himself. Xiaofeng, this 3-star Dragon Ball is for you. Observing as Sun Wukong and Vegeta placed their Dragon Balls with Xiaofeng, Chumo followed suit, presenting her with the 3-star Dragon Ball he had just acquired. Wonderful. Now we only need the 1-star Dragon Ball. Chumo Grandpa, I will go retrieve it from below. Just wait for me. Xiaofeng exclaimed excitedly, preparing to fly down into the deep pit. Why do you keep calling me Grandpa? I'm only 26, Chumo replied exasperatedly. He had corrected her countless times, but to no avail. Wait, don't go down there. Suddenly, Chumo shouted, sensing the presence of the 1-star dragon once more. How is that possible? In such a state, he should be finished. Chumo soared toward Xiaofeng to protect her, but he was still a mere half a second too late. Rumble. Dozens of energy blasts erupted from the ground, exploding mid-air, filling the atmosphere with smoke and shattered debris. A figure shot forth, striking Xiaofeng and sending her flying, while simultaneously seizing all 6 of the Black Star Dragon Balls. Chumo's body flickered as he appeared in mid-air, catching Xiaofeng just as Sun Wukong intercepted her. Though Xiaofeng was quite powerful against the 1-star dragon, she was as defenseless as an ant, unable to evade such a sudden assault. Xiaofeng. Sun Wukong caught her as she faintly called out, Grandpa, before losing consciousness. Ha! Did you expect this? I'm not dead yet. Thanks to a certain individual who gifted me their cells, I was able to merge with them. The chilling laughter of the 1-star dragon echoed through the dust. You truly are resilient, surviving such a state. Upon hearing the 1-star dragon's taunts, a smirk involuntarily crept across Chumo's lips. This creature was indeed tenacious and cunning. However, the mention of that individual caused a sinking feeling in Chumo's heart. Could it be Fu? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, an expression of anger crossing his face as he realized that this fiend dared to harm Xiaofeng. No matter how strong you are, you could hardly have anticipated this, the 1-star dragon boasted, a smug look plastered across his face as his gaze remained fixed on Chumo. It was he who had previously made Chumo taste the bitterness of defeat. The 6 Dragon Balls were swallowed whole by the 1-star dragon, amplifying his power immensely. However, Chumo sensed something amiss. Could it truly be so simple? He doubted Fu would leave without a contingency plan, and he had been unable to locate Fu's presence, nor had the time-space ring on his hand reacted. The 1-star dragon, I will not let you escape. Chumo vowed furiously. Damn it. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Filled with rage, Chumo, please look after Xiaofeng for me. After saying this, he entrusted her to Chumo's care. Damn it, I wanted to fight. Don't steal my thunder, Chumo thought. Wukong, do you wish to battle me? You are no match for me. The 1-star dragon sneered at Sun Wukong. Even without consuming additional Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong possessed the strength to defeat him. Yet the 1-star dragon's true adversary was Chumo. To triumph over him, he needed to transform into the Super 1-star dragon. That would present him with a chance. You harmed Xiaofeng, and I will not let you go unpunished. Sun Wukong's fists tightened in fury. In that instant, a golden aura erupted from his body. Rustling, red flames enveloped him as Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. That impressive, but I am even stronger. After finishing his words, the 1-star dragon let out a ferocious roar. An overwhelming aura emanating from its body. In an instant, the ground was riddled with countless cracks, and even the body of Sun Wukong was blown back several meters. Under my pressure, you can't even stand firm. How do you expect to fight me? The Super 1-star dragon coldly remarked, its gaze directed at Chumo, implying, are you not going to take action? One impressive aura. You truly are formidable, Sun Wukong said earnestly. Fully sensing the immense power of the 1-star dragon from earlier, his astonishment. The 1-star dragon, having consumed 6 Dragon Balls, was now exponentially more powerful than before. That it was truly unbelievable at this moment. The one-star dragon had undergone significant changes. The singular star on its chest had vanished, replaced by 7 Dragon Balls. The Super One-Star Dragon was indeed powerful, with a battle prowess at least 10 times greater than before. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, but I couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, so I held Xiao Fang close, watching with a sense of calm. Chapter 86. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Come on. Sun Wukong, weren't you eager to teach me a lesson? Come at me. The Super One-Star Dragon beckoned with its finger. Kakarot, you go first this time. If you can't handle it, then it's my turn. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Determined to redeem his own form, that I understand, Vegeta. That wretched one-star dragon. Even if it has grown stronger, I will still teach it a lesson. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and charged forward with lightning speed. In less than half a second, his fist struck the body of the Super One-Star Dragon. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the Super One-Star Dragon stumbled back a few steps, seizing the moment. Sun Wukong followed up with a powerful kick directed at the Super One-Star Dragon's head. Yet such a formidable attack only caused the Super One-Star Dragon to tilt its head slightly. Kakarot's attack. And no effect? How could this be? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Sun Wukong's series of strikes were certainly no less potent than his own, yet they inflicted no real damage on this so-called Super One-Star Dragon. Damn it. If that's the case, let's try this. Tenfold Super Kamehameha. A crimson wave of energy surged toward the Super One-Star Dragon, the unleashed power carving a chasm hundreds of meters deep into the earth. However, the Super One-Star Dragon stood there seemingly paralyzed, not moving an inch, its eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Rumbling. The mighty sounds continued, as if the earth were experiencing a magnitude 20 earthquake, constantly fracturing. The dozens of ice-sculpted buildings behind the Super One-Star Dragon were reduced to dust, blown away by the wind, turning to ashes. Yet despite such terrifying energy, the Super One-Star Dragon remained unscathed. How is this possible? Kakarot's tenfold Kamehameha was utterly ineffective. Vegeta was astounded, clenching his fists in frustration. If Sun Wukong's efforts were in vain, then how could he hope to succeed? Chumo felt a twitch in his eyelids. He had anticipated that Super Saiyan 4 would soon lose its value. What? It didn't even faze it? Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. How had this creature grown so powerful? With this, he realized that solely relying on his own strength would not suffice to defeat the Super One-Star Dragon. Sun Wukong, it seems I overestimated you. Your strength is not even worthy of wiping my feet. The Super One-Star Dragon scoffed, disdainfully tapping its toes. Of course, it had the confidence to be arrogant. Hey, you over there. Your name is Chumo, right? Aren't you going to make your move? Weren't you quite impressive before? Come on, it's your turn. The Super One-Star Dragon beckoned to Chumo, still holding a grudge from before. Chumo let out a cold laugh, landing on the ground and handing Xiao Fang over to Sun Wukong. Chumo, wait, this is our world's matter. Let us handle it for now. Vegeta flew to Sun Wukong's side, asking Chumo to wait a moment. After all, Chumo was not from their world. Until they reached a point of desperation, there was no need for Chumo's intervention. After the ordeal with Super 17, Vegeta had contemplated much and finally set aside personal pride. Vegeta, what do you mean? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. Let us fuse, for the sake of our world. Vegeta looked into Sun Wukong's eyes, articulating each word. Really? That's wonderful. Let's begin the fusion right away. Sun Wukong rejoiced, eager to avoid relying on Chumo any longer. They were the guardians of this world and should depend on their own strength to vanquish their foes. I think you wouldn't mind waiting a bit longer. If you wish to fight me, you must first deal with them. Chumo remarked nonchalantly, intrigued by the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Gogeta, the new generation of warriors. Who is stronger, the legendary Vegeta or the new Gogeta? This has been a topic of endless debate among Dragon Ball fans, and Chumo was eagerly anticipating this opponent. Having witnessed the power of Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta, which was evenly matched at the time, he was even more curious about the extent of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's strength. Fine, I will observe what else they can do. The Super One-Star Dragon was not in a hurry. In its eyes, only Chumo was a true adversary, as son Wukong and Vegeta began their comical motions. Their voices resonated in unison, the moment their fingers touched. A brilliant golden light erupted that moment. It seemed as though the entire earth was enveloped in a golden radiance. Damn it. This aura is giving me palpitations. The Super One-Star Dragon's expression changed dramatically. It felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding as it moved to disrupt the fusion of Son Wukong and Vegeta. It was already too late as it moved. Chumo also sprang into action. Bang! Bang! The two clashed fists. The immense force sent them both staggering back several meters. Wonderful. Dad and the others have successfully fused. Sun Wufan gazed in delight at the golden halo. From within that golden glow, he sensed an incredibly potent aura. One that was beyond description. This power was utterly astonishing. I feel terrified. Trembled all over. This energy had surpassed his comprehension of K. It was powerful to an unimaginable degree. Chumo smiled. Indeed, they were strong. Living up to his expectations of a fused warrior, Gogeta's power was even greater than his Super Saiyan 4 form. With a battle power of at least 200 trillion, it was something no Super One-Star Dragon could hope to rival. This excitement stirred the blood of the Saiyan lineage within Chumo, a thrill of encountering a true powerhouse. Damn it, I will never let you succeed, in the face of life and death. The Super One-Star Dragon abandoned its previous bravado and roared that moment. It felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. With a flash, it charged toward the golden halo. But this time, Chumo did not intervene. For it was no longer necessary. In an instant, the Super One-Star Dragon darted toward the golden glow, only to be repelled with even greater speed the next second. Moreover, 3 distinct gashes appeared on its face. And purple blood trickled from its nostrils at that moment. The dazzling golden radiance finally dissipated, revealing a striking red figure, robust and cold. Chapter 87. Gogeta's recklessness with its entirely red fur, blue pupils, and a red tail standing tall behind it. Clad in a small vest reminiscent of the Metamorans, it bore a rebellious and alluring smile upon its lips. The golden aura surged skyward, intertwined with countless tiny starlights. What is happening? Who are you? The Super One-Star Dragon wiped the blood from its nose, staring in horror at Gogeta. Me. I am neither Son Wukong nor Vegeta. I'm the one who can defeat you. The voice of Gogeta resonated with authority. A hint of a wicked smile gracing his lips. Defeating me is utterly impossible. The Super One-Star Dragon roared, raising his fist and once again charging towards Gogeta. Yet the moment his body made contact with that golden aura, he was sent flying backward once more. Aside from Chumo, no one comprehended what had transpired, for Gogeta had not moved an inch the entire time. Remarkable. Merely relying on his aura, he has effortlessly sent the Super One-Star Dragon tumbling. OB exclaimed in astonishment. This is not merely an aura sending him flying. In that fleeting moment, Gogeta struck the Super One-Star Dragon several times. Chumo replied nonchalantly. His speed is truly astonishing. At that moment, 3 distinct fist imprints appeared on the Super One-Star Dragon's body. Was my speed too swift? Let me try again, and this time I shall take it slower, Gogeta declared haughtily, his tone dripping with disdain. What a mere Super One-Star Dragon appears to me, akin to an ant. Crushing him is merely a matter of lifting a finger. Stop quaking your boots, you wretched monkey. The Super One-Star Dragon gritted his teeth and charged at Gogeta once more. However, upon touching the golden aura, his body trembled violently and was sent sprawling once again. This time, everyone witnessed the motion of the Super One-Star Dragon being kicked away, for Gogeta had indeed slowed down. Yet the Super One-Star Dragon could not evade that kick. Gogeta, you should conclude this battle swiftly, Chumo advised, watching Gogeta indulge in his showboating. These two, whether as Gogeta or Vegeta, become insufferably arrogant and relish in their display. Kill him? No. I have not yet had my fill of fun. Gogeta waved his finger at Chumo, his expression one of discontent. You shall soon regret this. Chumo ceased his words, allowing them to revel in their mischief. Do you not possess any self-awareness? Such formidable energy, and the fusion time has barely exceeded 30 minutes. In a flash, Gogeta appeared beside the Super One-Star Dragon, and in an instant he was at the dragon's back, leaving the Super One-Star Dragon no time to react, delighting in the game. Gogeta unleashed a flurry of precise blows upon the Super One-Star Dragon, yet none struck a vital point, revealing no intention to end the dragon's life immediately. In a mere 3 minutes, the Super One-Star Dragon's body was marred with wounds, a truly pitiful sight. Gogeta kicked out, sending the Super One-Star Dragon crashing into the ground. How infuriating! The Super One-Star Dragon gritted his teeth, gazing at Gogeta with rage that he never anticipated being reduced to such a state in such a short time. This is absolutely unforgivable. Hey, what are you doing? Are you planning surrender? Stand up and fight me. I have not yet had my fill of fun. Gogeta looked down at the Super One-Star Dragon with a cold smirk. You wretched monkey, you have grown a bit stronger, yet you are far too proud. The Super One-Star Dragon's eyes blazed with fury as he stood, menacingly addressing Gogeta. Then, with hands outstretched, he aimed directly at Gogeta. Where do you think you can hide from this attack? As his voice faded, a terrifying energy sphere shot forth from his fingertips. Boom, boom, boom. Yet Gogeta did not flinch or evade, allowing the terrifying energy spheres to pummel his body. Gogeta, heed my advice. Finish him quickly. Your fusion time is about to end. Observing Gogeta's continued antics, Chumo sighed in exasperation. If this continues, he is destined to lose. Hey Chumo, no need to rush. Only 5 or 6 minutes have passed. I have ample time to play with this fellow. Gogeta waved dismissively at Chumo, appearing utterly relaxed. After a full minute of relentless energy attacks, the Super One-Star Dragon finally surrendered. For him, his energy assaults were akin to mere tickles, utterly ineffective. Alas, this is dreadfully dull. While there is still much time left, your strength has disappointed me greatly. This is no longer entertaining, Gogeta remarked with a dismissive smirk, looking down upon the Super One-Star Dragon. The disparity in their abilities was far too vast. He found no joy in the encounter. With a swift motion, he raised his right palm, gathering an energy ball aimed at the Super One-Star Dragon. It is all over, Super One-Star Dragon. I shall send you to hell now. As Gogeta's voice echoed, a massive energy sphere materialized above him, rippling with waves of energy. What? Stop! The Super One-Star Dragon gazed in terror at the energy ball, fear gripping him. From that sphere, he sensed the ominous breath of death. Perish, Super One-Star Dragon, Gogeta roared, launching the energy ball with force. Yet just as he hurled the energy sphere towards the Super One-Star Dragon, Sun Wukong and Vegeta suddenly unfused, as the energy ball was about to strike the Super One-Star Dragon. It disintegrated into specks of light, vanishing into the air. What? What is happening? What on earth is going on? Has a new enemy emerged? Sun Wukong, Gohan, OOB, and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions turning grave. The unfusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta at this moment signified their defeat. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were equally perplexed, looking at each other in confusion. What just happened? Kakarot? What is going on? Vegeta inquired, his brow furrowed. This is utterly embarrassing. We agreed that the fusion could last for half an hour. Yet it has barely been 10 minutes. Chapter 88. Relentlessly assaulting the Super One-Star Dragon. How would I know? It is your fault, Vegeta. If you had not been so eager to play and had killed that guy quickly, we would not be in this embarrassing situation. Sun Wukong began to shift the blame. Kakarot, do you even have any shame? You were the one who insisted on playing. Vegeta and Sun Wukong began to argue vehemently. Ha! The Super One-Star Dragon laughed maniacally, casting a cold gaze upon Sun Wukong and Vegeta. For a moment there, I nearly thought my demise was imminent. But now it seems fate has spared me. However, now it is my turn to kill you, the Super One-Star Dragon boasted arrogantly, brimming with confidence that, it appears you have forgotten about me. Did I consent to this? Chumo coldly smirked, stepping forward with an expression of utter disdain. Ah, and you too, Chumo. The Super One-Star Dragon grinned wickedly, eager for retribution. I do not believe in holding grudges overnight. Neither do I. I refuse to keep lingering enemies, so you shall die. With that, Chumo's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing before the Super One-Star Dragon in the blink of an eye. You. The Super One-Star Dragon gasped in shock. How can you be so fast? He had absorbed 6 Dragon Balls. Was he not supposed to be stronger? Before he could finish his thoughts, pain struck his chest, and before he could react, his body was sent flying backward. Ugh! The Super One-Star Dragon spewed a torrent of blood. Feeling as if his ribs had shattered, I detest this sensation. The Super One-Star Dragon, hurtling backward, seethed with rage. Your strength is still far too lacking. Chumo continued his assault, seizing the Super One-Star Dragon by the head and forcefully slamming it into the ground. Bang! The earth suddenly caved in, and a cloud of dust erupted into the sky, reminiscent of a spectacular fountain. A massive sinkhole, several hundred meters in diameter, emerged with countless particles swirling in the air. Cough? I refuse to concede so easily. The Super One-Star Dragon's head was buried deep underground, leaving only its 2 feet exposed, yet it defiantly declared, "It was clear that it was filled with resentment." "Oh, do you possess the strength to rise?" Chumo sneered, still clutching its head, pulling it upwards only to slam it back down into the abyss. Bang! Once, bang! Twice, bang! Thrice! Sun Wukong and the others merely stood dumbfounded on the ground, witnessing the violent Chumo hammering the Super One-Star Dragon's head relentlessly into the pit. The earth soon cracked open once more, with fissures stretching for thousands of meters, as if lamenting Chumo's brutality. The Super One-Star Dragon, feeling utterly defeated, spat out several mouthfuls of blood, for as the mightiest of dragons, it had never endured such humiliation. What's this? Weren't you seeking vengeance? Is this how you intend to achieve it? Chumo grasped the Super One-Star Dragon's head and delivered a series of punches to its face. Bang, bang, bang! Oob, observing the bloodied visage of the Super One-Star Dragon, felt a twinge of compassion. Are we being too cruel? I'm beginning to feel remorse. I share your sentiment. After Uncle Chu's actions, I feel as if I've become the villain. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, his expression one of concurrence. Silence. What villain? What hero? Do you still wish to save the earth? Chumo scoffed. If that is the case, I shall no longer concern myself with you. And who are you to meddle with good intentions gone awry? No, Uncle Chu, forget I said anything. Sun Wukong hastily shook his head. Oob, too, appeared convinced, agreeing with whatever Chumo asserted. The once outspoken Son Gohan fell silent, recognizing that they had squandered a golden opportunity. Cursed! I shall take revenge! The Super One-Star Dragon roared, but at that moment, it seemed exceedingly feeble, lacking even the strength to free itself from Chumo's grip. It wasn't that it couldn't. It simply had a combat power of merely 20 trillion. Meanwhile, although Chumo had not unleashed his full potential of 80 trillion, he was certainly far beyond what this creature could resist. Slap! A resounding blow, and the Super One-Star Dragon's face instantly swelled. Slap! Another strike, and both sides of its visage were puffed up that a cacophony of slaps transformed the Super One-Star Dragon into a grotesque version of a bloated pig. Speak! Why have you fallen silent? The more you talk, the more invigorated I become in my beating. Chumo coldly remarked, then flung the Super One-Star Dragon away. Whoosh, 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 with a flick of his finger, dozens of crimson beams of lethal light shot forth. Uft, uft, uft. Numerous gaping wounds appeared on the Super One-Star Dragon's body, leaving behind a trail of blood. Gaga, you forced my hand. Even in death, I shall take you with me. The Super One-Star Dragon staggered back to its feet. Its tail severed. In my name, I wish to join the demon realm and become its eternal servant. The Super One-Star Dragon chanted a spell, its gaze never leaving Chumo for even a second. Chumo sensed impending doom. Could this be a contingency left by Fu? It appeared to be true. Becoming a servant of the demon realm was indeed Fu's backup plan. Even in death, I shall not grant Chumo the satisfaction. A dense black mist descended from the heavens, accompanied by incessant bolts of black lightning, striking down with fury. In that moment, it felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. The entire galaxy trembled under this oppressive force, causing the Kais and Great Kais from all directions to tremble in fear. Such terrifying demonic energy could likely obliterate the universe. Unfortunately, this was a mirrored world, devoid of destroyers or angels, should destruction occur. They would cease to exist as well. Ancestors, what do we do? Jebbet trembled. This is too horrifying. How should I know? Now, apart from Chumo and his companions, no one can save this universe, the old Kai lamented. His face drawn, he pondered that even if the Kai of Time were to arrive, it would likely be of no use, as this did not involve the manipulation of time and space. Thus limiting the Kai of Time's abilities, the demonic energy continued to surge into the Super One-Star Dragon's body. The sky grew darker. The bony spikes on the Super One-Star Dragon's back turned pitch black, elongated and fearsome, radiating chilling light. The creature's aura intensified, its eyes transforming into a fiery red, and even the aura surrounding it ignited into scorching black flames. In mere seconds, the ground within a radius of several hundred meters melted into bubbling magma. This is terrifying. Retreat, Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock, pulling Xiao Fong away as the others hastily followed suit. Chapter 89. The Super One-Star Dragon has become demonized. This being's strength has surged tremendously. However, something about it feels off, as if it has been injected with a stimulant. Chumo stroked his chin thoughtfully. The current Super One-Star Dragon bore a striking resemblance to Broly from back in the day. Both displayed an explosive increase in combat power, yet gradually lost their sense of self. That, of course, the Super One-Star Dragon did not possess the super gene, resulting in such an outcome due to the deception of its genetic benefactor. While these genes augmented its strength, they would overshadow its consciousness, rendering it a mere harbinger of destruction, a demon devoid of thought. Chumo, the demonized One-Star Dragon, called out, its once vibrant gaze now dulled and murky. Its sanity was all but lost, yet it still remembered the desire to kill him. That we are not acquainted, Chumo remarked, causing Son Gohan and the others to break into a cold sweat. Just moments ago, you pummeled others into that state, and now you claim we are strangers. Do you truly believe they will let that slide? The demonized One-Star Dragon continued to call out Chumo's name, its red eyes gleaming as if ready to unleash lasers. The magma on the ground had spread across miles, transforming the once frosty city into a fiery inferno. What a predicament. It seems another fierce battle awaits. Chumo grimaced, realizing that the aura of the demonized One-Star Dragon was growing stronger, matching his own in mere minutes. He truly wished to inquire of Fu, what kind of stimulant was this that could amplify combat power so drastically? No, it must be at least tenfold. Chumo felt that as the demonized One-Star Dragon's saliva flowed more freely, its aura grew more potent, and the bony spikes on its back multiplied. If the original Super One-Star Dragon had only 20 trillion, the demonized One-Star Dragon undoubtedly possessed 200 trillion now. The cost, however, was steep. Chumo, die. The voice of the demonized One-Star Dragon rang out as its body suddenly vanished from sight. Chumo was swift to respond, his figure flashing with remarkable speed. Yet, the demonized One-Star Dragon was swifter still, disappearing in pursuit of Chumo. Their speed was such that even Sun Wukong and Vegeta could merely catch glimpses of their afterimages. While Son Gohan and the others were left in utter confusion, the onlookers were left in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. Chumo was taken aback. Damn it! Though the demonized One-Star Dragon's consciousness is nearly gone, its speed has increased beyond my own. With no way to evade the demonized One-Star Dragon's assault, Chumo had no choice but to shield his chest with his arms. Almost as soon as he raised his arms, the demonized One-Star Dragon's fist came crashing down. Bang! A violent collision echoed as Chumo's body was sent flying backward. Wow, that is scalding hot! Chumo gasped, astonished by the extreme temperature of the demonized One-Star Dragon's black flames. If the aura of his Super Saiyan 4 was around 6,000, the black flames of the demonized One-Star Dragon must have exceeded 10,000 degrees. Truly terrifying. Boom! 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 Chumo was violently hurled away, shattering dozens of towering buildings hundreds of meters tall in his path. Gaga! Chumo, you are doomed. The corrupted One-Star Dragon gazed at the gaping holes in the buildings, a sinister grin plastered across his face. The power of this fiend is truly extraordinary. What kind of stimulant is this? It works wonders. Chumo emerged from one of the skyscrapers, shaking his arms, which felt as if they were on fire. Aching tremendously. Die. Chumo, I will kill you. The corrupted one-star dragon seemed to have lost all awareness, incessantly shouting Chumo's name, consumed by the singular desire to annihilate him. This is truly a predicament. It appears I must resort to brute force. Chumo glanced indifferently at the corrupted one-star dragon. His body suddenly launching forward, a crimson flame swirled around his fist as he struck directly at the dragon's forehead. Humph! Die! The corrupted one-star dragon scoffed disdainfully and retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at Chumo. In that very moment, an aura resembling flames enveloped the corrupted one-star dragon, causing the surrounding air to become stiflingly hot. After all, temperatures exceeding tens of thousands of degrees are no trifling matter. Boom! The moment their fists collided, a deafening roar erupted, sending a colossal shockwave radiating in all directions. The earth itself was rent asunder, creating a chasm 100 meters wide and tens of thousands of meters long. From outer space, it appeared as though the entire earth had been cleaved in two. Even Sun Wukong and Vegeta were thrown back by the terrifying shockwave. Wow, wow, ugh. Son Gohan and OOB, among others, coughed up blood, their faces paling instantly. Such overwhelming energy. Merely the release of collision energy is already so formidable. The expressions of Son Gohan and his companions shifted drastically, retreating in fear. After their fierce exchange, both Chumo and the corrupted one-star dragon were propelled backward over 100 meters. However, in this clash, the corrupted one-star dragon gained the upper hand, lacking consciousness. It fought with reckless abandon, disregarding its own injuries. This fool is surprisingly resilient and even more frenzied than anticipated. This is going to be troublesome. Chumo shook his fists, pondering if the corrupted one-star dragon retained its awareness. It might have shown some restraint, but in its current berserk state, it was all-out aggression. Moreover, its combat prowess evidently surpassed Chumo's present capabilities if he could not continue to elevate his strength. He might very well be defeated. Gaga, die. Chumo, perish. The corrupted one-star dragon looked at Chumo with mounting excitement. The power of its corruption intensified, the dark energy swirling around it like a monstrous beast. Bearing its terrifying fangs, despite being an unconscious puppet, it dared to seek Chumo's life. How foolish. Chumo lifted his gaze to the corrupted one-star dragon. Filled with disdain, he had two aces left: the transformation into Super Saiyan or the basic Ultra Instinct. However, he wished to maintain his Super Saiyan 4 state and elevate his power to the full energy state of Super Saiyan 4. Only then could he achieve the perfect Super Saiyan 4 form. Die. I will kill you. The corrupted one-star dragon harbored deep hatred for Chumo, for the previous blow had been anything but trivial. With a gaping maw, it unleashed countless powerful energy blades that sliced through the void, targeting Chumo's figure. There might surpass that of the 6-star dragon by a magnitude of 10,000 without a hint of anxiety. Chumo opened his mouth wide, akin to a voracious beast, and devoured the energy blades emitted by the corrupted one-star dragon. Burp. Chumo let out a satisfied belch. So full. My energy is overflowing. Fortunately, Chumo's energy absorption ability surpassed that of the ultimate Android 17. Otherwise, he might have burst from overindulgence. After absorbing the energy, Chumo felt his combat power surge once more. He now possessed at least 100 quintillion in strength. This energy absorption skill is extraordinarily useful, though it does have a drawback. For the moment, he could not continue to absorb more. Otherwise, his combat power could escalate infinitely, rendering the corrupted one-star dragon inconsequential. Seeing Chumo evade its attack only fueled the corrupted one-star dragon's rage. With malevolent intent, it fixed its gaze on Chumo, its black spines glistening ominously as bolts of black lightning descended from the heavens toward him. What the hell? It has this move too. This is truly troublesome. Chumo furrowed his brow, irritation evident in his voice. Although the abilities of these evil dragons were not particularly strong, When such powers coalesce in a single deranged and formidable being, the danger escalates dramatically. The corrupted one-star dragon's energy appeared boundless, erupting in a frenzy. The sky darkened as bolts of lightning surrounded Chumo, even enveloping the nearby space, making escape nearly impossible. Crack! The incessant bombardment of black lightning forced Chumo to continuously evade. This cannot go on. I need a plan. Chumo's mind raced, contemplating how he could dodge the corrupted one-star dragon's onslaught while delivering a surprise counterattack as the freezing rays failed to strike. The dragon's bloodshot eyes grew more frenzied, suddenly unleashing two pale green beams. Damn it! Chumo swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping a perilous fate. Whoosh! The sound of his evasion echoed, but then, bang! A thunderous crash resonated, just as Chumo steadied himself. The corrupted one-star dragon materialized before him. Die! The dragon unleashed a powerful punch, striking Chumo squarely in the chest. With a colossal roar, Chumo's body plummeted like a meteor, crashing deep into the ground. The magma-like surface was violently disturbed, creating a massive pit. Countless sparks erupted like fireworks, illuminating the scene beautifully. Damn, that was quite a hit. Chumo grimaced, realizing he had sustained significant injuries. That punch was overwhelmingly strong. Nevertheless, his formidable regenerative abilities would heal him in due time. Die for me. Sensing Chumo's recovery, the corrupted one-star dragon's roar reverberated. Raising both hands, it condensed a colossal energy sphere in its palms. The moment the energy sphere formed, it hurtled down toward Chumo with great force. Sizzling, Chumo braced himself against the energy sphere with both hands, his body sinking into the ground. Such terrifying energy. Die! Noticing Chumo's fierce resistance, the corrupted one-star dragon pressed down on the energy sphere with a foot, amplifying its power, compelling the energy sphere to crash down. Damn you, you mad dragon. Get lost. You think you can kill me like this? Chumo shouted defiantly, gradually lifting the energy sphere that had embedded itself in the ground. Still alive? The corrupted one-star dragon temporarily regained some awareness. Staring in shock at Chumo, however, this resilient Chumo only fueled its fury. Damn it! No matter how powerful you are, you shall die. The corrupted one-star dragon roared, its fleeting awareness vanishing once more, leaving only its crimson gaze. Unfazed, Chumo hoisted the energy sphere, his body rising inch by inch until he was level with the corrupted one-star dragon. With a powerful kick, he sent the energy sphere soaring into the sky. Boom! The immense energy shattered the malevolent barrier surrounding the Earth, creating a vast opening. The energy sphere detonated within the solar system, obliterating the entire solar system in an instant. The galaxy was suddenly plunged into darkness. Since the omnipotent energy cannot prevail, let us try a different approach. Witness my transcendent Super Saiyan state. Chumo raised his head, his gaze filled with unbridled fury. Ah! Ha! His jet black hair defied the wind, and a vibrant green aura erupted from within him, swirling around his body like a divine dragon. Then, as Chumo's eyes widened in rage, his pupils suddenly shifted back to black and ultimately transformed into a brilliant gold. How infuriating! He refuses to perish, sensing Chumo's aura surging once again. The demonized one-star dragon's eyes flared with renewed rage. This Chumo made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. The demonized one-star dragon bellowed, relentlessly conjuring energy blasts that he hurled towards Chumo with reckless abandon. Following this, his body vanished in an instant, charging forward. Faced with the relentless barrage of energy blasts, Chumo merely smiled, unleashing a roar that sent forth a formidable wave of energy, deflecting the incoming attacks. Boom! The ground trembled violently, countless skyscrapers crumbling into dust, swept away by the wind. In the next moment, Chumo's form surged forward like an indomitable sword, directly confronting the demonized one-star dragon. Come on, clenching his fists tightly. The demonized one-star dragon was oblivious to the concept of evasion. Bang! 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 The fists of man and dragon collided with tremendous force, continuing to clash like a tempest. The terrifying shockwaves flattened the entire city and even extended hundreds of kilometers. Causing the ground to collapse by thousands of meters, the earth teetered on the brink of destruction, threatening to explode at any moment. This madness could lead to the Earth's annihilation. Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment, urging Vegeta and the others to place their hands on his shoulders. In an instant, they teleported to the Kaioshin realm. Were it not for the battle between Chumo and the demonized one-star dragon shattering the barrier, Sun Wukong would have been unable to rely on teleportation to escape. Back on Earth, both Chumo and the demonized one-star dragon were forced to retreat thousands of meters. Chumo felt as though his fists were being seared by fire, an unbearable pain. Fortunately, his enlarged form had significantly strengthened his muscles. However, the demonized one-star dragon was in dire straits, his arms shattered by the force of the clash. Chapter 91. The Saiyan Emperor. Cursed Chumo. You shall perish! The demonized one-star dragon roared once more, the intense pain causing his battle power to surge dramatically. This creature only grew stronger with each confrontation. Chumo chuckled coldly, yet he too was unwavering. Who feared whom? Evil Dragon Electric Strike, Tornado Vacuum / Ice Beam. The enraged, demonized one-star dragon unleashed all of his skills in an instant, a frenzy of attacks directed at Chumo. Dark clouds billowed into the sky, coalescing into a fearsome beast with a gaping maw. Ha! In the next moment, Chumo unleashed a deafening roar, sending forth a powerful sound wave that shattered the demonized one-star dragon's onslaught. You think your voice is enough? Chumo sneered, as his vibrant green aura erupted violently, incinerating the dark clouds and transforming half the sky into a verdant hue. From a distance, it resembled a green divine dragon ascending into the heavens. Chumo felt an overwhelming energy surging within him, reaching a state of overflow. If the Super Saiyan 4's total energy was 100 trillion, then his transcendent state exceeded at least 200 trillion and continued to rise. This was the terrifying essence of the transcendent Super Saiyan. Bang, 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 boom. Wherever the energy flames reached, destruction ensued, engulfing everything in billowing smoke and debris. It was akin to the apocalypse. The Earth itself detonated under the weight of this collision. Countless lives rendered powerless in the face of such annihilation. Sun Wukong and his companions, having just arrived in the Kaioshin realm, were left in utter shock. A single clash of energy had obliterated an entire star. Chumo paid no heed to this. His focus was solely on defeating his opponent, regardless of the cost to the Earth. Hesitation would only lead to his own defeat. How powerful! This is Chumo's aura. It rivals our combined strength, not by a small margin. Sun Wukong was astounded, and even Vegeta was taken aback. They had never witnessed such a terrifying, frenzied aura from Chumo. He felt as if their Super Saiyan 4 forms were on the verge of submission to this innate Saiyan Emperor. It was beyond comprehension. The aura filled the entire universe. How terrifying. It seems Uncle Chumo can single-handedly resolve this demonized one-star dragon. Son Gohan's face was etched with fear, his body collapsing to the ground. He had yet to transform into Super Saiyan 4 and was utterly incapable of resisting Chumo's transcendent Super Saiyan aura. Son Gohan and Trunks trembled as though bowing to the Saiyan monarch. Upon seeing Sun Wukong and the others in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin wore an unpleased expression. These intruders never brought good tidings. Moreover, even the Kaioshin realm felt the immense, violent aura emanating from Chumo. Old ancestor, Chumo's aura has even reached the Kaioshin realm. It is even more terrifying than the last time. The god Jebet spoke in fear to the old Kaioshin, although Sun Wukong and the others were also Saiyans. They were worlds apart from Chumo. The Super Saiyan 4 could not defeat the Super One-Star Dragon, and now the demonized One-Star Dragon was even more formidable. Yet, Chumo was still able to contend with the demonized One-Star Dragon single-handedly, showcasing the extent of his terror. What a fearsome individual, possessing such a terrifying state. The old Kaioshin's expression turned grave as he observed Chumo's figure within the crystal ball. This individual poses a greater danger than the evil dragon. If I am not mistaken, he must be a transcendent Super Saiyan. The transcendent Super Saiyan, in ancient legends, possessed talents and strengths that far surpassed ordinary Saiyans. However, simultaneously, the destruction they wrought was 1,000-fold greater than that of regular Saiyans. When these Saiyans experienced even the slightest anger, they could amplify it infinitely. They could transform into Super Saiyans more effortlessly than their ordinary counterparts. Yet upon becoming transcendent Super Saiyans, they would completely lose consciousness, turning into mere instruments of battle, fighting until they were utterly exhausted and perished. How many times has the universe nearly faced obliteration because of these beings? Now, Chumo's battle power surpasses that of the ancient transcendent Super Saiyans. Once unleashed, no one could halt him. If mismanaged, it would not be the demonized one-star dragon that leads to the universe's destruction, but instead, it could be Chumo himself. Thus, the old Kaioshin found himself increasingly concerned about Chumo. For from his current fury, it was evident he had become a transcendent Super Saiyan. Transcendent Super Saiyan? Jebbit was bewildered, having never heard of such a name. He could only hope that Chumo was an exception, like last time, managing to retain his sanity after transforming. Otherwise, this would spell catastrophic disaster for the universe. The ancient Kaioshin spoke with a visage filled with concern. This time, he remarkably refrained from berating Jebbit. Observing the fear etched upon the elder's face, Jebbit felt an even greater trepidation. Nearby, Sun Wukong and his companions, upon hearing such words, grew increasingly anxious, for it appeared they too had encountered such legendary Super Saiyans. However, Broly was not nearly as formidable as Chumo. He merely possessed the strength of a Super Saiyan too, and had long since been vanquished by them. Previously, they had sensed Chumo's terrifying aura across various corners of the universe. Yet nothing amiss had transpired thereafter. Thus, they held unwavering confidence in Chumo, akin to their absolute faith in their sovereign at this moment. On Earth, or rather, the location where Earth once resided, lay a colossal black hole. A harrowing void birthed from the cataclysm of a star's demise. Yet, Chumo and the corrupted one-star dragon regarded this black hole with utter disdain, unfazed by its presence. That I shall end your life. Chumo, the corrupted one-star dragon, now scarcely resembled its former self, its body enveloped in ominous black spikes, continuously emanating a dreadful miasma. The contrasting shadows of black and green stood out sharply within the black hole. And had the void possessed consciousness, it would surely have berated Chumo and the corrupted one-star dragon for their blatant disregard. Chumo's expression was frigid, a devilish smile playing upon his lips as he clenched his hands. The verdant flames surrounding his figure erupted like fireworks, seemingly impervious to the black hole's formidable gravitational pull. Wherever the grass-green flames reached, violent explosions ensued. I require even greater power. Come forth, demon realm. Continue to bestow upon me your might. The corrupted one-star dragon suddenly jolted back to awareness, yet his fear only deepened, oblivious to his ghastly transformation. He craved more power from the demon realm, desperate not to perish at Chumo's hands. Meanwhile, in a distant dimensional laboratory, the purplish figure of Fu exuberantly exclaimed, "Yes, just like that. You seek power, and I shall grant it to you. Ha! Chumo, your demise is imminent." Although Fu appeared relatively unscathed, it was evident that his left eye lacked any glimmer, a remnant of the last encounter with Chumo that had left him partially blind. Even within the depths of a certain abyss in the dimensional space, the time Kaioshin, furrowed her brow, taken aback by the resurgence of Chumo's aura, far more terrifying than before. Surely he won't come to harm. It seems I must retrieve him sooner rather than later. After all, the denizens of the demon realm are not easily trifled with. They are exceedingly cunning. Originally, she had not intended for Chumo to directly address Fu's situation, merely to track him. Despite being the apprentice-time Kaioshin, Chumo's strength had yet to reach the necessary threshold, rendering his role more akin to a temporal inspector, similar to the forms of Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta from Dragon Ball Heroes. His duty was simply to patrol and monitor. However, Chumo had now engaged directly with the adversary, which transcended the capabilities of a mere temporal inspector. Reflecting on Chumo's mischievous grin, Kaioshin felt her cheeks flush. That wretched man, forcing me to endure his insufferable antics for days. How vexing! All of this is his fault, and you foul beings, meddling with time, leaving me no choice but to seal and suppress you incessantly. Kai vented her frustration at the swirling abyss before her, resembling a petulant young girl in a fit of anger. Before her, the corrupted one-star dragon's form morphed into a swirling mass of black flames. The dreadful fire pulsating with terrifying intensity. With a roar, the corrupted one-star dragon had transformed into a beast, lunging towards Chumo with lightning speed, so swift that Sun Wukong and the others merely caught a glimpse of an afterimage within the crystal sphere. A soft thud resonated, and all turned to observe the direction of the corrupted one-star dragon, stunned to see its full-force punch halted mid-air. When they beheld Chumo's figure, all were left in awe. With just a single finger, Chumo effortlessly blocked the powerful strike, his demeanor exuding ease as though merely scratching an itch. Towering at nearly 3 meters, Chumo appeared comically mismatched against the nearly 10-meter-tall corrupted one-star dragon. Yet this absurd sight was laid bare before all. Yet the corrupted one-star dragon had lost all awareness, utterly ignorant of fear. Upon realizing its punch had been thwarted, its 2 enormous eyes, resembling crimson lanterns, emitted beams of green light, a freezing beam. However, this once infallible attack faltered, failing to even graze Chumo, as the verdant aura surrounding him absorbed the assault. Though devoid of consciousness, it remained shameless. Did it believe such a sneak attack would bear fruit? "Allow me to demonstrate what true power is," Chumo declared coldly, vanishing in an instant, delivering a devastating blow to the corrupted one-star dragon's chest. The impact contorted the creature into a bow-like shape. Akin to a lobster, the sheer force obliterating Mercury from a distance. A star lost. The North Kaioshin broke into a cold sweat, witnessing yet another star extinguished within the solar system. These terrifying beings are indeed adept at dismantling star systems. The corrupted one-star dragon, rendered voiceless, still felt the pangs of pain, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Chumo then delivered a powerful kick, sending the corrupted one-star dragon flying, shattering its ribs with a single strike. "I send you on your way, one-star dragon." Chumo's figure materialized atop the creature's chest, swiftly condensing a blue-white energy sphere in his hand. "Oh, denizens of the universe, if you wish to live, hasten to contribute a portion of your life force. Otherwise, should I fail to vanquish this corrupted one-star dragon, you too shall meet your end." This energy sphere was unlike Goku's. Where Goku implored, Chumo issued a threat. Yet this method proved more effective for in mere moments. The energy sphere, originally no larger than 100 meters, expanded to a size surpassing that of the sun. A dazzling radiance enveloped Sun Wukong and the others, rendering them unable to open their eyes. "Ha! This contraption truly proves its worth, gathering energy so swiftly," Chumo chuckled, realizing that instilling fear was the key to extracting energy from these beings. Unlike Goku's earnest pleas, which yielded little result, intimidation bore bountiful fruit. "Die!" Chumo hurled the energy sphere with blinding speed. The corrupted one-star dragon attempted to evade, yet it collided with an imperceptible barrier. The surrounding space had been locked by Chumo. Overwhelmed by despair, the corrupted one-star dragon was consumed by the energy sphere. Disintegrating into cosmic dust, Chumo inhaled deeply, calming his excitement as he gazed upon the now-vanished corrupted one-star dragon, a faint smirk playing upon his lips. "This technique conserves energy, otherwise exhausting myself in battle would be an arduous task. Far from the ease I experienced just now." The energy sphere soared forth, reducing the one-star dragon to a streak of light, vanishing from view, followed by the descent of 7 golden Dragon Balls. "Wonderful! It's the Dragon Balls! The evil dragon has been eradicated," Son Gohan and the others exclaimed with exhilaration, their eyes gleaming as they beheld the 7 Dragon Balls within the crystal sphere. Brimming with excitement at this juncture, the previously visible cracks upon the Dragon Balls had vanished, presenting an appearance identical to their prior state. Chumo sensed the presence of Sun Wukong and the others and instantly teleported to their side. "Excellent! Earth is saved. With the Dragon Balls, everything can be restored." "Thank you, Chumo." Upon landing, Sun Wukong exclaimed loudly, his expression brimming with excitement. Chapter 93. The halo of a handsome man? It's nothing, merely a trivial matter, Chumo replied with a faint smile. He found such adversaries intriguing. Each battle only served to enhance his strength. Following this encounter, his baseline combat power had surged to an astonishing 100 trillion, a five-fold increase. Although after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, his power escalated to 500 quadrillion, he was acutely aware that his future opponents would be formidable. Not to mention the gods of destruction, angels, Grand Minister, and the Omni King. Just the golden Frieza alone possessed a combat power of 100 quintillion. And Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta were even stronger. With other foes from various universes looming, Chumo could not afford to let his guard down. Each opponent was a powerful adversary, and he certainly did not wish to be trampled underfoot like Sun Wukong and his companions. If he were to strive, he would aim to be the strongest. Now, with the formidable Kaioshin of time as his ally, he was determined to harness the powers of time and space to shorten his training duration to avoid being shackled, controlled, or extinguished by them. He must become stronger, surpassing them all. Regardless, I am truly grateful to you, Uncle Chumo, Son Gohan expressed with a look of deep appreciation, as both his wife and mother had perished, and his home lay in ruins. He had no choice but to rely on the dragon's power. Enough with the pleasantries. Once Earth is restored, just treat me to a grand feast, Chumo replied, accustomed to being called uncle and grandpa, accepting his role as a senior figure. Words of gratitude paled in comparison to a hearty meal. Very well, I will have my mother and Videl personally prepare a sumptuous feast for Uncle Chumo. Son Gohan eagerly nodded. For them, it was but a trivial task that a meal was a small price to pay compared to the safety of Earth. Now, the Dragon Balls are before you. Proceed as you see fit. Chumo addressed Sun Wukong and the others, as this matter pertained to him, having obliterated the solar system. Previously, I mentioned the concerns regarding the frequent utilization of the dragon. The old Kaioshin suddenly interjected, yet before he could finish, the murderous gazes of Son Gohan and the others caused him to falter. Enough, old this juncture. We need not rely on the Dragon Balls. As for future matters, let Dandy handle the purification. It would be best to keep this Dragon Ball within the Kaioshin realm to prevent other humans from tampering with it. Chumo waved dismissively, showing disdain towards the old Kaioshin. Should you dare obstruct my efforts to save Bulma, I will dismantle your Kaioshin realm, Vegeta added bluntly, causing the nearby Jebet to shrink back in fear, rendered speechless. Father, shall we summon the dragon now? Son Gohan inquired of Son Wukong. Indeed, first let us restore the solar system to its former state. Then resurrect all the deceased humans, Son Wukong stated decisively. Their initial intent in summoning the dragon was to restore the devastated Earth and revive the slain humans, which had led to this grand crisis. Fortunately, everything had now settled. The peril facing Earth had been alleviated, returning to a state of normalcy. Yes, Son Gohan nodded. Restoring the solar system and resurrecting the fallen was of utmost importance. The old Kaioshin sighed. Observing Son Wukong's determination, he then looked at Chumo with a mix of complex emotions. This was the legendary Super Saiyan, and his ability to wield such power was truly remarkable. How did you master that power? The old Kaioshin inquired. What power? Chumo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped that the old Kaioshin was referring to the power of Ultra Instinct. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps I was simply born with divine strength, able to control powers beyond others' reach. Chumo spread his hands, as he genuinely had no explanation that, Mr. Chumo, you are truly impressive, Jebet remarked, still reeling from the shock. It was overwhelmingly powerful, hard to fathom that such beings existed in the universe. Indeed, quite remarkable. I hope you can always remain true to yourself. The old Kaioshin nodded in agreement with Jebet's sentiment. Rest assured, I know what I must do, Chumo affirmed, understanding that Ultra Instinct was unlike any other. If it spiraled out of control, his consciousness would be utterly obliterated. He had no desire to become a mindless, destructive force. With the dragon's assistance, the solar system regained its former prosperity, and the deceased were resurrected. Chumo found himself on a distant planet, then forcefully tore at the void with both hands, causing a black hole to materialize. Inside lay a crystalline coffin, designed for deities. capable of preserving a body indefinitely. However, within it rested a beautiful short-haired woman. Had Sun Wukong and the others been present, they would have recognized her as the long-lost android 18. Chumo had established a space on a remote planet, confining the 18 from the GT timeline within this coffin, allowing her to slumber indefinitely. His power far surpassed that of the dragon, making it impossible for the dragon to locate android 18 in this space. Ding! A new sign-in task has been issued. Kiss the Kaioshin of time for 1 hour to receive corresponding rewards. Ugh, yet another bizarre sign-in task. Can it be something else? Chumo lamented. Though he found the process rather enjoyable, the consequences were severe. Lives could be at stake, even if the other party was lacking. They were not the kind of deity that merely hid away. Their combat power was formidable. Otherwise, how could they seal the powerful beings of the demon realm? Not even Frieza dared to confront them directly. The host previously acquired a hidden attribute while completing the sign-in task with Android 18. The halo of a handsome man. Any female who sees the host will automatically have their favorability increased by 30. The system's voice remained as cold as ever, leaving Chumo feeling exasperated. You must be joking. When did I acquire the halo of a handsome man? I see no charm. Where is this 30 favorability? He bombarded the system with questions, but it remained silent. Resigned, he decided to take a chance. Perhaps he could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Such rewards were generally quite generous. Suddenly, Chumo's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself in the sky, transformed into the state of ultra instinct, and posed as if awaiting the embrace of a certain lady. 2 seconds later, it seemed as if the sky had been torn apart, and a graceful figure emerged. She then flawlessly landed in Chumo's arms. You, Vol 1. Chumo. Kaioshin struggled, but Chumo, now transformed into Ultra Instinct, towering nearly 3 meters, was not someone a petite girl could easily escape. The newcomer was none other than the Kaioshin of time, Kaioshin. Sensing a slight fluctuation of temporal power, Chumo quickly deduced her identity. No one else could so accurately locate him with such formidable temporal power. He could think of no one but Kaioshin for Whis. He doubted he would come here. Moreover, the system had already hinted at it. Chumo was not foolish enough to overlook that. Indeed, Kaioshin had arrived. However, she would not simply fall into Chumo's embrace. He had utilized his time manipulation abilities to reverse her emergence by 1 second, and thus, the beautiful lady landed in his arms. This is not my doing. You came to me of your own accord, Chumo said with a smile, brimming with pride. You have actually mastered time reversal and applied it to me. Kaioshin was filled with a sense of unwillingness. After all, she had spent countless years mastering even a fragment of the ability to reverse time. Yet unexpectedly, Chumo had grasped it with such swiftness. From the earlier indications, at least 2 seconds had already elapsed. Just recently enlightened, huh? Chumo chuckled, tightening his embrace even more. This sensation was undeniably that of a lowly .077. Let go of me. Kaioshin's anger surged, her delicate face turning icy. Will you release me or not? I will not. If you refuse to let go, do not blame me for being impolite. Kaioshin said coldly, her gaze frosty. However, who was Chumo? He was not easily intimidated, even by a woman, even if she were a deity of time. She remained a goddess in his eyes. Kaioshin was undeterred by such thoughts. A powerful aura emanated from her, causing the entire planet to tremble in response. Yet, having faced numerous storms, Chumo remained unperturbed. His Super Saiyan energy surging in tandem, his body still firmly holding onto Kaioshin. Damn it! Release me! Kaioshin struggled with all her might, but found herself unable to break free. The two remained in a stalemate. Kaioshin fighting against Chumo, who exerted all his strength to hold on. For the sake of this reward, for his very life, and for the pursuit of romance, Chumo was determined. An hour passed. Yet they maintained the same position. Chumo felt he was nearing his limit, desperately sustaining his Super Saiyan form, as his mental energy was being severely depleted. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in task. You have received the sign-in gift package. Would you like to open it immediately? Of course, he thought, hastily urging himself to open it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the sign-in gift package. You have obtained tenfold mental energy of the time deity. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained tenfold temporal power, enhancing your time reversal ability to 20 seconds. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability to traverse time and space. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received an upgraded version of the charming aura, increasing the favorability of males towards you by 60 points. Wow, this is a tremendous gain. Time travel. Moreover, this charming aura was indeed powerful, and an upgraded version at that. You are impressive. Chumo marveled at the system. Realizing its true prowess, from now on, he would rely on this system for his romantic endeavors. How dare you? Kain's fury escalated. She was being taken advantage of by Chumo after all. She was a goddess. As her aura surged once more, her form began to transform. A radiant halo materialized behind her, her purple skin turning a soft pink, her flowing orange-red hair cascading elegantly, and her golden eyes sparkling with allure. Her delicate features resembling that of an enchanting beauty. The divine aura surrounding her was overwhelming, making one hesitant to approach. The original Kain had been a mere youthful girl, but now she had blossomed into an exquisite beauty, radiating youthfulness. Yet her frosty demeanor instilled a sense of dread in those who beheld her. Nevertheless, Chumo was audacious. Witnessing the transformation of the time deity Kin, he exerted himself fully, intensifying his grip. Disrespecting a goddess was something he had longed to do in his previous life. The sight of such a frosty beauty only heightened his sense of accomplishment. How dare you show such disrespect toward the deity? I am but a trainee god. What is there to fear? Upon hearing Chumo's words, Kain found herself momentarily speechless. This trainee time deity was indeed promoted by her own hand, thus he could be considered semi-divine. Strangely enough, gazing upon Chumo's rogue, yet resolute visage, she felt an unexpected absence of repulsion towards him. Seizing the opportunity, Chumo continued to advance, and soon, he pressed his lips against Kain's. She was truly taken aback, her expression blank, utterly unprepared for such an event. Their eyes locked, both momentarily frozen in place, neither moving. Perhaps it was the newfound tenfold mental energy of the goddess that allowed Chumo to maintain his Super Saiyan state for 2 hours without consequence. Feeling the danger had subsided, he gradually released his Super Saiyan transformation, as maintaining it would deplete his mental energy. Most importantly, Kain had not resisted. Eventually, as if awakening from a trance, Kain pushed Chumo away. He too relinquished his hold, and for a moment, silence enveloped them, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. I will take responsibility. After a long pause, Chumo chuckled sheepishly. Kain, however, continued to gaze at him intently, and after several minutes, she finally spoke. If you wish to take responsibility now, your strength is still lacking. Wait until you become the champion of the universe martial arts tournament and surpass the god of destruction. Why man must indeed exceed my own power. A glimmer of a smile appeared in Kain's golden eyes, her charm undeniable. She had found herself intrigued by Chumo, having spent the days prior inquiring about his past. Yet, she could not uncover how he had appeared in their time and space. Nor could she find any information related to him. Nevertheless, she appreciated his character, bold in love and hate, decisive in action. Thus, she had chosen to elevate him as her successor. Not a problem. There is nothing I cannot achieve. It's merely a matter of being the top in the 12 universes. Simple. Chumo was confident in his own capabilities. Chapter 95. Come, Vegeta. How do you know about the Universe Martial Arts Tournament? I can see possible future events, Kain replied, somewhat irritated. Then did you see me winning first place? Chumo inquired, curiosity piqued. I cannot see that. You do not appear in my vision. Therefore, I am quite curious. For in the future I glimpsed, you are entirely absent, Kain stated earnestly. Could it be that the future has been altered? Of course, you cannot see me because I have traversed here, Chumo silently mused. Without him, he would simply seize the first place for himself, not only for the goddess, but also for his own strength. All right, I have come to take you back. Let us depart, Kain declared, preparing to open a time-space tunnel. Wait, I have one more thing to do. You need to wait a moment. Also, help me bring someone. Chumo said, tearing open the fabric of space to bring out Android 18. This is your wife's avatar in this world. Kain marveled, acknowledging that Android 18's beauty rivaled her OWN. It was no wonder Chumo held such affection for her, even wanting to bring this counterpart along. All right, once you finish your business, come back here. I shall wait for you, Kain stated, descending to the ground. Chumo smiled at her and then vanished from the desolate planet in an instant. Upon returning to Earth, Chumo sought out Son Goku and Vegeta immediately. I am leaving, Chumo announced. Where are you going? Son Goku inquired, puzzled about Chumo's destination. That I am departing from this world, returning to my own. Chumo explained that in that case, I challenge you, Vegeta, aware of Chumo's origins, immediately stepped forward to issue a challenge. Son Goku, hearing this, exhibited a keen eagerness as well. Forget it. Neither of you alone can match me. That if we're to spar, you should fuse together, Chumo stated directly, intent on dueling against Vegeta to fulfill a long-held wish. Having fought against Gogeta before, it would be a regret not to engage with Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta now. Vegeta, he has a point. Individually, we are not his match. That we might as well fuse. This way, we have a chance. Son Wukong addressed Vegeta, expressing his eagerness to engage in battle, yet acknowledging that their confrontation was merely a fleeting concern. Vegeta clenched his fists, his face flushed with intensity. After a prolonged silence, he finally relaxed his grip, coldly stating, Kakarot, you make a valid point that I concur. Let us fuse and ensure we defeat that scoundrel Chumo. We cannot allow him to depart with such arrogance. Then let us proceed to a location suitable for combat, Chumo remarked with a slight smile. Indeed, that place is most appropriate, Wukong replied with a grin. At that moment, within the realm of the Kaioshin, Jebet felt a sudden sneeze, sensing impending misfortune. It seemed that calamity was on the horizon. Sure enough, in the next instant, 3 figures materialized before him. Hey, you 3 aren't planning to fight here again, are you? If you must, kindly take it elsewhere and refrain from wreaking havoc in my domain. The old Kaioshin's expression displayed his displeasure. However, Chumo and his companions paid no heed to his words. Relax, old man, I'm just passing through. Consider this your final arena, Chumo chuckled. Meanwhile, Wukong and Vegeta commenced their fusion in a dazzling display of light. The forms of Wukong and Vegeta vanished, replaced by the even more formidable Gogeta. Chumo, come forth, Gogeta declared with a wicked smile, his figure instantly flashing away to the distance. Chumo, with a knowing grin, quickly followed suit. Boom! Thousands of meters away, their bodies collided, powerful fists crashing together. Light erupted, accompanied by thunderous roars, as the terrifying energy of their clash created a deep chasm in the once solid earth. Ouch! My planet trembles. You two are truly troublesome, the old Kaioshin lamented, feeling a pang of sorrow, realizing another relocation was imminent. At this moment, Chumo and Gogeta reveled in their battle, their lips curling into expressions of excitement. Chumo, unleash your true power. Super Saiyan 4 is not your ultimate strength. In this state, you cannot defeat us. After stating this, Gogeta's Super Saiyan 4 form vanished in an instant, dashing towards Chumo with lightning speed. In mere seconds, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta appeared before Chumo, delivering a heavy punch. Bring it on. Chumo, undeterred, transformed into a Super Saiyan, his grass-green aura soaring as if to pierce the heavens. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a wave of energy, forming a powerful fist aimed directly at Gogeta. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the tremendous forces of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and Chumo's Super Saiyan collided. The immense backlash sent both combatants reeling back several meters. The ground cracked like a spider's web, a sight both fearsome and awe-inspiring. Truly, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta possessed incredible strength. Chumo radiated exhilaration, feeling his blood boiling within. You are no slouch either. In this state, your power is continuously rising. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta quickly discerned the potency of Chumo's Super Saiyan form. How else could I compete with you? Ah, Chumo roared, intensifying the energy within him. The surging waves of power escalated, reducing all matter on the Kaioshin planet to dust. Impressive, I too shall rise to the challenge. Come forth. Witnessing Chumo's escalating energy, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta grew even more exhilarated. His golden aura surged dramatically as thunder and lightning rumbled ominously from above. These two are truly troublesome, the old Kaioshin sighed, observing the unfolding chaos. Chumo and Gogeta refrained from immediate combat. The terrifying energies they emitted clashed. Forming fierce whirlwinds, the sky darkened ominously, consumed by countless bolts of lightning, as if in furious protest. The very air became searingly hot, and the fabric of space began to warp. I am coming. Aware that his stamina was limited, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta initiated his assault. Chapter 96. Super Saiyan Chumo vs. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Gogeta's figure vanished once more, appearing instantly beside Chumo, delivering a powerful elbow strike. Chumo retaliated without hesitation, launching a punch in response. Boom! The overwhelming energy erupted, shattering the ground for kilometers around them. A chasm 1,000 meters deep formed, dust shooting skyward to create a gray sky. Again, the two figures continuously blinked in and out of existence. Fists colliding with ferocity, their limbs striking with the relentless precision of a Gatling gun. Within the realm of the Kaioshin, countless mountains crumbled under the violent shockwaves, boulders cascading from the heights, leaving the ground pockmarked. The old Kaioshin and Jebet, having temporarily relocated to another planet, trembled at the overwhelming energies even from billions of kilometers away. Planets situated closer to the Kaioshin realm were obliterated by the sheer force of their clash, giving rise to black holes that consumed all light. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, save for the brilliant golden and green flames of Chumo and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, illuminating the chaos. Chumo relentlessly augmented his Super Saiyan power, seemingly limitless. 600 billion, 800 billion, 1,000 billion, 2,000 billion, 5,000 billion. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta mirrored this surge, his combat power escalating to 5,000 billion. However, after a minute, he sensed his energy waning. I have but a minute left. I must continue to ascend. If you wish to concede, now is the time. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta shouted, pushing himself further. 6,000 billion. Goodness, are they intent on destroying our realm? Jebet trembled, bewildered by the sheer magnitude of their energies. Not yet. They are approaching the limits of our Kaioshin realm's endurance. It is truly terrifying. In mere seconds, Chumo and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta exchanged thousands of blows, the pressure from their strikes ultimately shattering the Kaioshin planet itself. Nearby planets were also obliterated in the fallout. They once more clashed. Both combatants were sent hurtling back. However, this time, Chumo was propelled thousands of kilometers away, a testament to the overwhelming might of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Chumo transformed his fury into power, unleashing his mysterious energy once more, elevating his combat prowess. 6,000 billion. At this point, all three fighters had reached the peak of their satisfaction. Chumo, receive my final attack. Hundredfold Kamehameha? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta clasped his hands together, a blue light coalescing between them. The sheer intensity of the energy caused the old Kaioshin's expression to shift dramatically. Goodness, are they truly about to unleash such formidable power? Prepare to witness my strongest move, Dragon Fist. Chumo drew back his right hand, concentrating all his energy into it, a golden light beginning to shimmer. The tremendous blue energy surged forward, the golden dragon roared, charging towards the blue wave. Boom! The clash of their overwhelming energies sent both combatants flying tens of thousands of kilometers away. Chumo coughed up blood, his breath significantly weakened, while Gogeta disintegrated, reverting to the forms of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Haha, what a thrill! With a resounding shout, Chumo felt his injuries rapidly mend thanks to his regenerative abilities. Alas, just as the battle was reaching its peak, time was called. Such words could only be uttered by Sun Wukong. Vegeta, too, bore an expression of unfulfilled desire, having gained a more tangible sense of Chumo's strength, realizing that with his current fighting prowess, he was unqualified to challenge Chumo. Having fought, it is now time for me to take my leave. I hope that when we meet again, we can engage in another exhilarating battle. Chumo remarked with a smile, relishing the thrill of a hearty confrontation, even if a definitive victor had yet to emerge. At the very least, he fared much better than Broly, who had faced a more brutal defeat. It would be splendid if we could meet again. The next time we cross paths, I shall ensure you see me in a new light. Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with excitement, that I will personally challenge you next time. I shall not afford Kakarot any opportunities. Vegeta remarked with a hint of disdain, regarding the fusion into Vegeta as a source of humiliation. He truly harbored no desire to merge with Kakarot. Chumo merely chuckled in response, remaining silent. Their next encounter would indeed revolve around his conquest over Vegeta, leaving little room for Vegeta's challenges. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to speak once more. By the way, if you seek additional opponents to battle, I have an intriguing proposal you might consider. What proposal? For what purpose? Upon hearing the prospect of more foes to engage with, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta became visibly agitated. This was undoubtedly the most effective means of enhancing their combat abilities, and in this world, few could rival their strength. Furthermore, Chumo was preparing to depart, and they were in dire need of adversaries. As for myself, I have a deity above who can facilitate my traversal through time and space. Hence, my duty is to eliminate those formidable villains who wish to disrupt the temporal realm, which is also the reason for my arrival in your world. Chumo elucidated the purpose of his presence, assuring them that these antagonists possessed immense power, and they would not be disappointed before challenging me. You may bolster your strength by battling them. What do you think? The rationale for approaching them was not solely due to Sun Wukong and Vegeta's formidable prowess. Chumo also needed assistance in sharing the workload. Constantly striving to elevate his own abilities, he found it inefficient to wander aimlessly. Moreover, the potential within Sun Wukong and Vegeta was vast. Nurturing them could serve to cultivate a worthy rival, thereby motivating him to train even harder. Unable to contain his excitement, Sun Wukong readily agreed. No problem. I accept. Please take me to meet that deity, Chumo. Although Vegeta was equally willing, he attempted to maintain a semblance of restraint, slowly articulating, since Kakarot has consented. Then, very well, I shall agree as well that I fight for the sake of justice. What justice do you speak of? Back then, you were unaware.